Xiaozhe hides his identity and lives a happy life like an ordinary person with his wife. Unexpectedly, his sister-in-law's live broadcast exposed his identity that had been hidden for many years. Comments were swirling like crazy, and the entire internet was in an uproar. Oh my god, this wine costs tens of millions per bottle. At this moment, Xiaozhe just smiled faintly. This is just the beginning. Chapter 1. At the dining table in the morning, Lu Xiaoyu sat aside, looking at Xiaozhe with a playful look, and asked him if it would bother her if he stayed at home for a few days. Xiaozhe smiled and denied it, and said that he would take her out to play on the weekend. Lu Qingxue gently told her sister to stay put. After breakfast, Xiaozhe went to work with his briefcase, leaving the two sisters in the restaurant. After her brother-in-law left, Lu Xiaoyu approached her sister and mysteriously mentioned her recent live broadcast. She also excitedly said that she wanted to search for her brother-in-law's secret, just like she did last time when she looked for private money at home. Lu Qingxue smiled and shook her head, saying that Xiaozhe gave her all his monthly salary and bonus, and that he had no secret fund at all, but Xiaoyu looked unconvinced. Before leaving, Lu Qingxue left 500 yuan for her sister to buy food and reminded her to clean the kitchen. Xiaoyu collected the money and excitedly prepared to start the live broadcast, secretly calculating that this time she would gain at least 20,000 followers. She set up a selfie stick and camera, named the live broadcast room eye-catching, and planned to broadcast the search process live. As soon as the live broadcast started, dozens of fans flocked in, and the barrage of comments instantly became lively. Many people joked that she was here to harm her brother-in-law again. Xiaoyu pretended to be serious and clarified that her sister and brother-in-law had a good relationship, but she didn't believe there was a man in the world who didn't have some hidden money. The audience cheered her on, urging her to act faster, and the atmosphere became increasingly heated. After Lu Qingxue changed her clothes and left, Xiaoyu was left alone at home. She excitedly announced that the home demolition plan had officially begun. Some of the comments praised her sister's beauty, some urged her to get started, and some even urged her to clean the kitchen first. Xiaoyu pretended to be reluctant, but the flood of messages forced her to pick up the dishes and head to the kitchen. She pointed the camera at the sink and chatted while washing dishes, casually mentioning that these bone china bowls were very expensive. Someone noticed a bag of rice on the ground in the comments and immediately speculated that it might be a place to hide private money. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, as if she had found the next breakthrough, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was completely ignited. After Lu Xiaoyu finished washing the dishes and put them in the sterilizer, she stumbled upon a comment about the bag of rice. With a quick glance, she suggested checking it out to see if there was any hidden money. The audience instantly became lively, and all kinds of speculations continued. Just as she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to start, a paid message made the live broadcast room quiet instantly. The executive chef of Fuhai Pavilion reminded her that it was Jingyang selenium-rich rice, which cost 8,000 yuan per kilogram. Everyone was shocked, commenting on the price as being the equivalent of a wealthy individual's living expenses. Lu Xiaoyu was also stunned, doubting the authenticity of the information. After all, her sister and brother-in-law only made 700,000 or 800,000 yuan a year, so how could they possibly spend 6 million yuan on rice alone? After being reminded, she found the QR code on the inside of the rice bag and scanned it to reveal detailed origin and cultivation data. Wei Gu confirmed it was correct and excitedly gave her 10 carnivals, worth 30,000 yuan. This was the first time Lu Xiaoyu had received such a large reward since her live stream. She still thought it was impossible, but decided to continue live streaming her search for hidden money. Turning the camera to the kitchen, she pointed out the gas pipe area at the L-shaped corner, a place rarely touched by women, and where her father had hidden his money. She opened the cabinet and took out the storage boxes one by one, explaining how men use these corners to hide money, which prompted the audience to leave messages and identify themselves with them. This is eye-opening. Xiaoyu is very experienced. I'll try hiding here next time. Haha, why didn't I think of that? I've already opened it. Xiaoyu, where is it usually hidden? I actually found out my husband hid $500 here. I'm rich. My husband hid 5,000 here. Finding loneliness. During a live stream, Lu Xiaoyu focused her camera on 3 storage boxes, claiming to reveal her brother-in-law's secret. The first 2 boxes were empty, containing only kitchen and baking supplies, prompting mockery from viewers. Undeterred, she opened the 3rd box and pulled out a bronze plate in the shape of a 5-pointed star, on which was printed a tire man, 9 flowers, and strange English. The comments were full of discussion, with some speculating that it was a Michelin tire brand. Back in his Kyoto villa, Fuhai Pavilion's executive chef, Zhao Wei, was also staring blankly at his phone. This medal bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Michelin bronze medal, but it was awarded only to restaurants. He invited a retired chef to examine it, and upon seeing it, the old man's expression suddenly changed. He murmured in a trembling voice, "He's back. The god of cooking is back." The old man explained that 5 years ago, at the Chef God competition in Country D, the world's top chefs gathered. The original champion belonged to Paul Bocuse from Country F. But one young man, with his simplest golden egg fried rice, captivated chefs and judges from 159 countries, captivating them all. Ultimately, he was awarded the Michelin Guide's 9-star lifetime chef designation, the only one in the world, and was revered as the god of cooking. The old man excitedly offered 1 million yuan to have the man cook for him again. Zhao Wei was shocked by the price, but the chef insisted that the taste was irreplaceable and urged him to contact the man immediately. Zhao Wei then left a message in Lu Xiaoyu's live broadcast room, publicly offering 1 million yuan. The live broadcast room instantly boiled over, and the audience was in disbelief. Zhao Wei revealed that this sign was the world's only certified chef, and the owner was named Xiao Zhe. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned, saying that Xiao Zhe was her brother-in-law's name, yet he had never cooked in his years of marriage. The comments exploded, mocking his hidden talents and predicting a fierce battle tonight. The comments speculated that it was a Michelin tire nameplate. Meanwhile, inside a Kyoto villa, Fuhai Pavilion's executive chef, Zhao Wei, was also staring at the screen in amazement. He invited a retired chef to identify it. The old man's expression suddenly changed, and he trembled. "He's back. The god of cooking is back." 5 years ago, at the God of Cooking competition, a young man captivated chefs and judges from 159 countries with his simplest golden egg fried rice, earning him the world's only Michelin chef with a lifetime 9-star certification. The old man was willing to pay 1 million just to taste it again. Zhao Wei immediately left a message in Lu Xiaoyu's livestream room, offering a bid. The audience was shocked and buzzed with discussion. Xiaoyu then revealed that the name on the bronze medal was Xiao Zhe, her brother-in-law, who had never cooked in years of marriage. The comments instantly exploded, mocking his hidden talents. When Zhao Wei was asking questions, Xiaoyu received a call from her sister Lu Qingxue. She excitedly told her about the discovery, but was met with doubts from the other party. Qingxue bluntly said that Xiaozi couldn't even fry an egg, and recalled that he had come to her specifically for dinner, completely disbelieving the idea of a cooking god. Xiaoyu was so angry that she stamped her feet, which only caused the audience to boo. During the conversation, Xiaoyu mentioned the Jingyang selenium-rich rice they use at home, claiming it's worth 8,400 yuan per pound. Qingxue then explained it was just supermarket rice for 7 or 8 yuan. Zhao Wei immediately offered to buy it at a high price, drawing laughter from the livestream. Qingxue even quipped, "If a meal really costs 1 million, then why not just have Xiao Zhe move in and work as a chef at someone else's house? He'll become a billionaire in a month." After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu vowed to search the house for evidence proving her brother-in-law's identity, even declaring, "Tonight, I'll be broadcasting a live broadcast of the surest scene." The audience offered their support, anticipating the evening's climax. Xiaoyu sipped the red wine she had opened that morning to soothe her throat, her tone firm. If she didn't turn the house upside down today, she wouldn't be called Lu Xiaoyu. In the live broadcast room, the screen was constantly flooded with comments. The audience teased Lu Xiaoyu about her drinking capacity and generosity, and even made jokes about her sister and brother-in-law. After drinking her first glass of red wine, she refilled hers and examined the bottle carefully, intending to memorize the brand. She declared it the best wine she had ever tasted. Some speculated that it was imported, while others warned that if it was truly expensive, she would probably be reluctant to buy it. Soon, Fuhai Pavilion's executive chef Wei Gu appeared. He directly pointed out that the wine was the top Burgundy wine, Romanée-Conti, which is as famous as Lafite, and the market price of a single bottle is over 100,000 yuan. The comments immediately exploded, with some people saying, "I don't understand the world of the rich," while others joked that they would have to go without food or drink for several years to afford a bottle. On the other side, at the Voltaire winery in Hangzhou, Zhou Taijing was tasting red wine when he was interrupted by his son, Zhou Haiming's exclamation. Upon hearing the host was drinking Romanée-Conti 2005, he suddenly stood up and excitedly cursed the waste. Zhou Haiming explained that Wei Gu was a Michelin 3-star chef, but Zhou Tai was dismissive, saying that only those who truly understand wine would understand the value of this wine. Zhou Tai explained to his son that Romanée-Conti adopts a quota system. People outside the list cannot buy it even if they have money. Even if they are on the list, they must purchase 12 bottles of other wines under the brand, with a total price starting from 100,000. It is known as the wine that millionaires can afford and billionaires can drink, symbolizing money, connections, and status. He said he had been looking for a bottle to crown the estate's treasure, but had been unsuccessful for years. This 2005 Romanicani was the pinnacle of the estate, and it was incredibly expensive. At an auction 5 years ago, a single bottle fetched 430,000 yuan, enough for a down payment on a house in a third-tier city. He shook his head regretfully, lamenting that the anchorman didn't know how to cherish it. Zhou Haiming was shocked by the price and asked his father why he didn't buy it that year. Zhou Tai helplessly said that all the funds had been invested in the winery. Before he could finish his words, his son lowered his head and started browsing his phone again, obviously thinking about how to show off. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, Lu Xiaoyu was shocked when she heard the price, suspecting it was fake. As the audience was discussing, a viewer who claimed to own a winery, Zhou Haiming, confirmed in the barrage that the wine was real and planned to use the opportunity to show his presence. However, at this moment, Lu Xiaoyu's phone rang again, and the name on the screen was Sister. The call connected, and Lu Qingshua's voice came into the livestream room via speakerphone, casually mentioning that the bottle of red wine she had for breakfast also needed to be thrown away. The comments instantly exploded. The thought of throwing away a bottle of wine worth hundreds of thousands of yuan after just one meal made the audience exclaim inconsiderately, with some even joking about picking up bottles to make a fortune. Lu Xiaoyu asked in shock, but Lu Qingxue said with a smile that there were still 3 boxes in the wine cellar. This information made the live broadcast room boil. Someone quickly calculated that the market value of 3 boxes could be as high as millions, or even over 10 million. Zhou Haiming explained in the barrage that this wine is produced in very small quantities and has a strict quota, so it is truly priceless. The comments were full of jokes about ways to make $1 million a year, with some suggesting saving 60 million and earning interest, while others joked about saving for $1 billion. Lu Xiaoyu, inspired by the excitement, decided to show the audience the wine cellar. As they walked around, she explained how the small cellar, less than 5 square meters, had been converted from a storage room when her brother-in-law got married. As she pushed the door open, she was greeted by a blast of cool air. She saw wine racks brimming with all sorts of fine wines. The 3 cartons in the corner stood out the most. They were Romanicani bottles, all from the 2005 vintage. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't believe such expensive wines were just piled up on the floor. The barrage urged her to take a closer look at the bottle. The footage was transmitted to Chateau Voltaire. Zhou Tai took his son's phone and carefully examined it, asking the anchor to take a look under blue light. The results confirmed that it was all genuine. He was so excited that he wanted to buy a bottle and asked for 450,000 yuan, which he immediately proposed through the barrage. When Lu Xiaoyu heard the price, she almost dropped the bottle and quickly said she'd wait for her brother-in-law to return before deciding. But there were multiple bids coming in. Top wineries like Donghai, Bailey's, and Yuen all raised the price to 460,000. She panicked, insisting she had no say in the matter. Some questioned the possibility of a shill, while others pointed out that these wineries were reputable, making counterfeiting extremely risky and impossible. Just as the hype was growing, a shocking name suddenly appeared in the comments: the king. He offered 1 million yuan per bottle, just to try it. Doubts flooded the live stream, with some mocking Lu Xiaoyu's vanity for asking for favors, and others mocking the $1 million bottle of wine as if it were gold. However, as Wei Gu and Little Voltaire continued to spend lavishly on the carnival, the number of viewers in the live stream soared past 50,000, and the buzz surrounding the comments soared. People who are not in the know are constantly talking about it, but someone reminded them that the king is not an ordinary audience. He is a legendary tycoon on Douyin, a top rich second generation in Shanghai, with enough wealth to last for several lifetimes. His investments in supercars, casinos, private jets, and teams all start at hundreds of millions, and he dominates the news all year round. At that moment, Wang Qi was sitting by his pool, looking at his phone with a smile on his face. Faced with the doubts, he simply gave away 100 carnival items, worth nearly 300,000 yuan. This instantly caused the live stream room to explode, and newcomers flocked in just to see what the wealthy were watching. Overwhelmed by this wave of gifts, Lu Xiaoyu quickly explained that the wine wasn't hers to sell and that the money would be refunded, excluding the platform's share of the profits. Unexpectedly, the king simply said, "No thanks," and even allowed her to continue showing off the wines in his cellar, which secretly relieved her. The camera pans across the wine rack. Lu Xiaoyu, admitting she has no expertise in wine, casually picks up a dusty bottle with a torn label. Little Voltaire immediately explains, "This is a 1945 Romanicani, which once sold for $123,900 at auction, but is now unavailable." The audience marveled at the nearly 800,000 renminbi value of the wine, with the king even offering $1 million for it. Lu Xiaoyu was shocked to discover several bottles of the same vintage in the cellar, so she carefully displayed them one by one, triggering a frenzy of online comments. Treasures appeared one after another on the wine rack. 1947 Cheval Blanc, 1787 Chateau Lafite, 2004 Penfolds 42, 2009 Margaux, 1787 Margaux, 1869 Chateau Lafite, 1907 Piper Heidsieck, 1947 Cheval Blanc, and even 1992 Screaming Eagle. Each bottle fetched a staggering price, and the number of bottles sold was staggering. One viewer exclaimed that the total value of these bottles was not just a single villa, but enough to replace an entire suite of luxury homes in Shanghai. The livestream's popularity reached new heights. Someone in the comments section calculated that the wine in the cellar alone was worth over 100 million renminbi, and that didn't even include the 3 cases of 2005 Romanicani. Zhou Tai of Chateau Voltaire was stunned. Every bottle of these wines could be a treasure trove. He had never seen such an array before. Even Wang Qi, known for his extravagant spending, was stunned. His collection was nothing compared to the 2005 Romanicani, especially the one his family was only allotted a single bottle a year. Yet, the host's brother-in-law owned cases upon cases, a fact that made the identity of the host incredibly puzzling. The audience noticed the bottle at the top of the wine cabinet. Lu Xiaoyu borrowed a stool and carefully removed it, only to find traces of high-temperature burns on the bottle. Some people asserted that the wine was ruined, puzzled by its placement so high up there. But Zhou Tai recognized it at a glance. This was the last work of the god of wine Henry J, and there was only one bottle of it in the world. Little Voltaire explained in the comments that the bottle of wine was bought by a mysterious businessman in 2018 for 10 million euros, equivalent to 100 million yuan. Viewers exclaimed at the exorbitant price. Some even suspected the mysterious buyer was the host's brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu was increasingly shocked. Rice costing over 8,000 yuan per pound, a Michelin 9-star chef, millions of dollars worth of red wine, and now, a collection of rare treasures worth 100 million yuan per bottle. Her brother-in-law was clearly not a simple person. Yet, all of this was flawless, leaving her unable to deny it. To ease the atmosphere, she decided to leave the climate-controlled wine cellar and pack up her things. When she walked into the kitchen, she found a pile of porcelain fragments in the corner, which could still be put back together. "We've been looking for something for so long. Let's play a puzzle," Lu Xiaoyu suddenly said mischievously. "Anchor, if you can fight back, you'll be awesome. This vase looks beautiful. The bottle is so long. Is it a vase? Anchor, hurry up and put it together so we can see." When Lu Xiaoyu was cleaning up the debris in the kitchen, she accidentally found a few pieces of porcelain as thin as bone china. Curious, she took out the bowl for comparison and found it was thinner and lighter than ordinary porcelain. The audience noticed that the pattern on the bowl was the 10 scenes of West Lake and marveled at its exquisiteness and asked her to bring out the entire set of tableware. She placed 10 sets of utensils on the table, including bowls, chopsticks, plates, and wine glasses. Each piece featured a different scene and was exquisitely crafted. Some netizens speculated that this might be the elders' banquet tableware, used for state banquets. This level of tableware has never been released to the market and would have the words "specially supplied" printed on the bottom. Lu Xiaoyu's heart tightened. She carefully looked under the bowl and found no seal, which gave her a sigh of relief. But the audience was even more curious. Why did her brother-in-law's things always have extraordinary origins? Even she herself began to feel that her brother-in-law's identity was mysterious. At this time, in an ancient street in Jinling, the sound of falling water was heard from a garden-style building. Sun Shaohui climbed up from the pond and hurriedly told his grandfather Sun Chunyang, "Someone is using the same tableware as the elder." Sun Chunyang took the phone casually and was shocked at first sight. That was the bone china made by him and painted by Li Qingyuan. Sun Shaohui was surprised that his grandfather had turned down an opportunity to customize tableware for an elder, but instead made a whole set for this person. Sun Chunyang said calmly, "It's our honor to use the tableware we make." Sun Shaohui almost suspected his grandfather had gone crazy. The elders wouldn't accept it, but he customized it for a stranger for free? He vaguely guessed that the person might be a top figure, but he felt that he had nothing to do with Lu Xiaoyu's brother-in-law. Sun Chunyang saw someone teasing Lu Xiaoyu on the barrage and immediately ordered, "Support this girl, show her face more, and don't mess with her." Sun Shaohui was confused, not understanding why his grandfather was so serious. "Grandpa, do you mean to give her more rewards?" Sun Shaohui was a little confused. "It's up to you. This is your chance. Whether you have this destiny or not depends on you." In the live stream, comments of ridicule and doubt continued to pour in. Some said the tableware was the same set sold on Pinduoduo, while others joked that the special offer for a state banquet was just a gimmick. The doubts only subsided when someone noticed the signature on the vessel, made by Sun Chunyang, painted by Li Qingyuan. Some viewers recognized Li Qingyuan as a master of traditional Chinese painting, whose landscape paintings were once sold at a high price of 180 million yuan. They were shocked and could not believe that he would paint tableware. Later, someone pointed out that Sun Chunyang is a contemporary master of bone china, and that the porcelain used in state banquets was made by his hand. Doubts and sarcasm intertwined, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became increasingly lively. In the crowd, Bone China Xiaowei suddenly spoke up, claiming to be Sun Chunyang's grandson, and stated that the tableware was indeed made by his grandfather and Li Qingyuan. However, someone immediately retorted, saying that Sun Chunyang had already declined the invitation to the state banquet. So why would he make a fortune for a broadcaster's brother-in-law? Sun Xiaowei was so anxious that he scratched his head, not knowing how to prove it. When he got home, he told his grandfather, who was basking in the sun, about the situation. Hearing Mr. Xiao being questioned, Sun Chunyang sat up suddenly. His face changed, and he immediately called Li Qingyuan. The two respected elders quickly reached a consensus. Mr. Zhao's name must be cleared. Sun Xiaowei suggested issuing a statement using a verified Weibo account. Although unfamiliar to the elders, the two immediately decided to follow through and planned to personally apologize. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and Sun Chunyang sternly warned his grandson, "Mr. Xiao must not be insulted, otherwise he will die." This almost exaggerated attitude made Sun Xiaowei even more confused. How could a brother-in-law be so valued by two national treasure-level masters? Soon, shocking news appeared on Weibo. Li Qingyuan personally authenticated the tableware as his own, and Sun Chunyang confirmed it was his last work, attaching a video and forwarding a link to the live broadcast room. The voices of doubt were instantly silenced, replaced by amazement and curiosity. Who could be the person who could make the master of Chinese painting join forces with the god of bone china, and even endorse it on a public platform? Some speculated that it was a rich second generation, but someone quickly asked, do ordinary rich second generations have such energy? Unexpectedly, a mysterious set of tableware captivated the entire audience. The news that two chefs had given up the state banquet specials to customize for her brother-in-law completely shocked her and sent 300,000 viewers madly flocking to the livestream. She secretly rejoiced, thinking the more mysterious her brother-in-law was, the more attention and buzz he would generate. Urged by the comments, she squatted down and pieced together the shattered bottle. The porcelain pieces were thin and fine, and with only 7 or 8 pieces, she had reassembled a slender, azure-colored bottle with intricate patterns, drawing astonishment from the audience. At this moment, she also became curious about her brother-in-law's true identity. Meanwhile, a long line formed outside Zenbazhai, a treasure shop on Kyoto's Antique Street. 70-year-old master appraiser Zhu Yi, who hasn't made a gem in 40 years, dedicated his life to seeing all the world's treasures. He confessed that his only regret was never having seen the legendary wind-listening vase, a cerulean blue with flowing lines and a soft touch, spinning in the wind for an eternity. According to Mingxi Bitten, the wind-listening vase was completely lost after the Jin invaders moved south during the Southern Song dynasty, making it inestimably valuable. As Fu Zhuoyi described it, his eyes gleamed with eagerness, as he lamented that if he could truly see it, his life would be worthwhile. Suddenly, someone raised his mobile phone, pointed at the screen and said, "Mr. Fu, is this the wind-listening bottle you are talking about?" The picture showed the restored sky-blue bottle next to Lu Xiaoyu. Fu Zhuoyi's eyes widened instantly, and he strode forward, staring at the delicate bottle body and the porcelain pieces as thin as a cicada's wing. A strong intuition surged in his heart. That was the wind-listening bottle he had been searching for all his life. Although it was broken, it was still intact and only needed repairs to restore its original appearance. Fu Zhuoyi urged anxiously, asking someone to leave a message in the live broadcast room to confirm. Comments quickly flashed. Is this the legendary wind-listening bottle? On the other side of the screen, Lu Xiaoyu was confused. Wind-listening bottle? What is that? Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to place the azure vase into the trash bag, her screen suddenly flooded with comments. Someone was asking if this was the legendary wind-listening vase. She was bewildered, feeling like she was about to be exposed to yet another obscure bit of science. Meanwhile, inside the treasure house, Fu Zhuoyi, upon hearing the vase spin when the wind strikes, was instantly perked up. A decades-long wish seemed to be within reach. Lu Xiaoyu called her sister to confirm and learned that the other vase was still in the study, spinning nonstop in the wind. Half believing and half doubting, she led the live stream audience into the study. On the windowsill, there was a vase exactly the same as the broken one, filled with flowers. It had a slender shape and warm colors, but there were no wires or mechanisms around it. At the audience's urging, she pulled the flower out of the vase and inspected it, but it was still empty. To verify its authenticity, Lu Xiaoyu opened the window. A gentle breeze blew, and the vase slowly spun in the wind. The vase swayed slightly, yet remained rock-solid, eerily graceful. The live stream room erupted in excitement, with exclamations and skepticism alike. Inside the treasure house, Fu Zhuoi stared at the screen, his voice trembling. The wind-listening bottle. It's really a wind-listening bottle. It's azure in color and turns when the wind blows. This is definitely not a modern craft. The treasure that he had been searching for in vain for many years now reappeared on the screen. He was so excited that his face turned red. After a moment, he made a prompt decision. Ask her if she wants to sell it. I'll offer 100 million. The live broadcast room quickly displayed a top message. Fu Zhuoi of Zhenbazhai is willing to pay 100 million to buy the wind-listening bottle in the host's hand. This scene instantly ignited the entire audience, and the audience went from shock to madness, and the discussions almost drowned out the screen. A bottle like this is worth over 100 million? Is that true? Even antiques can't be this expensive, right? This could already be ranked in the top 20 of all porcelain antiques, right? Comments flew across the live stream, with some jokingly claiming it resembled a massive auction, while others questioned whether it was all a scam. After all, who could believe someone living in a 100 square meter apartment could casually pull out something worth hundreds of millions? Doubts arose, but Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. Hundreds of millions? Who exactly was her brother-in-law? She was about to explain when the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Jabala offered 110 million to buy Tingfengping. Kangbage offered 120 million, and Tinjiuxuan offered 130 million. The reward list continued to flood the screen, and the bid soared all the way to 180 million. Seeing this, Fu Zhuoi gritted his teeth and said, 200 million to buy it. His disciples exclaimed that the price was too high, but Master Fu said that this item was priceless, the king of porcelain, with no other like it in the world, and of great significance. Lu Xiaoyu frantically called her sister. Sister, someone's offering 200 million for your vase. Lu Qingxue on the other end of the line laughed and said she was joking, complaining that she'd read too many novels and refused to sell it. After hanging up, Fu Zhuoi solemnly ordered the store to close, tickets booked, and he headed to the Magic City himself. Almost at the same time, his old rival Su Yuxuan and other bigwigs in the antique world also got wind of the news and took action. The four of them had a tacit understanding. Their target was the wind-listening bottle. The antique world was in turmoil, but Lu Xiaoyu was still in shock. Her brother-in-law was actually a billionaire? She tried to comfort herself, thinking maybe it was just a joke. But the audience in the live broadcast room had already gone wild, mocking her ordinary brother-in-law, which seemed to have become a new meme on the internet. The atmosphere on the scene was as lively as a vegetable market. Soon, she readjusted her attitude and announced that she would continue the live broadcast of the secret money search. The camera turned to the study, and Lu Xiaoyu jokingly called it ordinary. The commentary immediately refuted the idea. How could someone who uses a wind-listening vase worth hundreds of millions of yuan as a vase still be called ordinary? Some people jokingly said that this was the true, ordinary billionaire. Lu Xiaoyu said to the audience with a smile, the more ordinary a place is, the more likely it is to hide extraordinary things. She first walked around the bookshelf and pointed the camera at the drawer to create suspense. The drawer was crammed with brand new car models, and at the bottom lay a few wrinkled, dusty papers. Lu Xiaoyu unfolded them and saw a property certificate written in a foreign language, sending the live stream into an uproar. The audience speculated endlessly, with some jokingly claiming it was worth hundreds of millions, while others were certain it was fake. Lu Xiaoyu read out the key information. Mona Island in country Y, a full 16.8 square kilometers. Someone exclaimed, it's even bigger than Dongji Island. Some in the comments pointed out that Europe was indeed selling the island, but its location made it unlikely to be easily transferred. Others suspected that if it were true, its value would be astronomical, and it could even become a country in its own right. A netizen who calls himself the king of fake certificates in 8 provinces said that he saw 18 anti-counterfeiting marks on the certificate stamp, and he could only imitate 6 of them with his own skills, which made the debate over the authenticity of the certificate even more heated. The audience began to encourage verification, and some people even posted the phone number of the Land Administration Bureau of Country Y on the public screen. A rich man named the King promised to give away 100 carnivals if the verification was successful. Lu Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, emphasizing that if her brother-in-law was really rich, he wouldn't live here. But under the barrage of comments, she still agreed to call. It's impossible to even think about it, unless we have been blind for the past few years. The atmosphere reached a climax, with professional translators and onlookers urging in unison, turn on speakerphone, wait for the slap in the face, and get your translation ready. At this moment, carnival gifts kept flying on the screen, and the popularity of the live broadcast room soared. The mysterious background of her brother-in-law has once again sparked heated discussion. She called the Land Administration Bureau of Country Y to verify a land ownership number. She was startled by the fluent English of the other party, but he quickly gave her the number. A moment later, the person on the other end of the line exclaimed, "No permission to query." Lu Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was fake, but the barrage of comments reminded her this was not a denial, but insufficient permission. The live broadcast room instantly became lively, with some speculating that her brother-in-law might really be the island owner. Amidst the excitement, the staff of Country Y's Land Administration Bureau were also stunned. They had the authority to inquire about land ownership throughout the country, except for this one. Even more astonishing was the fact that this small island, called Mona, had been planned as a military base 5 years earlier, but the plan had been mysteriously terminated, with rumors circulating that it had been sold to a wealthy private individual. At the same time, a top-secret archives management office in Country Y, disguised as a logistics company, received an alert. Someone was searching for the owner of Mona Island. The officer in charge ordered an IP address trace, pinpointing the location to the Land Administration Bureau and immediately dispatching armed forces. Moments later, a dozen armed soldiers broke into the office, apprehended all personnel, and located the source of the signal in a computer, locating it in China. News quickly reached the Prime Minister's residence in Country Y. Upon hearing that the title to Mona Island had been checked, the usually calm Prime Minister suddenly stood up, his expression grim. His staff warned him that this meant the individual might be returning. The Prime Minister understood that only a handful of people could obtain the title number, let alone access it without permission. After a moment's silence, he ordered a blockade of the waters surrounding Mona Island, dispatched top-level security forces to protect the island, and demanded the Queen personally travel to the island, arriving before her return. 5 years later, that name still made the nation nervous. If he truly returned, it would undoubtedly unleash a storm. Victor, a well-known internet celebrity in Country Y, gained global fame by imitating Huaxia's live streams and amassed countless fans. One day, he arrived at Country Y's largest port, carrying his live streaming equipment. He excitedly shared the port's history with his audience, even mentioning the small island of Mona just ahead. As he was speaking, Victor suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on the roadside. The camera panned to reveal a champagne gold Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly approaching, with police motorcycles leading the way and escort cars trailing behind. The scene resembled a state guest's visit. Victor excitedly guessed it might be the richest man, and even planned to ask for her autograph. But when the car door opened, it wasn't the Queen who got out, but a well-dressed, energetic old man. Before anyone could react, a Bentley Mulsanne came speeding over, and out of the car stepped Pickleberry, the richest man in Country Y. Shockingly, the richest man quickly ran up to the old man, half-bowed, and spoke respectfully. Victor and the audience in the live stream were stunned. How could the richest man be so humble? Just as he was wondering, a distant roar came. Military vehicles sped towards them, and heavily armed soldiers jumped out, quickly deploying their forces. A general with a star on his shoulder ordered the scene to be cordoned off and the onlookers to be driven away. Victor was forced to retreat, but he continued filming from a distance. Soon, the general in the frame also walked quickly towards the old man and bowed in greeting. Afterwards, all kinds of top luxury cars drove in one after another: Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Maybach. The second richest man in the country, the richest people in various places, and parliamentarians all gathered outside the cordon. The atmosphere was tense and weird. One congressman tried to force his way in, but was stopped by soldiers, who even threatened to impeach him. Then, 3 more 3-star generals arrived, adding to the pressure on the situation. Victor marveled at the fact that in just 10 minutes, almost all of Country Y's top dignitaries had arrived. At this moment, a car slowly drove up, and Queen Isabel first stepped out, prompting a round of exclamations. The Queen did not approach the dock immediately, but whispered with Prime Minister Gibran, who told her that the man had returned. The Queen was stunned and immediately recalled an incident 5 years ago. At that time, Mona Island was planning to build a military base, but a mysterious man asked to buy it. After the government refused, global capital quickly withdrew and the stock market collapsed, forcing the parliament to urgently pass a resolution to sell the island and cancel the construction of the military base. Gibran recalled that early that morning, all 1,295 members of both houses of Congress, as well as senior military officials, found a rose and a postcard with a picture of a knife by their pillows. This precise threat to thousands of people simultaneously made the entire nation afraid to resist. He whispered the man's code name, Robbery Gray. The Queen's expression suddenly changed, finally understanding why such a large force had been mobilized this time. Gibran explained that these arrangements were not for Jia Hui himself, but for his butler. The Queen looked at the old man surrounded by the crowd. Adolf. Adolf simply nodded to the Queen and the Prime Minister, and a chill ran down the Prime Minister's spine. With a single word, he ordered the generals to execute their orders immediately. Soon, buses rolled in, and hundreds of chefs, gardeners, and technicians filed in. Then, container trucks arrived, carrying large quantities of supplies onto the docked cruise ship. Whether it was the Queen, the Prime Minister, the MPs, or the richest people, they all stood by, waiting respectfully, not daring to say anything. The entire dock was silenced by the butler's presence. The Queen felt a strong sense of unease in her heart. A man who was just a butler could make the highest level of the country bow down to him. So what kind of person was that master? As Adolf was about to board the ship, one of his men hurried over, bowing his head respectfully and declaring that everything was ready and they could depart. He simply nodded and walked steadily toward the ship, completely ignoring the questioning voices behind him. He considered serving tea to his master at any time and watching the sunset with him his life's mission and honor. Seeing his indifference, a soldier sneered and muttered, "He's just putting on airs. He's calling me master. He's probably abusing his power." Before he could finish his words, a flash of cold light flashed, and a rapier pierced through the soldier's chin, piercing the back of his head. Blood gushed out instantly. The surrounding soldiers reacted suddenly and pointed their guns at Adolf. Adolf's expression was stern, as if the black muzzle of the gun pressing against him was merely a decoration. He said calmly, "Whoever insults the master shall die." The Prime Minister was frightened and quickly called out to stop him, but Adolf simply wiped the blade clean, sheathed it into his crutch, and with a deadpan warning, "Mind your mouth." His movement was calm and graceful, yet it chilled everyone present. Queen Isabel IV, enraged, questioned the Prime Minister's decision to allow the murderer to escape. He coldly urged her to consider the greater good, but she angrily snatched the soldier's gun and pointed it at Adolf's back. Adolf turned back, a mocking smile on his face, and asked if she was prepared to bear his master's wrath. These words were like thunder, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. The Prime Minister directly stopped the Queen's gun and warned her to put down her weapon if she didn't want the country to be destroyed. Isabel finally lowered her gun dejectedly, tears streaming down her face, feeling powerless. As a queen, she couldn't protect her own soldiers. Adolf laughed heartily, stepping briskly onto the cruise ship. Even without his master, he remained a shadow, his presence unwavering. Victor, the anchor nearby, was completely speechless. The live stream instantly descended into chaos, with comments flooding the screen. Elsewhere, Lu Xiaoyu frowned as she held up a property certificate, unable to decipher the text. She held the document up to the live stream audience. Initially, the chatter was quiet, but then someone recognized the Rambo text. A master translated it, explaining that it was the title deed to the Masna Castle in Rambo country, owned by Xiao Zhe. As soon as the news broke, the live stream exploded with excitement. Some exclaimed that the castle, a tourist attraction, had been built in the 17th century, boasting 99 towers and 365 rooms, but was now privately owned and closed to the public. Viewers speculated whether this was Xiao Zhe's property, its value inestimable. Lu Xiaoyu said she didn't speak Rambo and was about to give up, but the audience cheered her on, suggesting she could contact the other party in English. Intrigued, she called the Rambo Land Management and Resources Bureau and provided the property number. After a brief silence, the other party replied that they didn't have the authority to query, leaving her puzzled. Some in the comments suspected this was the property of a top-secret individual. Otherwise, how could even the authorities not have discovered it? Meanwhile, in Lumbo, on the boulevard leading to the Masna Castle, a military vehicle sped along. Inside, Major General Jose urged the driver to speed up, his heart brimming with excitement. He had just heard the news from his cousin at the Bureau of Land and Resources and wanted to get to the castle before everyone else. Although Jose was not young and held a low position in the military, he knew full well the formidable power of the castle's owner. Hurry, hurry, be the first. In the car, besides himself, there were guards. In order to be quick, he only brought 4 guards with him. The driver reminded Jose that the castle of Masna lay just ahead. He was already impatient, and his cousin's call reminded him that someone was inquiring about the castle's ownership, signaling an opportunity. For that man, no obstacle was a problem. He had to get there before everyone else. However, the car braked suddenly, nearly throwing him out of the seat. The guard immediately restrained him and whispered that gunshots had been heard. This place was not far from the castle, and if there was an invasion, the situation would be extremely serious. At this moment, a cold warning came from the car radio. They informed him that this was private territory. Warning shots would be fired within 5 kilometers, and within 3 kilometers, they could be shot to death. Jose's heart trembled. Jacob's name made him wary. He was his master's most trusted butler. He introduced himself as Major General Rambeau and presented his grandmother's emerald ring and a visiting card as a gift. The radio instructed him to put his belongings on the ground, get out of the car, and raise his hands. A military drone quickly descended, collecting the gifts and the visiting card. A moment later, he was told to come alone. Jose, beaming, ordered the guards to stay while he drove up the mountain road toward the castle. As he walked, he heard a rustling sound in the jungle, as if shadows were following him. Nearly 3 kilometers away, 2 armored tanks pointed their guns directly at him, and a cold sweat instantly broke out. Further ahead, the towering outline of an ancient castle emerged, and at the gate stood an old man in a tuxedo. It was Jacob. Jacob returned the gift box to Jose and told him to leave without a second thought. He couldn't conceal his excitement at the prospect of his master's return. Jose tentatively suggested sending a reconnaissance team to assist with security, but was silenced by the response, "The master's back. What's there to worry about?" Jose had no choice but to say goodbye and descend the mountain. As he passed the tank, a sudden, loud bang made him slam on the brakes. A car ahead, struck by sniper bullets, slammed into the roadblock, sending plumes of smoke billowing. Through the car window, he recognized the bloodied figure of Lieutenant General Rondo inside. This scene chilled him to the bone, and he no longer held any hope. Jacob called and said, meaningfully, "There's a seat above you." Jose fully understood the terrifying nature of this master. Even his butler could be so cold-blooded. He immediately led his men away, not daring to linger even a moment. Jose knew very well that the terrible lieutenant general would kill people without even blinking an eye. And he was just a major general. If he broke the rules one day, the other party would have no psychological burden to take action against him. This kind of person is really scary. A country's lieutenant generals and senior military officials are almost like playthings in front of such an existence. However, he also understood that this matter would definitely not have any result in the end. On the way out, 2 military vehicles were speeding ahead, chasing each other as if they were sprinting on a racetrack. It was clearly a military vehicle, but they drove it at the speed and momentum of a racing car. General Ford yelled from inside the car, "Elol, are you crazy? Do you want to die? I think you're tired of living, aren't you, Ford? You're almost 70. You're 66 already. What's the rush? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" The car stopped on the side of the road, and the 2 men still refused to give in to each other, and neither of them was inferior to the other in momentum. Jose looked at them and felt that he was right to come early. At this time, the roar of a helicopter was heard in the sky, and a helicopter flew overhead, heading straight towards the castle. Ford looked up. "Is that the president's helicopter?" Eller frowned. "Really? What is he doing here? What else can you do? Just like us." Ford snorted. "How shameless." Ayler rarely agreed. "Yes, how shameless." The 2 cars drove side by side, and Ford sighed. "What a robbery." Ayler's face darkened. "Are you crazy? Now it's the Star Army. You were once the ash of disaster, but now you are the shining star that saves the world." Ford smiled meaningfully. Ayler also nodded. "They are all miserable people." "I wish I could," muttered Ford. "Me too, but can you talk to me properly?" "What?" The car drove away. In a hidden place, a man suddenly stood up and said, "Just now, someone checked the Star-Lord's 2 properties. Is the Star-Lord coming back?" The other man stood up suddenly, his eyes filled with tears, his voice trembling with excitement. "Finally, I have waited for this day." In the tropical rainforest of Southeast Asia, a group of armed militants were walking through the forest, transporting a batch of drugs for trading. There were 40 or 50 people, each with a sallow complexion and cold eyes, holding various weapons in their hands. The leader said coldly, "The trading point is not far ahead. General Chipa's men have set up an ambush." Someone laughed excitedly. "Let's have a good kill later." Before the laughter died down, the leader suddenly ordered, "Stop." There are people ahead. Everyone looked up and saw a man standing in the jungle, who seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. Were you sent by Mr. Long to pick us up? Asked the leader. The man raised his head, with a hideous scar on his face. He swept his cold eyes over everyone, finally stopping at the face of a young man. I'm here to see him. Everyone was stunned. The young man was called Afu. He had just joined the team, but he was extremely fierce. Afu, do you know him? The leader suspected an insider. Afu lowered his head, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said hoarsely, Xinghua army? Humph. Do you think you can hide? The scarred man said coldly. Anyone who invades our territory will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Before he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The next moment, several heads flew up, blood spurted out like pillars, and the screams stopped abruptly. Boom. The jungle exploded, dirt flying everywhere, like an invisible bomb going off. In just a few seconds, an area of 50 meters was razed to the ground, causing heavy casualties. A man in black robe walked out of the smoke and dust, holding a human head in his hand, his eyes as cold as a devil from hell. He glanced at the leader, and he felt a chill all over his body. Is this still a human being? You're not even aware of the sword hanging over your head, and you dare to spread these things? Damn it. The moment he raised his hand, a gunshot rang out, but the black shadow had disappeared. The next moment, the four of them fell to the ground and died at the same time. The leader frantically searched for the other party, but couldn't even catch a glimpse of their shadow. Devil. This is the devil, he murmured tremblingly. The only two people left were in despair. A man in a black robe suddenly appeared before him, holding the corpse in one hand and a phone in the other. Mission accomplished. Someone has infiltrated here. When he heard the news that Lord Star-Lord has appeared, his tone changed, and he became extremely excited. After hanging up the phone, he dropped the body and said, You're lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up, and the shock wave swept around. The leader collapsed to the ground, still in shock. But suddenly a fireball flew from the sky. Boom. The cargo instantly caught fire, engulfing the two of them. Chapter 21. Do you know who my brother-in-law is? In the live stream, the audience chattered endlessly, some doubting the authenticity, others convinced. After all, forging something like a real estate certificate was extremely expensive. Xiaoze didn't argue much, simply asking Lu Xiaoyu to put the papers back. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, such things couldn't be thrown away casually. As Lu Xiaoyu was about to put away the car models in her drawer, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her, and a smile crossed her face. She thought, perhaps hidden within these models was the theme of today's live stream, hidden treasures. The audience erupted in excitement, some finding it absurd, others agreeing that the more unlikely a situation, the more likely it is to hold a surprise. She simply lined up 20 or 30 models neatly, even giving them a close-up. The models of luxury cars, such as Pagani, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and Lamborghini, gleamed under the lights, looking almost like the real thing. Some people lamented that if they were real cars, they would be worth at least hundreds of millions. In the comments, many car-savvy viewers recognized these as limited editions, some even one-of-a-kind. Wang Qi, founder of the Shanghai Supercar Club, was also watching the live stream. He stared at the last ceramic white Ferrari model, his brow furrowed slightly, unable to even identify the model. Just then, a few wealthy second-generation members of a supercar club walked in. Among them was the Lufing family, the exclusive domestic Ferrari distributor, and a deep knowledge of Ferrari. He took Wang Qi's phone, examined it carefully for a few seconds, and his expression suddenly became serious. A few years ago, their family had shipped a genuine car of the same model from abroad, and the old man had even forbidden him to touch it. The car's shape resembled a crouching beast, its red lines forming a mysterious pattern resembling both stars and the moon. Everyone was amazed, as this car had never appeared at the official Ferrari stand. Some speculated it was a limited edition, yet others doubted the car existed. One diehard Ferrari fan stared at the model and exclaimed he wanted to buy it. He even entered the live stream and offered 10,000 yuan to secure the last model. The comments instantly went viral, with some mocking the low price as an insult, while others questioned whether he knew there were bottles of wine worth hundreds of millions of yuan here. The man, blushing from the ridicule, raised the price to 100,000 out of anger, thinking it would be enough to shock the audience. However, no one in the live stream was amazed, and instead, there was more sarcasm. One person sarcastically said that a broken bottle was worth more than that, while another kept repeating, "Do you know who my brother-in-law is?" Chun Imo watched from the side and couldn't help but tease Wang Qi. The atmosphere in this live stream room was completely different from other places. Elsewhere, a high price would earn countless admirers, But here, 100,000 didn't even seem to be enough to make a splash. Chapter 22. This person cannot be provoked, otherwise he will die. Chun Imo stared at the screen, bewildered, asking what the question meant. The live stream was flooded with the same question. Do you know who my brother-in-law is? Wang Chi simply responded, saying the streamer's brother-in-law was quite something. Curious, Chun Imo wanted to find out, but Wang Chi himself didn't even recognize him. A few words went back and forth, and the atmosphere became playful. Chun Imo even joked about joining the streamer's fan group. Wang Chi shook her head, saying it was only her first day watching her live stream, yet she had already shot to the top of the fan list. She also jokingly remarked that Romani Conti was as plentiful as soft drinks in the live stream room. The people around her were skeptical. This wine wasn't something you could just buy. The wealthy second generations present knew that even with the money, Romani Conti wasn't always easy to come by, let alone see boxes upon boxes. Wang Chi, however, was certain he'd seen the anti-counterfeiting markings and casually suggested that the Supercar models might actually represent the actual cars. Everyone was stunned. Over 20 limited edition cars, worth hundreds of millions. Even with the Wang family's considerable wealth, Wang Chi might not be able to afford some models, especially the world's only available models, which are a symbol of status and position. He even jokingly said that even some of the wealthiest people might not have the opportunity to own one. After hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but want to confirm it with his family. He asked Wang Chi to take a screenshot and send it to him, who then sent it to his father, Lu Changshan. At that moment, Lu Changshan was standing in his high-rise office in Shanghai, with a magnificent view of the Huangpu River and the Oriental Pearl Tower behind him. He had been relaxed, but the moment he saw the photo, he froze in place. The familiar Ferrari gave him a jolt. Images from deep within his memory flooded back, and he even broke out in a cold sweat. As a business magnate in charge of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, he knew well that some people and things were not to be touched lightly. He worried his son might have messed with someone he shouldn't. In a state of panic, he dialed the phone with trembling hands. Just as Lu Feng was about to contact his father, the call came in first. Before he could even begin to explain, he heard his father's anxious voice, questioning the origins of the photo and sternly warning him that if he had truly offended the other party, he would have to apologize immediately, even if it meant severing their father-son relationship. Everyone present was stunned. This reaction was too exaggerated. Wang Chi, however, grasped a few key words: provoke, apologize, forgive. This meant the owner was someone extraordinary, even making Lu Changshan hesitate. Lu Feng, bewildered, hastily explained that he was simply inquiring about the car's model. Lu Changshan breathed a sigh of relief, but then immediately pressed him on where he'd seen the car and whether he'd met the owner. Lu Feng shook his head, saying it was just a model shown in the livestream. But after the old man carefully examined the photo, his eyes hardened. That tiny scratch was a familiar mark. After confirming it was correct, he became even more nervous and kept asking about the situation in the live broadcast room. Lu Feng had no choice but to tell the truth. It was a live broadcaster showing off his brother-in-law's collection. They were just watching and asked Chun Imo to send some gifts. Lu Changshan couldn't help but curse when he heard this, and warned them not to mess with this person, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The words, "The whole family will be buried with him," completely stunned Lu Feng. His father was always calm and reserved, never exaggerating. But his reaction was enough to demonstrate that the owner of this car was more important than he had imagined. Wang Chi's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask Lu Changshan about the origins of this mysterious Ferrari. Chapter 23. Go and plead guilty now. Lu Changshan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Wang Chi's voice. The Wang family was quite powerful in Shanghai, and Wang Chi's steady demeanor reassured him. He explained in a deep voice that the car was a Ferrari Starlight, custom-made for a certain high-ranking figure. It was the only one of its kind in the world, jointly built by several leading automakers. That car, a product of the world's most advanced technology and design resources at the time, even attracted the cooperation of competing car companies. Lu Feng was stunned, suspecting his father of his own improbable claims. Lu Changshan, however, sternly rebuked him, warning him that he had better not offend the car's owner, or face dire consequences. Wang Chi pressed for details, and Lu Changshan explained that during the car delivery, an engineer accidentally scratched the key. This caused the executives present to react terribly, some even threatening to ban the engineer. Ultimately, it was the car owner who spoke up, and the incident still haunts him. He then told Chun Imo to apologize for his actions during the live stream. Although Chun Imo was curious about the car owner's identity, Lu Changshan bluntly replied, "I don't know, and don't ask." After hanging up, He contacted his old friend Chen Dekhang to remind him that his son had been speaking rudely in the live stream of someone he shouldn't have offended. Chen Dekhang, on the other end of the line, was furious and vowed to teach his son a lesson. Meanwhile, the wealthy second generations looked at each other, vaguely realizing the gravity of the situation. Lu Feng reminded Chen Mo that it would be best to do as he was told. But Chen Mo dismissed the idea, believing the older generation was overly cautious and unconvinced that anyone could truly control everything. Wang Qi, however, shook his head and urged him to be cautious. After all, even the world's richest man might not be afforded the privilege of having global automakers collaborate on a vehicle. Chen Mo ignored her and continued to plan to go to the club. Then his father called, furious, demanding an immediate apology and forgiveness. Chen Mo publicly contradicted him, feeling that as the heir to a multi-billion-dollar corporation, he couldn't possibly bow down to a mere anchor. Furious, Chen Dekhang lost control, demanding the location and threatening to come immediately. Wang Qi and Lu Feng exchanged glances, both realizing the situation had unfolded beyond their expectations. Despite Chen Mo's tough talk, he was already beginning to feel uneasy. Not long after, a roar came from the gate, and Chen Mo was stunned. His father really came. Chen Dekhang rushed in quickly, his fat body exuding a sense of oppression. Without saying a word, he grabbed Chen Mo's ear and forcibly dragged him away. Come with me and apologize now. Damn it, you're courting death yourself, don't count me in. Everyone was silent for a moment, and Lu Feng whispered a reminder to be careful with his wording. Uncle Chen hadn't said an apology, but rather an apology. The weight of this statement made everyone present feel heavy-hearted, and they even vaguely felt that it might mean a personal apology. Wang Qi couldn't help but sigh, wondering what level of existence this person was. Lu Changshun and Chen Dekhang, two billionaires, were so awed by the sight of someone so reverent. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, then offered to go along and see what was going on. While everyone thought it was inappropriate, curiosity got the better of them, and they quickly made a decision. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu remained completely oblivious to the outside world in the livestream. Watching the number of online viewers soar to over 1 million, she beamed with excitement. This was an unimaginable milestone for her. She secretly felt fortunate to have such a mysterious brother-in-law. It was an unexpected blessing. After showing the audience the car model, she searched the bookshelf again, but found nothing. She murmured in disbelief, wondering if there were any men in the world who didn't hide their secret stash of money. Someone in the comments joked that she had already found assets worth hundreds of millions, and that wasn't even counting the hidden gems. The audience jokingly anticipated the evening's Shura field, but Lu Xiaoyu remained unsatisfied. She sat on the couch, swinging her legs, wondering if there must be something else on the bookshelf. Suddenly, her toe struck something hard, a dull thump, prompting her to quickly lower her head to investigate. Following the sound, she discovered several dusty cardboard boxes beneath the couch. She carried them out, wiped them clean with a rag, and carefully opened them. She told the audience, full of hope, that there might be unexpected treasures hidden here. However, all she saw were old books. She wrinkled her nose as she flipped through the pages, a musty smell hitting her face. She looked up and saw 4 characters on the cover. Yonghua Encyclopedia. The sallow cover was perfectly preserved, the volumes clearly numbered. Just as she was about to remove it, a barrage of comments suddenly flooded the screen, warning her to stop, their tone more tense than ever. Speculations swirled on the screen about a priceless ancient tome. Some explained that the Yonghua Encyclopedia was a massive encyclopedia compiled by Xie Jin, Yao Guangxiao, and others during the Yonghua reign of Emperor Qingzu of the Ming Dynasty. It encompassed nearly all ancient knowledge, including classics, history, astronomy, geography, medicine, and divination. Another audience member added that this book, once recognized by the Encyclopedia Britannica as the largest encyclopedia in world history, is an important symbol of Chinese culture. However, few copies exist today, with most existing ones being handwritten copies from the Jiajing period, totaling less than 800 volumes. A doctoral student who calls himself a history psychic commented in the comments, pointing out that the book originally consisted of over 20,000 volumes, but only a fraction remains. He expressed surprise that, judging by the images, the book is not among the known surviving volumes and could therefore be of extremely high historical and cultural value. His statement immediately caused a stir. Some realized that this might be an undiscovered version, with immeasurable academic and collector's value. Many others urged Lu Xiaoyu to treat it with care and not touch it casually, fearing that this precious ancient book would be damaged. The comments were heated, with some even exaggerating that their families were so frightened they thought they were being electrocuted. Lu Xiaoyu stood in front of the camera, somewhat bewildered. She then realized that what was in front of her might not be an ordinary collection. So what should we do next? Lu Xiaoyu was also confused. Ancient books? During the live stream, someone found some information online. Even a handwritten copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia from the Jiajing period would be incredibly valuable. Last year, 2 copies fetched 6 million euros, or nearly 30 million euros each. The online chatter instantly went wild, with people speculating whether there might be a dozen or more copies hidden in the box. Someone excitedly exclaimed, "If this is real, this box of books alone could be worth 600 million yuan." Others lamented that if it were the originals, their significance and price would be immeasurable. Faced with this situation, the audience began to urge Lu Xiaoyu to check if the contents underneath were all the Yongle Encyclopedia, but also reminded her to be extremely careful. Lu Xiaoyu was caught in a dilemma, fearing damage, yet also afraid of missing out on the surprise. The commentary called on a historical psychic for advice. Meanwhile, when Hong Yun, at the Graduate School of History at Kyoto University, was reporting to his advisor, Yi Guiming, that he had seen a suspected missing volume of the Yongle Encyclopedia during a live stream. At first, Yi Guiming didn't take it seriously, but when he heard it was volume 12,729, Men Ziyun, he nearly jumped out of his chair. Having devoted his life to studying the Yongle Encyclopedia, he held it close to his heart, like a dear family. He immediately ordered his disciples to prepare to set out, determined to verify the authenticity of the manuscript with their own eyes. Yi Guiming borrowed the phone and saw the familiar, yet unfamiliar 4 characters on the cover, a mixture of emotions welling up within him. The excellent condition of the book was surprising, yet the details on the cover differed from his memory, perhaps due to later repairs. He was eager to read the inner pages, yet worried about damaging the ancient book. In the live stream, a historical psychic reminded Lu Xiaoyu that the value of ancient books is closely related to the paper material, so it's best not to rashly flip through them. Instead, they suggested taking them to a library or cultural center for professional appraisal. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu decided to take a few suspected antiques with her that afternoon for verification. She checked the time, seeing it was only a little after 10, so she told her viewers to go off at 11:30 for lunch and leave for the appraisal at 12. Netizens were thrilled, with gifts and carnivals constantly flooding the screen. The entire live stream was as lively as a festival, pushing the atmosphere to a new climax. Amidst the cheers of netizens, Lu Xiaoyu continued to search the study. Temporarily putting down the Yongle Encyclopedia, she caught a whiff of a faint fragrance near the tea table. Following the scent, she discovered a heavy wooden box on the couch, its surface thickly patinated and intricately carved with dragon and phoenix patterns. She gently lifted the hood-like base, revealing the box's interior. Atop the wooden base was a red cushion, covered with a yellow cloth. Lifting the cloth, she saw a ring nestled in the center. Plain in appearance, but with a stone embedded in the setting, a naturally formed human could be vaguely discerned in the center. The audience wasn't particularly interested in the ring itself, but rather in the wooden box. Some described the box's texture and craftsmanship as reminiscent of the Imperial seal boxes in period dramas. On the commentary screen, some keenly questioned why the brother-in-law's property certificates and ancient books were placed haphazardly, while this ring was so cherished. Someone in the live stream determined that the ring was something special and suggested Lu Xiaoyu take it in for appraisal. Soon, a viewer noticed the wooden box containing the ring and told her that this type of box has a name, a treasure box. The most famous is the 8-layered treasure box made by Emperor Yizong of the Tang dynasty to enshrine Buddhist relics, now housed in the Famen Temple Museum. Someone in the comments lamented that this type of treasure box is a national treasure that is prohibited from leaving the country, while the one in Lu Xiaoyu's hand looks like it is made of red sandalwood, with exquisite carvings and a strong sense of age. For a time, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared again, and the audience was eager to know its true identity and historical background. At that moment, at the Famen Temple Museum in Yongcheng, young curator Zhou Jiqiang was being criticized by his superiors. He couldn't help but explain that he was watching a live broadcast because a treasure box that looked like it was from the Tang dynasty appeared. Based on the shape and carving style, he initially suspected it was made of red sandalwood and possibly from the Tang dynasty. Zhou Jiqiang was no ordinary curator. He was a student of renowned Chinese archaeologist Wan Hongyi and had participated in numerous significant excavations of Tang dynasty artifacts. Upon hearing this, his superiors immediately realized that this could be a crucial reference for restoring the museum's 8-layered treasure box. If it truly dated from the Tang dynasty, It would provide valuable evidence for the restoration of the outer layer. He urged Zhou Jiqiang to contact Wan Hongyi for confirmation. After the video screenshot was sent, Wan Hongyi remained silent for a long time, clearly analyzing the details. 20 minutes later, he affirmed that the treasure box was indeed from the Tang dynasty and asked his disciples to determine its age. Zhou Jiqiang confidently concluded that it was a model from the reign of the two saints. He explained that the carving of two dragons playing with a pearl on the exterior of the treasure box was extremely rare in previous dynasties, appearing only during the 3 years of the Tang dynasty, when the two sages reigned. Wan Hongyi agreed with his assessment, adding that Wu Zetian, during this period, had not yet fully assumed power, and therefore would have devoted considerable attention to the design of the vessel to demonstrate her authority. Further speculation suggests that this treasure box was likely crafted between 664 and 666 AD to hold the imperial seal. This makes it not only an extremely rare Tang dynasty royal artifact, but also a symbol of a specific historical context, its value beyond monetary value. Hearing the words, imperial seal of the state, the middle-aged curator instantly grasped its significance. Even after years of museum experience, the mere presence of such a symbol of imperial power was enough to send a shiver down his spine. Wan Hongyi explained that it was cast by Qin Shi Huang, bearing the inscription, Mandate from Heaven, long live and prosper, and possessing an inestimable value. Zhou Jiqiang explained that he had seen the treasure box during a live stream, and the owner, seemingly unaware of the treasure box's existence, had used it to store an ordinary ring. Compared to the treasure box's potential historical significance, the ring was insignificant. Wan Hongyi immediately requested to watch the live stream to discern the details. The middle-aged curator finally realized what was happening and tried to stop Zhou Jiqiang from sharing the live stream. If someone else got their hands on these unclaimed, precious artifacts, his contribution would be lost. However, Zhou Jiqiang had already sent the link, leaving the middle-aged curator speechless with anger, only able to secretly plan his next move. Meanwhile, the live stream's popularity soared. Wan Hongyi, with the help of a student, entered the room and tried to get the host's attention. The student suggested pinning the message with the highest reward. He readily entered his payment password, and special effects and a carnival immediately exploded onto the screen. Can I take a closer look at this treasure box? This pinned post immediately caused a sensation. Lu Xiaoyu, overwhelmed with delight, unhesitatingly focused her camera on the treasure box. The audience then realized that this might have once held the imperial seal. The comments instantly boiled over, and the discussion grew louder and louder. Some knowledgeable people recognized Wan Hongyi's name and inquired about its authenticity. He quickly confirmed in a pinned comment that the treasure box, judging by its carving and design, was a container for imperial seals during the reign of 2 emperors in the Tang dynasty. Although C-14 testing hadn't been done, the material and decoration were highly consistent with historical records. Students couldn't help but remind him that the teacher had already donated to several carnivals in a short period of time, which was a considerable expense. Wan Hongyi, however, shrugged it off, saying that as long as it could attract more people to the history and foster a love for it, the investment was insignificant. This remark earned him respect from many in the audience. Someone explained in the comments that the two saints in the reign period, a special period lasting only 3 years, saw Emperor Gaozong and Empress Wu Zetian share power. Because of this, these imperial artifacts are exceptionally rare and precious. History enthusiasts were eager to discuss their dates, uses, and historical context, creating an atmosphere of unprecedented enthusiasm. Soon, antique dealers were also drawn in. Baiguzi was the first to offer 50 million for the treasure box, followed by Yushifeng and Gedong Zai, who each raised the price, until the price soared to 56 million. On the barrage, viewers joked that it resembled a live auction. However, the real climax was yet to come. Kyoto Treasure House directly raised the price to 200 million and questioned the bids of other merchants as price-cutting profiteers. In an instant, the live broadcast room was completely boiling, and the audience's exclamations and gift special effects filled the entire screen. During the live stream, some viewers lamented that someone had finally offered a high price. Considering the imperial seal, coupled with the special period of the reign of the 2 emperors, tens of millions of dollars was simply a joke. Many others pointed out that Tang dynasty artifacts like these, bearing distinct imperial and period characteristics, were inherently rare and held historical significance far beyond monetary value. In Kyoto's antique street, the owner of an antique shop smashed a teapot in anger. He considered Treasure House's direct bid a violation of protocol. Even if 200 million was a bargain, the loss of the chance to profit from the difference made him furious. He quickly bid on his phone, 210 million, and forced his hand onto the table. Baeguzi, unwilling to be outdone, immediately bid 220 million. Ye Shifang and Xinbeifang continued to raise the price, soaring all the way to 500 million. More and more antique dealers and private collectors joined in, and the live stream completely transformed into an auction, leaving the audience stunned and the screen filled with exclamations. Lu Xiaoyu watched the price soar, her heart pounding. She admitted that the treasure box belonged to her brother-in-law, and she had no say in the matter, but the audience teased her that she might as well just sell it. A few hundred million would be enough to last a lifetime. Just as the atmosphere was heating up, several high-ranking bidders suddenly vanished from the livestream. Someone in the comments joked that they were already on their way to Shanghai. The owner of the Gedongzai immediately ordered his assistant to buy the fastest flight possible, abandoning his multi-million-dollar business. Upon arriving at the airport, he discovered that more than a dozen of his colleagues from Xinbeifang, Baeguzi, and Ye Shifang were also there, all members of the Kyoto Antiques Association. In the terminal, tensions flared, with everyone threatening to seize the Imperial seal. This wasn't just a fight for the treasure, but a contest among themselves. Everyone knew that if it truly was the Imperial seal passed down from the second emperor to the throne, its value would be unparalleled, not just in terms of collectible value. The symbolic significance behind it was also unparalleled. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan, president of the Kyoto Antiques Association, was sipping tea in his office. Upon learning that several prominent members had come to the Magic City to seize the treasure, he initially dismissed the idea. But then he heard the treasure letter dated back to the reign of the two saints and had been personally authenticated by Wan Hongyi. His expression suddenly darkened. He immediately ordered the personnel at the scene to return immediately, angrily denouncing them as walking into a trap. Lu Qingyuan knew that national treasures like these were extremely complex, and that if handled carelessly, they could not only be taken over by the authorities, but also lead to unforeseen troubles. The secretary stood there in a daze, unable to understand Lu Qingyuan's anger. How could accepting a mere antique be considered seeking death? Lu Qingyuan, usually gentle and refined, was now anxious and pressing him to call the person to withdraw the item immediately, and even rushed to the airport himself. The secretary secretly speculated that the president was going to personally take the treasure box and use his aura to scare off his colleagues. He knew that although the Antiques Association was a loose organization, Lu Qingyuan's influence could not be underestimated. Thinking of this, the secretary hurried to follow. As the car sped toward the airport, Lu Qingyuan had already called the owner of the treasure house. Old Zhou, still somewhat smug on the phone, said he'd lend him the treasure box once he got it. Lu Qingyuan's tone was urgent, stating that no one could afford to offend the owner and that they had to stop immediately. A burst of laughter came from the other end of the line, with several colleagues jokingly saying he had no chance this time and reminding him that antiques depend on fate. Lu Qingyuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He couldn't help but raise his voice. "I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to save you. This person is not someone you can touch." Old Zhou sensed something was amiss and inquired about the cause. Lu Qingyuan gravely recalled the auction in Country F, the famous rabbit beast head auction. The scene was chaotic, with some even wearing guns. Ultimately, the Chinese businessman who had purchased the rabbit beast had not only returned home safely, but also refused to pay the auction price. Lu Qingyuan explained that the grand finale of that auction was the Imperial seal and treasure box. Amidst the chaos, a young man appeared at the venue and bluntly declared that this item belonged to our country and could not be auctioned. Accompanying him at the time was the president of Country F. Upon seeing this, the auctioneer knelt on the spot. He refused the rabbit beast head, but returned to take the treasure box after receiving a phone call. Lu Qingyuan still remembers that the call was from a woman who simply asked him to buy a bag of sunflower seeds on his way home. As the young woman passed by him, she said in Chinese, "It's just right for storing the sunflower seed shells." The antique dealers on the other end of the phone fell into a brief silence. "Old Lu, are you kidding?" "I'm not kidding." He took the Imperial seal and precious box, and neither the president nor the auctioneer dared to say a word. The lively atmosphere in the livestream room remained undimmed, even as some complained about the incredibly valuable treasure box being used to hold only a ring. In the comments, some dismissed the ring as ordinary, while others insisted it must hold a hidden meaning, particularly the inscription of the Chinese character person carved into the stone, which fueled their curiosity. Seeing the number of people surpass 2 million, Lu Xiaoyu should have been happy, but instead, she felt a surge of doubt. The more she thought about it, the more strange it seemed. Why would her brother-in-law just casually put a truly ordinary ring in a box like that? She picked up the ring and examined it carefully again. At that moment, thousands of miles away, atop a snow-capped mountain, a streamlined plane soared through the sky and descended into the mountain. A heavy, hidden door slowly swung open, revealing a massive base hidden deep within the snowy peaks. As the plane came to a stop, a tall man leaped from the plane, sprinting like a meteor toward a room. He pushed the door open and eagerly asked if the Star Lord had returned. However, the room was empty except for his two companions. The long-haired young man smiled and shook his head, saying that the Star Lord had not returned, but had brought important news. The star ring had appeared, symbolizing the Star Lord's call to arms. A glint flashed in the man's eyes, and he demanded his whereabouts. The large screen lit up, revealing Lu Xiaoyu's live stream. The object, mocked by netizens as an ordinary ring, was, in their eyes, an irreplaceable token of love. The left and right strokes, carved into the stone, symbolized humanity, something only the Xinghua army could understand. Since the star ring has appeared, it's a summons from the Star Lord. The big man grinned. The three of them exchanged glances and responded in unison. Summon the 108 constellations and immediately rushed to China to welcome the Star Lord's return. The laughter echoed in the secret room, carrying an unsettling sense of resolve. No one outside knew the ring's meaning. The livestream audience was still reveling in the shocking price paid for the jade seal and treasure box. Someone joked that this was a haven for underachievers, and that the afternoon's appraisal tour was sure to be exciting. The wind-listening vase, the Yonhla encyclopedia, the treasure box, the ring. Each one could be a truly remarkable antique. Would you like to appraise the wine as well? Someone suggested, but it was quickly rejected. They would focus on the antiques today and leave the rest for later. Lu Xiaoyu was also urged by netizens to continue searching. Time was running out, and no one wanted to waste a single moment. Someone joked that the brother-in-law hadn't found a single penny of his private money yet unexpectedly discovered billions in assets. This immediately caused an uproar in the comments section. In Shanghai, such a house isn't considered shabby, but compared to the billions in collections, it's certainly nothing. As the show drew to a close, some audience members clamored to see the toilet tank, claiming it was a classic place to hide money. The jokes grew increasingly outrageous, with some speculating whether it was a solid gold toilet, a custom-made luxury brand, or even a bold imagining, a space toilet, costing hundreds of millions of dollars. Lu Xiaoyu, on the other side of the screen, was also amused by these exaggerated speculations. However, her curiosity was even stronger. The audience in the live stream were enthusiastically discussing an outrageous question. Could the toilet in Xiao Zhe's home be made of gold? Newcomers were bewildered, confused as to why a single bathroom could spark so much speculation, with some even citing a cost of hundreds of millions of yuan. They jokingly commented that the audience's imaginations were outrageous. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh, pretending to be mysterious and saying she'd satisfy everyone's curiosity. She walked into the bathroom, phone in hand, and scanned the neatly arranged space, a dry and wet area separated by a sink filled with skincare products. The only difference was a crooked painting hanging next to the toilet in the cubicle. She simply lifted the lid of the water tank and announced in disappointment that it was empty. The online commentary immediately went viral. Some people began to list all the treasures she had found during her half-day live stream, from rice to porcelain, from a wine cellar to a wind-listening vase, from overseas real estate to the Yonhla encyclopedia, and even the Imperial seal, treasure box, and the ring. Faced with these doubts, Lu Xiaoyu quipped that her family was just an ordinary one, and that her brother-in-law couldn't possibly be that wealthy, otherwise why would he marry her sister? She also quipped that if he truly had that kind of wealth, it would have been a strong business marriage. However, the audience wasn't buying it, and some threatened to record her tricking her sister remarks. At that moment, someone suddenly pointed out that everyone was staring at the toilet, but no one had noticed the painting on the wall. Lu Xiaoyu focused her camera on the painting, two dark-skinned women against an unfamiliar tropical landscape. The audience expressed their disapproval, with some even jokingly calling it a laxative. However, a netizen named Danxing Miaosho solemnly claimed that the painting was called When Will You Get Married, and was a work by Impressionist master Paul Gauguin, with a market value of $300 million. The news caused an uproar in the live broadcast room, with many questioning the waste of such a painting hanging in the toilet. An art professional explained that Gauguin's later works are known for their exquisite use of color. This painting, which uses imaginary rather than natural colors, is valuable not only for its fame, but also for its artistic status. The painter even claimed to have seen the original and found that the brushstrokes and paint traces are highly consistent with the original. These remarks immediately sparked speculation. Some suspected he was an industry insider, while others half-jokingly mentioned the forger who had recently been invited for tea. The discussion quickly shifted from the toilet to the painting, with more viewers demanding that the painting also be included in the afternoon's appraisal. Lu Xiaoyu was completely stunned. She remembered that when she first visited her brother-in-law's house, she had asked why such a large, rather ugly painting was hanging in the bathroom. That day, her sister burst out laughing, saying that her brother-in-law had been bored while accompanying her on a business trip abroad, so he bought the painting at an art exhibition because looking at it could cure constipation. At the time, she just thought her brother-in-law was weird. Now, thinking about it again, and considering that someone in the live broadcast room had just guessed his true intentions, she was speechless. But if it was true, as some people said, that this painting was worth $300 million, then her brother-in-law's train of thought was too outrageous. She shook her head, wondering who in their right mind would spend $300 million on a magic laxative. But the painting was too large to be moved for appraisal, so she decided to put it aside. Glancing at the time, she announced that the morning's live stream was over and that she would spend the afternoon appraising the treasures. At this point, the live stream room erupted in excitement, with everyone eagerly asking what time the event would begin and what items would be appraised. Lu Xiaoyu simply named the list: the Win listening vase, the Yongla encyclopedia, the Imperial seal and treasure box, and the ring. Regardless of whether the items were genuine or fake, they were listed first, guaranteeing a huge buzz in the afternoon. She knew that this wave of popularity was all thanks to her brother-in-law, but it didn't matter. The house was big, and she could continue to dig for treasures in the future. Thinking of this, she quickly ended the broadcast, poured a glass of water, and ordered a takeout to replenish her energy. On the other side, in a certain internet celebrity incubation company in Lujiazui, Shanghai, a young boss put down his cutlery, looked up, and said, "Contact her." This company is very powerful and has already produced anchors with tens of millions of fans, and several with millions of fans. Before her takeaway arrived, Lu Xiaoyu received a strange phone call. The caller claimed to be from Shiba's studio, inviting her to sign a contract. They started by promising her a commission, resources, and a homepage feature. They even gave the example of the top performers in the studio getting a 280% commission. In the past, she might have agreed immediately. But now, she's a live streamer with millions of followers, and her afternoon live streams are featured directly on the homepage. She already had an idea. If others can open a studio, why can't she? So she politely declined. But the other party's tone suddenly turned cold, saying that individual anchors had no future and would soon be eliminated without sponsors and resources. He gave her 10 minutes to think about it, and then made a harsh remark, saying that anchors like her who became famous overnight would fall like a shooting star in the blink of an eye. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. "Are you threatening me?" "You can understand it that way." The other party sneered. "Society is not as simple as you think." Shiba held a glass of red wine worth tens of thousands of yuan in his hand, shaking it slowly, trying to make himself look elegant and decent, like a real big shot. He was dressed in a suit and tie, his hair slicked back, and he had a stylist take care of his appearance every day. But even when he heard his subordinates report that Lu Xiaoyu refused to sign the contract, he still pretended to be calm. His subordinate smiled and said that the data would not lie. The number of fans exceeded 1 million in one morning, and several million were online. Such an anchor is worth investing in. Shiba's eyes flashed with interest, and he asked how to deal with it. His subordinate smiled meaningfully. First suppress the recommended position, and then send people to imitate the content to grab the popularity, to see if she is smart. At this point, Lu Xiaoyu was completely unaware that someone was watching her. She simply finished her takeout, packed up, and prepared for the afternoon's live broadcast of Appraising Treasures. At the same time, in a quiet courtyard in Kyoto, two old men were playing chess, but they were talking about the international situation. They heard that Country Y and Rambo had simultaneously mobilized their armies and replaced their generals, and they suspected that the man had appeared. An old man sighed and said, "Fortunately, he is Chinese. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous." Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and rushed in, bringing information. The 108 constellations of the Star Army and the four-pole Heavenly Kings are rushing to China, and their target is the Magic City. The two elders' expressions changed drastically. That was a near full-force outburst. It was definitely no small matter. More importantly, this news was likely deliberately leaked by the Xinhua army. "We can't stop them." The old man decisively rejected the custom's suggestion of interception. "What can we use to stop them? Lives? Dogheads." He ordered retired members of the Star Army in the country to investigate the situation. The scene cut to a large aircraft in the air. Inside the cabin, a long-haired youth, a large man, and a red-haired woman named Suzuku were watching Lu Xiaoyu's live broadcast. The live stream room was completely dark, clearly having just finished streaming. The large man complained, wondering why they were spreading the news so publicly. The long-haired young man replied calmly. This was Suzaku's decision. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu appeared on the screen, her eyes clearly showing signs of having cried. The long-haired young man was stunned. The Star-Lord's sister-in-law had been wronged. Suzaku just said coldly, "Speed up." The long-haired young man, codenamed Qing Long, was stunned for a moment. But we haven't waited for China's reply yet. Zhu Qiue's eyes turned cold, and he repeated his order. Full speed ahead. Let the 108 constellations reach the magic city in the shortest possible time. The air in the entire cabin instantly froze like ice. In an ancient courtyard in Kyoto, an elder was lost in thought over a chessboard. Xiao Feng rushed in, anxiously reporting that the four supreme heavenly kings of the Starlight Army had suddenly accelerated, breaking through the defense line and entering the border. Even more astonishingly, the 108 constellations and the Starlight Army within the country had simultaneously received the order and were speeding towards the Demon City. The elder's chess piece trembled slightly in his hand. He murmured, "Modu." Before he could finish his words, news arrived. Our Air Force had briefly engaged the four supreme heavenly kings. With a crisp thud, the chess piece slid to the ground. He angrily demanded to know why the interception had been carried out, but the order hadn't been delivered in time. Upon learning that no casualties had occurred, he issued a solemn order. Modu Airport is fully open. Special matters must be handled promptly. No interception is allowed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu had just hung up a phone call, tears still welling in her eyes. The head of Shiba Studios, smiling easily, asked if she was willing to sign a contract. She declined, unaware that the other party had already been scheming behind the scenes. Soon after, the website's homepage recommendations suddenly disappeared, instantly realizing the problem. The phone rang again, and the man coldly threatened. If she didn't sign, she would lose even more resources. Lu Xiaoyu, young and impetuous, refused to back down, insisting she could livestream even without a recommendation. The man, however, remained unfazed, his tone revealing a certainty of control. This blatant pressure infuriated her. Lu Xiaoyu began her livestream at noon. While the audience was enthusiastic, it was unusually small. Without giving it much thought, she packed up her belongings and prepared for the afternoon's appraisal session. Just then, the comments section suddenly erupted in a frenzy. Someone was plagiarizing her livestream, with an almost identical title. She picked up her phone and saw two fake live streams prominently featured on the homepage, already boasting millions of viewers. Instantly, she was certain this was the work of Shiba Studio. Feeling a mixture of grievance and anger, she simply smiled, admitting there was no point in imitating them, and continued to focus on the live stream. Fans spoke out on her behalf, accusing her of rampant counterfeiting and obvious scripting. Some even went to the plagiarizing live stream to confront her. Soon, a wave of unfamiliar accounts flooded into her live stream, launching into malicious insults. A heated exchange of words erupted in the comments, and the atmosphere quickly spiraled out of control. Even her naivete knew this was a despicable ploy. Faced with the venomous insults flooding the screen, tears finally fell. Fans offered their condolences, questioning why the website condones such behavior. But the other party remained relentless, some even mocking her for playing the victim to gain sympathy. Amidst the chaos and accusations, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was completely disrupted. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu felt a surge of grievance. She had done nothing wrong, merely refusing to sign the contract, yet they had targeted her in such a despicable manner. This feeling of powerlessness made her realize for the first time how filthy society could sometimes be. Recalling her early days of live streaming, she was questioned about her content and vocals, but that was merely criticism. Now, the venom has escalated to personal attacks. Within a short period of time, fans began flooding into the live stream, questioning why the homepage recommendations were dominated by fakes. Some suspected a deal, stating that she was uncompetitive without a contract. The comments were filled with mockery and doubt. Some were angry, some felt distressed, and some suspected the attacks were all from a scam. Seeing her fans speaking up for her, Lu Xiaoyu wiped away her tears and forced herself to announce that she would be offline after the afternoon broadcast. But she was already beginning to wonder if she should continue. Fans continued to encourage her, expressing their continued support. Some even joked about sending bodyguards to escort the treasures, which were worth billions. With the intervention of the housing management, the arrogance of the water army was gradually suppressed, and order was restored in the live broadcast room. Lu Xiaoyu washed her face again and turned the camera to the items on the table, the wind-listening vase, the Jade Seal, and the Yongla Encyclopedia. The comments instantly became abuzz with speculation that if all of these items were genuine, they would be worth at least billions. Others cautioned that possessing the authentic items would be too risky. She followed the advice and put down the wind listening bottle, replacing it with the broken pieces to be sent for appraisal. She carefully packed the items into the takeout box she had bought in advance to prevent any bumps. Once ready, she simply turned off the barrage, pushed open the door, and walked out. At the entrance to the residential complex, four taxis pulled up almost simultaneously. Fu Zhuai, a man in his 70s, was the first to get out, walking briskly on crutches. Su Yuxuan followed closely behind, teasing him about walking so fast and not worrying about falling. Lin Biao also got out, reminding him to be careful about his osteoporosis. Pu Zijing, the quietest of all, was the first to accelerate, dashing straight into the complex. Several people chased each other, but soon they all realized no one knew exactly which building the anchor lived in. Finding the complex was already a challenge, and now they were stuck at the last step. The four of them stopped discussing, verbally saying that they had been friends for many years and there was no need to fight over it. But when the wind listening bottle was mentioned, their eyes immediately lit up and they vowed to get it. As they were talking, Lin Biao caught a glimpse of a young girl holding a mobile phone approaching, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly stepped forward, introducing himself as Lin Biao from Kyoto Treasure Pavilion, and specifically mentioned that he had met her in the live broadcast room. After recognizing the anchor in front of him, he immediately lowered his posture and directly asked to chat alone, trying to pull her aside to avoid the three competitors. In his heart, this wind-listening bottle must never fall into the hands of others. Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily bewildered. She was just a small-time streamer, out live-streaming with a few of her collections, and yet she was stopped by an elderly stranger. Hearing him mention live-streaming, she instinctively clenched her takeout box and warily pointed her phone camera at him. Lin Biao introduced himself as the owner of the Jingdu Treasure Pavilion and said he was here to buy the wind-listening bottle from her, offering her 900 million yuan. Such a staggering sum almost took her breath away, but she quickly calmed down and explained that the wind-listening bottle was not hers, but her brother-in-law's. Lin Biao urged her to contact his brother-in-law immediately to confirm the authenticity of the artifact. If it turned out to be genuine, the 900 million yuan would be deposited immediately. As she hesitated, three elderly men suddenly rushed over, accusing Lin Biao of wanting to keep the treasure for himself, some even blocking their way with their canes. Amidst the chaos, Fu Zhuai stepped forward, claiming to be an authority in the antique world and offering to conduct an on-site appraisal. The livestream room exploded with discussion, with some questioning whether it was a scripted event, while others recognized Fu Zhuai, an honorary professor at Kyoto University and an expert in antique appraisal, alongside other prominent figures in the Kyoto antiques world, including Lin Biao, Su Yuxuan, and Pu Zijing. Netizens were buzzing with discussion, only intensifying the atmosphere. Lu Xiaoyu still had her doubts and confirmed their identities with the four men. Fu Zhuai smiled and nodded, emphasizing that she was merely assisting with the appraisal. The other three expressed their sincere interest in purchasing the items. Facing these four heavyweights in the antique world, she remained cautious and refused to take them home. Instead, she took a plastic bag from the box and handed it to them. The bag contained the fragments of a broken wind-listening vase. Fu Zhuai smiled, understanding her caution. They found a stone table. Su Yuxuan spread out a velvet cloth, Lin Biao took out gloves, and Pu Zijing handed over a magnifying glass. Fu Zhuai carefully took the bag and began to examine it closely. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the four old men go from scrambling to cooperating tacitly and couldn't help but laugh. They thought they were going to fight, but they didn't expect them to be a group of experienced old buddies. Lu Xiaoyu's heart also relaxed slightly at this moment. Fu Zhuai picked up a piece of porcelain, his gaze fixed on it, and he murmured, admiring the beauty of the blue sky and rain. But when Lin Biao pressed him, he snorted coldly, indicating that he couldn't draw a conclusion based on just one glance. The four of them held their breath, awaiting his appraisal. Soon, he confirmed that the porcelain fragment was from the Song dynasty. Even if it wasn't the legendary wind-listening vase, it was still a top-notch antique. The others also took out magnifying glasses to examine it, and were all shocked by its thinness. Fu Zhuai simply pieced the fragments together. The vase was slender, azure blue, and spun in the wind. It was the lost wind-listening vase. After verifying the authenticity, the scene instantly turned into a bidding war. Fu Zhuai offered a whopping 1 billion yuan, and several people chased each other to raise the price to 1.25 billion yuan. The live broadcast room exploded with comments of amazement, doubts about the script, and even trolls sneaking in to provoke. Lu Xiaoyu suppressed her shock and said she would have to consult her brother-in-law. When the call was connected, Xiao Zhe responded calmly, "No, it's my wife's favorite vase." Even after hearing the 1.25 billion yuan offer, he remained steadfast, asking Xiaoyu to keep it a secret. After the call ended, the four antique industry leaders looked at each other in dismay and confusion. Fu Zhuoyi was deeply distressed and bluntly stated that this was a cultural relic that should be preserved for research, not used for flower arrangement. However, the audience in the live broadcast room was fed a mouthful of dog food by Xiao Zhe's attitude and was full of praise. Lin Debiao suggested raising the price, and Su Yuxuan was willing to chip in, but Lu Xiaoyu could only shake her head helplessly. She couldn't make the decision, and her brother-in-law wouldn't sell. Pu Zijing immediately thought of contacting her sister, and the others echoed him, believing that if her sister knew the price, she would definitely agree to the deal. Faced with the four people's suggestions, Lu Xiaoyu seemed a little embarrassed. Lin Debiao jokingly urged Lu Xiaoyu to think differently. Selling the vase would allow her sister to move from her 100-square-meter apartment to a luxurious mansion, enjoying the life of a wealthy wife. Pu Zijing chimed in, saying that a Thompson first-floor property, a large villa, and even a private jet would be no problem. Su Yuxuan added that the rest of his life would be worry-free. Fu Zhuoyi, however, frowned, believing that cultural relics shouldn't be valued solely by money. Seeing her wavering, Lin Debiao hinted again that he could still provide her with a subsidy. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to dial, Xiao Zhe called. He bluntly refused to sell the vase and told her not to tell her sister, fearing she would be overwhelmed. Lin Debiao quickly interrupted, reiterating his offer of 1.25 billion yuan. Xiao Zhe, however, jokingly said that selling his wife's favorite vase would be a real loss. The four antique dealers were speechless, unable to understand why the price didn't impress him. Fu Zhuoyi tried to emphasize the historical value, but Xiao Zhe countered by asking, why couldn't it be used for flower arrangements? Seeing the entanglement, he casually offered a condition, 100 million for the fragments. The audience was stunned, and the live broadcast room erupted in chaos. With the exception of Fu Zhuoyi, the other three hesitated. 100 million for a pile of porcelain fragments was a loss no matter how you looked at it. Fu Zhuoyi, however, gritted his teeth and insisted on buying it, but was dissuaded by Lin Debiao and Su Yuxuan. Pu Zijing even reminded him of the difficulty of repairing the porcelain. Fu Zhuoyi insisted that historical value outweighed practicality, and that even restoring 1,000th of it would be a meritorious deed. Xiao Zhe, however, poured cold water on him, telling him that the wind-listening bottle would spin if it encountered wind, and even after repair, it couldn't withstand the pressure of rotation and would eventually fall apart. Several people looked at each other in bewilderment, and even Fu Zhuoyi fell silent. A wind-listening bottle that couldn't spin had lost its most unique meaning. The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly heated, the screen filled with comments of shock and envy. Everyone discussed Xiao Zhe's knowledge of the priceless wind-listening vase, with some even asserting that he knew more than veteran collector Fu Zhuoyi. After all, he had been handling the item for countless years, and he knew it like he was there. Some were curious about the meaning of porcelain mending, and online explanations quickly surfaced. China's porcelain mending technique, which uses metal nails for fastening, is durable, as depicted in the famous Song Dynasty painting along the river during the Qingming festival. Meanwhile, China's kintsugi technique uses natural adhesives, but is far less durable. The extremely thin body of the Tingfeng vase clearly precludes porcelain mending, requiring kintsugi. This fragility made Fu Zhuoyi hesitate. The treasure he'd sought for years was right before his eyes, yet it might be a silver-plated spearhead, a mere facade. He considered trading it for the intact one, but Xiao Zhe flatly refused. After a moment's silence, he gritted his teeth and agreed to a price of 100 million, reasoning that even if it was useless, it still held immense research value. Xiao Zhe said calmly that even the best porcelain mender wouldn't be able to repair the Tingfeng vase because the heavy rivets would affect its rotation. Fu Zhuoyi was stunned. He didn't need to say that. Otherwise, the buyer wouldn't blame him even if the deal failed. But he mentioned it anyway, which made people feel that there was something else going on. When Fu Zhuoyi tried to find a more sophisticated method, Xiao Zhe mentioned a long-lost porcelain repair technique, referring to a record in the Mengshi Bitten Dream Pool essays. Fu Zhuoyi suddenly realized that while the technique was similar to kintsugi, the key lay in the adhesive formula. He held his breath and asked if the other party knew the method, but was reminded that payment was necessary before discussing the matter. Fu Zhuoyi hurriedly asked for Lu Xiaoyu's bank card number to transfer the money. But Lin Debiao suddenly interrupted and directly quoted a price of 150 million yuan, arguing that the secret formula made it possible to repair the wind listening bottle, and the value of the bottle would double. Fu Zhui frowned and immediately raised the price to 160 million yuan. However, Xiaozhe didn't bother to argue, insisting on the original price of 100 million yuan, and he would reveal the secret recipe once the money arrived. Fu Zhui immediately called to arrange the transfer, and a moment later informed Lu Xiaoyu that the money had been received. She was stunned, having never expected that a live broadcast would bring her 100 million yuan. Lin Debiao shook his head in dissatisfaction, feeling that this was a waste of money. However, the comments had already elevated Xiaozhe to the status of a hidden boss, with some even suspecting he came from a family of scholars, given his intimate knowledge of ancient texts. After Fu Zhui hung up the phone, he eagerly anticipated the day he would restore the treasure. He carefully gathered up the broken pieces of the wind-listening vase, not even bothering to pick up his walking stick, fearing any mishap. This was the collection he had longed for. Even with its flaws, it could fetch an astonishing price after restoration. Lin Debiao and the others watched him return with such a fabulous haul, envious, but he dared not bet on the exorbitant price of another vase. At this moment, Lin Debiao couldn't help but test Lu Xiaoyu, wanting to see if her family had any other treasures to sell. Lu Xiaoyu didn't answer, but instead became even more nervous. After all, she was holding a huge sum of money that was enough to make anyone jealous, and this money was earned in exchange for the junk that her sister was planning to throw away. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shudder. If she encountered robbers now, how would she explain to Xiaozhe? Just when she was in a state of confusion, a voice suddenly sounded not far away, calling her name. "Miss Lu, so you are here." The live stream was still flooded with comments. Some envied Lu Xiaoyu for earning 100 million yuan with a pile of porcelain shards, while others joked that they had shards at home for wholesale. Viewers in Jingdezhen even joked that selling the shards could bankrupt people. But when the wind-listening bottle was confirmed to be authentic, the skepticism was instantly silenced. If even the billion-dollar wind-listening vase was genuine, what about the other items? The Imperial seals and precious boxes from the reign of the two emperors, an authentic copy of When Will You Get Married? A cabinet full of car models, even the Yongle encyclopedia. These items immediately sparked endless speculation. The real estate certificates were even more concerning, their value inestimable. Some noticed that Xiaozhe's attitude suggested he wasn't concerned about the money. This indifference led some viewers to believe he was a hidden, super powerful figure. Some online trolls also infiltrated the live stream, questioning whether it was fake, but fans quickly countered with questions like, "Can you hire someone with a multi-billion-dollar net worth to act as a shill?" Just as the debate heated up, an unfamiliar voice echoed. Lu Xiaoyu snapped back to her senses and saw a paunchy man approaching, followed by several young men. She instinctively took a step back, her heart tightening. 100 million yuan had just arrived. Were these people really after the money? She glanced at the number of people online in the live stream room. It was over 5 million, meaning millions knew she had a vast fortune. The thought made her panic. Someone in the comments recognized the man as Chen Dekang, a renowned Shanghai tycoon with a net worth of tens of billions. Even the troll army's attempts to smear her were futile. Some even noticed that behind Chen Dekang was Shanghai's renowned Qi Xiao, Wang Qi, the man who once calmly played with his phone during a multi-million-dollar supercar crash. The simultaneous appearance of these two heavyweights instantly soared the live stream's popularity. The comments were filled with surprise and speculation. Chen Dekang stopped a few meters away and spoke with a smile, clearly sensing Lu Xiaoyu's wariness. He kept his distance, not rushing in. Lu Xiaoyu nervously adjusted her camera to focus on him, silently praying that someone among the 5 million viewers would come to her aid. He politely gestured to Su Yuxuan and the others, hoping to speak with Lu Xiaoyu privately. Seeing the deal was hopeless, Su Yuxuan nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Lin Debiao cast a resentful glance, a flicker of greed in his eyes that he quickly concealed. After the three left, Lu Xiaoyu's vigilance intensified, and she directly asked who they were. Wang Qi stepped forward to introduce herself, but was met with a cold, "How do you prove it?" The live stream immediately erupted in laughter. Asking a renowned second-generation rich kid to prove himself had become the ultimate dilemma. Wang Qi reluctantly pulled out his phone and logged into his account, which made Lu Xiaoyu breathe a sigh of relief. But she was still skeptical and asked them what they were up to. To her, even the king might be tempted by the 100 million in cash. Chen Dekang unexpectedly bowed deeply at this moment. His sleek figure bent almost 90 degrees. This scene left Lu Xiaoyu stunned. She didn't have time to think about how he did it. She just felt that the scene before her was beyond everyone's expectations. The audience in the live stream were stunned by what they saw. Billionaire Chen Dekhang actually bowed and apologized to Lu Xiaoyu in public. Comments instantly exploded, with some suspecting the identity was fabricated, while others believed it was a true story. After all, for a figure of this stature, every public action could potentially impact the stock price, so he wouldn't resort to mere showmanship. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu, watching the analysis of the other party's identity in the barrage, felt even more panicked. Even without mentioning the title of billionaire, she was a little overwhelmed by the sudden condescension of an elder and quickly waved her hand to indicate that it was unnecessary. Chen Dekhang, however, looked serious, stating that he had come because of his son's inappropriate remarks during the live stream. He sternly summoned his son and ordered him to kneel before the public, threatening to disown him unless Lu Xiaoyu forgave him. Chen Mo's face was filled with discontent, but seeing his father's attitude, he realized the man he was meeting was someone with a distinguished background. Wang Qi frowned slightly, beginning to believe Chen Dechang's words. Someone who could get global automakers to collaborate on a custom-made model truly deserved such respect. Thinking of this, he secretly thanked himself for not offending Lu Xiaoyu during the live broadcast. Chen Mo tried to evade him verbally, but Chen Dekhang actually forced him to his knees. Terrified, Lu Xiaoyu rushed forward to support him, repeatedly saying it was unnecessary and that she didn't even know what had happened. Seeing her willing to help, Chen Dekhang felt relieved, knowing it was a sign of forgiveness. He urged his son to be grateful and warned him that any further offense would result in a broken leg. Lu Xiaoyu, however, spoke up for Chen Mo, arguing that there were many other instances of excessive rhetoric in the live stream, and that Chen Mo was a relatively mild offender, having even given tips for the live stream. Her response finally put Chen Dechang's guard down. He then gestured to the driver to bring a purple gift box. The lid opened, revealing a dazzling jewel necklace. 3 large diamonds were set at the base, dazzling and priceless. Wang Qi glanced at it and casually pronounced it Mr. Winston, a gesture that served as a reminder of Chen Dechang's status. Faced with such a valuable gift, Lu Xiaoyu quickly refused. She knew very well that this gift was not for her personally, but for her brother-in-law. If you have anything to ask my brother-in-law, I can call him, Lu Xiaoyu said. Although I don't know what Winston is. But she absolutely couldn't accept it. No, don't bother me, sir. This time, we are just here to apologize. Chen Dekhang waved his hands repeatedly. The super boss behind the scenes? It's not a big deal. I just came here to apologize today. Apologize sincerely. Miss Lu, this is a small gift from us. Please accept it. Come here and kneel down, you little brat. He turned around and yelled at his son, then turned back and said to Lu Xiaoyu with a smile. Ms. Lu, if you don't say anything, it means you haven't forgiven my brat. Chen Dekhang was very humble. Lu Xiaoyu had just entered society and was really confused. Faced with this incredibly valuable necklace, Lu Xiaoyu didn't know how to refuse. She knew it was extremely expensive and shouldn't be accepted casually, but she was also worried that refusing would cause a stalemate, and she felt a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Chen Dekhang simply asked his son Chen Mo to continue kneeling until he was forgiven. Chen Mo's face was helpless, and his eyes were almost pleading, hoping that she would accept it so that he could get away. The live stream audience was already buzzing with excitement, many captivated by the name of the necklace. Some recognized it as a rare piece from the Winston brand, set with 207 diamonds totaling 187.5 carats and valued at nearly $6 million, or around 40 to 50 million renminbi. The audience marveled at the astonishing price of the gift and was surprised that a billionaire like Chen Dekhang would give away a genuine gift during a live broadcast instead of just for show. This was clearly directed at Xiao Zhe, who was behind Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu's mind was buzzing. Who on earth was her brother-in-law to make such a wealthy man bow down to him? He was even willing to give away gifts worth millions of dollars without asking for anything in return. Although Chen Dekhang didn't know Xiao Zhe's full background, the fact that global automakers had customized exclusive models for him was enough to tell him that he was a man of extraordinary ability. This gift was simply to establish a good relationship. Wang Qi persuaded her to accept it, lest young Master Chen continue to kneel before millions of viewers. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly realized that she was still live streaming and had to nod in agreement, but she also emphasized that it was only for temporary safekeeping and could be returned at any time. Chen Dekhang nodded repeatedly, finally feeling relieved to see that she was willing to take it. Chen Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. He had already realized that this woman's brother-in-law was a person that even his own father dared not provoke. The necklace felt hot, in Lu Xiaoyu's hand. She realized she was carrying over 150 million in valuables. If someone spotted her, the consequences would be disastrous. She couldn't help but want to go home immediately. Chen Dekhang saw her concerns and offered to send her for appraisal and open a safe deposit box at the bank. This would ensure safety and avoid trouble. Lu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but still asked if it would take up their time. The other party immediately said, "No trouble." For Chen Dekhang, being able to walk with her was equivalent to being close to Xiaozhe, a value far outweighing the time cost. He personally led the way, and Chun Mo enthusiastically cooperated, clearly having dispelled any thoughts of offending her. Soon, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of them, shocking the audience once again. Some lamented that the anchor who was broadcasting live from a Phantom was the real Versailles, and that the others showing off their luxury cars were nothing compared to him. Once inside, Lu Xiaoyu felt even more uncomfortable. This car was worth more than her entire house, and she regretted agreeing to go with him. She secretly planned to leave as soon as she deposited the money in the bank and transfer it back to Xiaozhe. Chen Dekhang enthusiastically opened the car refrigerator, which was filled with wine and drinks, and jokingly said that it couldn't compare to Xiaozhe's collection. Lu Xiaoyu declined and only asked for a bottle of mineral water, and took the opportunity to call Xiaozhe. Seeing her on the phone, Chen Dekhang immediately quieted down, feeling a little nervous. As soon as the call was connected, she said that Fu Zhui's money had arrived and was ready to be transferred back to him. Xiaozhe's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "That little money, just treat it as pocket money." The car was silent, and even Chen Dekhang couldn't help but hold his breath. 100 million was just a small amount of money in his mouth. Chen Mo was even more envious. After all, the pocket money his father gave him a year was only a few million to 10 million at most. This was an astronomical figure in the eyes of ordinary people, but compared to 100 million, it still seemed insignificant. He truly deserved to be the man who could get global automakers to build exclusive vehicles just for him. 100 million yuan was just small change, in Xiaozhe's words. But this generosity filled Wang Qi with respect, and he secretly thought that getting to know this man would surely benefit him greatly in the future. Chen Dekhang was also relieved. His gift, while valuable, was probably just a token of his appreciation in the eyes of the other party. Lu Xiaoyu, however, couldn't believe it. 100 million was an astronomical figure in her eyes. So how could it be said to be insignificant? On the other end of the phone, Xiaozhe's tone remained nonchalant, as if the money was dispensable. Lu Xiaoyu blurted out that with his monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, it would take him more than 3,000 months to save up that amount, causing several people in the car to burst out laughing. She suddenly realized she'd said the wrong thing and hastily added that she was worried about the safety of her funds. Xiaozhe countered, asking if she was holding cash. Since the money was in the bank, it wouldn't be a problem. But she insisted that people were more likely to cause trouble than money, and this logic left him speechless. Xiaozhe laughed and shot back. Then wouldn't it be equally unsafe for her to give it to him? Chen Mo couldn't help but shake his head. This back-and-forth conversation made it impossible for others to get a word in. In the end, Xiaozhe simply let her spend it with peace of mind, just as pocket money. After the call ended, Lu Xiaoyu remembered that she hadn't mentioned Chen Dekhang yet. Chen Dekhang had long seen through Xiaozhe's intentions and wasn't eager to get close to him at the moment. Instead, he advocated a steady and long-term approach. The livestream was abuzz with excitement. A 100 million yuan allowance was such a generous gift that countless people were envied. Some began speculating about the source of Xiaozhe's wealth, while others even fabricated rumors of tomb robbery to explain his possession of national treasures. Listening to the increasingly exaggerated comments, Lu Xiaoyu's heart tightened. Yes, the wind listening bottle, the Yongle encyclopedia, the Imperial seal, and the treasure box. All of them were priceless treasures. How had Xiaozhe obtained them? Could it really be as they say? Seeing her doubts, Chen Dekhang solemnly stated that the other party's identity was definitely not ordinary, and that the person that global car companies were trying to curry favor with was not a tomb robber. However, the online troll army took advantage of the opportunity and launched a series of reports, causing the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to instantly become tense. Lu Xiaoyu understood that these people were not ordinary spectators, but were intentionally sabotaging them. However, she didn't want to involve Chen Dekhang. After all, this was her own problem, and she couldn't bring herself to ask for help after he had already given her a generous gift. At the same time, in another office, Shiba leaned lazily on the back of his chair, deliberately posing like an aristocrat, watching the live broadcast on the screen with an ambiguous smile on his lips. He inquired about the situation, and they reported that while the two live broadcasts had been consistently popular, They had been rushed and had many flaws, attracting a large number of haters. Shiba was displeased, criticizing his subordinates for their incompetence and suggesting that they should learn more from them, as they were practically impeccable. The person in charge nodded repeatedly. Yes, but we prepared too hastily. It's unrealistic to expect to overwhelm the opponent during the live broadcast. That's you trash. Shiba snorted. An attitude of a superior. I'm sorry, boss. However, we have informed netizens that the anchor's family started out as tomb robbers and have reported it. Next, I will contact the platform and ban this live broadcast room. The person in charge sneered. By then, regardless of whether these things are real or fake, they will already be like yellow mud dripping down my crotch, and it will be shit if it's not shit. Shiba nodded slightly, thinking the other party was quite clever. The person in charge continued to analyze that as long as the other party's live broadcast room was blocked, the rewards would be frozen, and the funds for her to set up a studio would be cut off. Shiba was puzzled. Didn't she just sell a piece for 100 million yuan, and she was frequently seen in luxury cars? The person in charge sneered and said, that must be fake. Who would spend 100 million yuan to buy fragments? The relationship behind it is not simple. Men understand. Shiba raised his eyebrows and told them to handle it well. If it was successful, they would get a promotion and a raise. When the two were feeling proud, there was a sudden loud noise that shook the whole building, and Shiba jumped up in fright. The person in charge looked out the window in horror. Shiba followed his gaze and saw 4 pitch-black aircraft hovering in the air with black gun barrels extending from their fuselages, pointing directly at their location. He felt a chill run down his spine. This scene had only been seen in movies. The next second, a barrage of bullets suddenly poured down, shattering the entire glass curtain wall and sending sparks flying onto the ground. Shiba and the person in charge immediately dropped to their knees, clutching their heads, not daring to breathe. Broken glass crashed down, crackling, and they dared not even look up, feeling utterly terrified. The noise outside gradually died down, and Shiba carefully raised his eyes, only to see the aircraft door open, and 4 dark shadows leaped directly into the office from a height of 5 or 6 meters. His heart sank to the bottom. These people didn't seem like ordinary people at all. A cold voice rang out. Is this the place? Someone answered. This is it. Shiba felt like the sky was falling. Could it really be coming for him? The sirens downstairs suddenly started blaring. He secretly rejoiced, but he didn't dare shout, fearing that even a single word would cost him his life. At the same time, outside intelligence came that the 4 great kings of the Star Army had landed in the Lujiazui business district and forcibly broke into a company, causing shock among the top management. Some suspected they were planning to cause chaos in China and suggested transferring Liao Yongfeng from the Jiangnan region for support. This retired leader of the Xinhua army was already on his way, but the situation was not optimistic. Inside the Kyoto courtyard, the 2 elders wore solemn expressions. The Starlight Lord still hadn't appeared. Only the 4 supreme heavenly kings had appeared. They had previously been negotiating, but suddenly, they quickly withdrew and headed straight for the Demon City. To make matters worse, the 108 constellations were also entering China in batches. If the 4 heavenly kings lost control within the country, the consequences would be disastrous. They could only order the military and police to delay the situation as much as possible. An armed helicopter was hovering over the Magic City, and it sternly ordered the 4 aircraft to land immediately. The personnel put down their weapons and came out with their hands covering their heads. A cordon was quickly erected, and the building was being evacuated. The commander, in a cold voice, inquired about the situation from behind the police car and learned that 2 civilians were in a standoff with 4 suspected militants in the office. The commander's heart sank as he gazed at the aircraft in the sky. This level of technology was unprecedented in the Magic City. The SWAT and snipers were all in position, awaiting the order to attack. He glanced at his watch and ordered an attack in 2 minutes. At this moment, a car rushed into the cordon, scaring everyone around to point their guns at it. A one-armed man stepped down from the vehicle. He was broad-shouldered and broad-backed, with an imposing presence like a mountain. His right sleeve fluttered in the wind, but his uniform and the aura he carried made it impossible to underestimate him. He approached and loudly asked who the commander was. When he learned that it was Liao Yongfeng, the head of the Jiangnan region, the commander was surprised at first, but then he realized the authenticity of the witness and immediately saluted. Liao Yongfeng took command and inquired about the on-site arrangements. The commander reported that SWAT and snipers were on standby and could kill the target and rescue the hostages within 15 seconds. Unexpectedly, Liao Yongfeng coldly ordered a full retreat, asserting that the hostages would be dead in 15 seconds and that the enemy was no ordinary enemy. The The commander refused to accept this, insisting his men had never made a mistake. Liao Yongfeng asked him to aim his gun at himself on the spot, and even pulled out the opponent's weapon, giving him a chance to fire a magazine. If he could hit him, he would follow the opponent's command. The commander was momentarily bewildered, unsure whether this was madness or some other hidden meaning. But upon looking at the document, he knew this was a true Dragon Dan army commander, a figure with supreme authority to mobilize the military and police during special times. Liao Yongfeng shouted again, telling the commander to raise his gun. The commander was stunned, his heart pounding. How could he dare to shoot so easily? If he injured the Longdan army, his job would be in jeopardy. But the other party snorted coldly, calling him a coward. The commander's face flushed red. He snatched the gun back and pulled the trigger on the spot. The gunshot rang out, startling everyone around. He hadn't aimed for the vital points, but he hadn't expected the opponent to be unscathed at such a close distance. Liao Yongfeng said with disdain that such spear skills wouldn't even allow the Longdan army to enter. The commander retaliated with fury, firing 3 shots between the enemy's eyebrows, only to watch Liao Yongfeng standing there as if the bullets had never been there. Everyone gasped. Liao Yongfeng seemed to be in high spirits, so he asked him to fire off the remaining 4 bullets, even specifying the target. After the 4 shots, the target was still intact. Not even a corner of his clothes was touched. Suddenly, the 5th shot was fired from another soldier's gun. Everyone turned around, about to question him, when they saw Liao Yongfeng holding a still-warm bullet between his fingers. This scene completely shocked the entire audience. The commander finally understood that the person before him was beyond common sense, and that those he was talking about were probably all monsters of the same level. The commander immediately ordered the special attack team and snipers to withdraw, leaving the military and police on the scene to maintain order. Liao Yongfeng nodded with satisfaction and turned to walk quickly into the building. In the office, Shiba and the person in charge were still lying on the ground, wishing they could get downstairs. Hearing the sound of military police outside, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. But several cold voices rang out alternately, their words filled with murderous intent, even mentioning killing them. Shiba felt a chill run down his spine, and his trouser legs were wet. Suddenly, someone mentioned that Xiao Liao is here, and that he used to be his subordinate. Shiba thought that this person would be his savior and imagined that he could recruit his subordinates after being rescued. The footsteps were steady and powerful, as if they were stepping on his heart. Shiba looked up and saw a one-armed soldier with broad shoulders and a broad back, and the hideous scars on his face looked like battle medals. He thought this person would draw his sword and attack him, but he saw the other party approach and kneel on one knee, and whispered his identity. Liao Yongfeng, a subordinate of the White Tiger of the Xinghua army, and greetings to the 4 extreme heavenly kings. Why? It seems a little different from what I thought. Why did you kneel down? Etc. Liao Yongfeng. Xiao Liao. Shiba quickly realized that the Xiao Liao he was talking about was the one-armed man in front of him. A chill ran down his spine, realizing they were in the same group. His hopes of rescue were instantly dashed. Liao Yongfeng bowed his head to Baihu, acknowledging that it was the White Tiger King who had saved him. Zhu Ke coldly questioned whether, as the commander of the Dragon Dan army, he intended to stop the Xinghua army's actions. Liao Yongfeng knelt solemnly, declaring his loyalty to the Xinghua army and his unwavering devotion to the cause. He emphasized that the Xinghua army should not be discredited for its indiscriminate killing of civilians, as this violated its original purpose. Zhu Ke was very emotional and accused him of forgetting that the predecessor of the Xinghua army was Jiehue. Countless brothers fought desperately for the human race, but saw the ugliest side in the rear. Liao Yongfeng admitted to knowing, but insisted that some crimes did not deserve death. Zhu Ke asked, what if someone bullied the Star Lord's relatives? The momentum instantly swept the entire audience. This news struck Liao Yongfeng like a bolt of lightning. The Star Lord was an unparalleled figure who had led the Starlight army from cannon fodder to glory. Now his family had been insulted, which he considered treasonous. He walked up to Shiba and coldly declared that if the news was true, it would be a grave crime. Shiba panicked and hastily denied it, claiming he was just a small anchor and had nothing to do with treason. At this moment, Baihu's eyes were like knives, and he asked him what he had done to the anchor named Xiaoyu today. Shiba's heart was shocked, and he instantly understood that everything in Xiaoyu's live broadcast was true. Shiba's mind was in a state of confusion. Was Xiaoyu's live broadcast actually true? She had only accidentally revealed her brother-in-law's true identity, and that brother-in-law was actually the Lord of Starlight. Thinking of what he had done, he broke out in a cold sweat and nearly collapsed. Liao Yongfeng's eyes burned with hatred. He was the idol of all the Xinghua soldiers. Now that his family had been humiliated in his jurisdiction, he was ashamed to face his comrades and the spirits of the heroes. Tears streamed from Liao Yongfeng's tiger eyes. He pleaded guilty to the Heavenly King and raised his hand to punish himself, but was stopped by the white tiger. Shiba watched with horror. If this blow landed, it would surely be fatal. Baihu spoke calmly. This was not his fault. After all, the front line had been stable for many years, and the Star Lord had been missing for 5 years. They had only recently discovered that the Star Lord was hiding here. Liao Yongfeng fell to the ground and kowtowed 4 times. Shiba saw the opportunity to shift the blame, pointing everything at the person in charge beside him, saying that he was the one who instigated the ban on Xiaoyu. The person in charge woke up in a daze, but before he could figure out the situation, the murderous intent on the aircraft had already arrived. Azure Dragon gave the order. Black Tortoise nodded in agreement. Suzaku sneered and left. White Tiger waved his hand calmly and ordered his men to shoot. In an instant, a barrage of bullets tore the person in charge into pieces. Shiba tried to escape, but he was ultimately outrun by the hail of bullets and fell in a pool of blood. He never imagined that he would lose his life because of a small-time anchor. Downstairs, the commander anxiously monitored the situation. A message came back from the helicopter. Liao Yongfeng had fallen to his knees. The commander practically spurted blood, bewildered as to why the negotiations had turned out this way. Then, gunfire was heard again in Lujiazui, and the crowd quickly dispersed. Someone suggested shooting down the aircraft, but just as the commander was about to give the order, Liao Yongfeng appeared and stopped him, saying that someone upstairs had committed treason. Hearing this, the commander was horrified. Liao Yongfeng said, "Someone will explain it to you," and drove away, anger boiling in his chest. At this time, the 2 elders of the Kyoto courtyard had no intention of playing chess. They learned that the 4 extreme heavenly kings had killed 2 people in the Demon City because someone bullied the leader of the Star Army, the relatives of the Star Lord. The news shocked the 2 elders. The leader of the Starlight Army had been hiding in China, and their family had been humiliated. This was a grave matter. They immediately ordered a thorough investigation. Shiba Internet Celebrity Incubation Company? How dare a small anchor be so arrogant? Elder Lei Ting was furious and demanded that the company be completely abolished, all related personnel be banned, and be arrested and interrogated. All orders were carried out with swift urgency, and the atmosphere within the courtyard was heavy. The 2 elders, still terrified, sighed inwardly. A single step too close would have led to an irreversible disaster. After Lu Xiaoyu deposited the necklace in the bank, she said goodbye to Chen Dekhang and the others. She felt embarrassed to start the show with them around, so she simply separated and went her separate ways. Before leaving, Chen Dekhang handed her his business card respectfully. She took it with both hands, watched the luxury car drive away, and then breathed a sigh of relief, announcing her return to the live broadcast audience. Fans teased her about returning to her natural state, and some urged her to go and appraise the remaining Yongle Encyclopedia and the Imperial Seal. She looked up the location of the antique shop and headed straight for it. On the way, a car sped past. The man in the car's eyes lit up. He seemed to think that her direction was an opportunity, and he stepped on the accelerator even harder. After arriving at the store, the middle-aged owner received her warmly. When he learned that she was only appraising and not selling, he readily said that he would not charge any fees and that she could just consider it a contribution to cultural heritage. The live stream was filled with praise, and Lu Xiaoyu's favorability doubled, and she agreed on the spot. She took 2 cloth-wrapped items from the takeout box and placed them on the counter. The boss put on a magnifying glass to examine it, his expression changing constantly, and he would occasionally sigh softly, which made her very nervous. The audience urged the appraisal results and complained that the boss was slow. After a while, the boss said that they needed to go into the inner room to test it with professional equipment. Because the equipment was so delicate, it was inconvenient for outsiders to enter. She softened her ear and was persuaded by the live broadcast room to agree. Soon, the boss came out with the items for Lu Xiaoyu with an expressionless face. It's a pity. Apart from this treasure box, if the Yongle Encyclopedia is genuine, it would be priceless. Unfortunately, young lady, you don't have this chance. Lu Xiaoyu found it hard to accept the conclusion before her. That was Xiao Zhe's. How could it be fake? She was convinced that her brother-in-law was a man of incredible wealth, simply out to experience life. And the facts also proved that the wind listening bottle was indeed authentic. Even if it was just a fragment, someone was willing to bid 100 million for it. Even billionaires were willing to lower their stance to talk to Xiao Zhe, and this was definitely not because she was a live streamer. Although she was already a major live streamer with millions of followers, most of them had only started following her today, and she was well aware of her importance. The live stream was completely boiling over, with comments filled with doubts and ridicule. Some doubted the conclusion, some suspected it was a scam, and some even directly denied the findings. However, amidst these voices, there was even more confusion and bickering. Lu Xiaoyu placed the two items on the table, her expression solemn. The antique shop owner smiled calmly and asked if she had been cheated. He also teased Xiao Zhe if he didn't have the money for the wedding gift. Before he could finish his words, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly pulled back the cloth and bluntly stated that these were not the items she had just handed him. She accused her boss of swapping the copies, claiming the Yonhua Encyclopedia serial number and color were wrong, and the carvings on the Imperial seal and treasure box were completely different. However, her boss calmly denied the claim and even accused her of fraud, saying it was illegal. Her face flushed crimson as she insisted she hadn't made a mistake. There had originally been a ring inside the jade seal box, and the audience in the live stream could attest to that. The boss sneered in rebuttal, demanding to know who had seen her put the ring inside and daring her to call the police. Lu Xiaoyu was speechless. She had indeed not collected the items during the live broadcast, but she was certain they had been replaced. The audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Some were convinced that she had been tricked, while others suspected she was acting. The situation was difficult to clarify for a while. The boss, with his imposing manner, accused her of extortion and even called two burly men to stand aside. Facing the three burly men, Lu Xiaoyu panicked. Before she could even try to defend herself, she was shoved out the door, her phone falling to the ground. She knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face full of grievance. Someone in the live studio hurriedly called on her to call the police, while someone else reminded her that the genuine item must have her and Xiao Zhe's fingerprints on it, which was key evidence. Someone has already called the police, and some fans have reminded her to keep an eye on the door to prevent the other party from escaping, and to be careful about her own safety. After all, the two genuine items are worth at least tens of billions, enough to make people take such a risk. Lu Xiaoyu took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and stood guard at the door. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. She must take back what belonged to Xiao Zhe. She knew very well that if she really lost it, the consequences would be disastrous. At the same time, a special communicator was activated, with over 100 people connected to it. Someone urgently reported that the Star Lord's sister-in-law had been bullied, and that the other party had taken the Starlight Ring. Kill without mercy. A cold, stern command echoed through the channel. Some were already in the Magic City, others were rushing in from other places. Everyone was mobilizing their forces and immediately relaying the news to the Four Extremes Heavenly King. A storm was about to sweep in. Chapter 50, Isn't This Delivered to Your Door? The name of this antique shop is Qianguxuan. Although tears were streaming down Lu Xiaoyu's face, her eyes were fixed on the door of Qianguxuan. I didn't even dare to blink, for fear that the person would run away if I blinked. But at this time, in the inner room of Qianguxuan, the boss was looking at the two things in front of him excitedly. Mr. Lin, are these two items both genuine? The boss's own vision was not particularly sharp. He really couldn't tell the difference between these two things. Lin Debiao sat on the chair, looking at the Yonhua Encyclopedia and the jade seal and treasure box in front of him. I was so excited. He had watched Lu Xiaoyu's live broadcast room, and naturally he also saw the Yonhua Encyclopedia. This has been personally certified by Professor Yi Guiming. Although he did not identify it directly, he was able to make a close guess through the internet. And now, after Lin Debiao took a look at it himself, he was almost certain that this one was not a handwritten copy from the Jiajing period, but it is the real original. The value is immeasurable, and this jade seal and precious box has also been certified by Yuan Hongyi. During the reign of the two saints, the treasure box was used to pass on the Imperial seal. This significance is even greater. There are not many things that have the characteristics of the era during the reign of the two saints, let alone the things that are closest to the emperor during the period of the two saints. The most important thing is, this is used to hold the Imperial seal. The Imperial seal. The emperor's jade seal made from the Hushur Bai of Qin Shi Huang was engraved with the words, "Mandate from heaven. May you live long and prosper." It was passed down until the Song dynasty, after which it disappeared and was never seen again. Something like this can be said to be priceless. Hundreds of millions? It can be sold for tens of billions. Because it is of great historical value. Cent. This time, I really made it. Since he couldn't buy a Win listening bottle at that time, he started to think about this. So, after Fu Zhuoi, Su Yuxuan, and others left, he stayed under the pretext of visiting a friend. He rented a car and secretly followed Lu Xiaoyu. After determining her direction, he found the nearest antique shop. He bribed the antique shop owner with money and won him over. He was just trying to take a chance. Sure enough, he won the bet. Lu Xiaoyu must have gone to the nearest antique shop. A handwritten copy from the Jiajing era would probably fetch tens of millions if it were auctioned abroad. This treasure box is also worth several million. After all, it's not an 8-layer treasure box. Lin Debiao said lightly. The boss's eyes lit up. Worth tens of millions. Boss, we agreed before. I'll give you 10 million. You take the money, and I'll take the trouble. Lin Debiao said calmly. Of course, if you want to handle it yourself, that's fine too. Playing hard to get. How could these two things be worth only tens of millions? It's worth billions in total. A handwritten copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia from the Jiajing period can be sold for nearly 100 million yuan. Not to mention, this is the original one. The boss also thought about it for a while. This thing, if he held it in his hands now, would definitely be a hot potato. The little girl didn't give up so easily. After all, it is something worth tens of millions. It's better to take 10 million and put it in pocket. Mr. Lin, these two things are not worth much to you. The boss was still cautious. Lin Debiao sighed. I originally wanted to buy it, but she asked for too much, and I'm very interested in the Yongle Encyclopedia. Lin Lao has ruined his reputation. He is a good singer and songwriter, and his face looks heartbroken, yet very expectant. The boss was also fooled by him. Okay, the money has arrived. You take the things and go out through the back door. Thank you very much for giving it up. Lin Debiao showed a happy expression. Got it. Billions of stuff. Your assets will at least double. Let's take a chance before getting old. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly inwardly. After packing the two things, he quickly left through the back door. All the Starlight Army spies in the Magic City have been mobilized. Secretly surround Qianguxuan. We can't let anyone take the Star Ring away. Arrange someone to comfort the Star Lord's sister-in-law. Damn it. These people are really looking for death. Whoever offends my Starlight will be punished, no matter how far away he is. We'll be there soon. Open the back door. Mr. Lin, just go out from here. The boss opened the back door for Lin Debiao. Lin Debiao's heartbeat inexplicably quickened as he carried the two treasures. What they didn't notice was, there are obviously a lot more people in this area today. A sanitation worker is sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground. Swish, swish. A taxi was parked not far away. The driver seemed to be lying on it and taking a nap. A college student scanned a QR code to open a bicycle and was looking at a map on his phone. A young couple, seemingly a couple, leaned against the wall and flirted. Everything looks so natural. In secret, countless people from the Star Army have been ambushed. The mountains and rivers remain green and the waters flow forever. Lin Debiao bowed and walked quickly towards a taxi. I don't want the rental car anymore. The province was traced, and my skills are definitely not as good as a taxi driver's. Leave the Magic City as quickly as possible. Go abroad. I can't stay in the country anymore. By the time they trace me back, my reputation will be ruined. When you go abroad, you can definitely enjoy a better life. Master, go to Pudong Airport. Lin Debiao woke up the driver, who was dozing off. The driver opened his slightly narrowed eyes and was stunned for a moment. This is delivered to your door? Go to Pudong Airport. I'm in a hurry. Lin Debiao said anxiously. Oh, please get in the car, sir. The driver pretended to have just woken up. Fast speed, I'll pay more. Lin Debiao said impatiently. Just wait and see. The car jumped and sped away immediately. In the car, Lin Debiao immediately started making a phone call. Xiaohu, sell our store immediately. Right? Don't ask, no one's buying. Just ask old Su, old Fu, and old Pu. They'll definitely be interested. I know you decide or me. Hearing this, the driver's eyes fixed. It's him. On the other side, watching the taxi leave, the sanitation worker straightened up and took a look. The college student seemed to have found the direction and rode away on his bike. The young couple also left hand in hand very happily. Many people moved. The owner of Qianguxuan didn't notice it and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Debiao leave. 10 million. Got it. Someone took something and left in a taxi. The Star Ring should be on it. The taxi has a location. He came to our house himself. We'll be there soon. The Star Lord's sister-in-law has already arranged someone. Everything is under control. I have already notified the 4 heavenly kings. What? An armed helicopter invaded the airspace of the Magic City? A gang of speed racers appeared on the streets. Damn it. On this day, the demon capital suddenly became chaotic. Chapter 51. The Sky is Falling. Kyoto Courtyard. Since the matter of the 4 heavenly kings has been resolved, the 2 elders do not need to personally take care of the remaining finishing touches. They were planning to take a nap at noon. As a result, the personal guard brought even more shocking news. What? How could this happen? The old man in pajamas frowned. All 108 constellations of the Starlight Army are dispatched. They have mobilized everything they can. Kono said. What's going on? Asked another elder. The specific circumstances are still unclear. They didn't hesitate to expose many people. Someone even stole the border guard's armed helicopter. Someone stole the supercar, and they're all heading into the city. The elders were stunned. What happened? The great elder closed his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "Let the third brother go over. He's the only one who can talk to the four heavenly kings." The second elder shook his head and said, "The third elder is currently suppressing the border of the Brahma nation. It would not be wise to transfer him away at this time. The Xinghua army has always been sensible." Xinghua army, what exactly happened? Asked Liao Yongfeng first. Magic City. The four heavenly kings had already had the aircraft driven away and were sitting in a coffee shop drinking coffee. "I still can't drink this bitter stuff." Long-haired Qinglong curled his lips. "Juice is still better." Xuanwu hummed and then fell silent. The sturdy Baihu touched his nose and said, "The question now is not whether to have coffee or juice. If we go to see the Star Lord like this, will we get beaten?" The cold and arrogant Suzaku paused for a moment while holding the coffee. "No." Long-haired Azure Dragon thought for a moment. "The appearance of the Starlight Ring is the Star Lord's code for summoning us, isn't it? We are just following the routine." "You will be beaten," Xuanwu said suddenly. "Impossible. We will follow your orders," Qinglong said. Baihu said helplessly, "After all, it wasn't the Star Lord who exposed us, so he just found a random excuse to beat us up." The four of them shuddered in unison. "What should we do? How about we go back?" Long-haired Qinglong said timidly. "I came but didn't see him, and he was beaten again." Xuanwu spoke again. "Fuck." Qinglong almost jumped out. "Can this be okay?" At this time, a car stopped not far from them, and Liao Yongfeng walked over quickly. "Greetings, the king." Having not figured out how to meet the Star Lord, the four heavenly kings were too lazy to bother with him. Liao Yongfeng was not anxious either. He just stood there respectfully. "I want to see him," Suzaku said suddenly. Baihu bared his teeth and said, "I'll be beaten." The long-haired Qinglong sighed. "I'm definitely the one who suffers the most." Liao Yongfeng's heart was surging. Is the Star Lord really in the Magic City? He was shaking with excitement. "Heh." Before Xuanwu could say anything, the long-haired Qinglong was furious. "Big Turtle, you have high defense. You go ahead." "No." While Qinglong was playing, Baihu's expression suddenly froze. Qinglong also stopped fighting with Xuanwu. "The Star Ring is lost." Zhu Qiue's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his body suddenly burst out with an incomparable, terrifying aura. Boom. A strong wind suddenly arose. All the chairs on the ground were blown away. "Hey, what's going on? Is the wind so strong?" I'm going to be blown away." "Hubby, hold me. I can hold on." "Wife, I don't want you to lose weight anymore." Liao Yongfeng completely ignored the situation around him and only felt a buzzing in his head. The Star Ring is lost. This is going to be chaos. The sky is falling. Boom, boom, boom. Among the four heavenly kings, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird had already disappeared. Xuanwu came over and clapped his hands. "Drive." Liao Yongfeng got into the car quickly. This matter must not be delayed. Boom, boom. The car he drove up made a fierce roar. He suddenly flew far away. King Xuanwu, how could the Star Ring be lost? He felt his tongue was tied. What if the Star Ring is lost? Maybe the entire Xinghua army could enter the country. Xuanwu was silent for a moment. Star-Lord's sister-in-law was deceived. The Star-Lord's sister-in-law again? How could this person be like this? He's a total troublemaker. What happened just now was also because of her. Damn it. It's a headache. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward madly. Dingling. The phone rang. Liao Yongfeng didn't have time to answer the phone at this time. But as soon as he saw the number, he picked up the phone immediately. "Liao Yongfeng, what's going on in the Magic City right now? Why are all the 108 star constellations going crazy?" The voice of the second elder came from the other side. Liao Yongfeng didn't even have time to say hello. "Are the 108 constellations crazy? If the star ring cannot be found, the entire star army will go crazy. This is the inevitable result. Now I'm going crazy too." Liao Yongfeng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The star ring was stolen by someone." "What?" There was a click on the other end of the phone. The phone seemed to have fallen to the ground. Liao Yongfeng didn't care. He stepped on the accelerator and drove straight ahead. Afraid of being a second late. Kyoto Courtyard. The great elder couldn't help but frown when he saw the normally calm and composed second elder showing such shock. What happened? Immediately transfer the third brother to the Magic City. The great elder was stunned for a moment. He had just said that the third elder was suppressing the border and could not be easily dispatched. Now, with just one phone call, how can... What happened? It must be something serious. Someone stole the star ring. The second elder's face turned pale. What? The great elder was furious. He knew the matter was serious. But I didn't expect it to be this serious. How could the Starlight Ring be stolen by someone? He was a little confused. With the Star Lord's power, it should have been swindled from the Star Lord's sister-in-law. The second elder quickly sorted out his thoughts. It is not difficult to infer based on the previous events. These people really don't know how to live or die. The great elder was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What should we do now? Asked the second elder. If we can't find the Starlight Ring, it won't just be the 108 constellations. The entire Starlight Army will come charging in. The great elder sighed. Seal off the demon city. No one is allowed in or out. Mobilize all troops. Within half an hour, seal off all entrances and exits to the demon city. Send criminal investigation personnel to investigate immediately. What about the Starlight 4 Extremes Heavenly Kings and the 108 constellations? Let Liao Yongfeng go to negotiate and try to reduce the degree of damage. However, they should vent their anger and try to reduce it as much as possible. The great elder wanted to cover his face at this moment. Just let them destroy it, the second elder asked in surprise. Otherwise, when the Star Lord shows up, it will really be the end of the world. Chapter 52, Give me a dozen of these brothers-in-law. Little girl, it's okay. With the advancement of technology, you will definitely be able to get your things back. Lu Xiaoyu's strange appearance quickly attracted other people's attention. After learning about her situation, a kind woman stood by her side. Next to them, a couple had been walking back and forth several times. Many people who had not been there before appeared at the entrance of Qianguxuan. There were people selling candy figurines, people visiting, and people sweeping the floor. All kinds of things, all gathered here. It seems loose, but in fact it all revolves around Lu Xiaoyu. Starlight Army intelligence personnel. What they are responsible for now is Lu Xiaoyu's safety. The Star Ring cannot be lost. However, anyone who offends the Star Ring, offends the Star Lord, or offends the Star Lord's relatives will not escape death. The live broadcast room was also very lively at this time. Why haven't the police arrived yet? A lot of things happened in the Magic City today, and I guess we might not have enough manpower. What happened in the Demon City? Didn't you see? Those two copycats on the homepage are gone. Oh my god, it's really gone. What's going on? With such a good opportunity, why don't you continue the live broadcast? It seems like something happened at their company. They were just taken away by the police during the live broadcast. I'm dying of laughter. Yes, I saw it. They said they were exposing someone in their family, but it turned out to be a live broadcast from a live broadcast company. Laughing piss. I heard that something big happened to that live streaming company. I don't know the details. Damn it. Could it be that my brother-in-law did it? Brother-in-law? I don't think he even watches the live broadcast. By the way, Xiaoyu, you have to inform your brother-in-law about such a big thing. Lu Xiaoyu also saw this, wiped away her tears, and quickly took out her cell phone. At this time, I didn't dare to call my sister. My sister will definitely curse and call my brother-in-law. Hello, Xiaoyu, what's the matter? Xiaozhe said easily. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly became nervous, but still said, Brother-in-law, I took out 2 of your antiques for a live appraisal, and someone scammed them out. Is he okay? Xiaozhe didn't seem to care about the antiques at all. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Brother-in-law, these are antiques. I heard from the friends in the live broadcast room that they are very precious. One is a jade seal and a treasure box, and the other is the Yongla Encyclopedia. Well, it's okay. What's gone is gone. Are you okay? I'll be right over there. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu didn't expect that her brother-in-law didn't blame her at all, but instead cared about whether she was okay. Where are you? I'll come over now. Xiaozhe said. I'm here at Qianguxuan. Brother-in-law, the ring in the jade seal box is also inside. Lu Xiaoyu said carefully. To be honest, she also felt that this ring must be extraordinary. The Yongla Encyclopedia and other things are placed so casually. And this ring was specially placed in a jade seal box, so it must be extraordinary. Then there's even less need to worry. Xiaozhe smiled instead. He'll be back sooner or later. Brother-in-law, that's something worth billions. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but emphasize. Even if you just scold me a few times, that's fine. The money that countless people could never earn in their entire life was cheated away by others. Xiaozhe, I know, if it's lost, it's lost. You took the top one, right? I finished reading it. No more talking. I'm going to drive. After the call was hung up, only a beeping sound was heard. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. My brother-in-law said he knew. Billions of dollars worth of stuff, but I don't care about it at all. This. The woman next to him shuddered, and her whole body glowed with a different kind of brilliance. Star-Lord. That was the Star-Lord's voice just now. Oh my god. The Star-Lord will be here soon. The live broadcast room is even more lively. Damn it. I knew it. My brother-in-law is the real deal. He's absolutely amazing. Billions of dollars worth of stuff. And they don't even blink an eye. I just want to ask, where can I find a brother-in-law like this? My sister is very beautiful. I don't mind her being my mistress. Does your sister know? I'll beat you to death. His sister certainly wouldn't mind either. My heart is melting. Is there really such a man in the world? I really don't care about things worth billions. Instead, care about your body first. Such a man is so warm. Da-da-da-da-da. Strong winds whipped through the streets, and an attack helicopter swooped down from the sky. Everyone looked up in horror. Oh my God, the police are here. Direct helicopter landing. That's awesome. This is the first time I've seen a police helicopter respond. When the helicopter was still more than 10 meters away from the ground, 3 figures jumped down from it. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 of them bent their knees slightly, stood firmly, and then strode forward. Is this the place? When I saw this scene in the live broadcast room, I went crazy. Holy crap, jumping from such a high. Are the police requirements this high now? Horrifying. Is the quality of our military really that high? I was thinking about applying to the police academy. It's crazy. I suddenly feel so proud of my country. At this time, the roar of a sports car was heard again on the street. Crunch. With a sharp sound, a green supercar drew a big circle on the spot, and the car had not yet stopped. A man opened the driver's door directly, stepped out of the car, and stepped on the ground. The car drifted and parked accurately in the parking space. The heavily made-up woman in the passenger seat couldn't help but wave. Brother, leave me your contact information. Damn, are they filming a movie? This is definitely not a TV series. TV series definitely don't have such powerful effects. My eyes are blind. Titanium dog eyes are totally useless. So handsome. Some came on bicycles, and some came running. After a while, there were already more than a dozen people standing at the door of King Guksuan. They stood at the door like javelins, staring at King Guksuan. When the boss saw the situation outside, he couldn't help swallowing. It's not coming for me, is it? This. He was about to go out and ask. Then I heard a rumbling sound coming from outside the door. The huge noise seemed to crush the ground. Awakening. He stuck his head out and took a look. I saw a military green tank speeding down the street. The speed is outrageous. The people standing on the street remained calm. It's as if no sound was heard. Boom, boom, boom. The tank roared, and it felt like driving a supercar. The tank, speeding at high speed, suddenly circled in front of the store. Crunch. With a sound, the tank stopped steadily, and the muzzle of the gun was accurately aimed at King Guksuan. Now the boss knows. These people are all coming for me. He was so scared that he sat down on the ground and didn't dare to move. Chapter 53 Not Human. The black muzzle of the gun is like a death warrant. Make the boss tremble with fear. He is just an ordinary citizen. When have I ever seen such a scene? Just as he was trembling with fear, more and more people gathered here. These people stood behind Lu Xiaoyu without saying a word. Aren't these people all here to support this little girl? No. If this continues, something big will happen. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and called his brother-in-law. Hey, brother-in-law, it's me. There's a riot happening in front of my store. Come quickly. They're even bringing tanks and planes. The boss trembled. However, he is not without confidence. His brother-in-law is an officer. Brother-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? You're in Demon City. How could there be tanks and planes there? Really? Really? If you don't come soon, something bad will happen. He had to complain. He also made great efforts to help his brother-in-law become an officer. Nor will I ignore myself. I'll show you. He simply turned on the video call. On the other end of the phone, a square-faced soldier saw this scene and became furious. Lawless. Lawless. I'm going to get someone over here now. Wait a moment and be careful. After hanging up the video call, the boss finally breathed a sigh of relief. With my brother-in-law stepping in, things will definitely be under control. When people in the nearby shop saw this scene, they all huddled inside the shops to watch. What's going on? Such a big scene. Are we going to fight? What war? It seems that the little girl was cheated by the boss of King Guksuan. Hiss. Is she that powerful? This little girl is from quite a prominent family. Who says it's not true? People just jumped out of the helicopter. They really jumped straight down. It must be the Special Forces King. This is such a huge scene. This is the first time I've seen a tank so close up. Will there be any shells fired soon? Let's stay away. As the crowd grew larger and larger, Lu Xiaoyu didn't understand at first. You guys are all here to help me? The woman who had been comforting her stood aside and said, Yes, you see, there are still many good people in this society. Lu Xiaoyu looked back. Even the tanks were deployed. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. Could he be my brother-in-law too? Brother-in-law, isn't this amazing? Willy-willy. Willy willy. Suddenly, sirens sounded. Several police cars suddenly stopped and teams of police officers quickly got out of the cars, holding guns in their hands and pointing them at the crowd. What are you doing? Everyone, hold your head. Get down. Where did the tanks come from? Hundreds of military and police officers surrounded everyone in the center, with black muzzles of guns lined up in rows. The military police are here. Who told them to even mobilize the tanks? There won't be a gunfight, will there? The owners of several stores all dispersed at once. Just kidding, bullets have no eyes. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. It feels like I've entered some horrific plot. The anchor seems to have been scammed. This is a big deal. Anchor run. Swish, swish, swish. Three figures suddenly appeared and stood in front of Lu Xiaoyu. Is this the place? The long-haired young man looked at the plaque of Qianguxuan. This is it. The appearance of these three people made everyone behind Lu Xiaoyu kneel down in unison. Meet the four heavenly kings. Baihu waved his hand and glanced coldly, and saw a boss trembling in Qianguxuan. Is that him? Everyone only saw a flash before their eyes, and the big man disappeared. The next moment, a man carrying more than 100 pounds appeared, as if he was carrying a chicken. You cheated. Baihu paused and looked back at Lu Xiaoyu. You cheated this little girl? The Star Lord hasn't revealed his identity yet. If you act on your own, I'm afraid nothing good will happen then. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. Are these people here to help me? I'm dumbfounded. This is too big of a scene, right? Are they all my brother-in-law's people? Who is that brother-in-law? They are not official personnel. They can't beat black. Lu Xiaoyu didn't dare to think further. She felt like she might really be in trouble. My brother-in-law's mysterious identity was exposed by myself? At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room was confused. Holy crap, are all of these here to support the anchor? The host connections are even more impressive than I thought. It's not the anchor. I think it's my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is the real, awesome one. Tanks, planes. And that guy just now wasn't a human, right? That speed, if it wasn't live, I wouldn't have believed it. Superhuman? He lifted a man who was at least 170 people with just one hand. Isn't this a human anymore? What do you want to do? Help. Police officer. Help. The boss was lifted into the air. I was so scared that I lost my soul. He kept struggling and calling for help. What are you doing? Committing violence in public. Illegal assembly. Put him down now. A shout came from the loudspeaker outside. A police officer standing by the command vehicle in the distance saw this scene and felt terrible. It's lawless. Who are these people? Are you so lawless that you are going to fight in the street? Shot. The other party was unscrupulous, and for the sake of the safety of people's property, he issued an order. Bang. A gunshot was heard, and the bullet whizzed past. Baihu frowned slightly and looked back. Bite. The bullet spun and hit the white tiger. The high-speed spinning brass bullet twisted wildly on his temple. However, but it didn't even break his skin. The boss was closest to him. When he saw this scene, he screamed and fainted. The bullets can't even fire. Is this a human? Monster. Hurry. Save him. Just before he fainted, he heard the voice of his brother-in-law. There is salvation. A square-faced man rushed over with a group of soldiers. What do you want to do? Rebellion. Feng Lun was so angry when he saw his brother-in-law being held in someone's hand that his three corpse gods jumped up and down. Outlaw. These people can definitely be shot dead directly. I'm Feng Luan, commander of the 1st Battalion of the Magic City Military Police. Feng Luan rushed forward, glaring at everyone. Who are you? Who sent you here? Take down their tanks. Now, there are hundreds of military and police officers outside. He brought a team of people with him. He is not weak at all. Hearing his brother-in-law's voice, the boss raised his head and said, Alan, my good brother-in-law, come and save me quickly. They are going to kill people. With a backer, the boss feels more confident. Chapter 54. The Star Lord is here. Hand over the things, and I'll spare your life. Baihu said with some disgust. These are ordinary people, and he doesn't want to take any action at all. However, these people repeatedly challenged his bottom line. What? The boss knew what he was talking about. But at this time, you must never admit it. If you admit it, you lose. Did you hear me? Feng Luan reached out and pulled out his pistol, pointing it at Baihu's temple. You want to kill me? Baihu turned around at this time. The first time I looked Feng Luan in the eye. So what if I kill you? Feng Luan felt extremely contemptuous. The anger in my heart surged wildly. Huh, Baihu chuckled. At his current level, guns are no longer useful. After countless life-and-death battles on the battlefield, he knew better than anyone that he was no longer human. Yes, or forget it. Lu Xiaoyu had already turned off the live broadcast at this time. So scary. So terrifying. The guns are out. The tanks are out. A war could break out at any time. Anyone who offends the Star Lord must die, Qinglong said coldly. Star Lord? What Star Master? Lu Xiaoyu was confused. At this point, this place has nothing to do with her anymore. The Starlight Army can be said to have come for her, but now, everything they do is for the Starlight Ring. Boom. A car violently crashed through the blockade. Military and police commanders are going crazy. What the hell is today? They are all lawless. Do you think I really have no temper? Who are you? He rushed forward angrily. Liao Yongfeng waved his hand, and a booklet fell into his hand. The commander instantly stood up straight and saluted. Sir. Liao Yongfeng's face was as gloomy as water. Get out of here. Go and seal off the magic city. But here. The commander saw this huge scene. If I can't hold it here, this has nothing to do with you. After saying that, he ran forward quickly. Put the gun down. Feng Luan saw a soldier running towards him, his eyes still firm. These people are breaking the law. Bang. Before he could finish his words, Liao Yongfeng slapped him hard in the face. You're dismissed from the military. He knelt on one knee without even looking at Feng Luan. King, they don't know your identity. Liao Yongfeng said with his head down. If the star ring is lost, I will massacre the demon city today. Zhuke said calmly. When Liao Yongfeng heard this, his body suddenly shook. The long-haired Qinglong couldn't help but say, the Star Master is still here. The next moment, he felt uncomfortable all over. He quickly waved his hands and took a step back. I am a newcomer. Can't afford to offend. The Starlight Ring won't be lost, Liao Yongfeng said hurriedly. The demon city has been completely sealed off. No one is allowed to enter, but no one is allowed to leave. Most. Baihu threw the boss in his hand to Liao Yongfeng. Liao Yongfeng stomped him to the ground and said, Tell me, where did you put the star ring? The situation changed so quickly that the boss didn't have time to react. Didn't the military and police just come out together? At this time, where is the trace of the military and police? Feng Luan, who was lying on the ground, also woke up at this time. This person must be of extraordinary status. Is this the end of my military career? He was completely confused at this moment. As for doubting Liao Yongfeng's identity, he wouldn't. In a word, all military and police officers evacuated. I can't achieve this kind of energy by myself. Even his own superiors couldn't do it. Sister, brother-in-law. The boss looked at his brother-in-law. Feng Luan became furious when he saw that his brother-in-law was still asking him for help. If it weren't for him, would I be like this? Speak. Liao Yongfeng exerted force on his feet, and his head was stepped on the ground, making a crackling sound. I'll tell you. The boss saw the hatred his brother-in-law showed towards him and said hurriedly, Yes, it was Lin Debiao from the Kyoto treasure house. He ordered me to do this, and he took all the things. Lin Debiao from the treasure house. These people really don't know how to write the word death. Immediately wanted nationwide. Lu Xiaoyu finally came to his senses at this time. They really come for their antiques. Why is that? Brother-in-law. Black. And the soldiers. Black and white. These people seem to be even more awesome than this soldier. Who are you? Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but be curious and asked while pulling Qinglong's sleeve. Qinglong was about to answer when his expression suddenly changed. The Star Lord is here. In a flash, the person in front of Lu Xiaoyu disappeared. When Xuanwu heard this, he couldn't help but shout, Take me with you. Swish. The next moment, Xuanwu also disappeared. The crowd gathered behind him dispersed. In less than 2 minutes, it disappeared completely. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. A sudden transformation? Did I have a dream? Liao Yongfeng almost left, but when he thought of his identity, he stopped. Feng Luan was stunned. What's going on? Where are those people? You were here just now? How come it disappeared in an instant? Boom, boom, boom. A silver, unremarkable Volkswagen Bora drove over. The car stopped and a tall young man got out. Xing. When Liao Yongfeng saw this person, tears suddenly filled his eyes. Then, a huge pressure surged over. All the words were stuck on the lips and could not be said. So strong. Liao Yongfeng saw the people around him and immediately understood. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Xiaozhe walked over. When Lu Xiaoyu heard her brother-in-law's voice, all the grievances in her heart suddenly came up. When I turned around, I saw my brother-in-law standing behind me. I couldn't help but throw myself into his arms and burst into tears. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Xiaozhe patted her head gently. It's okay, as long as you're okay. Do you want to go to the hospital? No, it's okay. Many uncles and aunts helped me just now. Lu Xiaoyu said. Okay, I understand. Xiaozhe looked at Liao Yongfeng. Liao Yongfeng was shaking with excitement. After so many years, I didn't expect that I would see the Star Lord again. He wanted to kneel down and have an audience with the Emperor. But I know Xiaozhe doesn't like it. Xiao Liao, long time no see. Xiaozhe waved to him. Liao Yongfeng stood at attention involuntarily. Xing, Mr. Xiao, long time no see. Tears rolled down my cheeks all of a sudden. Brother-in-law, why do you call this Uncle Xiaoliao? He is obviously older than you. Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. Even if she was stupid, she could see it. These people all seem to be related to my brother-in-law. Yes, I was wrong, Lao Liao. Xiaozhe smiled brightly. Xing, Mr. Xiao, the ring will definitely be found. I guarantee it with my life. Xiaozhe waved his hand and said, It's okay, it won't get lost. I'll take my sister-in-law to check her body first. Then this person, Liao Yongfeng looked at Xiaozhe's back, thought for a moment, and stomped on his head. If you put the country in danger, you should die? Chapter 55 Lin de Biao's End. Feng Luan was shocked. His brother-in-law. He was killed just like that. What kind of person is this soldier? Killing a person and being so nonchalant. You guys, clean this place up before you leave. Liao Yongfeng rubbed his feet on the boss's body and left quickly. Things here are far from over. Because, until the star ring is found, the demon city will never be out of danger. You get in the car first. Xiaozhe opened the car door for Lu Xiaoyu, and Lu Xiaoyu got in the car. It feels like a dream today. His own brother-in-law had suddenly transformed into a billionaire and a powerful man. This transformation feels like a dream. Seeing her brother-in-law standing by the car door, Lu Xiaoyu was a little curious. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Xiaozhe smiled, turned around, and got into the car. Bao Lai carried them and disappeared onto the street. On a rooftop about a block away. Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu, who were standing on the wall, felt their feet go weak at the same time and fell out. If the three of them had not been quick enough to grab the wall, they would have fallen from the building hundreds of meters high. What? Suzaku asked coldly. No, I didn't stand firmly. Qinglong was covered in cold sweat. All three of them couldn't stand still. When Baihu heard Zhuchua's question, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Xuanwu's face turned slightly pale. It seems the Star-Lord just glanced at us. Qinglong said with a pale face. Suzaku frowned. Impossible. We're at least 10 kilometers apart. Just a glance. Indeed. Baihu wiped the sweat from his head. I think I saw it too. At that moment, a pair of eyes glared at me, and then my legs went weak. Xuanwu nodded. That's right. Suzaku's cold face suddenly flushed with joy, like a blooming peach blossom. The Star-Lord's injury has healed, and he's even making progress. The other three were immediately delighted. Back then, the Star-Lord and... Having said that, the three of them shut up at the same time. By the way, why did we run just now? Qinglong suddenly asked, touching his head. I saw you guys running away, so I ran too. Baihu was stunned for a moment. Didn't you say the Star-Lord was here first? I fucking saw Sister Suzaku. Qinglong didn't dare to continue. Suzaku felt a little embarrassed, but still kept a cold expression. Xuanwu was the most innocent. You didn't take me. The four of us looked at each other. Aren't we here to see the Star-Lord? Qinglong touched his head. Why are we running? Why don't you go now? Baihu said. The four of them suddenly fell silent. If the Star-Lord's injury is healed, he should summon us. Qinglong said very seriously. That makes sense. Baihu's eyes lit up. Zhuke stood on the roof of a tall building, and his gaze seemed to cover the entire demon city. Find that person in the entire demon city. The star ring has been retrieved. Hurry up. Hurry up. Although Lin de Biao didn't know what was happening, he kept urging the driver to speed up. The driver smiled and said nothing. At this moment, the sound of news suddenly came from the radio. The following is a nationwide wanted notice. Lin de Biao, male, 68 years old, from Kyoto, owner of the Kyoto Treasure Pavilion, is being arrested for fraud and treason. Anyone who provides valid information will receive a $1 million reward. The criminal is currently in downtown Moto City. Moto City residents are encouraged to actively provide clues. Here is his current attire. Lin de Biao was stunned on the spot. Wanted warrant? Wanted warrant. Treason. Damn it. I'm about to burst apart right here and now. How have I betrayed my country? He couldn't help but whisper to himself. What is going on? Logically speaking, even if the little girl reacted and called the police, the truth wouldn't be revealed so quickly. The boss of Qianguxuan took his 10 million, so he has to make excuses, right? How long has it been? Is it an hour? He had no idea that the boss of Qianguxuan was really furious at this time. Sir, I didn't expect that there is still a crime of treason nowadays. The driver's eyes flashed. Lin de Biao was shocked. Well, before I could come to my senses, the phone rang. Dad, what's going on with you? The son's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's not convenient to talk now. Have you finished dealing with the things over there? Lin de Biao asked nervously. How is that possible? It's only been a short time. No one is willing to take over now, the son said helplessly on the other end. Then leave it alone for now and deal with it slowly. I'm going abroad next. You're not going to kill anyone, are you? The son couldn't help asking. You're wanted all over the country. I know. I. I can't say I cheated a little girl out of her things. Where can I put my old face? Don't ask. I need to go abroad for a while now. I will be back after a while. Everything will be fine once I explain it clearly. Lin Biao said helplessly. Dad, you'd better turn yourself in, the son advised earnestly. After talking for a while, Lin Biao was very confused. What should I do? How did it become treason? He just couldn't figure it out. Kyoto. Lin Biao's son is talking on the phone. We've locked him down. He's currently riding in a taxi, heading to the northern suburbs. He's trying to escape. Notify the northern suburbs blockade immediately. Tell them to keep an eye out. In a taxi, Lin Biao looked at the baby in his arms. I still can't figure out why I committed treason. Important announcement. The Magic City will be locked down today. All airports, bus stops, train stations, and major intersections in the city will be completely blocked. It looks like something really bad has happened. The driver smiled and said, Sir, what do you think this man did to constitute treason? Lin Biao laughed dryly and said, I don't know either. Sir, there's definitely no point going to the airport now. Why don't you find a place to stay first? Lin Biao. He is very messy. Surrender? Or escape? Can you escape? He never thought that the city was closed because of him. I just stole 2 antiques. There are so many things like this happening across the country every day. The biggest problem now is that the city is under lockdown and we can't leave. He looked at the 2 things in his arms. The struggle between heaven and man. On one side is a national treasure. Priceless. Can you run away by yourself? The phone rang again. Fujui. Why? You're so old now, why bother? He sighed. Master, take me to the police station. Police station? The driver, sitting in the driver's seat, said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Do you think it's so easy? Chapter 56. It's just a broken Volkswagen. Lin Biao was stunned, and suddenly an ominous premonition came to his mind. Had I been discovered? That's right. I haven't changed my clothes yet, and you can tell it at a glance. He accepted his fate and went to the police station to explain. Okay, master, take me to claim the reward. He looked around and saw that the car was still driving at high speed, but there were fewer and fewer people around. Where are we going? Is it about killing people and stealing treasures? Stealing the star ring, bullying the relatives of the Star Lord, and turning yourself into the police? You wish. The driver stepped on the accelerator, almost causing Lin Biao to hit his head on the glass. What do you want to do? Lin Biao immediately realized that something was wrong. He reached out to open the car door. Squeak. The car swerved, and his head hit the door with a loud bang. Lin Biao felt dizzy and had a headache. In a daze, Lin Biao saw the driver actually stood up. Instead of controlling the car, he turned around and took the thing in his hand. Don't want. But how could he have the ability to resist now? The driver took the package away easily. Fortunately, the driver's voice was somewhat excited. The star ring is still there. He looked visibly relieved. Star ring? What? Lin Biao had no idea what was going on. I just want the Yongla Encyclopedia and the Jade Seal and Precious Box. These 2 things are priceless treasures. Goodbye. The driver turned around and smiled. In a daze, Lin Biao saw that the driver actually opened the car door. At this time, the car was speeding at least 80 miles per hour. Opening the door of the speeding car. He wouldn't want to commit suicide, would he? Lin Biao woke up suddenly. Then he saw the driver jump out of the car and roll on the ground. He stood firmly, horrified. Who on earth is this person? At this moment, Lin Biao felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Duong. After that, he lost consciousness again. The whole person was thrown out suddenly. His body smashed through the windshield. Countless bones were broken, and he fell in a pool of blood. Both hands and feet were placed on the ground in a very strange posture. A pair of feet came up to him. I'm so kind. You're getting a bargain. Hey, I got the ring. I got kind and got rid of it. Okay, I'll call the police now and let them handle this matter. The driver calmly called the police. Then, he left in a cool manner. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't know there were so many valuable things in the house. In the Bora car, Lu Xiaoyu felt aggrieved and wanted to cry. Xiaozhe smiled and said, Don't worry, someone will bring the things back soon. Really? Lu Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Really? The police are out there. We have to trust them. Lu Xiaoyu thought to himself. The policeman almost shot me just now. However, she became more and more curious about her brother-in-law's identity. More soldiers hurried over from behind and were particularly respectful to my brother-in-law. Although she didn't show it, she noticed the details. Brother-in-law, who are you? Lu Xiaoyu lay behind the passenger seat, looking at her brother-in-law who was driving. Perfect profile. With starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows, The sunlight outside the car shines in, making him look like a man who walked out of a comic book. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. I'm your brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu paused. I mean your identity. You are that Star Lord, right? Pig? I'm not a pig. Xiao Zhe changed the subject. Lu Xiaoyu uttered an ouch and suddenly said seriously, Brother-in-law, are you hiding something from my sister? Who doesn't have a little secret? Xiao Zhe's frank look left Lu Xiaoyu with no solution. She stamped her feet and said, Then I'll tell my sister everything that happened today. Sure enough, my brother-in-law's expression changed slightly. By then, you won't be able to hide anything. Xiao Zhe was driving the car, sighed and said, Don't be naughty. Can't 100 million shut you up? Oh, by the way, brother-in-law, I'll return the money to you. Lu Xiaoyu quickly took out his mobile phone. Keep it for use. Xiao Zhe said, I don't even care about this little money. I can earn that much in a month by cooking for others. You watch my live broadcast. Lu Xiaoyu was shy and then regretted it. I'm sorry, brother-in-law, I won't dare to do it again. Xiao Zhe waved his hand and said, Go do what you like. There are only some unimportant things at home. It doesn't matter. I will tell your sister slowly. So, you are really the Star Lord? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Star Lord. Although no one knows what these two words mean, those terrifying people all ran away when they heard these two words. What does that mean? I am a Michelin 9-star chef. Xiao Zhe said. That's right. You are also a Michelin 9-star chef, but my sister said you have never been in the kitchen. Lu Xiaoyu became excited. Crunch. The car stopped, and we were already at the residential complex. Since you don't need to go to the hospital, go home. I still have to go back to work. Brother-in-law, you are so rich, but you still have to work. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. Even if you really have no money, you can just sell something. Go play your live stream. I'm not some star master. I don't know those people. Xiao Zhe said with a smile. I can't lose my perfect attendance this month. Get off the bus now. Lu Xiaoyu was driven out of the car by Xiao Zhe, pouting. A little unhappy. You're so rich, yet you still want to be perfect? Watching Baolai disappear into the distance, Lu Xiaoyu stamped her feet in anger. The Bora drove out of the community and parked in a parking space. Xiao Zhe leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette for himself. He let out a long breath. That world. Let's keep it a secret for now. As if he had thought of something, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. This kind of life is really good. He is very satisfied with his current life. After finishing his cigarette, he started the car and left. Hey, did you see that? That guy in the car just now was so handsome. There happened to be two girls sitting on the flower bed by the roadside. One of the girls jumped up and down excitedly. What's the point of looking good? I still drive a crappy Volkswagen. Don't you see? Super manly. Super manly. So what? I'm still driving a crappy Volkswagen. What's wrong with Volkswagen? The quality of the car is good. Isn't it just a broken Volkswagen? At this moment, a young man nearby suddenly interrupted. Look, even though this is just a Volkswagen Bora, judging by the sound, it's definitely been modified. It has at least 16 cylinders. What's the level of 16 cylinders? Supercars rarely have 16 cylinders, and they can accelerate to 100 meters in under 2.5 seconds. Not to mention, his Bora has been modified with bulletproof glass, wheels, and other modifications. The modification costs alone must be at least several million. Chapter 57. Are you here to apologize again? The young man snorted and left in a cool manner. Hide your achievements and fame. The two girls sat there blankly. A broken Bora, the top model of a new one, only costs hundreds of thousands. So this guy spent millions on modifications? Are you just pretending to be cool? The girl who just said Xiao Zhe was handsome was a little stunned. How is that possible? The girl who broke the news was speechless. Think about it. How is that possible? Did they arrange a special commentator just to show off? The pretty girl nodded and said, That makes sense. Baolai regretted it deeply. What a pity. If I had known earlier, I should have asked for a phone number. This is a true local tycoon. Low-key and not pretentious. Luxurious and restrained. Only a man like this is worthy of me. That's not what you just said. The very handsome girl stared at her friend blankly. It seems like he doesn't know me at all. Let's come here more often these days. The girl from Baolai clenched her fists tightly. I'm sure I'll run into him again next time. He's so handsome, even when he's smoking. Just leave when you say so. Lu Xiaoyu snorted and wrinkled her nose. Stinky brother-in-law. Let's check the live stream. It just suddenly stopped. I wonder how they're doing. As a professional, for those who want to be a full-time anchor, she feels that fans are her greatest support. Quickly open the live broadcast room. I found that although the live broadcast had been interrupted for a long time, there were still many people in the live broadcast room. Will the anchor be in trouble? That scene just now was too terrifying, wasn't it? Even the tanks are out. Who are those people? The police have been called. I wonder what the current situation of the anchor is. The anchor brother-in-law is so awesome. There shouldn't be any problems, right? If my brother-in-law could show up. At this time, the live broadcast room lit up again. Lu Xiaoyu's beautiful and delicate face was revealed. Hello, everyone. I'm the host, Xiaoyu. I'm back again. As soon as Lu Xiaoyu appeared, the live broadcast resumed, and the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Holy crap. The anchor is fine. The anchor is not dead. Such a big scene has happened, and the anchor is not dead. The anchor's background is really strong. As expected of my brother-in-law's sister-in-law. Has my brother-in-law appeared? Brother-in-law should have been here, right? I remember the anchor called my brother-in-law. Anchor, you're so mean. You didn't even give me a chance. I really want to see my brother-in-law. I want to see my brother-in-law too. Brother-in-law? 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 Anchor, there's something wrong with you. You're really wrong. Why doesn't my brother-in-law show his face? Honestly, there's definitely something wrong with my brother-in-law. Ugh, there's definitely something wrong with the anchor. Lu Xiaoyu didn't get angry when she saw everyone teasing her. Instead, she felt a little bit expectant. Just now, the signal was bad. Lu Xiaoyu made an excuse. You can't say that we almost got into a fight just now, right? If a fight really breaks out, it will definitely be a huge scene. I can't hold it. However, my brother-in-law did come here just now. To be honest, he is really handsome. Lu Xiaoyu thought of the time when Xiao Zhe appeared behind her. My whole heart is satisfied and happy. Super handsome. If only I had met my brother-in-law earlier. Will it be? She looked down and thought, I'm not much worse than my sister. The host is in love. It's over. The anchor is finished. This isn't right. Anchor, you're mine. You and my brother-in-law are impossible. Anchor, calm down. Lu Xiaoyu blushed and quickly interrupted. What are you talking about? Okay, I'm fine. Today's live broadcast ends here. Just as she was about to finish, a group of people suddenly rushed over. They surrounded Lu Xiaoyu in an instant. What? What are you doing? Lu Xiaoyu was really panicked now. I'm a big streamer, with millions of fans watching me. I'm also watching you. If you dare. Lu Xiaoyu held up her cell phone and pointed it at the group of people who had come. While she was talking, she saw a group of middle-aged men suddenly bow deeply to her. Ms. Lu, I'm so sorry. We didn't know our place. We're sorry. We came all the way from Kyoto just to ask for your forgiveness. Miss Lu, these people are blind to the truth. Lu Qingyuan came to apologize with a group of old men. They were in such a hurry that they had no time to watch the live broadcast room along the way. He had just arrived here, and when he saw Lu Xiaoyu, he rushed up to apologize in a fit of rage. Huh? Lu Xiaoyu was stunned here, staring blankly at this group of people. Are you here to apologize? Which ones are they? I'm just a host. Before the live broadcast, there were only 1,000 people chatting in the room. Lu Xiaoyu came back online, and things instantly became lively, with over 10,000 people now attending. I seem to have seen the leader on the news. What's going on here? I almost called 110. Old man, where on earth did you come from? This? Lu Qingyuan slapped his head and said, I almost forgot. Come over here and explain it clearly. The people behind him felt a little embarrassed, but they still stepped forward one by one. Miss Lu, I'm very sorry. I'm the owner of Kyoto Treasure House. Another person stepped forward and bowed. I am the owner of Kyoto Antique Store. I'm the owner of Kyoto Bakasai. I'm the boss of the Jade Study. Lu Xiaoyu came back to her senses at this time. I seem to remember you. Did you make an offer in my live broadcast room? The owner of the treasure house nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. It was me. We wanted to buy the Imperial seal and the treasure box at that time. Why are you here to apologize? Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled. Lu Qingyuan came over and said, they don't know your status, Miss Lu, and they still want to lower the price. This is unforgivable. He bowed respectfully. This is just a small token of their appreciation. I hope Miss Lu can forgive them. The owner of the treasure house hurried forward and presented a small box with both hands. This, isn't it necessary? Lu Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed. This is the second time today. There is also a necklace worth 50 million in the bank safe. I hope Miss Lu will be magnanimous and forgive us, said the owner of the treasure house very sincerely. Are you here to apologize again? I can see that it's aimed at my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is awesome. But isn't this a bit stingy? At noon, Mr. Chen gave me a necklace. It was glittering with jewels. Impressive. A necklace worth $6 million. This one is so small, it can't be worth much. Host, without saying anything else, just open it and take a look. Haha. Chapter 58 is the Yonla Encyclopedia true? Fans are very curious about what apology gifts these people gave. It must be at least $1 million, right? It must be at least $1 million, right? In front of my brother-in-law, If it's less than 1 million, what's that? Isn't that right? By the way, shouldn't you discuss why they came to apologize? Yeah, I don't think the people from Treasure House should come and apologize in person, right? I don't understand. At this time, someone trotted over and said, Miss Liu, I'm very sorry, this is what you lost today. The man looked at the people around him and seemed a little disappointed and relieved. This? Lu Xiaoyu was stunned after taking the familiar takeout box. Was it really sent back? Thank you. By the time she opened her mouth to say thank you, the man had already left. Lu Xiaoyu didn't care about that. She just squatted down and opened the takeaway box. Need to check. What if it turns out to be fake? It's really hard for me to explain this to my brother-in-law. After the takeout box was opened, both items were very considerately wrapped in silk cloth and placed inside. She picked up the book first. Opened the silk cloth. Yonghua Encyclopedia. This time, she was more careful, carefully identified the roll number, and even looked through her own recordings. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Qingyuan next to him widened his eyes at this moment. The Yonghua Encyclopedia? Although he is best at historical relics of the Tang dynasty, but he was also very clear about the thing in front of him. It can be said that no one in the antique world is unaware of this. Yonghua Encyclopedia. It is said that the original is still in Yongling. Of course, Yongling has not been excavated, so no one knows whether it is true or not. Currently, there are only 418 volumes, more than 800 volumes, and some missing pages circulating on the market. It is also scattered among more than 30 public and private collectors in 8 countries and regions around the world. The National Library only has 224 volumes. Miss Liu, is this the Yonghua Encyclopedia? As the president of the Antiques Association, he really couldn't help but want to find out. When the others heard this, their eyes lit up instantly. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoyu had already suffered a loss once. Seeing the looks in these people's eyes, I didn't believe them at all. Lu Qingyuan quickly took a step back, waved his hand, and said, Miss Liu, we don't mean anything else, we're just curious. Yes, yes, occupational disease. Occupational disease. The owner of the treasure house and others also waved their hands repeatedly. One of them even slapped his own hand, saying in frustration, why can't you control your hands? Lu Qingyuan was curious and felt itchy inside. Miss Liu, we have no ill intentions. We are just excited to see the prey and want to take a look. Seeing his eager expression, and this is a residential area, but she still said very carefully, you can only look, don't reach out. Okay. Lu Qingyuan and others nodded repeatedly. Lu Xiaoyu set up the camera on his mobile phone and pointed it at himself. Okay, let's take a look. Lu Xiaoyu did not hand it over, but held the book tightly by the back. Lu Qingyuan and others came up immediately. This is not a handwritten copy from the Jiajing era. This was the first sentence the owner of Zhenbeifang said. The owner of the Gedongzai also nodded. Indeed, the manuscripts from the Jiajing period, whether in terms of material or cover, are not like this. However, judging by the texture of the paper, it doesn't seem like ordinary paper. It really doesn't look like ordinary paper. Lu Qingyuan took out the magnifying glass he carried with him and leaned over to take a look. Is this silk? He exclaimed, his breathing becoming much heavier. Silk? Others also began to identify it carefully. I can't tell. That shouldn't be the case, right? If we use silk, it's not impossible. No wonder it looks so new. It turns out it's made of silk. Silk is easier to preserve, but the texture is better too. It should be modern technology, right? Several bosses discussed it together. Lu Xiaoyu was also curious. However, I don't really understand what they are saying. It's not a modern craft. Lu Qingyuan said firmly. Aging silk is infinitely more difficult than aging paper. But look carefully. Everyone looked more carefully to identify it. Old Zhou, you know more about silk. Come and take a look. Lao Zhou took a moment to identify it. It's not made with modern craftsmanship, nor is it silk. The texture is easier to write on than silk. It should be authentic. Really? You mean? Ancient method. I've seen this technique in an ancient book before. Someone in the Song dynasty developed this method to create knitwear that's easier to maintain and more suitable for writing. It's recorded in Mengshi Bitten and in the existing Yonghua Encyclopedia. However, the production process is very complicated and not suitable for popularization. That's why not many people know about it. I think it's called silk. Lu Qingyuan nodded and said doubtfully, isn't this the original? The others were shocked. It's hard to say. If others bring it out, they will also question it. But what that big guy took out, it's not necessarily true. The original is in his hands. How normal is that? The words Lu Qingyuan said at that time were still ringing in their ears. If I take something from your Louvre, does it belong to me? If this is the original, how much would it be worth? Several people looked at each other. Handwritten copies from the Jiajing period now cost tens of millions each. If it's the original, that's at least hundreds of millions, right? And this, hundreds of millions per book. The host has another box at home. We're not experts in these matters, so it's hard for us to judge. If Professor Yi Guiming were here, he'd be more authoritative. Several bosses nodded. Lu Xiaoyu didn't ask them and just put the Yongle Encyclopedia away. This is indeed the book I took with me when I went out. I originally wanted to take a look at the jade seal and treasure box, but with so many people here, I decided not to. Okay, guys, I'm going home. She picked up her phone and prepared to go home. I personally think this Yongle Encyclopedia is authentic. 9 out of 10. How could that big guy possibly collect fake books? That's for sure. It's basically confirmed. Lu Xiaoyu wanted to sneak away while they were discussing. Who knows whether these old men are good or bad people? If I follow my brother-in-law's family. Miss Lu, it was Lu Qingyuan who first spotted Lu Xiaoyu running away, and he quickly chased after her. The owner of the treasure house was so frightened that he almost forgot to give the gift away. If I really pissed off that boss. Ms. Lu, please accept our apology. Lu Xiaoyu quickly pushed it away. No, I really can't take this. They don't know what to apologize for. How can I collect it myself? If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Miss Lu, Lu Xiaoyu's face darkened. Just then, she saw a team of police officers and said, "If you do this again, I'll call the police." Chapter 59, House Confiscation. The live broadcast room almost exploded at this time. Bullshit. Bullshit. The host's operation is amazing. I honor you as my king. Holy crap. That's amazing. Did you notice that a few bosses just said that the Yongle Encyclopedia might be real? Of course it's real. Would my brother-in-law collect fakes? Who is my brother-in-law? By the way, when did you start thinking that your brother-in-law is such a big shot? Of course at the beginning. Exactly. Your family spends 6 million on food in a year. How many hundreds of millions is your wine worth? Too many. Seeing the police, Lu Xiaoyu felt much more confident. I felt relieved. I don't know what's going on today. I'm so busy. One of the policemen sighed and took a bite of bread. The person next to him handed over a bottle of water. Who knows? There's just too much going on today. There were even gunshots in Lujiazui. Is this true? Of course it's true. A colleague fired a shot, and the commander emptied the magazine. It said there was a big scene at Qianguxuan too. Someone even fired guns. A popular internet celebrity company in Lujiazui was shut down. It used to be hard to fire a gun once a year. What's going on now? I don't know. The city is on lockdown, so the situation must be very serious. A policeman swallowed the last bite of bread and glanced at the people walking in front of him. We just got back from the lockdown. What are you doing this time? It is said that someone reported that a large tomb robber was found with many national treasures, and it was exposed on the internet. The person in front is from the Cultural Relics Administration. Are we here to catch tomb robbers today? Isn't it possible that they will shoot again later? The young policeman touched his gun worriedly. Today, all the military and police in the city are equipped with guns. It made him, a young policeman, very scared. Be careful. Tomb robbers are not simple. The people from the Cultural Relics Administration Bureau in uniform in front had frowns on their faces. Everyone should be careful this time. Tomb robbers are very fierce, said the leader. No. A young girl was a little nervous as she encountered such a big thing just after starting her job. I was really nervous and excited. Before she set off, she knew about it. The Yongle Encyclopedia. The Imperial seal and precious box from the reign of the two saints. Each one is a priceless national treasure. This Yongle Encyclopedia is most likely authentic. Faintly, she heard someone mention the Yongle Encyclopedia. Turning her head, she saw a young girl carrying a takeout box. Miss Lu, the Imperial seal and precious box. Please accept this. I'd like to see the jade seal and treasure box. She heard some words about the Yongle Encyclopedia and the Imperial seal and treasure box intermittently, and hurriedly stepped forward to say to the leader, "Leader, I heard these people seem to be talking about the Yongle Encyclopedia." The leader was startled and listened carefully. Sure enough, I heard these people talking about these two things. Looking more closely, isn't this the anchor? Let the military and police prepare. He walked up quickly and said, "Hello, we are from the Magic City Cultural Relics Management Bureau. Excuse me, are you Miss Lu Xiaoyu? Cultural Relics Administration?" Lu Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. What does it have to do with me? Ms. Lu, we've received reports from the public that you have several national treasures hidden in your home, and they're worth a fortune. A police officer stepped forward and showed a document. This is our search warrant. Please cooperate. Search warrant. Cultural Relics Protection Bureau. What are they here for? I'm Lu Xiaoyu. Excuse me, you guys. Lu Xiaoyu was much more cautious after what happened today. Can I see your ID? Okay. A policeman took out his ID. Lu Xiaoyu didn't know how to tell whether it was real or fake, so she simply called to verify it. It's actually true. The live broadcast room is really lively now. Holy crap. The Cultural Relics Administration is here. And the police, what are they doing? Today's live broadcast was so damn exciting. If this is made up, I'm gonna stand on my head and eat shit. I feel like I've heard this before. Xiaoyu is really careful this time. Anyone who has encountered the previous incident will be very careful. After confirming, Lu Xiaoyu returned the ID to them and said, "This is not my home. It's my sister and brother-in-law's home. I need to call them." Can? Lu Xiaoyu quickly called Xiaozhe. Brother-in-law, the Cultural Relics Administration and the police came to our house with a search warrant. Xiaozhe had just arrived at the company, and when he heard this, he wasn't nervous at all. Let them in. It's okay. I'll ask Annie to come over and clean up later. The other side. Director He. Lu Qingyuan actually found an acquaintance. President Lu? Director He naturally recognized the other party. President of the Kyoto Antiques Association. It's just right. Since President Lu is here, why don't you help us with the appraisal later? It will be a good opportunity for the young people to see it. Director He's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Qingyuan. Isn't that just perfect? Identification. Lu Qingyuan glanced at Lu Xiaoyu strangely. He just wasn't paying attention. What on earth happened over there? According to an online report, tomb robbers were discovered, and they also hid a lot of treasures. This time, we are here to raid their property. Director He said with a smile. House search. Lu Qingyuan was stunned for a moment, then pointed at Lu Xiaoyu and said, "Could it be her brother-in-law's house?" "You know?" Director He asked. "Do you know him?" Lu Qingyuan shook his head. How could he possibly know such a big shot? But, is such a person a tomb robber? That shouldn't be possible, right? Are you sure? He asked. This background seems quite big. Director He nodded. Based on the current information, it's basically confirmed. All that's left is the identification. As soon as the results come out, then. Director He said firmly. No matter who he is or where he comes from, we must handle this according to the law. We must handle this according to the law. Lu Qingyuan thought a lot at this moment. He didn't know Xiao Zhe's true identity, and he was able to communicate with the president of country F. However, there are also many people who have friendships with presidents of various countries. Anyone who breaks the law in China will be punished. This is an iron rule. No matter how powerful your background is, it's useless. Moreover, you can take a close look at the Imperial seal and precious box. He was more excited than ever before. At this moment, a desire and a dark thought even surged in his heart. This person really broke the law? There is no need to worry at all. As long as I do something tricky during the appraisal. He shook his head and said, "No, you can't do that. The truth is the truth. Facts are facts. Some things, like antiques, cannot be tricked. But I'm alone." He took the opportunity to introduce the owners of several antique shops to him. We share the same hardship. Chapter 60. You can basically spend your whole life in jail. Old Lu, is this reliable? Didn't you say this family is a big shot? Old Joe asked. You praised him so highly before and even asked us to pay you hundreds of thousands of US dollars as an apology. Now you say you want to raid the house. Damn it. Who gave you the courage? If you are so brave, why don't you go to heaven? The two people next to him nodded repeatedly. Old Zhao also said, Old Lu, you can't cheat us. Old Zhu said the same thing. We are all from the same association. You can't cheat us. Lu Qingyuan said seriously. How could I possibly cheat you? He continued to analyze. Where are we now? China. We are acting in accordance with the law. We are helping the country. Every citizen has a duty to serve the country and the people. Old Zhou was stunned for a moment. Why did this sound so awkward? It is not the greatest chivalrous person, but he who serves the country and the people. Is every man responsible for the rise and fall of the country? Besides, we might be able to open our eyes. If there really is an unborn treasure, we will be opened our eyes. Lu Qingyuan said. Now, several people were tempted. That makes sense. We are serving the country. This thing is reliable. The four people quickly reached a consensus. On Lu Xiaoyu's side, Xiaozhe did not refuse them entry. However, she was still cautious and said, I want to broadcast the whole process live. If anything goes wrong, I have to keep the evidence. After what happened today, she has grown. Director, he thought for a moment and said, Of course. Isn't it time to advocate for police-civilian cooperation and harmonious law enforcement? This is a perfect opportunity to let netizens see our quality. I heard the other party agreed. Lu Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, you'd better ask your brother-in-law, the head of this household, to come back. We may have something to ask him later. Director, he added. Of course, if he wants to escape, It's unlikely. Lu Xiaoyu paused. Is it that serious? Well, while going upstairs, she called Xiaoze again. Brother-in-law, they asked you to come home. It seems that the matter is very serious and they are worried that you will escape. When the elevator arrived, she was a few steps behind the others. If there's a problem, run. It's okay, I'll be back in a bit. When she said this, she forgot to close the live broadcast room. The fans heard it all. Holy crap. Host, are you trying to kill your brother-in-law? I laughed. The anchor is kind of cute in his stupidity. Fortunately, my brother-in-law has a clear conscience. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you. There are millions of us, and we are all witnesses now. Okay, the next round of the secret money battle begins again. Haha, that's awesome. Last time the host did it all by themselves, but now they don't even need to do it themselves. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. This time we've even brought along a professional antique expert. The front row benches have been moved in, drinks, melon seeds, peanuts. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity, and Lu Xiaoyu's face turned red. Why am I so stupid? The live broadcast should be turned off. Ms. Lu, please come and open the door. When she got out of the elevator, everyone was waiting for her. Lu Xiaoyu hurried over and pressed his fingerprint, and the door opened. Come in. Lu Xiaoyu went in and changed her shoes. The people from the Cultural Relics Management Bureau took out shoe covers and put them on themselves, and also gave them to Lu Qingyuan and the other three. The military and police were guarding the door. This is my brother-in-law's home. You guys better be careful. Lu Xiaoyu felt that she had caused trouble for her brother-in-law again. Someone said aggrievely. Director, he smiled and said, all right, everyone, split up and look for it. If you find anything, be careful and bring it to the living room for the experts to examine. Lu Qingyuan said impatiently. Miss Lu, I'm very sorry, but please take out the Yongle Encyclopedia and the Imperial seal and treasure box from your box so we can appraise them. Lu Xiaoyu glared at him. He seemed very polite before. Unexpectedly, he turned against us now. Snort. She was a little angry. This is the first time I'm this angry. Ms. Lu, please cooperate. If you don't hand it over, we will enforce it. Director, he said seriously. Lu Xiaoyu felt even more aggrieved and put the takeaway box on the table. It's right inside. You guys take care of it. Lu Qingyuan couldn't care less at this time. The Imperial seal and precious box from the reign of the second saint. With trembling hands, he opened the takeout box and took out the jade seal and precious box. 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Fine carving. It also uses gold thread inlay. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Old Zhao said from the side. Excellent workmanship. Judging from the knife work and the texture, it's definitely from the Tang dynasty. 2 dragons playing with a pearl. The carving is exquisite. It must be an imperial item. The pattern is a pair of dragons playing with a pearl. It must be from the time when the 2 saints were in power. I never thought that one day I would be able to see the jade seal and treasure box from the reign of the 2 saints. If it was during the reign of the 2 saints, then this jade seal and precious box must have contained the imperial seal. The 4 of them said in unison. Everyone saw surprise on their faces. Excited. Sure enough, this trip was not in vain. Lao Lu, good brother. Director, he asked, how much is this thing worth? Although he knows a little, he is not particularly proficient in it. Priceless. Old Zhou shook his head. I dare not say the specific value, but it will be billions. Old Zhou also agreed. Lu Qingyuan was silent for a moment, then said, if this thing were sold abroad, you'd basically be in jail for life. Director, he nodded with a serious expression. This matter is probably a big deal. However, the bigger the matter, the greater your contribution. This is a national treasure. Director, he already had an idea in his mind. The live broadcast room at this time. Nima, he's a national treasure right from the start. That's awesome. If we sell this, we'll make a killing. Wait, sir, I haven't met my brother-in-law yet. Please give me this opportunity. It's over. It's really over now. I think with my brother-in-law's power, it shouldn't be that bad. I always thought it was fake. Now I know. What the hell? It's over. Xiaoyu's live broadcast room might be blocked soon. Director, he looked at the Yongle Encyclopedia and asked, where is this book? The Yongle Encyclopedia, is it an antique? They had read this book before. Lu Qingyuan nodded and said, this copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia is not a handwritten copy from the Jiajing period. Our preliminary judgment is that it is an antique and may be the original. Old Zhou frowned and said, we're not particularly sure about this. It would be best to find a more professional expert to verify it. Professor Yi Guiming is an expert in this field. Why don't I give him a call, said Old Zhou. Chapter 61. Invulnerable to fire and water. Invulnerable to insects for thousands of years. Please don't let this be true. Yes. We should let Professor Yi Guiming, the most knowledgeable professor, Take a look. Director he also nodded repeatedly. After all, although they are from the Antiques Association, in terms of authority, the most authoritative ones are still at the professor level. Professor Yi Guiming is truly a senior professor who has spent his entire life studying the Yongle Encyclopedia. Nationwide, no? There is no one in the world who knows more about the Yongle Encyclopedia than him. A research institute in Kyoto. Yi Guiming sat at the desk, wearing reading glasses, and carefully wrote notes in a notebook. He always kept the habit of writing by hand and typing when necessary. The text will be given to the students to enter into the computer. Some people also asked him why he didn't learn how to use a computer. That's what he said at the time. If I had this much time, I might as well study the Yongle Encyclopedia. Besides, I've been dealing with books all my life, and I'm really not used to suddenly putting down my pen and typing on a keyboard. Therefore, he has always maintained the habit of writing by hand. A beautiful cursive script was written quickly on the paper. Teacher, there's a phone call. It's Mr. Zhou from Beiguzi calling you. A student walked in quietly and said in a low voice. Yi Guiming stretched and put down his pen. After walking out of the office, he answered the phone. Old Zhou, do you have something new to share with me? Yi Guiming's eyes lit up. He mainly studied the Yongle Encyclopedia, but he was also very interested in other things. Lao Yi, Lao Lu and I saw something, and we're really unsure about it. We need your help to take a look. Yi Guiming laughed and said, Is there something you can't grasp? I don't have the ability to do that. No, this is your specialty. Here's a copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia. The four of us initially suspect it's the original, but we're undecided and don't dare to make a final decision. What? Yi Guiming almost jumped up and exclaimed, The original? Are you sure? Old Zhou smiled bitterly and said, It's precisely because we're unsure that we want an expert like you to come and take a look. The student obviously saw his teacher and his hands trembled. Then he quickly ran back to his office and said, Wait for me for a moment. He looked through the books on the shelf one by one, finally found a book, quickly turned to a page, and read for a while. Then he asked, What is the material of that book? It's not paper, it looks a bit like silk, but we thought it was silk before. Lao Zhou told the truth. That's right, it's the original, but the material isn't entirely silk. The craftsmanship hasn't changed, but new materials have been added. Yi Guiming showed an embarrassment on his face. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, You try it. Burn it with fire. Lao Yi, are you serious? Lao Zhou's voice became sharp. If this is true, it would be a huge loss. Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but say, Old Yi, this book shouldn't be any of the ones collected in China. We don't have it. Yi Guiming paused. I'm sure you won't burn the entire copy. Just burn it. The original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia is made of a special material. There is a tiny record of this in miscellaneous notes on Spring Rain compiled by Xiejin, the compiler of the Yongle Encyclopedia. When the book was completed, the emperor copied it on silk, which is impervious to water and fire, and will remain indestructible for 10,000 years. Really? What did Professor Yi say? Director, he asked impatiently. Lao Zhou said seriously, The material is basically consistent. If you want to confirm it further, you can burn it with fire, and you will know. It's recorded in Spring Rain miscellaneous notes that the Yongle Encyclopedia used a special silk fabric that is impervious to water and fire and can withstand 10,000 years of rot. No accidents will happen, right? Director, he was still quite worried. What Professor Yi said couldn't be wrong. We just need to be careful and only light a little bit. We won't catch the whole thing on fire. Okay, let's try. Just as they were preparing, the live broadcast room went crazy. Holy crap, is there really such paper in the world? What the heck is silk? It's so fucking awesome. Is there really such paper? It looks like something out of a martial arts novel. The 90 manual is written on it. Haha, what is silk? I searched Baidu and found that silk was a useless invention during the Song dynasty. Because it was expensive and difficult to promote, it was almost abandoned. I didn't expect the real Yongle Encyclopedia to be made of silk. And it's also impervious to water and fire, and can last for thousands of years without being infested by insects. That's incredible. More strange knowledge has been added. Hurry up, I want to see it. I have to see it. I have to see it. Lu Xiaoyu didn't have time to pay attention to these things. Instead, she said worriedly, Don't break it. You'll have to pay for it if you break it. Director, he smiled and said, Little girl, if it is confirmed that this is the original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia, it will be difficult for your brother-in-law to escape punishment. Seeing him squinting his eyes, Lu Xiaoyu's heart trembled. Yes, if the Yongle Encyclopedia is true, then my brother-in-law will never be able to escape the accusation. She went through a live broadcast today and also did some searching at noon. The value of the Yongle Encyclopedia is immeasurable. A handwritten copy can be sold for tens of millions. Then the original copy is estimated to be worth over 100 million. Don't let this be true. Lu Xiaoyu kept praying in her heart. Director, lighter. A staff member has already brought the lighter over. Director, he handed it to Lao Zhou casually. After all, it was he who called just now. Lao Zhou quickly waved his hands. Director, this is your administration's business. I dare not. Whether true or false. If it really gets burned a little, I'll definitely be in trouble. Director, he looked at them and smiled. You guys. I'll do it. Click. The flame on the lighter flickered. Director, he was also a little scared. However, if something goes wrong, the unit will intervene. Grit your teeth. The flame of the lighter instantly approached the book. Everyone's eyes widened, staring closely at this scene. Safe and sound. The book didn't even look like it was about to catch fire. It's true. This is true. Lao Zhou was as excited as a 200-pound fat man. Jumping and dancing, laughing happily. Is it because there is not enough time? Old Zhu asked cautiously. A little longer? Director, he was also very cautious. Let's take another look. Lu Qingyuan said. After a while. Could it be that I didn't make contact? It's possible. I'll get closer. A little while later. I'm a little dizzy, and it seems the fire is a little smaller. Let me turn it up a bit. A little while later. How about putting in a gas stove? Chapter 62, there is a whole box here. That's enough. Lu Xiaoyu was almost mad at them. The total cost for several people is 250. You guys are deliberately trying to burn this book, right? Why don't you take it to the crematorium and try it? She was so angry that she didn't care about her status anymore. However, the next moment, she regretted it. This is true. The fire has been burning for so long, but there is no sign of it igniting. I said the wrong thing. Her roar woke up everyone. This is true. Old Zhou screamed. Really? This is the real Yongle encyclopedia. The attention of all those who were searching for evidence was drawn to it. Even the live broadcast room exploded. Holy crap. What did I see? Paper can't burn. I've only seen paper that won't burn in physics class when I was in school. What a bullshit. The technological level of ancient my country is truly amazing. It was absolutely explosive. At that moment, I almost thought it was going to catch fire. The host's face turned blue. Ha! This is the end. If the Yongle encyclopedia is real, doesn't that mean my brother-in-law has confirmed the tomb robbery? The Yongling mausoleum has not been excavated yet. It has been rumored that the original copy of the Yongle encyclopedia might be inside. It's over. Will I never see my brother-in-law again? Mysterious brother-in-law, my favorite brother-in-law. Anchor, run. Run? Where to run? There are military police guarding the door. It's really over now. I remember there's a whole box in the study, right? Oh my God. What is the crime? Will there be any trouble? What crime? Just the crime of tomb robbing is enough to punish you. This is written in the criminal code. Given the importance of the Yongle encyclopedia, it's likely a serious offense, punishable by more than 10 years, life imprisonment, or even the death penalty. Damn it. Isn't this family ruined? No more. And there are also confiscations of property. Looking at the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, Lu Xiaoyu was trembling all over. Tears rolled down my cheeks. It's over. My brother-in-law is really finished. My sister will definitely blame me. What do I do? Sobbing. Sobbing. She tried her best to lower her voice so as not to make fun of herself in front of these bad guys. If it weren't for them, my brother-in-law. No. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I don't even know what live streaming is for. Blame me. The more I thought about it, the sadder I felt, and I couldn't stop crying. Don't cry, host. You didn't mean it. Although it wasn't intentional, if it weren't for the live broadcast, my brother-in-law would definitely be fine. The anchor is a jerk. A troublemaker. What else could it be? That's right. How much trouble have we gotten into today? If it weren't for my good luck. There was actually a surge of people in the live broadcast room wanting to condemn her. Obviously, in this live broadcast room, brother-in-law is the eternal God, and the anchor Lu Xiaoyu is just a tool. No one expected that the little girl would burst into tears on the spot. Furthermore, the live broadcast was ongoing, so director he couldn't say anything harsh. He could only persuade her. It's okay, little girl. I will definitely plead for leniency on your behalf. It's better not to say this. When Lu Xiaoyu heard about leniency, there was only one sentence that came to his mind. Confess and you'll get leniency, but you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. The tears could no longer be stopped. The people present were all rough men, and they were all helpless. Especially since she is a little girl, she is very pretty. You can't talk to him, and you can't hit him either. This is not noisy. Xiaoyu, come here and comfort this female comrade. Director he finally remembered that he had a female employee under him, and quickly called her out. Xiaoyu was a newcomer who had just joined the Cultural Relics Administration Bureau. Seeing Lu Xiaoyu's tears, he quickly sat over and whispered comforting words. Ha ha ha. This leader's words are so funny. Ha ha. Is this what you call comforting? Trying to get leniency. The anchor is still young. It's good that he didn't collapse. I'm dying of laughter. This straight guy is simply a god. The anchor is so pitiful. The live broadcast room was very lively. It's so dramatic. It was clearly a live broadcast, but it produced the effect of a TV series. Lu Qingyuan and the other three people surrounded the Yonghua Encyclopedia and the Jade Seal and Treasure Box, and they really looked at them again and again, and they felt that no matter how much they looked at them, they could not get enough. This is a top national treasure. Both. The original copy of Yonghua Encyclopedia. You know, there are only about 800 handwritten copies left in the world. And here, there is an original copy. This is simply terrifying. This authentic copy of the Yonghua Encyclopedia actually used special materials. Even fire can't burn it. If I put this on the fire, will it burn? Old Joe couldn't help but feel curious. Of course. I guess so. Fire resistance has its limits. If you put it in high temperatures, it will definitely ignite. It's the original copy of the Yonghua Encyclopedia. I didn't expect it to have such amazing texture. The wisdom of the ancients is truly infinite. I never thought that I would be able to see the original copy of the Yonghua Encyclopedia in my lifetime. On the other end of the phone, Guiming was almost dying of anxiety. Of course, he heard the conversation here. He had studied the Yonghua Encyclopedia for a lifetime, and now there was an authentic copy in the world. He felt like 7 or 8 cats were scratching him in his heart. Lao Zhou, is this the original? Really? Hurry up and answer me. Where are you now? I'll come right over. Hello? Lao Zhou, are you dead? Good of you, old Joe. You were so eager to find me when you had something to do, but now you're leaving me alone. Professor Guiming was almost going crazy. Old Joe, my voice became hoarse from shouting. I wanted to smash my phone directly at Lao Zhou's face. This bastard. Oh, old E, this really is the original. Even fire can't burn it. It's absolutely amazing, and the font inside is worth studying. I won't say more. I need to take this opportunity to take a look. Wait. Guiming was furious. Are you sure it's the original? Which volume? It has a serial number. Where are you? I'll fly over right away. Professor Guiming was really anxious. The original copy of Yonghua Encyclopedia. Silk is impervious to water and fire and will not rot for thousands of years. It might even be better preserved than a handwritten copy. You know, many of the collections now are loose pages. Some of them were even taken away to make shoe soles before they were rescued. And the original copy is said to be very well preserved. Just then, he heard a young voice on the other end of the line. Director, I found a box here. It's full of the Yonghua Encyclopedia. What? Guiming became even more anxious. A box. A whole box of Yonghua Encyclopedia. Is it the original? Chapter 63, A Great Achievement. Hello. Guiming is really going crazy. What's wrong with these people? Can't you just make one thing clear? Why keep yourself hanging like this? Is it fun? He couldn't help but want to swear. Lao Zhou, where are you? But I was reluctant to hang up the phone because there was a whole box of Yonghua Encyclopedia on the other end of the phone. How many copies of the Yonghua Encyclopedia are there in a box? Even if the box is smaller, there should be at least 10 books, right? If the box is big, it is not impossible to have dozens of books. You guys should answer me. When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she couldn't help but tremble all over. They found the box. Tears rolled down even more. One copy of the Yonghua Encyclopedia was enough for her brother-in-law to bear, and now there was a whole box. She remembered there might be 20 copies. Xiaoyu, who was comforting her, was also stunned at this time. A box. If they are all originals, how much is the Yonghua Encyclopedia worth? She couldn't help but want to ask a question, but I saw that someone in the live broadcast room had already started popularizing science. A manuscript from the Jiajing era would fetch around 6 million euros at auction right now. Including the handling fee, it's estimated to be over 8 million euros. And that's just for the manuscript from the Jiajing era. If it's the original, it should be at least double the price, right? Also consider its amazing texture. I think it would be no problem to double or triple the amount. Doesn't that mean one book would cost more than 20 million euros? Xiaoyu was stunned. There was a book not far from her eyes. This small book is worth a house. And it's a house in Shanghai. And there's a whole box of. At this time, several people had already moved the boxes out. With their previous identification experience, they quickly determined that all 19 books here were authentic. 20 books. Lu Qingyuan felt that he was completely shocked. He knew that an original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia would cost at least 200 million. This is just the appraised price. If it were to be auctioned, the price would probably be even higher. Now here are 20 of them. The starting point is 4 billion. It may even reach 10 billion. Gurgle. He heard Lao Zhou swallowing. The owner of this house. It's over. Old Zhu's voice was a little hoarse. He had just taken out all the copies of the Yongle Encyclopedia and sorted them out. They are all consecutive numbers. His voice trembled. Consecutive numbers. Old Zhao exclaimed in shock. Are these all connected? Yes. I've looked through them all, and they're indeed connected. At this moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang with an angry voice. What are you talking about? What are you talking about consecutive numbers? Professor E. Guaming. He's going crazy. These people are unreliable. Old E, we found 20 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia here. All of them are consecutive numbers. Old Zhou's voice was hoarse. So scary. What? They're all connected. Where are you? I'm coming right over. Ha. The originals. The ones with consecutive numbers. Yi Guaming laughed loudly on the other end of the phone. We are in the Magic City. Director, he didn't know what to say at this time. Everyone wants banknotes with consecutive numbers, let alone the Yongle Encyclopedia. The content of Yongle Encyclopedia covers everything. At that time, Zhu Di wanted to compile a masterpiece that could demonstrate the national prestige and benefit future generations. History says, all the books of the classics, history, and collections of hundreds of schools of thought since the invention of writing, as well as the works on astronomy, geography, yin and yang, medicine, divination, Buddhism, Taoism, and the arts, have been compiled into one book. This means that all aspects are included. Because the existing manuscripts are not continuous, many of the contents cannot be studied in depth. Therefore, the significance of consecutive numbers is extremely important. Able to delve deeper. Moreover, the Yongle Encyclopedia is not only a collection of classics from the Ming Dynasty, but also a collection of various classics before the Ming Dynasty. It can be said that if you want to know about things before the Ming Dynasty, just reading the Yongle Encyclopedia is enough. You can imagine how important this is. Lu Xiaoyu was about to collapse. Brother-in-law, it's really over. Even if others want to comfort, they don't know where to start. Brother-in-law, this is too awesome, right? All 20 books have consecutive numbers? Is this a coincidence? I don't think it's a coincidence. There's reason to suspect that my brother-in-law has other collections. Hundreds of millions for just one book. That's incredible. Is this the real life of the wealthy? The books they read all cost hundreds of millions. A lifetime is not as good as a book. That's right. Can we earn 100 million by working so hard in our whole lives? Let's put it this way. If you just work, it will take you 100 years to achieve $1 million annual salary. Damn. I suddenly remembered that when the live broadcast just started, my brother-in-law and his family's annual salary was less than 1 million. It feels like a lifetime ago. The books people read are worth hundreds of millions. After director, he was shocked. He was ecstatic. Antiques worth nearly 10 billion yuan have been found, and none of them are available on the market. What does this mean? This means it is very likely that they robbed a certain tomb. It could even be Yongling. First, collect all the copies of the Yongle Encyclopedia and sort them in order. Then call the unit and ask them to arrange for an explosion-proof vehicle to come over. Let them carry something of such high value. Any bump or hit will result in a huge loss. Comrades, military and police officers at the door, please be patient. We may need to send more people as the situation here is a bit complicated. Director, he said seriously. Military and police were immediately deployed at the door. After director he had arranged everything, he asked, for experts, let's put the Yongle Encyclopedia aside for now. This item must be the Imperial seal and treasure box, right? Can you determine its age and value? Lu Qingyuan nodded. I like Tang Dynasty antiques the most, and I also study this area. I'm basically sure. After a pause, he said, if it's safe, you can give it in. Director, he was the first to answer this time. How about asking Professor E. Guaming to take another look? Professor E is an expert on the Yongle Encyclopedia. He's not very knowledgeable about artifacts from the reign of the two emperors. If you need an expert to confirm, I recommend Professor Wan Hongyi. Old Zhou also nodded. Professor Wan Hongyi is an expert in Tang Dynasty history and is the best candidate. Do you have any contact information? Director, he felt that he was so wise today. Let these four come up, who can't they find? And a huge national treasure theft case was solved. Maybe even catch a tomb robber. Antiques worth tens of billions were also recovered. This is truly a tremendous achievement. Okay, I'll call and ask Professor Wan Hongyi to take a look. Lu Qingyuan said with a smile, but in fact he was more showing off. Jade seal and precious box. right at your fingertips. Being able to only look but not touch or identify is a real torture for people in the cultural relics field. Chapter 64 National Guard. Ruan Hongyi looked up from his studies. The image of the jade seal and precious box appeared in my mind again. Perfectly preserved. 2 dragons playing with a pearl, 2 saints coming to the throne. It is worthy of being a rare treasure. However, he quickly shook his head. This was none of his business. Hello, Lao Lu. What's the matter? Ruan Hongyi received a call from Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan laughed heartily. Old Ruan, I have something I want you to take a look at. Both of them specialize in Tang Dynasty history. We often communicate together. However, Lu Qingyuan is not a professional after all, so there is still a big gap. Oh, you, an expert on the Tang Dynasty, are not sure about it. Ruan Hongyi also became interested. He didn't expect that this thing was the jade seal and treasure box he had seen. Haha, Lao Ruan, you are making fun of me. You are the expert in this field. Lu Qingyuan said. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before Ruan Hongyi asked, what on earth is it that you can't even pinpoint? The Imperial seal and precious box from the reign of the 2 emperors. It seems you have seen it before. Lu Qingyuan revealed the answer. The Imperial seal and precious box of the 2nd saint? Do you want to accept it? Ruan Hongyi asked in surprise. I can't afford that. I'm just doing a favor for a friend. Ruan Hongyi thought he was helping a friend identify it, so he nodded and said, I've seen that thing. It can't be a fake. A fake can't be this real. If you want an estimate, it's priceless. A keepsake from the reigns of Wu Zetian and Emperor Gaozong of Tang, used to hold the imperial seal forged by Qin Shi Huang. This item is of immeasurable value. Old Ruan, are you sure? Lu Qingyuan confirmed again to prove it to Director He. Of course, I watched the live broadcast, and the girl showed me a close-up. If you're still worried, the jade seal and treasure box are made entirely of rosewood, a fragrant wood that lasts for years. As for the other aspects, you know them all yourself. Lu Qingyuan said he understood. It is indeed rosewood. Although the fragrance is light, it has a lasting feeling. This entire box is made entirely of a single piece of rosewood. Lao Zhou and Lao Zhao made a quick appraisal. The conclusion was quickly reached. Director He almost burst into laughter. How much is this item worth? Lu Qingyuan said. As Professor Ruan said, the value of this item is immeasurable. However, based on my experience in antiques, this item can be valued at least 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. It looked as if a chrysanthemum was blooming all over Director He's face. Another 1.5 billion credit. Marvelous. 15 billion is generally just the starting price, just like the estimated price at an auction. The final price could be even higher. The live broadcast room was also going crazy at this time. Holy crap. 15 billion for a box. This is crazy. It's for the ring. How much does that ring cost? Isn't it probably on the same level as the Imperial seal? That shouldn't be the case, right? The Imperial seal is unrivaled in the world. This is a really big deal. Lu Xiaoyu's heart kept sinking. Now she understood that the more valuable the things they found in her brother-in-law's house were, the greater the crime would be for her brother-in-law. A crime worth more than 10 billion. Will he be shot? Thinking of this, her little face was full of horror. So scary. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Do you know who we are? The noise coming from the door attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Director He frowned and asked, Who are you? There were 2 people at the door, one middle-aged and one young. Obviously someone within the system. The middle-aged man was arrogant and stood at the door, not afraid at all even though there were military police opposite him. It was he who asked, Do you know who I am? I'm the director of the Famine Temple National Museum. My name is Qin Shichong. Get out of my way. If you delay my business, you're delaying the country's business. Qin Shichong stood at the door. His momentum is no less than that of He Chuchong. He Chuchong frowned. Famine Temple? It's a million miles away from here. What are you doing? The stuff in their museum. Could it be that their museum was robbed? The person he caught was not just a tomb robber, but a master thief. Damn it. What a credit. What are you doing here? Director, he asked. This concerns national affairs. Who are you? Qin Shichong asked with his belly bulging. Whether I can move up one more level depends on this time. We are from the Magic City Cultural Relics Management Bureau. Before Director he finished speaking, Qin Shichong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over. The devil wants to get there first. This is absolutely not possible. I must get the jade seal and precious box before them. This makes a perfect set. In the future, the reputation of Famine Temple Museum will be further enhanced. Thinking of this, he didn't listen to what Director he said. He glanced and saw Lu Xiaoyu. This is the person. I have to move as fast as possible. His eyes searched frantically like a scanner. Route action. Play it out in your mind over and over again. It sounds long, but in reality, it only takes a moment. Swish. Director, he hasn't even finished introducing himself yet. Qin Shichong had already entered the house and came in front of Lu Xiaoyu. He pulled out an envelope and a crumpled pennant from his pocket. He immediately stuffed it into Lu Xiaoyu's hand and said quickly, "Hello, I am the director of the Famine Temple Museum. On behalf of our museum, I would like to thank you very much for your outstanding contribution." Grateful? Famine Temple Museum? What's going on? Swish. Qin Shichong suddenly shook out the banner in his hand. For big words, grand and majestic. National Guardian. This is a reward of 1,000 yuan to commend your great contribution to the country's historical heritage. Qin Shichong's eyes have begun to look at the jade seal and precious box. He has no interest in the Yongle encyclopedia at all. The only thing in the world that can attract him is the Imperial seal and the precious box. Among the 8-layered treasure boxes in Famine Temple, the outermost one, made of rosewood, is already in tatters. And this one in front of me can just replace it. Everyone was stunned. Damn it. This operation. The live broadcast room was in chaos. Did I hear correctly? $1,000, and you want to take away a treasure worth 1.5 billion. Who is this person? He's quite ugly, but he's dreaming too much. Didn't he say it was from the Famine Temple Museum? Why would they want this? I think he's right. This kind of national treasure should be handed over to the country. Haha. Is the guy upstairs an honest person? Why wouldn't I believe him? I don't believe it either. There's a red-eyed person upstairs. It's easy to talk without any back pain. Even director, he was stunned. Is Famine Temple Museum so powerful? Didn't he hear clearly who I am? Director of the inspection department. Where's the brain? Everyone seemed shocked by Qin Shichong. He has already started to pack up his things quickly. Jade seal and precious box. Get. Chapter 65. My sister is back. Stop. Lay down. Director, he was shocked. Are you here to sell stolen goods? Is it really that simple to be the director of Famine Temple Museum? Catch him first. Director, he waved his hand, and the military and police immediately stepped forward and took both men under control. Zhou Jiqiang was speechless. Why does my boss seem to have a problem with his brain? The military and police are guarding the door, which shows that things here are not simple. What he didn't know was that Qin Shichong wanted to take the initiative and directly seize the jade seal and precious box. This is his purpose. As for the rest, that's all for later. What are you doing? I'm a public official. She donated the Imperial seal and treasure box to our Famine Temple Museum. This is our commendation for her. Qin Shichong was held by 2 military police officers and kept kicking his legs. It looks so funny. A commendation? A donation? Director, he looked at Lu Xiaoyu, then suddenly realized what was going on and asked, "Are you talking about her?" Miss Lu. Of course. Who else could it be? Qin Shichong glared at Director He. This jade seal and precious box is of no use to you, right? The Famine Temple exhibition mainly displays Buddhist artifacts. Qin Shichong snorted. What do you know? This treasure box is not much different from our 8-layer treasure box. You know, the inability to repair the first layer of the 8-layer treasure box has always been a problem. He said this with disdain. These people really don't understand anything. He's still the director. So, you want to use this jade seal treasure box to replace the first level of the 8-level treasure box? Director, he had a strange expression on his face. That's one point. Another point is that with this as a reference, we can also carry out repair work. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qin Shichong's nose was turned up. Director, he was silent for a while. So, although the 8-layered treasure box is also a rare antique compared to the jade seal treasure box, the difference is not of the same order of magnitude. As for the maker, the Yajin treasure box was also made by the emperor of the Tang dynasty. But, even if you tell others about the 8-layered treasure box, few people would know about it now. How can they compare with Wu Zetian and Emperor Gaozong of Tang? What's more, during his reign, Emperor Yizong of Tang was addicted to pleasure and was not considered a particularly good emperor. As for the user, the 8-layered treasure box is used to hold Buddha's relics, which is only for religious purposes. The Imperial seal box is the container for the Imperial seal. Can it be the same? From the perspective of rarity, Emperor Yizong of Tang reigned for 14 years, while the 2 emperors only reigned for a few years. And it is rare in the entire history of China, the period of co-rule by 2 rulers. Therefore, no matter from which aspect, the value of the jade seal treasure box is undoubtedly far beyond that of the 8-layer treasure box. Is your brain failing? The live broadcast room also reacted quickly. Awesome, awesome. I'm afraid this director has a hole in his brain. This thing is worth 1.5 billion and contains the Imperial seal. 8-fold treasure box can't compare to this, right? Although they are all rare treasures, they are indeed not even a little bit inferior. This train of thought is so fucking bizarre. The funniest thing is, for $1,000 in a banner, They want to take away a priceless treasure. Ha ha ha, what a famous scene. This is definitely a famous scene. Zhou Jiqiang stood aside, a little dazed. During the whole process, he had no idea that his director had this idea. If he knew, he would never agree. It's so fucking embarrassing. Director, he sneered. Sorry, I'm afraid you can't achieve this. First of all, this thing doesn't belong to Miss Liu. Secondly, the owner of these items is suspected of committing a crime, and these are all stolen goods. Am I late? Chen Qichong looked confused. You're late. If I had come earlier, I would. Why? Since you don't know about it, leave quickly. Director, he was speechless. How could there be such a person? Feels like a clown. He doesn't have the qualities of a public official at all. After asking these two people to leave, Director, he became excited again. It is now worth more than 10 billion. I will try harder, and this time I will definitely do something big. Everyone, continue searching for evidence. Be careful and thorough. If you're unsure, bring it over to the 4 experts for identification. Clear. Everyone in the Cultural Relics Administration Bureau was excited. Stolen goods worth tens of billions. Although it has nothing to do with them, the bonus is definitely indispensable. They search for evidence more carefully. Lie down carefully on the ground and look under the bed. Climb up the box and see if there's anything on top of it. Outside the window. I want to dig out the toilet to see if there is any old stuff. All right. That's an exaggeration. However, they do take their search for artifacts seriously. There may not be any promotion or salary increase for the time being, but the year-end bonus is definitely indispensable. When everyone is busy, why are you in my house? What happened? A clear voice came, and when Lu Xiaoyu looked up, she saw her sister standing at the door. Why are you stopping me? This is my home. Lu Qingxue frowned. What happened? She was relieved to see that Lu Xiaoyu was fine. Her company is very close to her home. Today, a neighbor called her and said that her house was full of police officers. I rushed back in a hurry. Her younger sister was the only one at home, and she was worried about her, so she ran back quickly. Now that I see Lu Xiaoyu is fine, I feel relieved. The military police received a signal from Director He and let her in. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Are you okay? After entering the room, Lu Qingxue ran to her sister's side. Seeing her tearful face, she felt nervous. Sister, Lu Xiaoyu didn't expect that her sister would come back earlier than her brother-in-law. When I think about what I did today, I can't stop crying. I'm sorry. Sister, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it. In front of outsiders, she had been trying hard to hold back her tears. Even if she did cry, it was just invisible tears rolling down her face. Now I see my sister. Hearing the caring voice of my sister. Cry loudly. She feels guilty towards her sister. I didn't expect that a live broadcast of mine would lead to such a big incident. My brother-in-law is about to face jail. You may even have to confiscate your property. Just now, she had received some news from Xiaoyu. It's okay, Xiaoyu, be good. Lu Qingxue hugged her sister and stroked her head gently, while looking at the group of people who were rummaging through her house. I couldn't help but frown. These people all seemed to be wearing uniforms. Has your home been robbed? Or what? She was now completely confused. However, he suppressed his inner doubts and comforted his sister first. Chapter 66. My sister is confused. Gradually, Lu Xiaoyu in his arms stopped crying loudly and turned into sobbing softly. Lu Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. It has been many years since my sister cried in my arms like this. She is a grown-up girl too. Okay, Xiaoyu. It's okay, sister is back. Lu Qingxue gently patted her sister's hair. I'm sorry. Lu Xiaoyu said softly. What happened? Are you okay? Was the house robbed? Or was it a robbery? As long as no one is safe, it's fine. It doesn't matter if the things are lost. Lu Qingxue comforted her sister. When Lu Xiaoyu heard these words, it was a completely different scene. My sister and brother-in-law were so good to me, but I did such a thing. Tears rolled down again. Sister is so nice. In love. In love. Sister is so damn beautiful. Sister is prettier than Xiaoyu. I thought Xiaoyu was already very beautiful, but I didn't expect her sister to be even more beautiful. Sister is so gentle. Give me a dozen more sisters like this. No wonder my brother-in-law married my sister. They are both so gentle. If we are not from the same family, we will not enter the same door. The people in the live broadcast room admitted that they were jealous. Director He, I have something to say. The things in your house are all national treasures. It's okay if people are lost, but national treasures cannot be lost. Damn it. The truth is out upstairs. Bullshit. Bullshit. This is the truth upstairs. Director He did have something to say. Miss Lu, what you said is wrong. Your family has a large number of national treasures, and nothing can be lost. Lu Qingxue was completely confused. Since when did it become your turn to tell me what to do with my things? It's none of your business whether my things are lost or not. Director he was, after all, an official in the system. He immediately saw what Lu Qingxue was saying and said, Ms. Lu, let me introduce myself. I'm from the Inspection Department of the Cultural Relics Administration. We've received a report that your family is hiding a large number of illegal cultural relics, so we're here to investigate. Lu Qingxue understood instantly. So, these people are here to check on my own home? How is that possible? Lu Qingxue was speechless. She glanced at the Yongle encyclopedia piled on the coffee table. You don't think these books are national treasures, do you? These are just secondhand books that my husband reads. How can cultural relics be so new? She picked up a book at random. Put it down. Director He's mouth twitched. This is a national treasure. Although it is impervious to water and fire, who knows if it will be torn off? Even if a piece of skin is lost, it is a huge loss. What's going on? My husband is reading a book and drinking tea at the same time. I've never seen him be so careful. She read a few books, some were interesting, some were boring, and later she didn't pay much attention to them. Sister, this is the original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia, Lu Xiaoyu whispered. One copy is worth at least 200 million. Moreover, these are the only original copies found in the world. The price of a handwritten copy is 70 to 80 million. Lu Qingxue paused for a moment and said with a smile, Stop joking. Xiaoyu, these are the actors you hired, right? Their acting is pretty good. Ms. Lu, I am the president of the Kyoto Antiques Association. Please believe in our professionalism. And this has also been personally certified by Professor Igui Ming of Kyoto. Lu Qingyuan said immediately. So it is what you say? How could Lu Qingxue possibly believe it? The live broadcast room was full of laughter. Ha ha. I wouldn't believe it even if I were in your shoes. Absolutely. Think about it. My family's annual income is less than 1 million, and now I'm suddenly told that one book in my family is worth 200 million. I love this expression, sister. I'm just a white-collar worker earning 200,000 or 300,000 yuan a year, and you're telling me my family's books are worth 200 million. Sister is stunned. Well done. Director He's face darkened for a moment, and she didn't even know. You are the one who can act, right? Do you want to get away with this? You wish. This is my ID, you can check it. All the documents were taken out. Lu Qingxue glanced at the certificate, then looked at the Yongle encyclopedia in her hand. You said that the books my husband reads are national treasures? 200 million. Lu Qingxue's eyes gradually lit up. Yes, these are national treasures. Please be careful. Lu Qingxue stretched out her hand and was about to throw it away. Think about it. 200 million. I will never earn that much in my lifetime. Quickly withdraw your hand and put it back gently. 200 million. Her hands were shaking a little. Not likely, right? I used to use it to store melon seed shells. She originally used that box, but then her husband's ring came out, and he said it was very important, so she used this to put it in. The book took a while to use, etc. That box was placed there so carefully. Lu Qingxue felt a little dizzy. So this is also a national treasure? Lu Qingxue pointed at the jade seal and precious box. Director He almost went crazy when he saw Lu Qingxue throwing the book. 200 million. No. Far more than 200 million. Could you be more careful? If he knew, Lu Qingxue had used it to store melon seed shells and sweep up the crumbs on the table. I guess he's going crazy. Lu Qingyuan replied at this time. Yes, this is the Imperial seal box from the reign of the second saint. It was once used to hold the Imperial seal. The Imperial seal. Lu Qingxue understood that this matter was of great importance. 2 saints are here. She recalled. It was the period when Wu Zetian and Emperor Gaozong of Tang jointly ruled the country, a period of only a few short years. It's extremely precious. Lao Zhou and the others also explained. How much? Lu Qingxue didn't understand what the 2 saints were doing, nor did she understand the concept of placing the imperial seal. Director He's face darkened. How can it be so vulgar? Are we judging value by money? The starting point is 1.5 billion, said Lao Zhu. 15 billion. Lu Qingxue felt completely dazed. This is what my husband uses to store me melon seed shells. Lu Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim. Last time, the neighbor's kid came over and knocked it against it. There's a scratch on it. She was so heartbroken. 15 billion, this small thing. If you scrape off some of the dust, it would be worth millions, right? There was a scratch last time. Doesn't that mean 10 years of my salary? Wait, do I really have so many treasures in my house? Upon hearing this, Director He's face turned completely dark. Garbage container. They were allowed to use this national treasure to dispose of garbage. He wished he could arrest Lu Qingxue as well. Looking at the jade seal and precious box with regret, there was indeed a scratch. It hurts. It did not appear in historical events, but was destroyed by human beings. Director, we found something. Suddenly, A scream came from the study. Director, he suddenly felt a shock. Here we go again. Haha. Another huge achievement. God really favored me today. What? Look at my sister. She's completely confused. Have you found any new treasure? Please live stream. Please bring it to the living room. Chapter 67. Qin Wang's sword. Haha. My sister's expressions are so funny. That little expression is so adorable. Sister, I'm really just an ordinary white-collar worker. Sister, you will never imagine how many treasures your brother-in-law has hidden at home. This is a fucking home. This is a museum. Love it. My sister's expression when she found out was so touching. It feels great. Next, we have to wait for my brother-in-law to appear. The anchor is completely in no mood to broadcast live now. Anchor, be more professional. You are working now. How much do you think this treasure is worth? Without $1 billion to start with, I wouldn't be bothered at all. At this rate, my brother-in-law will be in jail for life. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn away. A set of 20 volumes of Yonghua Encyclopedia is the book that my brother-in-law reads every day. A jade seal and precious box from the reign of the second saint is my sister's daily trash can. What's next? What treasures are next? Everyone is looking forward to it. Get me a stool. This one is hanging a little high and I can't reach it, someone said. I'll be right there. Another person picked up a stool and tried to use it as a footstool. After a busy period, everyone gathered around a young man who was holding a long sword in his hand. This sword is about 1 meter long. It's all black and matte, without a trace of luster. There is a silver dragon coiled on the scabbard. The shape of this dragon is not the one commonly seen today, but the one that existed before the Han Dynasty. If you look closely, you can see dragon patterns carved on the scabbard. The end of the scabbard is edged with silver, has a black sheen, and is completely flat at the top. The hilt is eye-shaped when viewed from the side. The top is a disc shape. Antique. When he took it out, Lu Qingyuan frowned. It seemed very similar to a sword he had seen before. Old Zhao, do you have any impression? Old Zhu couldn't help but ask. Old Zhou nodded, his expression serious. Indeed, it feels very familiar. Old Zhao walked forward quickly. Let me see. The other party immediately handed it over. However, Lao Zhao suddenly took a step back, took out a pair of white gloves from his pocket, put them on himself carefully, and then took it very seriously. When everyone saw him like this, they were immediately filled with curiosity. Old Zhao, bring it over here and let me see. Lu Qingyuan quickly cleared an area on the coffee table. I took a stack of Yonghua Encyclopedia and put it at both ends. Old Zhao carefully placed the sword on it. Director, he couldn't help but frown. The Yonghua Encyclopedia is priceless, yet they don't care about it at all. All of this happened to be seen by the fans in the live broadcast room. Holy crap, what is this sword? A pad for the Yonghua Encyclopedia? This sword stand alone is worth over $1 billion, right? Holy crap, what's the origin of this sword? I don't know, but it feels a bit familiar. Are you crazy? Could this sword be? What is it? I don't know. I just said that casually. Depend on. How could director he not see that if this sword was not of extremely high value, these people would never do this? So hold on. I can bear it. I think it's very likely. Lu Qingyuan looked at the three of them. Lao Zhou nodded. Shouldn't it be wrong? The similarity is huge. In that case, it can basically be confirmed. Whether it's craftsmanship, texture, or any other aspect, they're almost exactly the same. It's different. Anyone who can use the dragon pattern is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. The four of them talked back and forth, leaving everyone confused. Director he finally couldn't help but ask, for experts, what are you talking about? Not only he couldn't understand, almost no one could understand. Country R. Cherry blossoms are blooming. Cherry blossom petals were fluttering in the air. In the courtyard, an old man in swordsman's clothes was sitting under the cherry tree. It seems that the whole person has been integrated into the entire courtyard. Da-da-da-da. The sound of wooden clogs, which should have been brisk, suddenly became a little hurried. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. The cherry blossom in front of me instantly turned into powder and dissipated in the air. What is it? The old man frowned, looking unhappy. Mr. Miyamoto, I have something I'd like you to take a look at. A middle-aged man in a solemn kimono knelt down on the wooden corridor and bowed deeply. He held a tablet in his hands. What was being played above was actually Lu Xiaoyu's live broadcast room. A dark long sword was placed on the Yonghua Encyclopedia. Under the cherry tree, Miyamoto Dozang raised his hand, and the tablet flew into his hand. This is what a Chinese student watching while studying at a Kendo hall. In China, it's called a live broadcast. The middle-aged man knelt there prostrating himself. Don't dare to move at all. Miyamoto Dozo stood still as a mountain, and then he looked. The moment he saw the sword, his eyes instantly fixed. The cherry blossoms around him were like being caught in a tornado, circling in the air. It turned into pink powder and dissipated in the air. Such a fierce, murderous aura. Miyamoto Dozo finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the sword energy in his body subsided, and the cherry blossoms on the tree slowly fell down again. Mr. Matsui, this is the sword of the King of Qin. The King of Qin swept across the world and was full of murderous aura. I want it. At any price, said Miyamoto Dozang. With this murderous sword, he has the hope of making further progress in the way of the sword. The tablet in his hand was like an invisible thread. Fly back into the middle-aged man's palm. Yes, I will follow your orders. The middle-aged man slowly retreated. It was not until I left that I felt a cool breeze behind me. Sweat had already soaked his back. Miyamoto-sama's swordsmanship has improved even further. He's probably not far from that realm. He quickly walked back to the kendo hall and came to the side of the Chinese student. Tell this anchor that this sword, He paused, then said, Matsui Group wants it. But the foreign student was about to say something. I saw that Matsui Chodo was emitting a chill all over his body. You have any objection? No. We are willing to pay 10 billion for this sword. Japanese yen? RMB. The international student was stunned. He opened his mouth and said, I'm afraid. I say, you do it. It's that simple. If you can't do it, I'll replace you with someone else. Matsui Nagata said coldly. The international student shook his head, but this is... You can go now. Without waiting for him to say anything, Matsui Choda turned and walked towards a student. Do you speak Mandarin? Yes. Help me buy this sword. I know a live streamer in China who can offer 10 billion. Chapter 68, 10 billion acquisition. Qin Shi Huang's sword. If we hadn't drilled a hole, this one should be a wheel sword. Lu Qingyuan said with a serious expression. Wheel sword. Director, he was confused. What a crappy name. Not awesome at all. How beautiful are the names of the 10 famous swords. Xinyuan, Zhanlu, Qishao, Taiye Longquan. Is that so? What the hell is a real sword? Ha ha ha. On a full moon night, atop the Forbidden City, this sword is called Gulu. Shimin Chuixuezu. This is hilarious. Haha, this is really possible. Who the hell is using this sword? This is a king's sword. It's not for killing, but for making people laugh to death. Everyone in the live broadcast room spoke up. Will's sword. Isn't this funny? Who would come up with such a crappy name? However, Director He's expression changed slightly. Although he is not very proficient in professional knowledge, he is not completely ignorant. So this is the sword of King Qin. He looked at the sword on the coffee table in shock. The ancient and vast patterns on the sword. It is indeed very similar to objects from the Qin dynasty. Could it be fake? He couldn't help but ask. At this moment, the live broadcast room suddenly erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm. Our country's Matsui Group is willing to bid 10 billion to purchase the Qin King's sword. By giving rewards, you can achieve the effect of pinning the post to the top so that everyone can see it clearly. Holy crap. 10 billion. Isn't this crazy? Is the Qin King's sword really that valuable? What is the Qin King's sword? Our country. The country where life is pretty good. Haha. The truth is revealed upstairs. If it's the real Qin Wang's sword, how could I possibly sell it to you? I'm dying of laughter. Qin Wang's sword. What exactly is Qin Wang's sword? The Qin King's sword. Should it refer to a sword from the Qin Shi Huang period? I remember some Qin King swords were excavated in Pit 2 of the Qin Shi Huang terracotta army. Of course, they weren't actually worn by Qin Shi Huang. But I know that these bronze swords were made with extremely high-level casting technology. I just visited the terracotta army, and I still remember the shock. One of the swords was found in Pit 1. It was a bronze sword that was bent by a 150-kilogram terracotta warrior. The bending was as much as 45 degrees. However, once the warrior was released, the sword immediately rebounded and straightened. It's described over there that the shape memory alloy we're pursuing now actually appeared in ancient tombs thousands of years ago. So, what this means is that we can't build it now. Indeed. Not only that, all the Qin swords discovered so far have a 10-micron thick layer of chromium salt compounds on them. Let's put it this way. Chromium is a metal with a melting point of up to 4,000 degrees Celsius. It wasn't invented and patented in Germany until 1937. Our country actually completed this technology thousands of years ago. Oh my God, an inexplicable sense of national pride. More strange knowledge has been added. The live broadcast room is actually full of big shots. You know all this little-known trivia? Go out more, young man, and see more. The more you see, the more you'll know. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Shocking. So, this is a sword from the Qin dynasty? At this time, Director, he also asked this question. If that's the case, shouldn't this sword be in the Terracotta Warriors Museum? Lu Qingyuan's face was solemn as he shook his head. This kind of dragon pattern is an imperial invention. It's not something that ordinary people can use. Moreover, it's a dragon pattern unique to the Qin dynasty. Old Zhou clicked his tongue twice. There were only 2 emperors in the Qin dynasty, and according to historical records, it's no surprise that it was the one used by Qin Shi Huang. So, why do we call it the wheel sword? Besides this name and the Qin King's sword, this sword has 2 other names. The backhand sword, the universe edge. Old Zhao's eyes lit up. I never thought I'd be able to see this sword in my lifetime. How do you say that? Director, he couldn't help but ask again. Old Zhu explained. This sword has several historical anecdotes. The first one concerns Bai Qi's death. According to legend, Bai Qi committed suicide with this very sword, and this sword was personally bestowed by Qin Shi Huang. The second allusion is Jing Ku, the story of Jing Ku's assassination of the Qin Shi Huang. Jing Ku chased the Qin Shi Huang through the palace. The Qin Shi Huang circled the pillars, trying to draw his sword but unable to. Zhao Gao reminded him, the king carries the sword. Only then did the Qin Shi Huang draw his sword, which was over 4 feet long, and stabbed Jing Ku to death. Jing Ku was struck by 8 swords, and it was this universe sword that killed him. That's why it's called the backhand sword. The sword is so long, roughly 1 meter long using the Qin ruler. It can't be pulled out directly. It needs to be carried on the back. The third allusion is the death of Zhao Gao. After Zhao Gao gained power, he attempted to seize the throne, but was ultimately killed by Quang Fu. He used the same sword Qin Shi Huang had given to Quang Hong's son. Quang Fu used this sword to kill Zhao Gao. You mean? Director, he trembled all over. This sword is the personal sword of Qin Shi Huang. Yes, our judgment is based on 2 points. Such a long sword has little practical utility. Instead, it serves as a means of demonstrating technological advancement. During the Warring States period, bronze swords forged by various countries were relatively short due to limitations in casting technology. Therefore, this sword was a means for Qin Shi Huang to demonstrate the nation's technological prowess. It's like during Napoleon's time, when aluminum smelting technology was very low, and aluminum was more valuable than gold and silver. Napoleon's tableware and other items were all made of aluminum. So, this sword has little practical use, but rather greater symbolic significance. This sword is longer than the one at the Terracotta Warriors Museum. The second point is the pattern, texture, and color. The dragon pattern was a symbol of the ancient emperor, and ordinary people couldn't use it. The Qin dynasty revered black. Other countries didn't have the smelting technology to do this. Lu Qingyuan and the other 3 took turns explaining the Qin Huang sword clearly. Lu Qingxue was stunned. Is this true? You guys are so serious, I almost believed it. If this is Qin Shi Huang's sword, how come it appeared in my house? Last year at the company's year-end party, my husband even gave it to me to put on a show. Someone in the live broadcast room offered 10 billion to buy the sword of King Qin. Xiaoyu had been sitting next to Lu Xiaoyu and suddenly saw the situation in the live broadcast room. When Lu Qingxue heard this, her hands trembled. 10 billion. Could these people be Xiaoyu's hired shills? What the hell? Chapter 69, I Give China a Face. Hearing this, director, he frowned. Nonsense. This is a rare national treasure. Buying or selling it is strictly prohibited. Do they want to go to jail? Xiaoyu shrank his neck. That's what they said in the live broadcast. It seems to be a group from Country R. Director, his face darkened for a moment, and he said, a group from Country R? There has always been a feud between the 2 countries. It turns out, this is a national treasure. We won't sell it. We can't sell it. We're investigating and collecting evidence, and it will be nationalized. Director, he said. Xiaoyu stopped talking, and director, he walked out and made 2 phone calls. After a while, he came to Lu Qingxue and said, Ms. Lu, please contact your husband immediately. If he doesn't return within half an hour, we will issue a wanted order. Lu Qingxue's expression changed. Wanted? Is it that serious? She was skeptical, as she had lived in this house for 5 years. 10 billion swords hanging on the wall. Billions of books just placed in the study. There are also jade seals and precious boxes worth tens of billions that make you spit out melon seed shells. This sounds hard to believe. Inside your multi-million-dollar house, there are treasures worth tens of billions. Hee. Why do you? Lu Qingxue looked up at Director He. Director, he said very seriously. These cultural relics are all physical evidence. The Yongle Encyclopedia has been lost for many years. Experts currently speculate that it should be inside the Yongling Mausoleum. There's also the Qin King's sword and the jade seal. These are all extremely rare treasures. We have reason to suspect your husband of tomb robbery and destruction of national cultural relics. Your husband needs to explain the origins of all this. Lu Qingshue's face was solemn. If your husband doesn't show up, we will issue a warrant for his arrest. By then, everything will be irreparable. Sister, I'm sorry. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help crying again. If it weren't for me, so many things wouldn't have happened. Xiaoyu, it's okay. The innocent will be innocent. Lu Qingxue comforted her. I trust my husband. I'll call him now. Lu Qingxue dialed the phone. After a while, the call was connected. Aksu, what's the matter? Husband, people from the Cultural Relics Administration came to our house and accused you of being a tomb robber. They also found a lot of rare national treasures in our house, such as the Yongle Encyclopedia, the Jade Seal Box, and the Qin Emperor's sword. Are these all fake? In this way, Lu Qingxue told her husband what was happening here. If Xiao Zhe really committed a crime, how could his wife and he let him fall into such a crisis? Hearing this, director, his face changed. What are you doing? He reached out to grab the phone. Husband, run. Lu Qingxue couldn't help but shout loudly into the phone. Oh my God. Sister, isn't this a crime of harboring a criminal? Sister, do you love your brother-in-law too much? Okay, I admit that you love your brother-in-law more than I do. I admit it. I won't compete with you for it. This? Chu Chu was so angry that he almost went crazy. If the other party escapes, then my contribution will be small. I was really too careless. He was about to grab the phone. My wrist suddenly hurt. When I looked up, I saw a young and handsome man standing next to me. Starry eyes, bright gaze, and extraordinary temperament. My hand felt like it was clamped by a pair of pliers, and I couldn't move it. The next moment, the whole person seemed to be flying in the clouds and flew backwards. Bang! Director, he fell to the ground. It felt like all the bones in my body were falling apart. He pointed at Xiao Zhe, furious. Who are you? What do you want to do? Xiao Zhe ignored him and looked at Lu Qingxue. How are you? Are you okay? Did someone bully you? When he said this, everyone present felt a chill suddenly rising from their backs. It felt like being stared at by a wild beast, and he dared not move at all. No, it's okay. Lu Qingxue couldn't help but shed tears when she saw her husband coming. Are these things real? Xiao Zhe smiled and said, It's okay. I'll take care of things here. Seeing his wife being made to cry, Xiao Zhe turned around, and his face suddenly became as gloomy as water. He took a look at the Yongle Encyclopedia, the Qin King's sword, and the Jade Seal and treasure box. Sat down. Hurry. Catch him quickly. Director, he was so angry after being thrown down by Xiao Zhe that he tried to get up several times, but failed. He could only shout at the military and police to take action. The military and police rushed in immediately. Everyone drew their guns. There are so many things going on today. This is the first time that all staff members are equipped with guns. But it also made things a lot more convenient for them. Hands up. Do not move. Hold your head in your hands. Seeing the military police entering with guns, the people from the Cultural Relics Management Bureau huddled aside, not daring to move. Lu Qingyuan and others hid in the kitchen, trembling. Damn it. We just came in to identify it and broaden our horizons. I was careless, really too careless. Why did I suddenly get so carried away? Now even guns are out. Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu had never seen such a scene before. Lu Qingxue held her husband's hand tightly. I felt the other person gently patting the back of my hand, and then I relaxed a little. Put your guns down, don't scare my wife. Xiao Zhe sat with his arms and legs spread out under the gun. Speak slowly. What he said was like a magic, and all the soldiers and police officers put down their guns. Director, he was stunned. He's resisting law enforcement. Arrest him. Xiao Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. Shut up first. Director, he was horrified to find that once he said this, he couldn't speak anymore no matter what. No. He kept trying to open his mouth to speak, but found that the sound in his throat could no longer come out. Horrified. Who on earth is this person? Have I been poisoned? Lu Qingyuan and the other three collapsed to the ground. It's over. I've had a very happy and relaxing time in China over the past 5 years. Xiao Zhe said calmly. This time, I'll give China some face and won't force you. Wait for me to call. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone seemed to be drawn to his attention. Listen to him carefully. The natural arrogance of a superior is evident in his words. He took out his cell phone. Dial a number. After the call was connected, he said, My name is Xiao Zhe, number 103237. I have an authentic copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia, a jade seal from the reign of the two emperors, and the sword of Qin Shi Huang at home. Now the Cultural Relics Administration and the military police want to arrest me. What do you suggest we do? Finished. The phone was hung up directly. Wait 5 more minutes. Xiao Zhe patted the back of his wife's hand. Honey, help me get a bottle of red wine, okay? Chapter 70 Taboo Files. It's already this late. You're still thinking about drinking. Lu Qingxue gave Xiao Zhe a cold look, seeing how calm he looked. Suddenly, I felt at peace. She stood up, walked into the wine cellar, and picked a bottle at random from the cabinet. He opened it for Xiao Zhe, poured it into the decanter, and placed it in front of him. Are you really okay? Lu Qingxue sat next to Xiao Zhe, her eyes full of tenderness. This husband suddenly seemed a little different today. Xiao Zhe comforted. Relax, nothing will happen. He poured himself a glass of red wine and shook the glass gently. Allow the wine to fully air out. Would you like some? Xiao Zhe handed it to Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue glared at him. The entire process was broadcast live. Holy crap. What time is it now? They're still showing off their affection. Is this my brother-in-law? He's so handsome. I've imagined what my brother-in-law looks like countless times today, but I never expected he would actually be so handsome. Are you YY upstairs? My brother-in-law's aura is so strong. No one else dared to speak. That sentence is too domineering, isn't it? I always feel that my brother-in-law is not an ordinary person. How could my brother-in-law be just an ordinary person? I've been watching the live broadcast for a whole day, and you still haven't figured it out. Suddenly, a handsome face appeared on the camera. Hey, Xiaoyu, is this your live broadcast room? There are quite a lot of people here. Xiaozhe took a look at the number of people online and found that the number of people online had exceeded 20 million. Brother-in-law, are you still in the mood to watch this? Lu Xiaoyu didn't know what to say. Isn't this what you've always wanted to do? Hey, everyone calls me brother-in-law. Hi everyone, I'm your brother-in-law. Xiaozhe greeted everyone. He did this mainly to make his wife feel more at ease. It's not a big deal. Why be so nervous? Kyoto, Archives Administration. Chen Xiaoyan received a strange call today. Jiehui, do you know what Jiehui is? After answering the phone, she was a little confused. What is the calamity, Ash? The person who just called said that his name is Jiehui and his number is 103,237. Although she didn't know what it was, she couldn't help but search it in the internal data search library. SSS level top secret file. Chen Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment, and then stood up suddenly. Top secret files. This was definitely not something she could touch. She rushed to the director's office in a hurry. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy now? Director Tao Yingxiu looked a little unhappy. Anyone whose office is broken into by his subordinates will have this expression. Director, someone just called and said that he is Jia Hui and has a number. After I checked, it is an SSS level top secret file. Chen Xiaoyan said directly without caring about anything else. Tao Yingxiu stood up instantly and said, close the door. His face was grave. Now that he is about to enter retirement, he has experienced that change. I also know what the concept of robbery ashes is. Tell me the number. He quickly opened a file manager on his computer. 103237. Although Chen Xiaoyan was full of questions in his heart, he still answered quickly. This file management corresponds to the robbery ash. 103237. He quickly entered the number. Suddenly, a line of scarlet font flashed on the computer. You are currently searching for taboo files. Please exit immediately. In 10 seconds, you will. It's as if I had looked up a taboo file. Tao Yingxiu's expression changed. Reach out and quickly close it. The next moment, the computer in his office rang. Hello. Director Tao Yingxiu, you have just illegally accessed the forbidden archives. Please explain the situation immediately and submit a report within the hour. At the same time, you must submit to interrogation and investigation by the National Security Bureau. Taboo files. He swallowed deeply. What level is this? How come I don't know? I am the head of the Archives Administration. He immediately told the situation. After the other party hung up the phone, Tao Yingxiu had to start writing a report. The national security has been dispatched. Kyoto Courtyard. The situation in the Magic City is under control. Liao Yongfeng handled it well. They breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 heavenly kings and the 108 constellations are no longer causing trouble, and the situation is under control. The star ring has not been found yet, but Chen Debiao's body has been found. The middle-aged secretary was reporting the situation. Based on multiple surveillance comparisons, it has been confirmed that Lin Debiao was taken away by Xing Hui's people after leaving King Guxuan. Afterwards, he was murdered to silence him. The 2 elders looked a little unhappy. Judging from the performance of the 4 heavenly kings and the 108 constellations, they should have returned to the hands of the Star Lord. Well, then let the 3rd elder go back. The 1st elder rubbed his eyebrows. It's been a tiring day. Starlight Army. The ashes of the past. Just then, elder. A secretary rushed in, his face covered in sweat. Someone just called the Archives Administration and reported the Jiehui number. This is a taboo file. He also said that he had the Yongle Encyclopedia, the Qin Emperor's sword, and the Imperial seal in his home. The two elders were stunned for a moment. What is going on? Robbery, Ash? What number? The second elder asked hurriedly. 103,237. We couldn't find it in the internal database. The secretary said, could it be a scam? Taboo files. Go to the study. The two elders walked quickly to the study, and the eldest elder pulled out a file from the bookshelf. It's really him. This is a taboo file. There is one for every country in the world, but no one dares to make it public. Because this file records a person who was involved in the Ashes plan 15 years ago. No one cared at the time, because those people were all Ashes. 10 years later, things are completely different. The ashes of robbery are no longer ashes, but it is the starlight of hundreds of millions of human beings. This file has also been sealed by all countries, because it only represents one person, Lord of Starlight. In the file, the young Xiao Zhe was smiling at the camera. 15 years ago, he was only 18 years old, and it was this 18-year-old young man who brought completely different changes to the world. He's back. What did he just say? The second elder's body was trembling. He said, his family has the Yongle Encyclopedia, the Qin Emperor's sword, the Imperial seal, and so on. Oh, and he also said that the Cultural Relics Administration and the military police want to arrest him. Boom. The great elder's body shook and he almost fell down. His head was buzzing. Today, why is it so? Great elder, are you all right? The secretary quickly stepped forward to support him. I'll call the medical team now. I'm fine. Where's the third brother? We're almost to the Demon City. Get the military police and the Cultural Relics Administration out immediately. Chapter 71, A general of a country is under my husband's command? The second elder quickly stopped him and said, no, if we let them leave now, the Star Lord might still be angry. The great elder was stunned for a moment, then nodded. What do you say we should do? I'll call the third brother and ask him to rush over as quickly as possible. Also, isn't Liao Yongfeng still here? Let him go, the second elder quickly said. With the third elder's strength, he might be able to save those people. Damn it. Who sent the Cultural Relics Administration to our house? Investigate. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. The second elder paused for a moment. Before, it was because of his sister-in-law's live broadcast. I guess this time is also. What a troublemaker. The great elder sighed to the sky. Brother-in-law is so handsome. And it's so gentle. A brother-in-law like this, no? Husband, please give me 10 dozen. No more talking, brother-in-law, where are you? I've already carried my sister out. You're so awesome upstairs. I wonder if my brother-in-law can. Director, he sat on the ground in fear, constantly trying to speak, but there was no way. Moreover, he clearly saw that all the military and police officers were standing in the living room as if they were possessed by a ghost. Motionless. Old Lu, you're such a jerk. Can you really mess with someone like that? Old Zhou was trembling with fear. What should we do? Old Zhou also asked in a low voice. Panic. Apart from anything else, just with the strength of his hand, he threw it towards the door in an instant. With our old arms and legs, we might explode if someone punches us. Lu Qingyuan's lips trembled. I don't know either. He had only seen it at an auction. I thought that having the country as my backing would definitely be a good thing. But he turned out to be a violent criminal. Call the police. Yes, we're calling the police now. Lu Qingyuan looked up and found that the three people were pale and silent. Following their gaze, fear. The man was holding a glass of red wine and looking at him. Hiccup. He swayed and fell to the ground motionless. I was scared to death. Old Zhou looked at Old Zhu, then at Old Zhao, not daring to speak. However, both understood what he meant. What should we do? Why don't we faint too? Old Zhou looked at Lu Qingyuan, who was lying on the ground. Good idea. Let's wait for the police. This is such a serious matter. We'll be saved by then. Old Zhu had just conveyed his message when he discovered that the other two had already collapsed. Damn it. What a bunch of idiots. Honey, is this really okay? Lu Qingxue was a little worried. These are military police. Xiao Zhe patted the back of his wife's hand and said, don't worry, with your husband's status, what can't he do? Lu Qingxue was stunned and asked, what is your identity? Xiao Zhe was stunned for a moment and looked at Lu Xiaoyu. Didn't you say that? Lu Xiaoyu nodded. Almost exposed. It's better to proceed step by step in the future, for fear of scaring her all at once. I am a 9-star chef. Michelin 3-star certified. Xiao Zhe gave a thumbs up seriously. You? 9-star chef god. Lu Qingxue looked incredulous. When have you ever been in the kitchen? Sister, it's true. It's true. I found my brother-in-law's certified chef in the kitchen. Lu Xiaoyu quickly confirmed. We've been married for 5 years, and you've never even entered the kitchen. Lu Qingxue scolded, but also a little shyly. Do you think my cooking is not tasty? Xiao Zhe immediately said, My wife's cooking is the best in the world. I'm ashamed of myself. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Qingxue hit Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe smiled and fell to the side. At this moment, Liao Yongfeng, who was standing at the door trembling with fear, was stunned. Is this the Star Lord he is familiar with? If I see this scene, will I be killed to silence me? What the hell am I doing? Why am I here? Rescue someone? Who will save me later? Brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly called out when she saw the one-armed officer she had met standing at the door. Xing. Mr. Xiao. When Liao Yongfeng saw Xiaozhe looking at him, his whole body shook and his knees bent. Suddenly, a powerful force came from him, and he couldn't bend his knees at all. I immediately realized that the Star Lord did not want to reveal his identity for the time being. Old Liao, it seems that you are living a good life. After retiring, did you become a general? Xiaozhe said with a smile. Everything is thanks to Mr. Zhao's care. Liao Yongfeng stood straight. General? Lu Qingxue looked at Liao Yongfeng and the flower on his shoulder. Stand straight. It was exactly like a subordinate meeting his superior. The general is my husband's subordinate? I must be crazy. My husband is just an ordinary white-collar worker. General Liao, come in and sit down. No matter who he is a general. A general of a country can be said to be the top leader. Such high-level officials must be taken seriously, right? Xiaoyu, go get a wine glass and pour a glass for General Liao. Lu Xiaoyu nodded quickly. The Star Lord is in front. Where is the place for me to sit? I am not the four heavenly kings. My wife asked you to sit, so just sit. Do you want me to treat you? Xiaozhe said unhappily. Yes, yes. Liao Yongfeng hurried in, with 1/3 of his butt resting on the stool. Lu Qingxue finally understood. The relationship between this guy and her husband must be special. Husband, General Liao. Lu Qingxue wanted to know, so she asked directly. Liao Yongfeng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. I think I went a little overboard. Sure enough, Xiaozhe glared at him, and he almost cried. I am very panicked. I am sitting in front of the Star Lord. The Star Lord is very dissatisfied with himself. Who will save me? Then, he saw Xiaozhe looking at Lu Qingxue with a doting look on his face. We used to be comrades in arms. I was his squad leader, right? General Liao. Hearing the name, General Liao, Liao Yongfeng jumped up and said, Yes, yes. I am Xing, a soldier under Mr. Xiao. I am, and I will be for the rest of my life. Wow. Husband, have you been a soldier before? How come I didn't know? When we got married, none of our comrades came. Lu Qingxue said with some regret. Xiaozhe smiled and said, They are all very busy. I will introduce them to you later. Live broadcast room. Damn it. I told you my brother-in-law is definitely not a simple person. The soldiers under his command are now generals. Wait, what level of promotion is this? My brother-in-law looks to be in his 20s, right? In his 20s, an old squad leader of a general in his 40s or 50s? Isn't that possible? Unless it's a special forces unit. Even if it's true, a general who still respects an ordinary person so much, it's unreasonable, isn't it? Isn't this what a soldier is like? No wonder my brother-in-law is so handsome, but I still feel he's so majestic. It turns out he's been through military experience. People in the live broadcast room felt something was strange when they saw this scene. You are a general of a country and hold great power. Can't you be a little more domineering? This general might be a fake, right? Hua Tiandu, the 9-star general and the god of war of China, has come to pay his respects to the Lord of Starlight. Chapter 72, the god of war, 9-star general. At this time, Xiaozhe noticed the live broadcast room. Xiaoyu, turn off the live broadcast first. Xiaozhe said to his sister-in-law with a smile. Oh, if Xiaozhe hadn't reminded her, Lu Xiaoyu would have almost forgotten that she was still live streaming. As soon as they heard that the live broadcast was going to be shut down, the comments on the forums went crazy. No, brother-in-law, I'm already carrying my sister on the road. Brother-in-law. Xiaoyu, please don't close the live broadcast room. Look at me clearing 100 carnivals in a row. The live broadcast room was closed. Liao Yongfeng stood up suddenly. The rumbling sound drifted throughout the neighborhood. One wave after another comes like a surging tide. The sound was so loud that the red wine on the coffee table rippled like waves. Who are they? They're yelling. Lu Qingxue was slightly dissatisfied. These people are the ones who are destroying the environment of the community. Xiaozhe also frowned. Liao Yongfeng's body, which had just stood up, seemed to be hit hard by a hammer. He sat back down on the stool. Sweat immediately poured down my forehead. He looked at the Star Lord in front of him in horror. Don't be in a hurry. Sit down and talk. Xiaozhe pressed his hands. Liao Yongfeng nodded repeatedly in agreement. Lu Qingyuan and the others had already given up hope. A general is coming. All the generals from the whole country came, but they just sat opposite that guy like quails. He woke up a long time ago. It's not a big deal. Seeing the three people around, it's clear. Who can't pretend? He was already deeply regretful in his heart. This person's power was beyond his imagination. Director, he was stunned. What is going on here? Why is this happening? This is the general. Hua Tiandu is very upset today. As the third elder of the Chinese nation, he is also the most powerful leader in the military. There has been a crackdown on the border with the Brahma country recently. The Fan Kingdom was always causing trouble, so he specially went to the front line to inspect and intimidate the other side's masters. Who would have known that today he suddenly received news that the 4 heavenly kings of the Star Army and the 108 constellations were all pouring into China. For the safety of the Magic City, the first elder and the second elder called him immediately. Let him rush back from the border of Brahma, so that he will be qualified to talk to the 4 heavenly kings. Who knows? He was rushing and was about to arrive in Shanghai when he received a phone call. Crisis cancelled. He can go back to Brahma to suppress the border. Damn it, are you kidding me? I am the third elder. He's not your third son, okay? Although he was in a bad mood, he turned around and left because the Fan Kingdom seemed to be making some moves recently. The aircraft flew for half an hour. The phone rang again. What is it? What? This time it's the Lord of Starlight. The other party is the Lord of Starlight. If you let me fight the 4 heavenly kings, I still have a chance, but the Starlight Lord can single-handedly subdue the 4 heavenly kings. Having said that, the aircraft had already changed direction and was speeding towards the Demon City. Is this the place? He looked down at the neighborhood and jumped. There was absolutely no measure taken. It just came out of nowhere. Bang! When he landed, a gust of air suddenly burst out from his body, and he landed lightly on the roof of a building. The third elder, Hua Tiandu, who had a square face and a look of majesty and righteousness, stroked his graying beard and raised a hint of anticipation at the corner of his mouth. The Lord of Starlight. I wonder how strong he is. I heard he was injured 5 years ago. Maybe I can actually touch him. A surge of fighting spirit suddenly surged throughout his body. Haha, I'm just trying to trick you ignorant intellectuals. In the past few years, I have been deducing the military killing fist, and I want to find someone to try it out. He's one of us, and he's afraid of being beaten to death by himself. No strength at all. This time. Otherwise, why would I rush here in such a hurry? I just want to have a clash with the 4 heavenly kings. Try your own military killing fist. In the end, it's gone again. I feel so depressed. Fortunately, the 4 heavenly kings are gone, and the Lord of Starlight is here. Ha 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 ha. Perfect time to try out my latest strength. Standing on the roof, he shouted loudly. Hua Tiandu, the 9-star general and the god of war of China, has come to pay his respects to the Lord of Starlight. Use your inner energy to transmit the sound far away, like a tide, surging up. As long as this is the case, I don't believe that he won't come out to fight me. By then, hey, the thought of being able to fight the best man in the world, even if he was injured. He felt his blood boiling. Boom. Just as he was waiting for the Lord of Starlight to come out and fight him. However, a tremendous force surged in. It pressed down on him like the sky covering the sun. Competing from a distance? You think too highly of yourself. Hua Tiandu's hair and beard stood on end. Military killing fist. The strength in his body surged out, and his military uniform was instantly bulged. A punch to the sky. Shake the sky. Boom. A punch was thrown, hitting in midair. There seemed to be an invisible force in the air, suppressing it with great authority. The invisible force was as vast as the sea and smoke, and the ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed. So strong. Ha ha ha, just as I wish. Hua Tiandu laughed loudly, his voice shaking the sky. The military uniform on his upper body was suddenly torn into pieces of floating fluff, revealing a body as strong as steel. He is already in his 60s or 70s, but he still has a strong body. No one would believe it if you told them. This invisible pressure is as powerful as the power of heaven. The ground beneath his feet was crumbling inch by inch. No one's here yet. You want to beat me? Wishful thinking. Hua Tiandu roared, military killing fist, 100% power. Boom. However, the invisible power seemed to increase by 2 points as his power increased. My feet were already deeply sunk into the roof. I am the great national god of war. Hua Tiandu screamed, his eyes gleaming, and the muscles on his body grew even stronger. 12 powers, military killing fist. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. All the strength in my body was drained away in an instant. The roof floor is worn. There was no place to support his feet, and the mighty power of heaven suddenly pressed down on him. The waist is stuck on the floor, and the feet are suspended in the air. His upper body was pressed to the ground, staring at the sky speechlessly. Is it so strong? What kind of realm is this? I've been studying the military killing fist for half my life, but I was defeated without even seeing it. Could it be that he is already? Hua Tiandu's arrogance was completely suppressed, and at this moment a leisurely voice came to his ears. Shut up. Puff. Hua Tiandu almost vomited blood in anger. If you think I'm noisy, just say it. Is it really that serious? I heard that the Lord of Starlight was seriously injured in a battle 5 years ago. If he was in his prime, how amazing would he be? He lay on the ground, and after a while, he felt the pressure on his body disappear. He pushed himself up with both hands. Who are you? Why did you destroy my roof? Just as he stood up, he saw a man holding a mop in one hand and a cell phone in the other. I've called the police. You have to pay compensation. Hua Tiandu. I am the third elder. Chapter 73. Tell me. Who are you? Oh. Hua Tiandu sighed. Why am I so unlucky today? He glanced at the hole in the ground. I'll take responsibility for this. Since you've called the police, that's all the better. The matter here was dealt with in no time. Not only did they pay compensation, but they were also responsible for repairs and renovations. The other party is not an unreasonable person. By the way, I asked the military police to send a set of clothes over. After changing into them, I honestly looked for the house according to the house number. It is impossible to be arrogant. After all, I really am no match for him. The opponent's strength is far beyond one's imagination. After a while, they arrived at Xiao Zhe's house. Hello, is Mr. Xiao Zhe here? Hua Tiandu stood at the door. Seeing the situation inside the house, his eyes fell on Xiao Zhe. So young, how did he do it? I have spent my entire life honing my military killing fist to have the strength I have today. How old are you? Hua Tiandu looked completely stunned. As for other people, he didn't really care. With the strength of Xiao Zhe, the Lord of Starlight, killing these people is just a matter of waving his hand. Since he has kept them until now, it means that he is not a bloodthirsty person. Lu Qingxue took one look, stood up, and said, You must be my husband's comrade in arms, right? Please come in. Hua Tian was stunned for a moment. Comrade, do I look like that? At this moment, he was wearing a military uniform but had no military rank. My military uniform has been torn to pieces. However, his long military career naturally gave him an extraordinary aura. Even when I get older, it's still the same. He took a look at Liao Yongfeng, who was like a good son, and immediately understood. Yes, I was your husband's former leader. Hua Tiandu laughed. Then come in quickly. It's a bit chaotic today, and things are rushing to do. Lu Qingxue smiled and invited Hua Tiandu in. Hua Tiandu had just taken a step when he staggered suddenly, but he quickly stabilized himself. He glanced at Xiao Zhe in horror and quickly straightened his posture. Mrs. Xiao, don't be in a hurry. Hua Tiandu saw Lu Qingxue preparing to make tea. He quickly said, This time, I am mainly here to prove Mr. Zhao's innocence. He glanced at the military and police officers present. And where it grows. With his eyes, he could immediately tell that they were not suffering the same. This strength is truly astonishing. If he were to come and smash it into a small pancake with one punch, it would be really easy. But, like Xiao Zhe, he has precise control and the ability to fight with himself from a distance. This level of strength is really beyond my reach. Prove your innocence. Lu Qingxue poured Hua Tiandu a cup of green tea. The rich aroma of tea wafts into the air. Hua Tian couldn't help swallowing. Good tea. Mingxian Longjing. In the teacup, every tea leaf seems to have a new life, floating up and down in the water. But before, he still had the confidence to play a joke on Xiao Zhe. Now, will my wife always hold it for you? Xiao Zhe said calmly. Who needs to prove my innocence? He doesn't need to prove his innocence to anyone. Everything I did was just for Lu Qingxue. Thank you, Mrs. Xiao. Hua Tiandu quickly took the teacup and held it in his palm. It's hot. Seeing Hua Tian holding the piece in his hand without even thinking, Lu Qingxue was about to remind him that it was hot. The old man took a sip with satisfaction and said with a smile, It tastes better when it's hot. It tastes better when it's hot. She frowned slightly in a strange way and asked, Old sir, since you have come forward, then my husband is innocent? What's going on with these people? Hua Tiandu breathed a sigh of satisfaction and felt that the parts of his body that had just been injured were refreshed a lot, leaving a sweet taste on your teeth and cheeks. What a good tea. Hearing Lu Qingxue's words, Hua Tiandu nodded quickly. We will conduct a thorough investigation of these people when we return. We will definitely give Mr. Xiao an explanation. And these things are Mr. Zhao's personal property. I can fully guarantee this. As soon as the words fell, Director, he immediately felt his body lighten. It seemed he could speak again. The military and police officers present also felt that they could move again. 3. Director, he saw everything that just happened. Shut up. Hua Tiandu scolded rudely. Director He immediately shut his mouth obediently. You all get out first. Hearing this, the military police and people from the Cultural Relics Administration Bureau all left the room quickly. Damn it. The third elder comes in person. And he is so polite. It is obvious that this male host is not simple at all. Lu Qingyuan, you killed me this time. Old Zhou quickly got up and glared at Lu Qingyuan fiercely. This is true for both Lao Zhu and Lao Zhao. This time, if it weren't for Lu Qingyuan, they wouldn't be like this. The four of them were in a panic and were the first to rush out of the room, crawling and rolling. How should I know? Lu Qingyuan also cried out for justice. How could I have known that this person's background was really so strong? We're in big trouble now. We have to think of a solution. Lao Zhao began to think of a solution. Humph. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. Seeing everyone leave, Xiaozhe looked at Hua Tiandu with a half-smile on his face. Mr. Xiao, we have evidence that someone is behind this incident, and they are just being used. Hua Tiandu said. This information has already been sent to him, but he doesn't need to worry about it afterwards. But he must give an explanation about Xiaozhe's side. We will investigate this matter thoroughly and give Mr. Xiao a satisfactory answer. Xiaozhe knew exactly what Hua Tiandu meant by this. Just spare these people's lives. Hua Tiandu has come into contact with many people who have retreated from the ashes of robbery. After years of fighting, their passion has turned into cold-blooded. In their eyes, human life is actually worthless. Just like Liao Yongfeng. He doesn't care about the life and death of ordinary people. He failed to recognize the person and deserves to be killed. Sure enough, a few words came out of Liao Yongfeng's mouth. Hua Tiandu, you belong to the country. The next moment, Liao Yongfeng smiled again, fearing that he would scare Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu. Xiaozhe waved his hand and said, you guys handle it. But I don't want this to happen again in the future. Hua Tiandu breathed a sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly. Of course, something like this will never happen again. After saying a few words, Hua Tiandu left. Liao Yongfeng also left. The matter has been resolved. As long as the Lord of Starlight no longer cares about it, this matter will be perfectly resolved. Tell me, who are you? After everyone left, Lu Qingxue glared at Xiaozhe and was about to sit on the coffee table, but found that it was full of things worth billions. He quickly moved his butt, pulled a stool, and sat opposite Xiaozhe. Hey, my dear wife, did you find out? Chapter 74 Wanna run? You don't really treat me like a fool, do you? Lu Qingxue looked at Xiaozhe speechlessly. The third elder has come to my house and is speaking to me so politely. Am I a fool? And that uncle, you are his squad leader, do I believe it? Also, are these things real? She glanced at the things on the coffee table. The original copy of Yongle Encyclopedia costs 200 million per copy. The Qin King's sword worth 10 billion. A jade seal and treasure box worth billions? Any one of them is enough for her to strive for a lifetime. How do you explain all this? Lu Qingxue looked at her husband with her hands on her hips. Xiaozhe smiled bitterly and whispered, if I had known earlier, I would have let you get pregnant earlier. Lu Qingxue's pretty face was filled with anger. What did you say? Lu Xiaoyu quickly said, sister, I know what my brother-in-law wants you to be stupid for 3 years after you get pregnant. Really? Lu Qingxue looked at Xiaozhe. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Xiaozhe said, you're smart. Lu Qingxue didn't pursue the matter further. Just tell me about this. Xiaozhe looked at the things on the coffee table and smiled. Okay, I'll be honest. I'm actually a billionaire. Lu Qingxue's pretty face was filled with the expression, do you think I'm an idiot? Xiaozhe said, how is it possible? Then tell me, where did you get this money? How come I didn't know it before? Lu Qingxue asked. Didn't Xiaoyu tell you that I'm a 9-star chef? I make $1 million for a meal, and I can earn over 10 billion a year. It's not that Xiaozhe doesn't want to share his life with Lu Qingxue. He just hasn't figured out how to tell her the truth about this world yet. That's so cruel. Lu Qingxue stared at Xiaozhe. You don't really think I'm an idiot, do you? You're a 9-star chef god, and I've never seen you cook a meal for me. Doesn't that mean my wife is so skilled that there's no room for me to show off my skills? Xiaozhe said quickly. Director, he followed Hua Tiandu and Liao Yongfeng out of the community, trembling with fear. Finally, he couldn't help but muster up the courage to ask, Third elder. Who is this person? This is too scary. The 3 elders all treated him with courtesy. Such a person, I almost raided his house just now. Hua Tian didn't say anything, but turned around and asked Liao Yongfeng, Xiao Liao, what do you think we should do next? After today's test, he has already understood how terrifying Xiaozhe is. I had no power to fight back at all. Kill. Liao Yongfeng glanced at Director He. Hua Tian was stunned for a moment. These people from the Xinghua army were too murderous, weren't they? Well, this. Liao Yongfeng sneered and said, Third Elder, the Star Lord may not care about those who offend him, but no one in the Starlight Army cares. If there were no Star Lord, there would be no Starlight Army. In his eyes, life and death are indifferent. I have seen too much on the battlefield. It was then that he realized that human life is sometimes just a number. If there is no Star Lord, there will be no Star Army. They are still ashes. Hua Tiandu was a little hesitant. He didn't understand. In peacetime, everyone should have their own rights and interests. The 4 heavenly kings and the 108 constellations are still in Shanghai. They're watching the live stream, too. As soon as Liao Yongfeng finished speaking, Hua Tiandu trembled all over. Third Elder. Military vehicles roared over. Before the car stopped, many soldiers jumped out and formed a line in the blink of an eye, standing in front of Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu took a look at the Tiandu army under his command, a group of elite soldiers and generals. This was the result of his own practice. Each of them has a strong back and strong muscles, and is full of energy and blood. However, he didn't dare compare it with the Xinghua army. There was a pause, then he said, "Get it. Boast." All the soldiers stood at attention instantly, and then dispersed. All the people from the Cultural Relics Administration and the military and police were arrested. Third Elder. Third Elder. Director, he was stunned. We didn't do anything. The others all showed expressions of horror at this moment. Just now, when Liao Yongfeng said he wanted to kill them, they had no idea that he was talking about them. Now I know. It turns out they were talking about killing themselves. Xiao Liao, I think it's still too. Hua Tian couldn't bear to do this. Boom. At this moment, for powerful forces descended from the sky. For people walked slowly down the street, slowly walking towards them. Just like a group of people taking a walk after dinner. No one felt anything. Only Liao Yongfeng and Hua Tian looked at the 4 people with serious expressions. 4 extreme heavenly kings. Even if Liao Yongfeng didn't say it, Hua Tiandu knew it. The only ones who can have such a powerful aura, and there are 4 of them, are the 4 heavenly kings. If Elder Hua feels that he can't do it, why not hand it over to our Xinghua army? A frivolous voice came. Hua Tiandu's face turned cold. This is China. I am the guardian. The big man Baihu snorted coldly, and the sound exploded in everyone's ears. Several people from the Cultural Relics Management Bureau started bleeding from their noses. Aren't we in the Xinghua army the guardians? Baihu stared at Hua Tiandu with cold eyes. Hua Tiandu suddenly felt cold sweat breaking out on his back. Crash. The Tiandu army surrounded Hua Tiandu at once and protected him in the center. The muzzles of the guns were all pointed at the 4 heavenly kings. Elder Hua, do you want to start a war? Qinglong walked over with a smile on his face, as if starting a war was a common thing for him. Put it down. Hua Tiandu shouted, stepping forward. Heavenly King, we have no intention of becoming an enemy of Xinghua. However, this is Chinese territory, and everything must be done according to Chinese law. We will definitely satisfy the Xinghua army. Then we, the 4 poles and the 108 constellations, will wait and see. Qinglong nodded. The Star Army is the protector of humanity. It is not here to destroy human peace. Okay. Hua Tiandu gritted his teeth. This was equivalent to forcing the emperor to abdicate. But he was not only considering the strength of the Xinghua army, but it is the contribution of the Star Army to all mankind. We can't let the people of the Xinghua army bleed and cry. Let's go. Hua Tiandu left with people from the Cultural Relics Administration Bureau and military and police officers. Liao Yongfeng stood in front of the 4 heavenly kings and bowed deeply. You're not bad. Qinglong praised, but suddenly became timid. How about we go? This place is too close to the Star Lord. Baihu's expression changed. Didn't you say you were here to support the Star Lord? Suzaka stood on the street, looking at the gate of the community. I'm not leaving. Let's go. Xuanwu was very frugal with his words. Aren't we done standing now? Retreat quickly. Qinglong looked panicked. I won't. Suzaku said stubbornly. Baihu didn't finish his words. Qinglong's face turned pale and he said, It's over. It's over. The 4 of them looked towards the entrance of the community at the same time. A figure was standing there, looking at them. Why, you want to run? Chapter 75 Shadow Invasion. Country R. Mr. Matsui. They seem to be conducting an inspection just now, said the man who understood Mandarin. Matsui Nagata's face turned cold. Thinking of Miyamoto Dozo's instructions, he dared not be negligent. I see. He took the tablet. The bustle of life has returned to the martial arts hall. Mr. Matsui just now was so scary. That Chinese guy is in trouble. Kicked out of the martial arts hall. Who can refuse Mr. Matsui's order? That's right. You really don't know what's best for you. Matsui Chodo walked slowly out of the martial arts hall and took a car to a building. Mr. Matsui. As soon as he entered the door, someone came to greet him. I need to find this address. Matsui Chota handed over the tablet in his hand. Please wait a moment. The man immediately took the tablet and quickly ordered someone to track it down. Less than 15 minutes later, he returned and respectfully handed the tablet back to Matsui Chota, handing him a piece of paper. The address is on it. Yeah. Nagata Matsui nodded. After getting the address, he returned to the martial arts hall and entered a secret room. This address, I want the Qin King's sword. Nagata Matsui held out the paper in his hand towards the darkness. Soon, the paper in his hand disappeared. Here you are, do you still want to leave? The young man standing at the gate of the community said lightly. The four of them seemed to be struck by lightning. They stood there motionless, slowly turning their heads and looking at the familiar person. Subordinates, I pay my respects to the Star Lord. All four of them knelt on one knee. But as soon as they bent their knees, they felt a tremendous force lifting them up. There's no need. Come in, your sister-in-law is cooking. Xiaozhe smiled faintly. Yes. The four of them hurried to follow. There were 5 people in the group. Xiaozhe walked in front, followed by 4 people. I will say hello when I meet acquaintances. Xiao, have you eaten? Are you out for a walk so early today? Haha. Xiaozhe, who greeted everyone, made the 4 heavenly kings behind him feel a little unfamiliar. This is the Lord of Starlight. Decisive killing. Shock all worlds. Invincible. And the person in front of me is just like an ordinary person, gentle and kind. How about it? Do you find it strange? Xiaozhe said with a smile. Star Lord, you are injured. Baihu said worriedly. Xiaozhe smiled and said, it's fine now. I'm afraid they never imagined that the Star Lord could recover so quickly. Our spies learned that King Linglong died from his injuries 3 years ago. Zhu Ke exclaimed in surprise. They thought King Linglong could defeat the Star Lord. Huh. How do they know how powerful the Star Lord is? Qinglong pondered for a moment and said, Star Lord, why don't we take this opportunity to directly? Xiaozhe waved his hand and stood at the street corner, watching the people coming and going. Qinglong, Suzaku, Baihu, Xuanwu. We seem to have left this world. The 4 of them were shocked and looked at Xiaozhe. In fact, the ordinary is the real thing. Xiaozhe looked at the flow of people and cars. But, Star Lord, we. Baihu said in surprise. Xiaozhe held his hand down and said, don't panic, you will understand later. He continued walking forward and came to a small store, where he bought a bottle of soy sauce and a pack of cigarettes. He opened a package and handed it to Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, but still took it, and, imitating Xiaozhe, put it in their mouths and took a deep breath, almost choking to the point of tears. Xiaozhe couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the past 5 years, I got married and worked. You should also try to return to ordinary life. Baihu frowned, but we Jiahui were cannon fodder back then, but not anymore. We're heroes. Heroes shouldn't be in that kind of place forever. Let's go back and have dinner. Xiaozhe took the lead, and the 4 people followed closely behind him. I'm back with my 4 comrades. Xiaozhe brought 4 people in. Lu Qingxue immediately came out to greet them warmly. Come and sit down. You guys sit here for a while, watch TV and chat. I'll be done in a moment. She continued to work in the kitchen with Lu Xiaoyu. The 4 heavenly kings felt uncomfortable sitting in such a place. Suzaku wanted to stand up and help. Xiaozhe couldn't help but laugh and asked, can you cook? Suzaku was stunned and sat down with a red face. Okay, let's eat. After a while, Lu Qingxue had quickly prepared all the dishes. The 4 of them sat upright and ate quickly. In less than 3 minutes, the 4 of them put down their bowls and chopsticks. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lu Qingxue burst out laughing. When we first met, you ate like this too. Xiaozhe nodded. I'm used to it. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the 4 people strangely. I always feel that these 4 people are different from others. No wonder they were so protective of me in the afternoon. It turned out they were my brother-in-law's comrades in arms. The 4 of them sat for a while, but they always felt out of place in this environment, so they finally said goodbye and left. I'll see them off. Xiaozhe sent them to the gate of the community. Star Master, now your star ring has been exposed. When the time comes, Suzaku said worriedly, why not let the 108 constellations stay here? Qinglong also said, Star Lord, there is no major war now, only minor local friction. The other party is determined to sneak in and get information about you, so you'd better be careful. Xiaozhe said, if there is no urgent military affairs, you don't have to rush back. Yes. Magic City. A villa. Chun Imo stood by the outdoor swimming pool, looking at his reflection in the water. The reflected waves swayed, and the moon in the sky gradually changed into various shapes. He didn't know whether he was looking at the moon or at himself. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lord of Starlight, so you were hiding here. The corners of his mouth gradually rose, revealing his scarlet gums. He fell to his knees and began to chant incomprehensible spells in a strange rhythm. The eyes turned blood red and seemed to be spreading around. Blood red lines appeared on the forehead, forming a strange rune. It's like having an eye on the forehead. At this moment, the moonlight in the sky condensed into a beam and poured into the eyes on his forehead. After a while, Chunemo gradually returned to normal and knelt on the ground. I will obey your order. He grinned, but there was something sinister in his smile. Step into the villa. The lights in the villa came on, and the shadows on the ground actually started to move on their own. Xiaomo, you must learn a lesson from what happened today. Chen Dekhang just walked out. I know, Dad. Everyone in this world is divided into levels. Chen Imo said. That's good. My little Imo has grown up. Chen Dekhang patted his son's shoulder with relief. If this incident can help him grow, that would be great. In his joy, he didn't even notice the shadow on the ground. His son's shadow was like a demon, taking a bite from his own shadow. His shadow suddenly became a little smaller. Why do I feel a little dizzy? I'm going to sleep. You should get some rest too. Chapter 76, I am a billionaire. This is not too much. Night. Chengdu. In a certain community, a middle-aged man was constantly operating on the computer. There are groups on it. After a long while, it finally stopped. He breathed a sigh of relief and picked up his phone to check the text message. Why hasn't the money been transferred yet? Collaborating with influencers is such a hassle. His online name is Water Army Manager. He is a famous water army agent on the internet. We have cooperated with major entertainment companies. At the beginning, it was the internet cafe owner who started by mobilizing customers, posting comments, and becoming a water army. Gradually, it has now formed an industry. I recently acquired a set of AI water army tools. It's easier to make money. Today I just tried my hand at it and won an order worth 300,000 yuan from a black internet celebrity. Only, after receiving the 50,000 yuan advance payment, the remaining money has not arrived. I just remembered it after finishing my work. Make a phone call. Urge them a little. There was only a beeping sound on the other end of the phone, but no one answered. Hello, courier. There was a knock on the door. Damn it, you don't want to default on your debt, do you? If you dare to default on your debt, humph, I will make you pay. He muttered to himself as he walked to open the door. The door opens. He stood there in a daze, but a group of military and police officers rushed in and took him under control in an instant. You are suspected of treason and collaborating with the enemy. Please cooperate with us to arrest you. Cooperate to capture. He was stunned. TikTok headquarters. A manager stood up and stretched. Another boring day of taking advantage of the situation and taking bribes has passed. Just as he closed the door of his office and was about to leave work, a group of military police rushed in. Are you Wei Bubao? We suspect you are involved in a case of treason. Please come with us. Collaboration, treason. Wei Bubao was completely stunned and immediately cried out in injustice. Officer, I am an honest citizen. How could I possibly be a traitor? Officer, night. In the brightly lit living room, Xiaozhe sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and enjoyed Lu Qingshua's massage. Lu Xiaoyu was sitting not far away, eating fruit. I watched the two of them showing their affection with envy, and had some midnight snack at the same time. Although my brother-in-law treats me so well, in fact, I inherited the virtues from my mother. Even though she knew her brother-in-law was a 9-star chef, she still took the initiative to cook dinner tonight. I didn't ask my brother-in-law to cook. After eating, wash the dishes, etc. She did it all herself. So, how rich is our family? Lu Qingxua couldn't help but ask while getting a massage. Xiaozhe closed his eyes, leaned on the sofa, and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, asked Xiaoyu. Lu Qingxua looked at her sister. Xiaoyu, do you know? Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't know either, but I did discover something when I was live streaming today. Speaking of this, today's experience was really exciting. Xiaozhe patted the back of Lu Qingshua's hand and let her rest for a while. Lu Qingxua sat next to Xiaozhe and asked her sister curiously. Sister, you know those 3 things, right? Lu Qingxua had already packed the 3 things that Lu Xiaoyu mentioned. Are those true? Lu Qingxua was a little bit unbelievable. Even though so many things had just happened, she still felt like she was dreaming. They're all real. They've been certified by experts. The total value of those alone is probably over 20 billion. Lu Xiaoyu nodded seriously. Lu Qingxua looked at her husband in shock. Really? Really? Xiaozhe laughed. Lu Qingshua's expression was very beautiful at this moment, with a little confusion, a little doubt, and a little disbelief. Even after 5 years of marriage, Xiaozhe still feels at ease with her chubby little face. Is there anything else? Lu Qingxua suddenly became excited and pulled her sister, asking, is there anything else? Yes. Lu Xiaoyu thought for a moment. That bag of rice in the kitchen costs 8,400 yuan per kilogram. Netizens have calculated that you and your brother-in-law consume 6 million kilograms of rice a year. 8,400 per pound. 6 million worth of rice. Lu Qingxue turned around and looked at Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe spread his hands and said, I've already laid it bare. I'm a billionaire. Is it too much for me to eat rice that costs 8,400 yuan per kilogram? Not bad. Lu Qingxue nodded. The bowls and chopsticks used were handmade by top masters. Even those specially prepared for state banquets are better than those. Oh, why is it so beautiful? The wine that is thrown away every day is worth hundreds of thousands of yuan per bottle, even the cheapest one. Really? Honey, this isn't good, is it? I'm a billionaire. I've been venting my anger for a long time. If I have to drink again, wouldn't that be too much of a shame? That's right. That painting in the bathroom is said to be worth over 200 million US dollars. Huh? Why is it hanging in the bathroom? That painting is laxative. You hung it up with your own hands. Really? There are 3 property certificates in the study drawer. One is for a small island in country Y, one is for an ancient castle in country Rambo. I haven't verified the other one yet. Lu Xiaoyu counted on his fingers. We have other properties? Lu Qingxue exclaimed in shock. We're still paying off this house. We'll return it tomorrow. Xiaozhe said with a smile. Now that she has discovered this, her experience of ordinary life should be over. It's better to pay it back slowly. It's also good to use the money for investment. Lu Qingxue felt very curious, so she ran to the bathroom to take a look, and then ran to the kitchen to take out the dishes and chopsticks to take a look. Real estate proved to be something she had always thought was useless and had never paid attention to. After using them for so long, she never thought that these things were worth so much. The red wine in the wine cellar is worth hundreds of millions. Anything else? Anything else? Lu Qingxue was like a child who had discovered a new world. Every discovery made her feel surprised. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. That's all I found. But sister, she suddenly remembered her live broadcast today. You know what? I made hundreds of thousands of dollars from the live broadcast today. Hundreds of thousands. Lu Qingxue's beautiful eyes lit up. How is that possible? You have no idea. Everyone loves watching live streams of people looking for pocket money. They're constantly tipping people. Today, the gift tips alone are close to 1 million. After sharing the profits with the website, I can make hundreds of thousands. She smirked. Well, the money is split 64. Your brother-in-law and I will get 6, and you will get 4. Lu Qingxue's eyes were shining. Sister, Lu Xiaoyu pouted, very dissatisfied. Why? If my brother-in-law and I hadn't provided you with the venue and helped you out, would you have been able to make so much money? Lu Xiaoyu thought about it and realized it was right. Okay, you take 7 and I take 3. Lu Qingxue smiled happily. Is live streaming really that profitable? It depends on the situation. I didn't make much money before. How about teaching me? Hey, sister, now that you're so rich, do you still want to do live streaming to make money? That money belongs to your brother-in-law. I'll make some more money to support him. Ahaha. Chapter 77. My wife wants to make money to support me. Xiaozhe himself didn't expect this. Lu Qingxue didn't ask too many questions. She just asked appropriately. He thought of many excuses, but none of them worked. After that, life became peaceful again. After what happened last time, Lu Xiaoyu was not too enthusiastic about the live broadcast, as if she was worried about exposing Xiaozhe's secret. Saturday. Xiaozhe smelled the fragrance of the porridge, washed up, and walked out of the room. I saw my wife and sister-in-law sitting on the sofa with their heads touching each other, fiddling with something. Morning, he greeted, but no one heard him. When I walked over, I heard 2 women discussing something. Sister, do you really want a live broadcast? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Lu Qingxue nodded. Of course, if live streaming can make money, we sisters will do it together. Brother-in-law is so rich. Lu Xiaoyu was really curious that her brother-in-law Xiaozhe was so rich. Sister, are you still thinking about making money through live streaming? That's your brother-in-law's money. Lu Qingxue clenched her fist firmly. I'm going to use the money I earned to support him. Ha ha ha. Sister, are you serious? The last time Lu Qingxue said this, she thought she was joking. Unexpectedly, when she woke up the next day, she acted as if nothing had happened. Get up, go to work, cook. It's as if the tens of billions of things in the house don't exist. Of course it's true. Lu Qingxue nodded vigorously. Since my brother-in-law is so outstanding, I must make more money and support him. Xiaozhe, speechless. My wife actually wants to make money to support me? Support me, a billionaire? Lord of Starlight? If the Xinghua army heard this, we must never let the people of the Xinghua army know. However, I still feel warm in my heart. At this time, Lu Qingxue's somewhat excited voice was heard. Here I come. Here I come. Is this your live broadcast room? She asked curiously. Yeah, I'm awesome, right? I already have tens of millions of fans. My sister has been very outstanding since she was young. It is rare that I am better than her in some aspects, so I felt a little proud. Is it starting now? Lu Qingxue looked at the live broadcast screen. Xiaoze took a glance and saw that some people had already started posting comments. I've waited so long and finally today. Here we are. The anchor is finally back. Anchor, didn't you go in? Haha, how could the anchor possibly get in? You're awesome. You can handle such a big thing. My sister is on camera. She's so beautiful. Seeing the lively live broadcast room, Lu Xiaoyu smiled proudly and said, Sister, look, these are all my fans. Isn't that amazing? Isn't it great? Lu Qingxue took a look at the number of people online in the live broadcast room. In just a few minutes, the number had reached over 100,000. I was just about to nod and praise my sister, but then, we are my sister's fans. Yes, we are all here because of my sister. Who is the anchor? Isn't the anchor my sister? Wahaha, my favorite is my sister. Is my sister the host today? Wow, I'm finally looking forward to it. Where's my brother-in-law? Where's my brother-in-law? I'm a fan of my brother-in-law. I think I saw it. The leg behind my sister is my brother-in-law's, right? That thigh is handsome in its elegance, uninhibited in its handsomeness, and fascinating in its uninhibitedness. It can definitely hold me, brother-in-law, but is it a pendant? Ah, my brother-in-law is on camera too. Brother-in-law, please tell me the address. I'm almost to the Magic City carrying my sister. Lu Qingxue also saw it and turned around to see Xiaoze standing behind her looking at her. She couldn't help but blush. When did you get up? Xiaoze chuckled and tapped her head. When you said you wanted to make money to support me. Lu Qingxue's face suddenly turned red. Everyone in the live broadcast room laughed. Wow, dog food so early in the morning. Oh my god, this is crazy. My hands are naughty. The fried dough sticks in my mouth suddenly don't taste good anymore. It smells so good. Isn't this so sweet? I love this interaction. I already feel the sweetness. I suddenly want to find a rich woman to support me. I don't want to work hard anymore. Please ask, given my brother-in-law's wealth and influence, how many years of hard work would it take for me to support him? If you consider wealth and influence, there's no chance for my sister to achieve this in this lifetime. Ha, let alone this life. I think the possibility of it happening in several lifetimes is slim. Please ask, when will my sister be able to take care of her brother-in-law? Today. Carnival X1, Carnival X2, Carnival X3, Carnival X99, Carnival X200. If nothing else, just to support my sister. Although I don't have the ability to support my brother-in-law, I can support him online. Just to support my sister. Suddenly, my heart surged. I'm supporting a billionaire. It's so cool. Sister, I support you. Please broadcast our daily maintenance routine more often. The entire barrage is filled with various gifts. Xiaoze couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Am I being kept? And she is being kept by countless people? It was the first time Lu Qingxue was teased by so many people. She felt a little embarrassed and quickly said, I'll get you a bowl of porridge. Lu Xiaoyu took the opportunity to regain control of her live broadcast room. Hey, I'm the host. What? Where's the anchor? Why is my anchor gone? Come back soon. Where is the anchor? Xiaoze looked at it for a while and found it quite interesting. This is breakfast, white porridge, eggs, and buns. Lu Qingxue handed a small bowl of white porridge to Xiaoze and put the peeled boiled eggs and buns in the plate on the coffee table. Wow, it's sour. Sister is so virtuous. I looked at my wife next to me. She's not as pretty as my sister, has a bad temper, and isn't as virtuous as my sister. What's the use of her? Upstairs, calm down. It's good enough if someone wants it. I kicked my girlfriend to the ground with one kick. It turns out that the inflatable one has no temperature. I want. Come back soon, sis. You're a streamer. Yes. All that's left is feeding him. He's already an adult and can eat by himself. Sister, please pay attention to your identity. You are an anchor. Lu Qingxue returned to the camera and glanced at Xiaoze secretly. First of all, I am a wife. Ah, there's no way. So sweet. It's so sweet, it's cloying. I took a big gulp of water. It was so choking. Wait, the bowl my brother-in-law drinks porridge from looks so familiar. Does he look familiar? Does my brother-in-law have such a small appetite? This tiny bowl isn't even enough for me to finish in one bite. This small bowl is your day's wages. 8,400 yuan per kilogram of rice. You can't imagine. Chapter 78. Ming Changhua Doucai Chicken Cup. You can tell at a glance that he's new here. I don't know when a wave of contempt began to prevail in the live broadcast room. You are new here and have never seen the world. Xiaoze watched the two sisters having fun and did not disturb them. He sat on the sofa and flipped through a book. I haven't finished reading the Yongle Encyclopedia yet. and I'm flipping through it page by page. The live broadcast room just happened to include a part of him. Damn, the life of the rich is totally unimaginable. Nonsense. Books worth hundreds of millions are really just for reading. I can't bear to buy books that cost dozens of dollars each. Feel sorry for yourself for 3 seconds. The time came to around 8:30. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lu Qingxue immediately stood up and left the live broadcast room to check on the door. Everyone in the live broadcast room found it very strange. Isn't my brother-in-law sitting right next to me? Yes, my brother-in-law is reading a book. Why isn't he the one to open the door? How strange. My brother-in-law is obviously free. Lu Xiaoyu saw the barrage and smiled. Brother-in-law is reading a book. He is reading a book. Isn't he very busy? It's sour. Such a good wife. Now there is no one at all. I envy my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, I'm already at the door. Please open the door. My sister has already carried it. I want a wife like this too. Yes, my wife doesn't even wash the dishes now. It wasn't like this before we got married. At the door. Excuse me, who are you? Lu Qingxue felt a little strange when she saw an old man standing at the door. Could it be another of my husband's comrades in arms? Hello, I'm Yi Guiming. This is my business card. I'm here to appreciate the Yongle Encyclopedia at the invitation of President Lu Qingyuan. Yi Guiming looked a little embarrassed. It arrived last night. However, I could no longer contact Lu Qingyuan. I had to stay in the hotel for one night and called Lu Qingyuan early in the morning. As a result, he was taken to the police station to cooperate with the investigation for several days before being released. However, due to my passion for the Yongle Encyclopedia, I rested in the hotel for one night and arrived at around 5 in the morning. Worried that the owner hadn't gotten up yet, he waited at the door until 8:30 before knocking. Professor Yi Guiming? Lu Qingxue took a look at the business card and was a little shocked. Yongle Encyclopedia? Not again. However, she had some understanding of her husband's abilities. Turning back, he said, Husband, Professor Yi came to our house and said he wanted to appreciate the Yongle Encyclopedia. Let him in. Xiaoze didn't look up. Continue reading. As soon as Yi Guiming entered the room, he saw Xiaoze reading a copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia, and his face was stunned. This is authentic. He walked to Xiaoze's side in a few steps. Is this the original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia? After years of research, he has become extremely proficient in the study of the Yongle Encyclopedia. At first glance, you can tell that this is definitely not a manuscript. This is not an ordinary reprint. Absolutely the original. Yes. Xiaoze looked up and suddenly frowned. Yi Guiming was stunned for a moment. Was he too abrupt? That won't do. If I anger the master, I will definitely not have the chance to access the Yongle Encyclopedia. Excuse me, sir. I'm Yi Guiming, who studies the Yongle Encyclopedia. I heard you have. His eyes flashed, and he saw a small bowl on the coffee table. This bowl is very small. It is only about 4 centimeters high and less than 10 centimeters in diameter. The surface of the bowl is painted with 2 groups of hen and chicks. The rooster and the hen lead their chicks to forage in the wild. The hen lowers her head to peck at insects, and the chicks spread their wings and jump for joy. Even in such a small picture, one can still feel the warm and lovely scene. This is... Yi Guiming showed a shocked expression on his face. Mingqing Hua Doucai chicken cup. Yi Guiming couldn't help but raise his voice. He carefully picked up the small bowl, turned it over and saw, made in the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty. Really? He felt his hands shaking. Old man. Lu Qingxue walked back and saw Yi Guiming holding her husband's bowl of porridge, staring blankly. What strange hobbies these people have. Haven't washed it yet. It's the real thing. It's really the real thing. When he saw the bottom of the bowl, he wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of habit? Drinking porridge with antiques. Such a loser. You are drinking porridge and eating with the Ming Chenghua Doucai chicken cup. Yi Guiming widened his eyes. Lu Qingxue asked curiously, Isn't that what bowls are for? My husband drinks a lot of wine, and he eats less in the morning, so it's just right to use it to hold the porridge. Isn't this a matter of course? Drinking? Serving porridge? What a waste. What a waste. Yi Guiming was heartbroken. There's nothing wrong with reading the Yongle Encyclopedia. Even in the National Library, you can borrow it. But, drink from the Ming Chenghua Doucai chicken cup. A few dishes. Old man, what's wrong with you? Isn't this how bowls are used? Do they have to be offered as sacrifices? Lu Qingxue felt that these professors were not very smart. This is a Ming Chenghua Doucai chicken cup. Yi Guiming's voice rose several notches. During the Ming dynasty, it was highly favored by scholars and literati. In the late Ming dynasty, someone even wrote a poem, The Chengyao chicken cup is the best wine vessel. Lu Qingxue nodded. Yes, The most important wine vessel is for drinking, right? Yi Guiming was stunned. It seems to make some sense. Although the chicken glazed cup is extremely valuable, isn't it used for drinking? But this is the Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cup. Lu Xiaoyu came back to her senses and quickly asked, Professor Yi, how much is this bowl worth? After the experience of the last live broadcast, she was deeply aware that nothing was cheap in her brother-in-law's house. Maybe the paper you are using is specially supplied. This thing is simply priceless. Let's put it this way, after the Ming Dynasty, it's been priceless. The last time it appeared was at an auction in 2014. It was sold for 280 million Hong Kong dollars. Nowadays, it would start at least 400 million. Yi Guiming couldn't help but say, a couple. Lu Qingxue asked. This small cup was brought back by my husband a few years ago. One for each person. The other one is what she is using. A pair. They are now collected in domestic museums, one in Kyoto and the other in Taiwan. Where did this pair come from? Yi Guiming said unhappily. These people really are. No knowledge at all. I have one at home. Lu Qingxue was not particularly surprised. One cup costs 400 million. She looked at her husband innocently and said, Hubby, if I hit you. Xiaozhe smiled and said, just hit me. Live broadcast room. I knew it. I knew it. Brother-in-law shows off his wealth, and he's always so calm. A small bowl of porridge for the morning. 400 million. It's just so ordinary. It's just ordinary. The above person is really ignorant, is that all? Old fans say they don't feel any pressure at all. Yes, ever since I watched this live broadcast, I wouldn't be shocked if it weren't for tens of billions. Chapter 79, Surviving Midnight Today. Brother-in-law said it was just average. This thing isn't much different from the book I read. If you want to relieve yourself with me, that's it. It's just average. It's just average. I looked up the Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cup. Holy crap. The Ming Emperor Shenzong loved it. It's so cool. This is simply too awesome. When everyone in the live broadcast room was having fun, they suddenly heard Xiao Zhe's voice. Come out. The sound vibrates. There seemed to be a breeze flowing through the whole room. Waves that are invisible to the naked eye are constantly oscillating. It's windy. Lu Qingxue felt a little strange and was about to check the window. I felt a slight chill on my neck. Sister. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise when she saw a man in black standing behind her sister. He was wrapped up tightly. Only a pair of eyes are exposed. There was a hint of pain in his eyes. Ah. Lu Xiaoyu was startled. Let go of my sister. Xiaozhe put down the Yonla encyclopedia in his hand and stood up. Ninja from country R? A trace of fear appeared on the other person's face, and he said in very awkward Mandarin, Don't come over here. If you don't want your wife to die, hand over the Qin Wang sword. This man had very sharp senses. He used the art of invisibility to follow the old man into the room. He discovered me as soon as I walked in. As a Jonin, he landed silently, moved swiftly, and breathed without a breath of wind. Throughout her life, she had carried out at least 100 assassination, treasure stealing, and stealth missions, and had never failed. The most extreme time was when she almost came face to face with a mercenary. The other party didn't even notice. However, this person discovered it shortly after he entered the door. Musashi Ryu? Miyamoto Dozo is not dead yet. Xiaozhe had a faint smile on his face. Miyamoto Musashi. He actually knew Lord Miyamoto. Who is this person? Baga. Mr. Miyamoto is a scholar of heaven, a living immortal on earth. How could he possibly die? She was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. At the moment she was angry, she saw that the man was holding a woman in his arms. When? Why does this woman look so familiar? She is not. Are you okay? Xiaozhe looked at his wife in his arms lovingly. No, it's okay. Lu Qingxue looked at her husband with bright eyes. I don't know whether Miyamoto Dozo was dead or not, but he will die soon. Xiaozhe raised his head and his face gradually became gloomy. Baka. Swish. At the same time, the knife flashed. The shining blade slashed towards Yi Guiming, who was closest to him. Bite. A kunai came out of nowhere, her tiger's mouth shook, and the long sword was swept away by an enormous force. His body was carried away a few steps. Only then did he stand firm. Just as she stood firm, two more kunai flew directly past her cheeks. The mask fell off immediately, revealing a cold yet delicate face. Phoenix eyes, jade nose, willow-shaped eyebrows. It was obviously a very beautiful face, but at this moment, it was filled with murderous intent and astonishment. It turned out that just now, the knife was chopped towards Yi Guiming. She threw 3 kunai in a very concealed manner. Shoot at 3 people respectively. How on earth did he do that? The mask in front of me fell off. Oh, exposed. As a ninja, being exposed in front of the mission target means that the mission has. In particular, The mission target is so powerful that it is not much different from Lord Miyamoto Michizo. This time I died. Get out. Xiao Zhe waved his hand, and the female ninja staggered back 2 steps, looking at Xiao Zhe in astonishment. You won't kill me? Ria Sakurai could never have imagined. Murder is against the law. Lu Qingxue gave her a cold look. Are you trying to commit a crime by deceiving my husband? Yi Guiming protected the Yongle encyclopedia for fear that it would be damaged in the slightest. Nodded. The owner of this house, he is a good person who abides by the law. I must ask him to show me the Yongle encyclopedia. In the live broadcast room, Xiaoze was only seen standing up and saying a few words. But, I feel so Chunabon. What the hell just happened? Are you watching TV? It looks so exciting. I imagined a big drama in my mind, but that line really makes sense. Why can't domestic screenwriters write lines like this realistically? That's right. Killing is against the law. That makes sense. The voice just now seemed to be my sister. They don't know what's going on. Knowing she was no match for him, Sakurai Ria quickly packed up her things and ran. Arrogant Chinese people. Failed the first time. For us ninjas, there's a second chance. The third time, dive in again and again. It depends on how long you can hold out. She gritted her teeth and swore secretly in her heart. A tiny voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Tell Miyamoto Dozo that he won't survive past midnight today. Sakurai Ria only felt an overwhelming force surging over her. The mighty force is overwhelming. She didn't dare stay any longer and ran away quickly. I can only wait until the man is not at home before coming back. This person is invincible. Ria Sakurai left the community as quickly as possible and came to her destination. Even so, she still felt a lingering fear. The man just now was so powerful. He checked his injuries and found that there was no problem, so he breathed a sigh of relief. The majestic and overwhelming momentum just now made her feel like an ant. She thought for a moment and opened a black tablet. After a while, a person appeared on the opposite side. Sakurai, is the mission completed? Matsui Nagata appeared on the other end and asked. Sakurai Ria shook her head. Mr. Matsui, the opponent is extremely powerful. Sakurai is no match for him. You need support? Matsui Nagata himself didn't expect this. This mission is so difficult. Yes. Sakurai plans to wait until the other party leaves before taking action. Sakurai Ria stated her plan. Matsui Chota nodded. She was a very experienced ninja, and her mission completion rate was 100%. I will send a team of Jonin reinforcements here shortly. Matsui Chota finished speaking and prepared to end the conversation. Sakurai Ria suddenly said, Mr. Matsui, the other party also said something and asked me to convey it to Mr. Miyamoto. Matsui Chota frowned and asked, what? He said that Lord Miyamoto will not survive past midnight today. Sakurai Ria whispered, what? Baga, that arrogant Chinese guy, I will make him pay the price. Miyamoto Dozo is their god. God, don't be humiliated. How does he know Lord Miyamoto? Matsui Nagata suddenly thought of a question. I don't know. Sakurai Ria divided the 4 words into 3 parts. Every time she said a part, she felt a burst of energy in her body. Bang. Chapter 80, just a small trick. Sakurai. Matsui Nagata saw it clearly. At this moment, Sakurai Ria's body was like a balloon being blown up, getting more and more drums. Getting more and more drums. The bones and flesh on the body separated bit by bit. It's like blowing on the goose before roasting it. Ah! Sakurai Ria let out a series of shrill screams. She has gone through countless brutal trainings. However, the pain at this moment made her feel that all the previous training was just child's play, bubbling constantly inside the body. The whole person has been deformed. Sakurai. Matsui Nagata also felt a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. It's not like he hasn't killed anyone before. But this is the first time someone has been killed like this. Bang. In just a few seconds, Sakurai Ria's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white splashed everywhere. This is not the end yet. The body exploded the next moment. The whole room turned into a sea of blood. Sakurai. Even Matsui Nagata felt his whole body trembling at this moment. He immediately disconnected the signal connection between the 2 parties. But I still feel scared. What a horrible way of killing. Did the other party find out? What means did the other party use to kill people? Call. 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 On the small building of the martial arts hall, there was a big word quiet behind Matsui Chota, which made it impossible for him to be quiet at all. The opponent's brutality was far beyond his imagination. It took him more than 10 minutes to adjust his mentality and slowly stand up. It was the first time he had such a feeling. After just sitting for a while, I felt my legs were sore. After a while, he came to the Sakura courtyard again. He knelt down again in the corridor, prostrating himself. Miyamoto-sama, Sakurai Jonin has failed. He has been cursed to death. Under the cherry tree, the old man sat cross-legged, and the cherry blossoms fell and landed on him. I slowly opened my eyes, and the cherry blossoms were still falling steadily. Cursed to kill? Asked Miyamoto Michizo. Yes, Sakurai had already returned to his base and was in contact with me when, all of a sudden, he seemed to be inflated and exploded right in front of me. Matsui Chota shuddered. Matsui, Miyamoto Michizang said expressionlessly, your mind is in turmoil. Yes, Matsui Nagata admitted. In the realm of martial arts, you must train your mind first. Miyamoto Dozo said calmly, as if he didn't care about anything. Yes. What did he say? Miyamoto Michizo continued to ask. That person asked Sakurai to take a message to Lord Miyamoto. Matsui Nagata said in a low voice. Give me a message? In an instant, sword light flashed all around him, and all the falling cherry blossoms were shattered. He knows me? Matsui Chota said, I don't know. After Sakurai said this, he exploded. What a brilliant trick. Haha, it's just a small trick. Miyamoto Michizang smiled confidently. What did he say? He said that Lord Miyamoto won't survive past midnight tonight. Boom. Sword energy is everywhere. The cherry tree behind me was broken in half. Arrogant. Ridiculous. You think you can mess with my mind with just a few tricks? Huh. The sword energy was so strong that cracks appeared on the walls of the courtyard out of thin air. The fallen cherry tree broke into pieces in midair, and finally was crushed to pieces. If there wasn't a huge stump left on the ground, no one would believe that there was once a cherry tree here. The originally peaceful cherry blossom courtyard has now turned into a mess. Matsui Nagata lay on the ground, not daring to move. I have a sword that can break all laws. Today, I want to see how he can prevent me from passing midnight. Just after Sakurai Ria ran away, Lu Qingxue felt a little scared. The sharp blade was right on his neck. This is just a scene that happens on TV. Don't be afraid. Xiao Zhe's eyes softened. Let's not live here for the time being. Stay in a hotel? That's very expensive. Lu Qingxue thought about the fact that she still had 25 years of mortgage to pay off. We still have a few properties. Let's live there first. Xiao Zhe said with a smile. Go pack your things. Xiaoyu, go help your sister. Only Yi Guiming and Xiao Zhe were left in the living room. Yi Guiming quickly waved his hands. Sir, what happened just now has nothing to do with me. Xiao Zhe smiled slightly. I know, but we are moving. Professor Yi, I just want to study the Yonhla Encyclopedia. It doesn't matter where it is. Yi Guiming quickly said that it didn't matter to him. Is that what I mean? I'm letting you go? Xiao Zhe was speechless when he saw that his first reaction was to protect the Yonhla Encyclopedia. It just so happened that he needed someone to help him organize it. The content contained in the Yonhla Encyclopedia is so vast that it took me several years to finish reading it. If someone could help me sort it out. Then he said, Professor Yi, I can provide you with the venue and the complete copy of the Yonhla Encyclopedia, but in return, you also have to help me organize the manuscript. Yi Guiming's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Then he realized. Wait, you mean the whole book? Oh, the whole set. There are only more than 200 copies in China. According to rumors, the entire set of Yonhla Encyclopedia consists of tens of thousands of volumes. It is said that the existing handwritten copy from the Jiajing period is only 4% of the complete version. There is even speculation in the preface of a certain photocopy edition that the Yonhla Encyclopedia had been burned in a fire caused by King Chuang in the late Ming dynasty. Of course, there are people who hold different opinions. If you have the complete version, even now, it would take 4 trucks to pull it. Put it indoors, and you can build a library. The Yonhla Encyclopedia was not like the Siku Quan Shu, which deleted some of the classic ancient books. Instead, it was copied down verbatim, which played an extremely important role in the study of previous history, culture, customs, etc. Of course, it may take a long time to sort out. Xiao Zhe said with a smile. I do. Of course I do. Yi Guiming is simply overflowing with happiness at this moment. It's like being a mouse that has fallen into a honey pot. Lu Xiaoyu forgot to take her cell phone with her, so she recorded all of this in the live broadcast room. Holy shit. What did I hear? The complete version of the Yonhla Encyclopedia? Nima. And it's the original one. 200 million per copy. I just checked. The Yonhla Encyclopedia has 22,877 volumes. The catalog has 60 volumes, for a total of 22,937 volumes. 11,095 volumes. Doesn't that mean 2,291 billion? Isn't my brother-in-law really that awesome? So much money. If you pile up so many books, they can build a house, right? The complete set of the Yonhwa Encyclopedia alone is enough to fill a small library. Brother-in-law, this is a true scholarly family. A complete set of the Yonhwa Encyclopedia means that books before the Ming Dynasty are no longer needed. So cool. Are you only looking at the Yonhwa Encyclopedia? Why am I the only one looking forward to my brother-in-law's other home? Chapter 81, the remote house in the countryside mentioned by my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, I'm telling you, my house is everywhere in the world. Ha! Why am I so calm? My brother-in-law's house should be in Thompson first floor, right? Absolutely the best location in the area. Of course. Everyone was talking about it, full of anticipation. After a while, Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu had finished packing, looking at the things piled up like a mountain. Xiaozhe said speechlessly, "Do we have to move all these things away?" Lu Qingxue looked at her husband seriously. "Aren't you going to move out? These are priceless." She pointed to a box containing the Yonhwa Encyclopedia, the Qin King's sword, a pile of wine, the book When Will You Get Married, the jade seal, and the treasure box, and packed up everything. "Just put these things here," Xiaozhe said. "Brother-in-law, it would be a huge loss if any one of these is lost," said Lu Xiaoyu. "Mr. Xiao," Yi Guaming stared at the box of Yonhwa Encyclopedia. "These are all priceless treasures." "Oh," Xiaozhe sighed. "All right, I'll have someone move these later. Don't worry, they're professionals." Seeing the three of them looking at him with a worried look on their faces, he knew what they were worried about. "Okay." Lu Qingxue seemed to listen to Xiaozhe's instructions and put down everything. "Then let's go." She only carried a handbag. "Walk. Where is our house?" Lu Qingxue's voice came from the corridor. "It's in the suburbs, quite remote." "Wow. Next we are going to expose my brother-in-law's house." I suddenly feel a little excited. Lu Xiaoyu was about to close the live broadcast room. Xiaozhe asked her to continue the live broadcast, and then she continued. "Brother-in-law said it was in the suburbs." "Excuse me, why doesn't my brother-in-law want to live there?" "The suburbs my brother-in-law mentioned might not be by the Huangpu River." "That makes sense. If you can't see the Huangpu River, it's considered suburbia." "Ha. That makes so much sense." Lu Xiaoyu pointed her phone at the car window and watched the car move forward. She sat in the back seat, and Yi Guaming sat on the other side holding a few copies of the Yonhwa Encyclopedia. He had forgotten everything else and was completely focused on the Yonhwa Encyclopedia. "Brother-in-law, where is your house?" Lu Xiaoyu looked out the window and asked. Xiaozhe said, "It's in the suburbs. Maybe it's a bit remote." "How off-center is it?" Lu Xiaoyu looked at the live broadcast room and then at the front. Can't find anyone within 2 or 3 miles." Xiaozhe thought for a while. "Oh." Lu Xiaoyu was surprised. "Doesn't that mean deserted?" "Holy crap. My brother-in-law's house is in the suburbs?" "I don't believe it. What's with Thompson First Class and Shishan Number 1? They're all acceptable. So why is it in the suburbs? Damn, this is really quite remote. We've been driving for almost 2 hours. There are already forests around us. It feels like I haven't seen you in a long time. It's really off, too off." Gradually, there were no more houses around, and the car was driving on the mountain road with dense jungle, birds singing and flowers blooming. There wasn't even a single passerby. "Isn't this too biased? Why did you buy a house in such a remote place?" Lu Qingxue was curious. The location here was really too remote. Xiaozhe was driving the car and said, "Someone gave it to me." "That's right. Houses in the city are very expensive now. No one will give them away." Lu Qingxue didn't think it was a big deal. "It's so remote, brother-in-law. Life must be very inconvenient, right?" Lu Xiaoyu said worriedly. "It's okay. There's actually everything over there." Xiaozhe said, "It's just that I don't like the style here." The car turned a corner and arrived at a wide avenue next to a wrought iron fence. Inside the wrought iron fence is an endless lawn. "Wow, the lawn here is so big," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed when she saw it. "This is the golf course," Xiaozhe explained casually. "There's also a horse farm a little ahead." Will anyone come here?" "Horse farms and golf courses. It's built in such a remote place. There shouldn't be anyone coming here, right? After all, time is money now. Who has the time to come all this way?" "Well, not many people came." Xiaozhe nodded. "This wrought iron fence is so long that we drove for almost 10 minutes without seeing the end." "Huh? There's an airport here," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. "Then it's going to be quite noisy here, right?" "This is a private airport. Not many people come here usually." Xiaozhe said, "That's the hangar. There is a row of houses next to the runway." "What's that shed?" "This side is a vegetable garden. That side is an orchard. Part of it is greenhouse planting. Part of it is outdoor planting. And there is also a livestock garden, which is built quite far away." Live broadcast room. "Brother-in-law knows this place too well, doesn't he?" Didn't you hear my brother-in-law say that there's not a single house to be found within 2 or 3 kilometers? How boring. That's true. When I was stuck on the highway, I counted all the trees on the roadside. This place is really a bit out of the way. The safety here. Yeah, it's so remote. Safety becomes an issue. Brother-in-law must have his own considerations, right? Brother-in-law, you are so careless. Just as everyone was talking, the car arrived at the entrance of a magnificent iron gate, inside which was a grand castle-like existence. It covers a very large area, and it is at least 1 kilometer from the gate to the castle. The entire castle was quiet, and there seemed to be no one around. Holy crap, there's an ancient castle here. What kind of manor is this? Isn't it too big? Those were all from this manor, right? I don't know how much the tour will cost. I want to go too. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the manor here expectantly. Sister, this place is so beautiful. Lu Qingxue also nodded. She is indeed very beautiful. Beep, beep. Xiaozhe stopped his car at the door and honked the horn a few times. The wrought iron gate slowly opened. The car drove into the manor. Brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu's face was full of surprise. This. Lu Qingxue was also surprised. Lu Xiaoyu. Brother-in-law, is this the remote country house you mentioned? Only Yi Guiming had the Yongle encyclopedia in his mind and eyes. What else? Xiaozhe looked at his wife. If this wasn't our family, how could I possibly know so much about it? Lu Xiaoyu. Live broadcast room. That was careless. Sure enough, I knew it. How could my brother-in-law know so much? This is already very obvious. Why didn't I think of that? Given my brother-in-law's wealth, isn't this reasonable? Why am I so? It's sloppy. Chapter 82 Brother-in-law's card. This is my brother-in-law's card. Oh, brother-in-law, why did you move? I'm already at the door carrying my sister. Holy crap. This whole piece belongs to my brother-in-law. The life of the super rich is simply beyond our comprehension. Upstairs, you're still carrying your sister? That's hilarious. You've been carrying your sister for 2 days. Is she made of rubber? A gray Bora was driving in the manor. On both sides are green plants that have been carefully trimmed. It's really dazzling. Honey, this is also our home. Lu Qingxue was somewhat unconfident. Isn't this too exaggerated? No wonder it's so off. How big is it? Land prices in the entire Yangtze River Delta are very expensive, and it is not something that ordinary people can afford to build such a large manor. The Bora is still moving. The entire manor suddenly seemed to wake up, and electric sightseeing vehicles were driving around the manor. They gathered in front of the castle. The manor, which was originally deserted, was soon filled with people standing in front of the castle gate. The car stopped, and nearly 100 people lined up in 2 rows to welcome the return of the owner of the castle manor. An energetic old man with gray hair, wearing a well-ironed tang suit and holding a shiny cane, respectfully opened the car door for Xiaozhe. There were 3 other people who opened the car door for the other 3 people. Master, you are finally back. The old man had an excited look on his face. Xiaozhe got out of the car and said, Well, I'll come back and stay for a few days. Yes. The old man's face showed an excited but somewhat resentful expression. Master, you haven't come back to live here for a long time. Uncle Fu, thank you for your hard work. Xiaozhe smiled. This is my wife. When Uncle Fu saw Lu Qingxue, he immediately bowed deeply. Almost 90 degrees. Meet the mistress. Nearly 100 people bowed in unison and said at the same time, Greetings, madam. Lu Qingxue had never seen such a scene before. She was shocked and quickly moved away. She waved her hands and wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to say it. I could only look at Xiaozhe innocently. We're all family. There's no need to be like this. Xiaozhe took Lu Qingxue's hand. You'll get used to it. Get used to it, it's fine. It can be said that Lu Qingxue has never been treated like this in the past 30 years. When I am at home, I do laundry and cook, and when I go out I have to work. This is the first time someone treats me with such respect. How do I get used to it? Uncle Fu, this is my sister-in-law, and this is Professor Yi Guiming. They are here to help me organize the books. Please make the arrangements. Xiaozhe then introduced Lu Xiaoyu and Yi Guiming. Miss, what style of room do you like, and what do you like to eat? I will arrange it for you immediately. Uncle Fu said to Lu Xiaoyu with a smile. All is possible. Lu Xiaoyu was so shocked. If you need anything, just tell me. Uncle Fu turned around and said to the team of about 100 people, Everyone, get ready immediately. The master and mistress will be staying here for a few days. The whole team was excited. Everyone found their own things to do and went about their own business. Master, today we have black watermelons, Yubari King melons, and ruby Roman grapes from Country R. What would you like to eat first? Uncle Fu asked respectfully. Wife, what do you want to eat? Xiaozhe asked. Everything is fine. Lu Qingxue felt like she was in a dream. The live broadcast room exploded. I knew that my brother-in-law's things were definitely not that simple. Although I don't know anything, I can use Baidu. I checked too. Holy crap, the world of the rich, no? The world of the super rich really is. Black-skinned watermelons are sold individually, 38,000 each. Zizhangwang melons are sold in pairs, easily over 10,000, and the top quality ones are over 100,000 a pair. Roman grapes are over 70,000 a bunch. Eating fruit is like this? Brother-in-law has broken through the sky. Brother-in-law, isn't there anything worth over 100 million? I won't eat it. Pour it out. The live broadcast room was inexplicably shocked. Yi Guiming had already followed a servant to the library. Xiaozhe took the two sisters into the castle. In the middle is a huge hall with bright lights. This hall alone is like a football field. Uncle Fu took them to a rest room where someone had already prepared some fruit. The juicy watermelons, the orange melons, and the agate-like grapes had already been cut. The beautifully presented dish is placed on the table, waiting for the host to enjoy it. The three of them sat down, and Uncle Fu stood behind Xiaozhe, ready to let Xiaozhe find him at any time. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. You. Lu Xiaoyu was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. Lu Qingxue thought that she was the mistress after all and couldn't show any weakness. But she still felt very uncomfortable. Madam, is this chair uncomfortable? I'll ask someone to change it now. I wonder what brand of chair you usually use. Uncle Fu observed Lu Qingxue's expression and immediately noticed that she was uncomfortable. No, this is fine. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Lu Qingxue smiled brightly. She greatly underestimated her husband's power. Uncle Fu, wearing earplugs, paused for a moment before continuing. Madam, is Western food okay for lunch? The frog egg caviar, Alba white truffles, bluefin tuna, and Wagyu beef that were airlifted in today have just arrived. Air transport. I have only heard this word in movies and TV before. I never thought that one day I would be able to taste it. Madam, do you have a favorite chef? We can contact him now, but he can't be too far away. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it for lunch. But we can have dinner or prepare it tomorrow. Uncle Fu continued to ask. Lu Qingxue was completely confused. Can you invite your favorite chef? It was completely beyond her expectations. I usually do it myself. Lu Qingxue didn't feel embarrassed. Uncle Fu, let Uncle Liang do it today. Xiaozhe helped Lu Qingxue make the decision. Okay, Xiao Liang will definitely be very happy. Uncle Fu quickly arranged everything. I'm going out soon, so I won't have dinner with you today. Xiaozhe said to Lu Qingxue, just tell Uncle Fu if you have anything. As long as you don't leave the manor, there will be no problem. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu asked, Master, is there any trouble? Do you need me? Xiaozhe smiled and shook his head. Uncle Fu, don't worry, I will take care of it. Please arrange a plane for me. Yes. Uncle Fu retreated respectfully. Brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu was completely shocked. Wait for me to come back. Xiaozhe pinched Lu Qingxue's little face, and the feeling was great. I'll wait for you. Lu Qingxue looked at Xiaozhe tenderly. As soon as he went out, he heard Lu Xiaoyu's excited voice. Sister, these are top-notch stuff. Watermelons are tens of thousands of yuan each. Melons are tens of thousands of yuan. Grapes are tens of thousands of yuan. Xiaozhe smiled and shook his head. Uncle Fu was already waiting at the door. Chapter 83. The big guys gather together. Master, does anyone want to hurt you? Uncle Fu's eyes flashed with coldness. Anyone who insults my master shall die. Miyamoto Michizo of the Musashi Ryu of our country. I'm going to send him off today. Uncle Fu snorted, his face filled with murderous intent. He doesn't know what life and death is. He's lucky to die at the hands of his master. Xiaozhe smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu lowered his head quickly and said with deep fear, This is all what this old servant should do. The driver was ready when he opened the door of the extended Bentley for Xiaozhe. Uncle Fu stood by and bowed deeply, waiting for the master's triumphant return. Information about Miyamoto will be delivered to the master in 10 minutes. Xiaozhe nodded. The car started smoothly and drove quickly towards the airport. Ordinary life. Xiaozhe had a smile on his face. It's time to end. What you deserve, you have already gotten. It's time to let people know that the Lord of Starlight has returned. It's time to put an end to all the grudges. Then, his eyes opened, and there was a gleam of divine light in them, just like a real god. Kyoto courtyard. The third elder returned from guarding the border. 3 people sat opposite each other. The first and second elders were also in good spirits. Did you meet the Lord of Starlight this time? What is this person like? The great elder breathed a sigh of relief. The third elder, one of the strongest fighters in China, has returned. And the Xinghua army did not continue to make a big noise. This made him suddenly relax a lot. The third elder was silent for a moment. Stunning. I'm no match for him. The second elder was surprised. Even you are no match? The third elder nodded solemnly. There's a huge difference. Facing this person is like facing a god or demon. We can only make friends, not enemies. The great elder agreed. After all, he fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses. Regardless of his strength, the Starlight Army alone is enough to intimidate the entire world. The Xinghua army is powerful. They killed a large number of people this time, and it was all because of their strength. However, the Star Lord himself has a sense of returning to nature. If you didn't know his identity, you really wouldn't be able to tell that he is the once domineering and unparalleled Star Lord. When he said the last word, he let out a long breath. It seems that this anger has been pent up in my heart for a long time. Return to nature? The simplest way is the best, asked the great elder. The third elder nodded. I'm afraid he hasn't just been healing these past few years. He might be trying to gain enlightenment. The three of them were silent for a while. When will Lao Shao come back? The elder suddenly asked. Almost. Do you want to? The great elder sighed slightly. After all, we are family. If we can win over the Star Lord, why not do it? The three of them fell silent. Report, Starlight Lord Xiao Zhe has just applied for a flight to Tokyo. It will take off from the Magic City, stop in Lu Province for an hour, and then fly directly to Tokyo. The secretary comes in. What is he doing in Tokyo? Asked the third elder. A murder occurred today not far from the residence of the Demon City Star Lord. A person was blown to pieces. Forensics did not find any explosives or other materials at the scene. However, judging by the items left at the scene, it is very likely that the person was a ninja from the IGA school. Could it be that the IGA clan has come looking for him? Isn't this like an old man hanging himself to death? Said the third elder. It may not be the IGA Ryu, but he must be connected to Tokyo. The great elder wanted to issue some orders, but after thinking for a moment, he asked, but what is he doing in Lu Province? I can't guess. Young people nowadays don't care about so many things. The third elder touched his chest, feeling a little stuffy. You still want to take charge of the Xinghua army's affairs? The second elder laughed. The third elder tooted his lips. If I could manage the Starlight Army, that would be so. You wish. Find a time to reveal this matter. The elder pointed to the file on the table. Several people fell silent. Matsui Group. Xiaozhe put down the documents in his hand, sat on the magnificent private jet, with a smile on his lips. In this case, it will take some effort. If Xiaozhe just wanted the king of Qin's sword, he wouldn't be so angry. However, he actually dared to lay hands on his own wife. Then the nature is completely different. His fingers tapped lightly on the information on the desk. Slowly closed his eyes. Killing comes easy to him. However, Xiaozhe didn't just want to kill people. Miyamoto Dozo, since you are sending ninjas from the Musashi Ryu, you must bear the cost of the destruction of the entire Musashi Ryu. The plane did not fly directly to Tokyo. Instead, it landed at Shandong Province Airport first. Shandong International Airport. Meng Lianjun is a reporter for Financial News and was sent to Tokyo for an interview today. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the waiting hall, watching the planes take off and land. Hey, what airline's plane is this? Why haven't I seen it before? I happened to see an unmarked plane landing, and I couldn't help but get curious. Could it be some big boss's private plane? Nowadays, wealthy people in China have purchased private jets one after another. Most of them have been exposed. This one, I've never seen before. Airbus A380? The plane landed and kept approaching the tarmac. Only then did he realize that this plane was actually an Airbus A380. The reason why the Airbus A380 is so famous is entirely due to the contribution of a certain Saudi prince. He spent $600 million to buy his own private jet. But it's a little different. It seems to be even bigger than the Airbus A380, but the appearance. It suddenly feels a little strange. Whose car is it? Out of professional habit, he picked up his mobile phone and quickly started taking pictures. I want to see which big boss will get off the plane. However, after the plane came to a stop, the ladder was lowered. But no one got off the bus. Instead, luxury cars were approaching quickly. Parked below the ladder, there are Rolls-Royce Phantom and Maybach. A row of luxury cars were parked under the plane. Who are they? Is this a gathering of wealthy people from Lu Province? Or a trip? He became even more curious. Constantly adjust the focus to capture everything in the lens. People got out of the luxury cars in a hurry. As he kept pressing the shutter button, he felt his fingers trembling. China's richest man. Why is he in Shandong Province? Isn't he in Hangzhou? And the super rich people in Goose City. Real estate tycoon. Pharmaceutical boss. Tech boss. Manufacturing tycoon. There were more than 10 people in total. After getting off the car, they rushed to get on the plane. It made him shudder with fear. If these people come together, They will be able to shake up the world economy. They gathered together. Was there something important? Meng Liangjun pressed the shutter button quickly. Big news. This is definitely big news. I sent it out. Meng Liangjun didn't put away his camera until everyone was on the plane. Send it to the company now. No. If I use my personal account. Meng Liangjun quickly took out his computer and started operating it. Chapter 84. Serving as a God. Meng Liangjun edited a press release but did not send it to the newspaper. Instead, he intercepted it for himself. It was not until more than an hour later that we saw these wealthy tycoons getting off the plane. Everyone was smiling, and no one knew what had happened. After they left the plane, it started again. These big guys actually stood on both sides of the plane and bowed deeply. Like seeing off their leader, no? Leaders don't act like this. Even parents are not so respectful. On the contrary, like the masters of the old society. Thinking of this, Meng Liangjun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. That's true. Who on earth is on this plane? What kind of secret does this hold? There was no time to think about it. His plane was about to take off. I hurriedly ran onto the plane, and from the window, I could still see that these big guys were extremely respectful, waiting for the plane to take off. No one left first. What is the concept? Among today's super rich, all of them manage their time from morning to night. Not a minute is wasted. But they are here to see each other off? Sure enough, he saw that these wealthy people only got into their cars and left after the mysterious plane took off. The total assets of these more than 10 wealthy people amount to trillions. It's beyond imagination. Meng Liangjun couldn't understand it at all. After the plane took off smoothly, he quickly began to re-edit the press release and adjust the pictures. Finally uploaded it to my own private account. When he finished everything, the plane began to land. When he got off the plane, he saw the mysterious plane again. It's parked not far away. Could it be the super rich man from Country R? Excited. At this time, it was already late at night. He found a good position and adjusted the lens, waiting for the mysterious boss to appear. If I get this news, I won't have to worry about anything in my life. On the R countryside, the reception was also grand. Men in suits and ties had already lined up on both sides, and the red carpet was laid directly onto the plane. When the man on the plane appeared, everyone bowed deeply. 1. Young people. He couldn't describe what kind of young man this was. When he walked out of the cabin, he glanced towards himself. Good opportunity. Meng Liangjun quickly seized the opportunity and pressed the shutter button. Bang. So, my phone, which cost tens of thousands of yuan, was actually written off at this moment. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I took out my phone, but I couldn't take a picture of the other person's face. But it's better than nothing. He edited it quickly, ready to become popular again. Mr. Xiao. Zhu Zhongqing saw Xiao Zhe walk off the plane, stand in the middle of the red carpet, kneel on his knees, and bow deeply. There were dozens of people under his command who came to pick him up at the airport this time. At this time, everyone was shocked. Their boss, a strong contender for the title of richest man in Country R, treats even the head of a country as an equal. Who would have thought that they would use the highest etiquette of Country R for such a young man? This is usually only used in grand ceremonies of worshipping gods. This shows that their big boss treats this young man like a god. You know, their big boss Zhu Zhongqing was just a small boss on the verge of bankruptcy a few years ago. Countless creditors came to the door, and the family was on the verge of collapse. Not only did he pay off all his debts, but he also continued to rise in status, accumulating wealth at an extremely terrifying rate. Now he has become a strong contender for the richest man in Country R. They immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, performing the highest etiquette of Country R. The bosses already knelt. How dare they not kneel? Only Zhu Zhongqing knew that if it weren't for Xiao Zhe, he would have been sunk to the bottom of the sea long ago. Old Zhu, Xiao Zhe said calmly, get up. As Mr. Xiao spoke, he felt as if an inexplicable force was lifting him up. He was even more respectful. Mr. Xiao, please. Zhu Zhongqing stretched out his hand, and an extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom drove over. Zhu Zhongqing personally opened the door for Xiao Zhe. Come in too. After Xiao Zhe got in the car, Zhu Zhongqing heard this and got in the car excitedly, as if he had found a treasure. In addition to this limited edition extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom, there is a Bentley Mulsanne leading the way in front, behind, and on both sides. There were long convoys of cars in front and behind. There is no car under 1 million. Who on earth is this person? Meng Liangjun stood there in a daze. When leaving China, a group of wealthy people saw him off. When we arrived in Country R, luxury cars led the way and super rich people greeted us. This person is extraordinary. Moreover, he saw it clearly. The super rich man in Country R actually performed a kneeling ceremony. Oh my God, this is not the feudal era. Let the rich people of a country worship him like a god. This person, he couldn't help but shudder. But soon I got excited. If this news gets out, it will definitely shock the world. By then, won't making money be easy? He didn't even bother to leave the airport and just found a place to start editing the article. Also attached are photos I took myself. The winner in life is waving to you. Phantom Limited Edition Extended. Sit down. Xiaozhe raised his hand, and Zhu Zhongqing sat down. How's the Matsui Group? He asked calmly. Mr. Xiao, after receiving your call, I immediately sold off my shares in the Matsui Group, causing their stock price to fluctuate. At the same time, I announced that I would terminate all cooperation with the Matsui Group. Zhu Zhongqing quickly reported the situation. Right now, no one knows why, but everyone is panic selling. Several major Chinese companies have severed ties with the Matsui Group, and the company is already on the brink of collapse. If the market hadn't closed tonight, it might have already gone bankrupt. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaozhe said with a faint smile. I didn't do anything. It was all Mr. Zhao's influence. Zhu Zhongqing lowered his head and treated Xiaozhe with respect, as if he were a god. He would not, and did not dare to ask Xiaozhe why he targeted the Matsui Group. He just followed Mr. Zhao's instructions and got things done. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated. I'm very sorry, Mr. Xiao. He quickly hung up the phone. In front of Xiaozhe, he didn't dare to do anything inappropriate. Back then, he was desperate and was chased by the underworld. His wife was stabbed when she was protecting their daughter. When he was about to die, Xiaozhe happened to pass by and saved him, and helped him. From that moment on, his life and the lives of his family all belonged to Xiaozhe. It's okay, just answer it. Xiaozhe said indifferently. It's Matsui Nagata. Zhu Zhongqing glanced at the display on his phone. Report to Xiaozhe. He must be here to beg for mercy. Chapter 85 Planting a Seed that year. How could Nagata Matsui not be anxious at this time? In just one day, major companies proposed to terminate their cooperation with the Matsui Group. This is equivalent to cutting off the lifeline of the Matsui Group. He must find a way to solve this problem. The first breakthrough point he thought of was Zhu Zhongqing. As fellow or countrymen, we will use this as a breakthrough point, find the cause, and then break through it one by one. He was also very surprised that Zhu Zhongqing, who did not have any powerful background in country R, was able to accumulate such a huge asset in such a short period of time. Although I don't know the reason, since there is no background, it's easy to control. If he doesn't know the current situation, don't blame me. Damn it. How dare you hang up on me? Chief Matsui was furious. Although I don't have as much wealth as him, the network of contacts I have cultivated in country are as far beyond what Zhu Zhongqing can compare to. Check for me. What is Zhu Zhongqing doing now? Zhu Zhongqing went to the airport to pick someone up today. His wife and daughter are at the Empire Hotel. It seems that they are here to receive some important guests. A subordinate quickly brought back the news. Imperial Hotel? No matter what kind of guests you receive today, I will let you see what a true aristocrat is. Matsui Choda said with a gloomy face. Send a team of ninjas over there. Kidnap his wife and daughter, and kill them if you will. Yes. Matsui Choda stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a gloomy face, looking at the night view of Tokyo. Today, Zhu Zhongqing, no matter what, you must help me get the Songjing Group through this difficult time. Zhu sang. There was a chill in his voice. Mr. Matsui, I wonder what you want from me so late at night. Mr. Zhu, your company's cooperation with the Matsui Group will continue, right? I think your wife and daughter will definitely agree. After saying that, Matsui hung up the phone. In the car, Zhu Zhongqing's face changed. What's wrong? Xiaozhe asked me calmly. Ms. Matsui is going to attack my wife and daughter. Zhu Zhongqing said anxiously. Mr. Xiao, I'm very sorry, we may have to speed up. Xiaozhe nodded and said with a smile. Mr. Zhu, you don't have to worry. How could Zhu Zhongqing not be worried? They are my family. Mr. Xiao, you may not know that Matsui Nagata is not just an ordinary businessman. He's also a martial artist. He has his own underground forces in Tokyo. Zhu Zhongqing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Xiaozhe smiled and said, Since you are worried, let's go. At the end of his words, Xiaozhe put his hand on Zhu Zhongqing's shoulder, and the car door suddenly opened. Mr. Xiao, Zhu Zhongqing's face changed. The next moment, he appeared outside the car. In just a few flashes, his Rolls-Royce Phantom Limited Edition Extended Edition had fallen far behind. The strong wind blowing in his face made it impossible for him to breathe. In just a blink of an eye, it was already hundreds or even thousands of meters away. Unable to speak, he could only look at Xiaozhe. He was seen strolling leisurely, carrying himself with one hand, as if he was out for a leisurely walk. Is it a god? There's help. There's help. He suddenly realized that as long as he held Mr. Zhao's thighs tightly, there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. His abilities are simply terrifying. My wife and daughter, nothing will happen to them this time. Is this the place? Suddenly, the surrounding scenery suddenly stopped, and Zhu Zhongqing came back to his senses. Arrive? The straight-line distance from the airport to the Imperial Hotel is dozens of kilometers. Just like that, in such a short time. Arrive? Is there a minute? Mr. Xiao. Zhu Zhongqing breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go now. Stand here and watch. Hearing Xiao Zhe's calm words, Zhu Zhongqing suddenly retracted his steps. Mr. Xiao. Zhu Zhongqing was worried about his wife and daughter and was a little anxious. Watch carefully. Xiao Zhe had already seen that figures began to move in the darkness. The Imperial Hotel has been completely booked by Zhu Zhongqing today, just to receive Xiao Zhe. At this time, his wife and daughter were waiting in the hall to welcome Xiao Zhe. Mr. Xiao, Chief Matsui is so inhumane. Zhu Zhongqing was so anxious that he jumped up and down. You really can't afford to mess with this kind of entrepreneur who has the support of evil forces behind him. I planted a seed back then, and it should have taken root and sprouted now. Xiao Zhe looked at the figures flashing in the darkness. Mr. Xiao, Zhu Zhongqing didn't understand. Just watch with peace of mind. Xiao Zhao seems to be doing well in the past few years. Xiao Zhe could see the situation in the hotel clearly through layers of space. I'm doing well, Zhu Zhongqing replied quickly. Thanks to Mr. Zhao's help back then, my wife, Xiao Zhao, and I are all very grateful to him. Although he expressed his gratitude, he still looked at the Imperial Hotel nervously. Let me see what kind of flowers will bloom from the seeds I planted back then. Xiao Zhe also looked towards the lobby of the Empire Hotel. There stood a beautiful young woman and a beautiful girl. The beautiful girl has long black hair, long legs, a thin waist, long eyelashes, an extremely delicate face, a black and pink Gothic dress, and a hat on her head. Holding a wine-red umbrella, standing quietly. She stood quietly in the hall, her eyes fixed on the door. Seems like he's waiting for someone. Xiao Zhao, you are about to meet your benefactor, Mr. Xiao. The beautiful young woman said with a smile. Yes. Zhu Xiaozhao suddenly felt an unusual flow in the hotel lobby. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes were slightly white as she looked around. Xiaozhao, so many years have passed, you almost forgot what your benefactor looked like, right? Said the beautiful young woman with a smile. Zhu Xiaozhao ignored her. Suddenly, she gently pushed her mother. Beautiful young woman. Huh? Xiaozhao, what are you doing? Call out. A flash of knife light appeared, right where she had just stood. When she was pushed sideways, the purse in her hand was immediately cut into two pieces by a knife. Xiaozhao, the first person the beautiful young woman thought of was her daughter. A flash of knife light appeared out of nowhere again, slashing towards Zhu Xiaozhao's slender waist. At this moment, Zhu Xiaozhao looked like a paper man. When a knife came to chop her, she floated lightly to the side. Swish. Almost at the same time, another knife came. Zhu Xiaozhao looked like a piece of paper blown by the wind. Floating across the sky. Avoided the knife again. There's something strange about this guy. Someone made a sound. Zhu Xiaozhao's eyes fixed and turned slightly white, and her mother was pulled forward by an invisible force. Ding ding ding. Three kunai appeared out of thin air where the beautiful young woman had just stood. Ninja killer. Kill this one first. Chapter 86. What kind of flowers bloom? This is Xiaozhao. Zhu Zhongqing saw it very clearly, but you can still get a general idea of it. My own daughter actually has such great skills. This is incredible. This seed is not bad. At least it looks pretty good now. A look of satisfaction appeared on Xiao Zhe's face. Mr. Xiao. Zhu Zhongqing looked at Xiao Zhe almost longingly. Even if you go up now, you will only be a burden to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhe said, if something really happens, I will take action. His eyes were fixed on the lobby of the Empire Hotel. It's like looking at a perfect work of art. Despite Xiao Zhe's words, Zhu Zhongqing was still a little worried. Those people can't see anything. Elusive. Don't even know where they came from. Every one of their attacks. Where does it come from? Where's their retreat route? He clutched his sleeve tightly, biting her lip. You go first. Zhu Xiaozhao was like a magical girl, floating in the air. Reaching out and pushing, the beautiful young woman suddenly felt a gentle force pushing her away. It seems like there is a force supporting me. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive slashes appeared out of thin air, but there was a force that blocked it. I found you. Seeing the light of the 3 knives, a smile suddenly appeared on Zhu Xiaozhao's face. Push with both hands. At this moment, the air turned into bullets in her hands. Puff, puff, puff. 3 figures in ninja uniforms instantly fell out of the air. A ball of blood bloomed between everyone's eyebrows. Mom! Zhu Xiaozhao stepped on the air with her slender feet, and her body instantly jumped out and hugged her mother. Xiaozhao, are you okay? The beautiful young woman looked at her daughter worriedly. It's okay. Zhu Xiaozhao smiled. But he didn't dare look at the 3 bodies lying beside him. First murder. Fear welled up uncontrollably in my heart. Bang. At this moment, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard behind him. It really is a beautiful flower that has blossomed. A voice rang out. Zhu Xiaozhao quickly looked behind him and found that there was another ninja. Fortunately, someone. She looked up and forward. A familiar figure, the figure that he had been dreaming about for many years, stood in front of him. Xiaozhao. Sichuan Fine Arts Institute. Zhu Zhongqing ran over quickly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his wife and daughter were fine. Mr. Xiao. A strange look appeared in Zhu Xiaozhao's beautiful eyes. However, it's not detailed enough. Xiaozhe nodded. Zhu Xiaozhao looked at Xiaozhe in surprise. Mr. Xiao, it's you. Xiaozhe shook his head. It's not me, it's you. I just planted a seed in you. What kind of flowers and fruits the seed will bloom and bear are all determined by you. Zhu Xiaozhao looked at his hands. Delicate hands. Like jade under the light. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Zhu Zhongqing prostrated himself again. If it weren't for Xiaozhe, today's incident would have been a big deal. It has nothing to do with you. I brought it here. Xiaozhe shook his head. If it weren't for Mr. Xiao, they would have dealt with me sooner or later. Zhu Zhongqing knew that he had no background in Tokyo. If it weren't for Xiaozhe, he might have been eaten at any time. Mr. Xiao, I have prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. Zhu Zhongqing said hurriedly. No need. Xiaozhe shook his head. I came here today for something. Someone is waiting for me. Matsui Group. The mission failed. Matsui Nagata frowned deeply. Zhu Zhongqing and his family are just ordinary people. How could you, a bunch of losers, fail like this? The man lowered his head deeply. Zhu Xiaozhao possesses extraordinary abilities. I watched from a distance, and she seemed to be able to control the wind. Wind? Matsui Changta's frown deepened. How could an ordinary person like her possess such power? Tell me the whole story. The 4th ninja just approached her from behind and suddenly died. When he said this, the subordinate couldn't help but tremble. The death was inexplicable. The death was very bizarre. This person is extraordinary, using his own mother as bait. A smile suddenly appeared on Matsui Chota's lips. You can hold it off for a while, but can you hold it off forever? Matsui Nagata laughed happily. A weapon like this should belong to me. He was not surprised but happy. Holding a glass of red wine, he laughed out loud. Matsui Chota? A voice came from outside the glass window. Matsui Chota suddenly turned around and saw 2 people standing outside the floor-to-ceiling glass window. A man and a woman. He had a rare tall figure, a faint smile on his face, and a look in his eyes that seemed to show that he had lost interest in the whole world. High above, like a god. He was followed by a girl wearing a black Gothic dress and carrying an umbrella. Her eyes were tender as she looked at the man beside her. This is the 33rd floor, and there was nothing under the feet of these 2 people. They were actually suspended in midair. Zhu Xiaozhao. Matsui Chota's pupils dilated instantly. The girl suddenly stretched out a hand and made a pistol gesture. Bang. Silence. At this moment, the 33-layer bulletproof tempered glass was as thin as paper. The invisible force directly penetrated the bulletproof glass, and Matsui Nagata found that he had lost control of his body. His body fell backwards. Not the wind. It's air. However, all this has nothing to do with him anymore. At the same time, there is the whole world. You go back. Xiaozhe turned around. His body flashed slightly, and Zhu Xiaozhao could no longer see him. Looking at Xiaozhe disappearing into the night scene, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Mr. Xiao, I will definitely be qualified to stand by your side. His body sank down and flew quickly in one direction. On the streets of Tokyo, a drunk man was singing and wandering on the street with a bottle of wine in his hand. The streets were quiet in the middle of the night. Call. A figure floated past his head. Ghost. He was covered in cold sweat. The alcohol was discharged from the pores, and I looked around with renewed energy. Late at night, above the street, there really was a figure wearing a skirt and holding an umbrella floating in the sky. Ghost. Ghost. He screamed. It immediately attracted the patrol police. Mr. Nishida, you're drunk again. Where in the world do ghosts come from? The patrolman said dissatisfiedly. Go back quickly. Mrs. Nishida must still be waiting for you. Nishida pointed to the sky. Really, I just saw a figure, no? No. It must be a female ghost, flying in the sky. Chapter 87. Today, I become the sword god. Miyamoto Shrine. There was a long staircase under Xiaozhe's feet. At the top of the steps stands a gate archway. There are 4 big words written on it. Miyamoto Shrine. In Tokyo, where every inch of land is valuable, Miyamoto Dozo was able to take over a small hill as the location for his shrine and martial arts hall. Obviously, power, connections, and funds are indispensable. Xiaoze seemed to be walking up slowly. If you look closely, you'll feel the figure flicker with each step. The next moment, he appeared on the archway. Xiaoze stood high on the archway, looking down. He didn't have time to search room by room. He shouted softly, "Miyamoto Michizang, come out and die." The sound was not loud, but it echoed clearly throughout the shrine. Who is it? How dare you address Lord Miyamoto by his name? Mr. Matsui will definitely not let him go. He's finished. Where? Where's that person? Yes. Yes. Let's all go. Drive him away together. And beat him up. Look, he's standing on the archway. Damn it, how did he get up there? Are you going up there to show off? Are you out of your mind? You are insulting the shrine, damn it. Use shurikens and can I? Take him down. For a moment, countless hidden weapons flew everywhere in the air. Ding ding dong dong. Some fell before they were even halfway up. Some of them were only 1 foot away from Xiaoze, and it was impossible for them to get any closer. The moonlight cast a shadow on Xiaoze's back, making him look like a banished immortal. Cherry Blossom Courtyard. The last cherry tree has already turned into dust. However, now a cherry tree has appeared here again. Matsui, Nagata knew Miyamoto Dozo's preference, and spent a huge amount of money to transplant a new cherry tree in less than half a day. Miyamoto Dozo sat under a cherry tree. With his eyes closed, his sword rested on his knees. Feeling the world. His strength has already reached the peak of martial arts. He knew that as long as he gained a deeper understanding, he would be able to break into an unprecedented realm. He didn't know what this realm was, but it attracted him mysteriously. He even suspected that he could achieve enlightenment through martial arts, just like in ancient texts. Perhaps it was because of the new cherry tree, he gradually touched this mysterious realm. It seems that as long as you stretch out your hand, you can pierce through this layer of membrane. Leap to fame. Miyamoto Michizo, come out and die. A cold voice suddenly came. The sound is like a wave, endless. Puff. Miyamoto Dozo, who was entering a profound realm, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes are as sharp as a knife. For decades, no one except that young man back then dared to offend him like this. Court death. It also interrupted my own perception. Miyamoto Dozang slowly stood up, sword energy swirling around him. Sword energies crisscrossed, and cherry blossoms fluttered. Under the influence of the furious Miyamoto Dozo, the disordered sword energy crushed the new cherry tree into powder again. What a shame for such a beautiful cherry tree. Miyamoto Dozang's whole body was filled with sword energy, and as he stood up, murderous energy soared into the sky. Lift your foot. I found you. Just as he raised his foot to take a step, a voice suddenly sounded in my ears. The next moment, a powerful force like a mountain came, making it extremely difficult for Miyamoto Dozang to even lift his feet. Huh? What? Miyamoto Michizo was desperate to find that person. But where can I see this person's shadow? Where are you? Where are you? Come out. Miyamoto roared loudly. He frantically mobilized the sword energy in his body. Swish. The sword energy surged, and the courtyard collapsed in an instant. Huh? Turning chi into sword intent. Interesting. But it's too chaotic and disorderly. There was a hint of surprise in the voice. But it's just a little bit. Then I'll be a good person and help you. This person is unknown to all gods and ghosts, and Miyamoto Dozang was extremely horrified. Where did this old monster come from? The next moment, he suddenly felt his sword energy begin to condense. Condensate in the middle. The sword energy storm that originally covered an area of 100 meters was now continuously compressing inward. Compression. 50 meters. 40 meters. 10 meters. The chaotic storm of sword energy seemed to have been sorted out by someone. Each sword energy followed its own path, without affecting each other, yet able to complement each other's gaps. This. Miyamoto Dozo was shocked. Is this my next realm? Wrong. This should be the advanced use of my sword energy. If you learn how to use it, it will be easy to travel around country R. And the blade storm is still compressing. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. As the blade storm continued to compress, Miyamoto Dozo felt different changes in his body. At some point, a small sword ball formed in his body. The sword ball contains infinite power. It seemed that as long as he had a thought, he could mobilize infinite sword energy and destroy everything in front of him. That mysterious feeling. The thin film popped like a bubble. Suddenly see the light. A whole new realm opened up before his eyes. Even the energy in his body is flowing in the form of sword intent at this moment. Sharp. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Miyamoto Dozang quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed deeply 9 times. I have been enlightened for many years. Become a sword god today. Boom. All the sword energy converged, and he was full of energy. Oh, I was so excited about the prey that I forgot about the fun. I'm in a hurry. The voice uttered an ouch. Senior. Miyamoto Dozang had countless questions in his mind that he wanted to ask his senior. However, the senior only wants to go home to be with his wife? Senior, who are you? I will definitely set up a longevity tablet for you and offer sacrifices every day. This time, I was able to reach the realm of Sword God, all thanks to the help of my seniors. Miyamoto Dozo said this from the heart. I'm the one who said I won't let you live past midnight. A faint voice floated from a distance. Miyamoto Dozo was stunned. It's him. Isn't he going to kill me? Why are you still helping me become a sword god? Is it because I am a one-in-a-million martial arts prodigy? In just a moment, he reached this level. His thoughts became clear, and he could think about countless problems in an instant. However, the next moment, the sword ball in his body suddenly began to spin. Sword chi began to burst out. Stop. However, no matter how hard Miyamoto Dozo tried, Kimaru simply didn't listen to him. He was lucky to suppress it, but he found that his energy was not enough to pull the sword ball. It's like a baby trying to stop a running bull. This is not my realm. This realm is too high. The sword ball was spinning, and endless sword energy was bursting out crazily in his body. Boom. The vast sword energy cut him into pieces in an instant. The second update is here. La 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 la. After the holidays, there are fewer and fewer people. Let's play the game. Before the next chapter is updated, there are 800 free reminders. One more chapter today? More. Chapter 88. Infinite Divine Power, Land God. Xiaozhe took a meaningful look at the interior of Miyamoto's shrine. Smiled. With a light step of his foot, the archway beneath him was pressed directly into the ground by an invisible force. Tofu is usually cut smoothly with a knife. Rat. Everyone in the martial arts hall had their eyes glaring, and each ninja had red eyes and rushed towards Xiaozhe on the archway. However, at this moment, Xiaozhe had turned into a grenade, rushing towards the night sky, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Only the Torii gate of Miyamoto's shrine is left, with only a plaque lying on the ground. Fortunately, you run fast. A middle-aged man from the martial arts hall snorted. If I wasn't so fast, how could I be a match for senior brother Duan Shuelu? What a pity. I won't be lucky enough to see senior brother Duan Shuelio's invincible wind fire wheel move today. Oh, with senior brother's unparalleled skills, why would he need to use the invincible wind fire wheel to deal with such a villain? Indeed, senior brother's skills are unparalleled, and he is feared by the world. The other party must have been intimidated by the invincible aura of our eldest brother, so they fled in panic. Damn it, the middle-aged man also had an expression that he was hard to beat. If he hadn't eaten something wrong tonight and had diarrhea all the time, he would never have been able to escape. No need for the eldest brother. The second brother will come and suffer the same fate. It's a pity that second brother is drunk. Third brother seems to have sprained his ankle. This person is so lucky. Yeah, it's really good luck. Boom. They flattered each other for a while, then turned around and wanted to enter the shrine to continue resting. Behind the shrine, an invincible sword intent rose into the sky. The sword energy spans 3,000 miles. The sword lights up the 19 continents. The clouds in the sky were cut in half. The moonlight seemed very dim at this moment. What is this? Could it be that Ancestor Miyamoto has made a breakthrough? God's power is unparalleled. Invincible. Ancestor Miyamoto is invincible. This sword energy. These people fell to their knees one after another. Miyamoto Dozo broke through, and everyone felt the unparalleled power. Welcome, Ancestor. However, the moment they looked up after bowing, they saw that the building in front of them seemed to have been digitized and turned into dust piece by piece, dissipated into the air. Divine power is boundless. Ancestor. The next moment, the people behind saw the brothers in front of them, who were cut into pieces by invisible sword lights and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Just as the panic was rising, the invisible sword energy had already enveloped all of them. There was not even time to shout out or make any movement. The sword energy attacked instantly. Envelop everyone. Under the sword energy, no one survives. But the sword energy did not stop because of this. Keep expanding, and then completely crush everything. 99 white marble steps. The trees and soil on the hillock. The streets below the mountain. An area of 1 kilometer in radius completely turned into nothingness. The range of the sword energy is so terrifying. After a while, several people with blood as strong as the abyss had already rushed out of the range of the sword energy. Miyamoto-senpai is indeed worthy of being Miyamoto-senpai. He actually took this step. One step for the common people, one step for the gods and ghosts. Senior Miyamoto has boundless divine power. The mighty sea, the sword immortal of the world. Senior Miyamoto is invincible. Several people were amazed. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, these people saw the disordered and ferocious sword energy gradually dissipate, and then they stepped into it. Junior Ijiru greets Miyamoto-senpai. Several people announced their identities aloud. Silence. Outside, fire trucks and rescue vehicles had been waiting for a long time. Start getting busy. These people continued to go deeper. Only by going deeper and deeper can you feel more clearly the true strength of the contemporary sword immortal. The ground has been cut 3 feet. The entire mountain has been razed to the ground. Sword energy is released, and within a kilometer radius, no grass or trees will survive. Is this the realm of the immortals on Earth? Matsui Group must be helped to overcome this difficulty. The Matsui Group cannot be insulted. Several people were trembling inwardly. They can't do it. Even if they combined together, they couldn't achieve this level. As expected of you, Miyamoto-senpai. If, one day, Senior Miyamoto becomes familiar with the power and condenses his energy into a thread, wouldn't he be able to take someone's head from 1,000 miles away? This is the strength of the contemporary sword immortal. However, the further they walked, the more they felt something was wrong. That's not right. Why is there no one here? I remember there are a lot of people practicing martial arts here. What's the situation now? What is this? Someone saw a bright red finger dripping with blood. Only 1 centimeter long. People. Just gurgle. They soon realized what was happening. Everyone here is dead. What a cruel Miyamoto dozo. A murderer. Why can he take this step? 2 hours later, every place within a 1-kilometer radius was searched, but no one was found alive. On the contrary, fear. Where's Miyamoto-senpai? Have no idea? Could it be that he has ascended to heaven? This ascended? From then on, a legend spread in Tokyo that Miyamoto Dozo ascended to heaven with the entire Miyamoto shrine. However, this is just an urban legend. I'm afraid only a few people know the real inside story. The next day, they also discovered that the chairman of the Matsui Group, Nagata Matsui, was dead in his office. According to the police forensic information, he should have been standing outside the window and was shot in the head. However, there were no traces of bullets at the scene or on the bodies. Mr. Xiao, I haven't fulfilled my duty as a good host. At the airport, Zhu Zhongqing ignored the purpose of Xiao Zhe's trip and just repeatedly expressed his apologies. He didn't fulfill his duty as a good host. It didn't help much either. Please let me entertain you. Zhu Zhongqing requested sincerely. No need. Xiao Zhe waved his hand. I have to rush back to have breakfast with my wife. Zhu Xiaozhao was standing behind Zhu Zhongqing and was stunned when he heard this. He has a wife. How is that possible? Mr. Xiao. Zhu Zhongqing smiled awkwardly, then nodded and said, Mr. Xiao is truly unparalleled in the world. He's so good to his wife. Xiao Zhe smiled and said, no need to see me off. I'm leaving now. This is really a rush. I don't know if I can catch up. I was so excited when I saw the prey that I played with it for a while. It was a little late. I'm flying back now to take care of other things. I don't know if I can catch up. If that doesn't work, I'll just carry the plane myself. Then I won't delay your trip. Zhu Zhongqing said quickly. Mr. Xiao, I want to go with you. Zhu Xiaozhao suddenly spoke just as Xiao Zhe turned around. Neither Zhu Zhongqing nor his wife objected, but instead looked at Zhu Xiaozhao intently. Even if I become a slave. Xiao Zhe turned around and looked at Zhu Xiaozhao tenderly. I've planted a seed in you, and I look forward to the day when it grows into a towering tree. Instead of following behind me, do you understand? One day, this world will need a guardian, and I hope you can hold up the sky. Chapter 89. The Daily Life of the Rich, an ordinary day for the two sisters. When Xiao Zhe was killing people here, the situation in China has already been very lively. Meng Liangjuan's personal media account has posted 2 messages in a row. It's full of heat all of a sudden. Holy crap. Who is that? China's richest man, second richest man, and the richest man in Shandong province. A real estate tycoon. Are these people having a party? Isn't this too shocking? It's like a general meeting. Could it be the legendary Freemasonry or something? This plane looks super luxurious and majestic. This plane is an Airbus A380. The last one to be customized was for a Saudi prince, who spent $600 million. Don't people these days think money is money anymore? I have a mysterious feeling that this plane definitely belongs to my brother-in-law. Ha. It's really possible. This possibility is very high. Brother-in-law owns the world. No, this isn't the Airbus A380. It's bigger than the A380. I don't know about the interior, but judging by the exterior, it should be more expensive than the Airbus A380. What a bullshit. It's mainly about this person's identity. Who is it that can bring so many bigwigs together? Almost all of the top 100 richest people in China are here. Look at the back. These rich people are so respectful to him. He was still bowing even after the plane left. I deeply suspect that someone has taken control of China's economic lifeline. Won't the state investigate? Ministry of Economic Affairs. This matter must be investigated. The person who has gathered so many wealthy people and is so respected must be no ordinary person. If such a person wants to do something to our economy, then we might. We must investigate. Let's interview these people. Yes, I'll go and notify them now. The Ministry of Economic Affairs held a meeting overnight. This is no small matter. If a country's economic lifeline is controlled by someone else, this is how the anti-monopoly law came into being. Although there is no monopoly in any single industry now, with so many bigwigs around, if something happens, it will definitely not be a small matter. Just then, the phone rang. Yes. Okay, I got it. After the minister received a call, he waved his hand and said, "Okay, everyone go back." The elders said that this matter does not need to be investigated. Phew, I was scared to death. I'm really nervous. Who the hell is this mysterious boss? Our Ministry of Economic Affairs should keep a file on people like this to avoid making a fuss. Maybe it's something. Maybe we missed it. Kyoto Courtyard. I didn't expect that he would have such a great influence in this area. Such a person. The three elders were a little surprised. It was like a superpower being developed right under his nose. I've already mentioned this to Xiaoyang. Let's wait until Lao Xiao comes back and see then. We are family after all. However, a few hours later, Meng Liangjuan's account once again exposed photos of him in Tokyo. Oh my god. Is this true? He's one of country R's richest men, right? He works in the investment industry. It is said that these companies in our country, including Fox, have his funds. Are you crazy? Just kneeling on the ground. Are you going to be a parent? Not just mom and dad. When have you ever knelt before them? You only kneel when you're worshiping God, right? This is truly worshiping a god. Worship it like a god. It's a pity that the photo isn't very good, otherwise we would be able to see what it looks like. I suddenly feel that this should be a marketing trick. I think so too. Otherwise, how could we meet in Shandong province and then in Tokyo? Is it such a coincidence? Upstairs, please have a little bit of intelligence. Can ordinary people invite the top 5 richest people in China? Can you invite the super rich people in country R? It's so funny. Just wait for the person who exposed it to be arrested. Ha ha ha. It's so funny. This must be my brother-in-law. Apart from my brother-in-law, there is no other big boss in the world. Yes, my brother-in-law is so awesome. He's unrivaled in the world. It must be my brother-in-law. What's the story behind brother-in-law? Did you guys watch the news today? The news from country R is absolutely devastating. They're saying someone in Tokyo ascended to heaven. An entire mountaintop is gone. Is this true? Go watch the RBK news yourself. Just load the subtitles. I laughed so hard that the whole mountain disappeared. The humor of the our country people is always in places we can't imagine. Haha, that's awesome. The heat is high, but no one knows what is going on. On this day, Professor Yi Guiming felt like he had arrived in heaven. A basement of more than 300 square meters. There are more than 40 bookshelves, all filled with authentic copies of the Yongle Encyclopedia. As soon as he entered here, he could feel that the humidity and temperature of the air here were strictly controlled. What system should be installed? He doesn't understand this anyway. But he knew that the books here were priceless. 200 million for one book. More than 10,000 books. Worth trillions. Some people think that the greater the quantity, the lower the value. This is wrong. Because each volume of the Yongle Encyclopedia is different. They are all connected. Therefore, buying a set can actually increase the value. Originally, one set cost 2 trillion yuan, but if it were a complete set, it might be able to sell for 4 trillion yuan. Of course, no one can afford it. Are these all originals? Yi Guiming looked at the densely packed books. Standing here, he already felt drunk. Of course, these belong to the master. There's only one set of the Yongle Encyclopedia, which you can read here. If you get tired, there's a restroom next door. We eat upstairs. Yi Guiming could no longer hear what others were saying. This is crazy. There is a row of tables and chairs in the middle. He couldn't wait to walk to the bookshelf and looked at each one carefully. It wasn't just Professor Yi Guiming who was shocked. Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu were also in a completely confused state at this time. Madam, this is top-quality Wagyu beef from Country R. You can try it. This is a fruit platter made of black watermelon. This is frog egg caviar. This is... Lu Qingxue had never heard of almost anything here except Wagyu beef. Lu Xiaoyu was live streaming excitedly. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, I feel that my vanity is greatly satisfied. Sister, we spent over 1 million just on 2 meals today. After eating, Lu Xiaoyu whispered to Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue was surprised. More than 1 million. Yes, that's what the fans in the livestream said. These are the world's finest ingredients. Not only are they hard to come by, but each one is also more expensive than gold. More valuable than gold. Lu Qingxue herself was shocked. Sister, let's go check out my brother-in-law's private jet tomorrow morning. My parents are so supportive. I just went out for dinner. 6 updates today, no more, I'm going to work. Speaking of coding, this is how I code. Degree. Z-degree dash. Chapter 90. Don't ask. The only thing you need to know is that you have money. Oh. Wake up in a comfortable and soft bed. Lu Xiaoyu stretched lazily. Open the window, and you can see the blue sky. The air is filled with a fresh scent. In the manor, other people have already been busy. After getting dressed and washing up, Lu Xiaoyu started the live broadcast again. Hello everyone. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the tens of thousands of people who instantly flocked into her live broadcast room after it opened, and greeted them happily. Anchor, did you sleep well last night? Lying on a 500 square meter bed, I opened my eyes and saw dozens of maids waiting for me with clothes in their hands. Open your eyes, it's another day in Versailles. I'm having breakfast. Excuse me, host, what do the rich eat for breakfast? Host, let's go have breakfast. Go find some hidden money. Get to work. As a private money anchor, you are not professional at all. Hurry up and find the private money. I'm so jealous that my dick hurts. I'm trying my best to fight the seal. What are you doing today? Playing golf? Or going horseback riding? Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said, let's go see my brother-in-law's private jet today. Who said I'm not doing my job properly? Isn't this all my brother-in-law's private money? Holy crap. I'm so impressed. I was shown off. I earn 10,000 yuan a month, but I only save 100 yuan. I save it 10 by 10. My brother-in-law earns 30,000 yuan a month and has 300 billion in private money. The truth is upstairs. I just want to ask my brother-in-law how he saved so much private money. Same question. I've already told you the secret to making $1 million a month. Isn't that enough? Holy crap. Is there any big shot who can teach me? Don't ask. The only thing you know is that you have money. When Lu Xiaoyu got up, Lu Qingxue was already in the restaurant. Uncle Fu, hasn't Xiaoze come back yet? It was very late yesterday, and Lu Qingxue still didn't wait for Xiaoze. I feel a little worried. There's nothing else to worry about. The main thing is the ninja that suddenly appeared at home. It made her a little nervous. Uncle Fu had read the news from Country R and could almost guess that it was definitely his master trying out his skills. Madam, don't worry. The master might come back after you finish breakfast. Uncle Fu waved his hand. Someone started serving the dishes. There are blood swallows for gargling, abalone porridge, stewed sea cucumber, etc. However, Lu Qingxue was worried about Xiaoze and was not very interested in eating. Uncle Fu saw it all and winked. Make Western food for breakfast tomorrow. The news quickly spread to the kitchen. After eating, Lu Xiaoyu became excited. Sister, let's go to the private airport. You go. Lu Qingxue wanted to wait for Xiaoze to come back first. He doesn't come back. I always feel like something is missing in my heart. Miss, one of the planes is being used by the owner, but there are still several helicopters. I will ask someone to apply for the route to wherever you want to go. Uncle Fu said immediately. There are several more. Lu Xiaoyu widened his eyes. Lu Qingxue's eyes lit up. Will Xiaoze come back from the airport? Yes. Uncle Fu nodded immediately. Let's go? Let's go to the private airport. Lu Qingxue stood up immediately. Let's go. Lu Xiaoyu quickly stood up and followed. The extended version of the Bentley was already parked at the door. Madam, miss, please get in the car. Uncle Fu opened the door himself, let the two women get in, and then sat in the passenger seat himself. The extended version of Bentley, the entire interior, is very large. It's more spacious than the average bar booth. There is also a refrigerator. However, not many ambient lights are installed, and it is mainly used for lighting. Holy crap. This is what a rich man looks like. After watching this live broadcast, all other live broadcasts are so tacky. I know why their live streaming room is called Taheo. Damn, it's so unfashionable. This is the real super rich. A godlike existence. You need to take a car to get from your doorstep to your own private airport. Is it bad to walk? At this time, Uncle Fu opened the front compartment to block the wind. Madam, miss, let me introduce you. To the left of where we are passing now is the tennis court. To the right is the basketball court. And in front of us is the football field and badminton court. This is the fruit garden, which allows the owner to eat the freshest fruits. This is the organic fruit shed area. This plot of land is planted with tea. The tea trees were transplanted from the mother Dahongpo trees in Wui Mountain. However, the owner doesn't really like black tea. Mingqian Longjing is difficult to grow due to its specific environment and rainfall requirements. We previously spent over 10 million yuan, but the taste was very different, so we bought it directly from there. This side is the golf course, and in front is the race course. Lu Xiaoyu was completely stunned. I couldn't help but ask, why aren't racetracks and golf courses combined into one? Uncle Fu said, why do we need to merge the two? The land here is so big. The airport is just ahead. The Bentley slowly stopped in the terminal hall. Even though it is just a private airport, a luxurious terminal was built here. 2 stories high. Madam, miss, we change the drinks here every day. If you are hungry, there is a special chef here. This is the game room. Netizens looked at Lu Xiaoyu's wide-open mouth. I thought I was the only one stunned. Ha 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 ha. I almost peed myself laughing. Host, as a professional entertainer, please manage your expressions. Hey, damn it. I can only say damn. It's clearly a private airport, but they even have a terminal. I see there's an indoor basketball court over there. Uncle Fu, what if the master wants to play basketball while waiting for the flight? Upstairs, my brother-in-law invites you to be the housekeeper. Uncle Fu, your idea is worth learning. I just calculated. Judging by the view outside the Bentley window, the car was traveling at about 60 miles per hour. From the time we got in the car to the time we arrived at the airport, it took a total of 27 minutes. Please tell me how far it is from the castle to the airport. Holy crap, 27 kilometers. Isn't this really the plot of a brain-dead novel? The world of the super rich is totally unimaginable. Mom, don't ask me why I'm kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Just come over and kneel down too. Super rich. Just when Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu were still confused and looking around, Uncle Fu suddenly said, the master is back. Lu Qingxue's eyes lit up and she ran out quickly. Lu Xiaoyu tilted her head. Why didn't I hear any sound? Uncle Fu smiled and said, it's soundproofed here, but there are slight vibrations. Holy crap, are airport terminals soundproofed? What a rich guy. Why is the private terminal so good? Oh my god. Lu Xiaoyu also ran out holding her cell phone. Next, the live broadcast room exploded. Chapter 91. If I hadn't carried you flying. An airplane slowly descended from the sky. The roar of the plane gradually subsided. Lu Qingxue stood expectantly by the side, waiting for the man inside to come out. Lu Xiaoyu filmed in shock. Is this also one of my brother-in-law's secret savings? Oh my god. How much money is this? Live broadcast room. Holy crap. This plane looks so familiar. Isn't this the plane that was exposed on Weibo yesterday? Mysterious boss. Kneel down. I'm kneeling right now. Good guy, I'm just a good guy. I just said brother-in-law. Who else could it be if not my brother-in-law? There are thousands of big men in the world, but there is only one brother-in-law. There are countless big men in the world, but I only have one brother-in-law. Who the hell is my brother-in-law? Horror. All the rich people in the country are so respectful. The super rich in country are all freaking down. Don't ask me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. My legs were just a little weak. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the live broadcast room and asked curiously, what happened yesterday? Does anyone know what happened yesterday? She was so shocked yesterday that she didn't even have time to check Weibo. Only after the fans in the live broadcast room had finished explaining everything did she cover her mouth. What a bullshit. No wonder my brother-in-law is so rich. The cabin door slowly opened, and Uncle Fu drove the passenger car steadily to the side of the cabin door. He was about to get out of the car to greet his master when he heard it. Shoo, someone. Uncle Fu suddenly turned around. Is someone trying to attack the master? The murderous aura burst out from his old body. The white beard moves without wind. As soon as he turned around, the evil spirit in his body instantly deflated like a balloon. Master, what's wrong with you? Uncle Fu couldn't help but ask curiously. Why are you here? Xiaozhe asked back. Isn't this a bad thing? I was rushing as fast as I could to save time and speed up the plane. The mistress and the young lady want to see you as soon as possible. Uncle Fu said hurriedly. Don't be eager to speculate about the master's affairs. You try to attract their attention. Xiaozhe said, I'll go back to the cabin door. Okay. Uncle Fu agreed quickly. Gurgle. Uncle Fu was about to take action when he heard a shout. Xiaozhe touched his head a little embarrassedly. I was so exhausted from carrying the plane that I didn't have time to eat. Carrying the plane. In this world, only the master can do this, right? Moreover, there are not many people who have this ability. Uncle Fu quickly put his thoughts aside and said, Master, please pay attention. I want to. Uncle Fu quickly walked over to stand behind Lu Qingxue. Madam, look, a flying saucer. Lu Xiaoyu turned around and glanced at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, you are already old. Lu Qingxue didn't even turn her head, staring straight at the cabin door. Well, I'm not professional. How to serve people. How to break a person's neck. I'm good at everything. But how do you make people turn their necks? I fucking can't do that. Uncle Fu noticed that his master was beginning to get anxious. Uncle Fu gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Turn over your feet and exert force. Gala. Oops. Uncle Fu cried out in pain, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Just sit down on the ground. Uncle Fu, what's wrong with you? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed hurriedly. Lu Qingshua's attention was also drawn to her. Uncle Fu, are you okay? Sister, Uncle Fu sprained his ankle. Lu Qingxue took a look and saw that there was indeed a big swelling on his ankle. Oh, we have to call an ambulance. Lu Qingxue was at a loss for words. What's wrong? A mellow voice sounded, and Xiaoze walked down from the passenger elevator. Uncle Fu, what's wrong with you? Well done. Xiaoze didn't expect that Uncle Fu could make such a big sacrifice. Uncle Fu sprained his ankle. Lu Qingxue said anxiously. Uncle Fu is old, so we should let him do less in the future. Xiaoze, Uncle Fu usually doesn't do much. Normally, you can let him run for several kilometers without even breathing hard. Today is mainly a special occasion. No, madam, I'm fine. Uncle Fu asked himself to do less when he heard it. I don't do anything now, mainly commanding people. Any less, and you'll just kick me out, right? He sat up swiftly, reached out to grab his feet, gently pulled and pressed. Look, it's done. He deliberately moved his ankle to prove that he was really fine. Lu Xiaoyu really wanted to curse. Are you working so hard? Lu Qingxue was also stunned. Xiaoze, Uncle Fu, your performance is too good. I just saw a figure boarding a plane. Me too. I'm more concerned about Uncle Fu. Is this really okay for you? After all, I'm quite old. Damn, this technique is so fast and accurate. No one else can compare. Uncle Fu is like Bruce Lee in the world. Isn't this too cruel? It hurts so much. It hurts even through the screen. When people get old, their bones become brittle. Brother-in-law, please take care of Uncle Fu in his old age. The barrage was instantly filled with comments about supporting Uncle Fu in his old age. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, Brother-in-law, why don't you let Uncle Fu take care of you in your old age? Lu Qingxue also looked at her husband. She thought this suggestion was very good. Xiaoze looked at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu was immediately startled and jumped up. I'm fine. Madam, I'm really fine. I can still run a few laps. I'll run back to the castle in a moment. If it's slower than driving you. Everyone in the live broadcast room was amused. Uncle Fu is really working so hard to keep his job. There must be some difficulties. If nothing happens, isn't it time to enjoy life at your age? That's right. How could they know that Uncle Fu's wealth is so great that there are really few people in the live broadcast room who can compare with him? Uncle Fu, don't run. Xiaoze was speechless. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Are you planning to play Superman? Yes. Uncle Fu stopped immediately. Uncle Fu usually doesn't have any problems. Today was an accident. If I hadn't carried it and taken a plane back, this wouldn't have happened. Xiaoze helped Uncle Fu out. Yes. Uncle Fu nodded repeatedly. If the master hadn't brought the plane back, would I have done this? I'm alone and have no ties. I can live here and have people take care of me. Isn't this what retirement is all about? Uncle Fu, if something happens later, don't worry. Go back and rest today. Lu Qingxue reminded. Okay. Uncle Fu nodded with a smile. Now Xiaoze is back. The safety of Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu is definitely no problem. Although the bone was reattached. But this injury really hurts. Uncle Fu, thank you for your hard work. Xiaoze also felt guilty. If it weren't for me, there wouldn't be so many things. With a casual wave of his hand, a stream of true energy was injected into Uncle Fu's ankle. Chapter 92. Telekinesis, Crossing Water. Uncle Fu suddenly felt a coolness on his ankles. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Walking like the wind. Can you still run? Damn it. Uncle Fu even jumped a few times. I feel like there is nothing wrong with my feet. Husband, let's let Uncle Fu do less work in the future. Lu Qingxue sighed helplessly, ordering an old man around like this. She felt bad. For him, his body is much stronger than that of ordinary young people. What else could Xiaoze say? I'm hungry. Xiaoze touched his belly. The kitchen is right here. Lu Qingxue said immediately. I want to eat the white rice porridge you cooked. Xiaoze said as he leaned against Lu Qingxue. I'll do it for you right now. Lu Qingxue smiled happily and immediately ran to the kitchen. Brother-in-law, they said that many big guys were on this plane yesterday. Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. Xiaoze was stunned for a moment. What big boss? China's richest man, second richest man, real estate tycoon, etc. Seem to be very respectful to you? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Xiaoze looked at Lu Xiaoyu and asked, is it live streaming? Yeah. Lu Xiaoyu nodded. You're seeing things. Xiaozhe quickly followed Lu Qingxue. Damn it. I feel like I'm being treated perfunctorily. If this isn't perfunctory, what is it? Brother-in-law, this obviously has a secret. Expose him. Absolutely expose him. Xiaoyu, show us your brother-in-law's private airport. Didn't they say there are several planes there? Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. I want to see it too. Holy crap. What is this? A hollow H-225 Super Puma. Market value, $27 million, starting at $27 million. That's awesome. There's a seaplane here. What is this? Is this a fighter jet? Damn it. Damn it. I've called the police. Damn, there are even fighter jets. How do you know it's a fighter jet? Maybe it's just an ordinary plane. Have you ever seen a plane like this? I can even see the muzzle of a gun. Is this considered a heavy weapon? I've called the police. This is too. Magic City Police Station. What? Someone is hiding weapons. The operator's voice rose an octave. This is a serious crime. Where is the exact location? Okay, please tell me about the other party's collection of weapons. The police officer quickly began to record. Okay, are you sure? It's a fighter plane. Are you kidding me? However, she was still very dedicated to recording things. She is only responsible for answering the police. The remaining confirmation or police dispatch matters have nothing to do with her. There's a fighter jet hidden in such a remote place. For something this serious, we still need to notify the military police and special police. We need to inform the director. Jiang Jingyi was answering the phone when the police knocked on his door. Okay, I know. I'll definitely finish it. Yes. After hanging up the phone, he waved and the police officer came in. Director, someone has reported to the police. A large piece of military equipment has been hidden, reportedly a fighter jet. Jiang Jingyi shook his head. Even if there's a nuclear bomb hidden in this place, it has nothing to do with us. Go to the police station immediately, check the information of the caller, and bring him back. Oh, where can we catch the person who called the police? This is an order from above. For all reports related to this address, first investigate the caller. If the caller has any problems, lock him up. Jiang Jingyi felt a little unjust. But this is the order from above. Yes. The live broadcast room had no idea what had happened. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the dark streamlined plane in front of him in shock. Is this really a fighter jet? Fierce and sharp. It's daunting. How can this be a fighter jet? Who is so powerful that they can own a fighter jet? It should be a model, right? Lu Xiaoyu awkwardly changed the subject. Okay, let's go see my sister and brother-in-law. She ran out quickly. Damn it. Just looking at a private jet. Brother-in-law, you're hiding a fighter jet. No, you're not hiding anymore. Damn it. Just put it there in the open. She was a little nervous, wondering if she would cause trouble for her brother-in-law again. She fled quickly. Fans. That's all fake. Talking as we walked. When they reached the terminal, she suddenly said mischievously, Friends, let's see what my sister and brother-in-law are doing. Through the soundproof glass window, the mobile phone camera was pointed inside. I saw Lu Qingxue busy preparing breakfast for Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe sat aside and read a book. The sunlight poured in, illuminating the two people who were like a couple from heaven. What a harmonious scene, said Lu Xiaoyu. Screenshot. Screenshot. This scene is so beautiful. The most romantic thing I can think of is growing old with you. This is a perfect couple. Every day when I wake up, I'm busy going out. There's no time for romance. It all depends on having money. Yes. Xiaozhe's quiet back as he sat aside reading a book attracted a lot of fans. It seems that he is tired of reading. He reached out and grabbed the coffee table next to him. But the water cup is not here. Ha. My brother-in-law is like this. He must have been completely spoiled by my sister. I thought my sister had prepared it. She usually put it away. Sister must be anxious to make breakfast for him today. What kind of magical love is this? I admit I'm jealous. That's so damn sour. I suddenly want to fall in love. Let's fall in love. Only then did Xiaozhe move his eyes away from the book and glance at the coffee table. Sure enough, there was no water. Look at where the water is released. It was about 4 or 5 meters away from him. Glasses hung upside down on the rack. The water that had just been changed was also next to it. He smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. A wrapped glass suddenly flew over as if being pulled by a silk thread and landed steadily on the table beside him. Another little finger. The water in the kettle seemed to have a soul and floated out of the kettle on its own. It flew into the water cup like a flying water dragon. Exactly, just the right amount. Xiaozhe smiled slightly, took a sip, and put it back on the coffee table. Oh, honey, I almost forgot. Lu Qingxue wiped her hands and walked over. I forgot to pour you some water. Hey, did you pour it yourself? Seeing the water cup in Xiaozhe's hand, Lu Qingxue was surprised. Xiaozhe raised his head and said, You prepared this for me. Have you forgotten? Lu Qingxue thought about it. Did I do it? I think so. I pour a glass of water for my husband every day. It must have become a habit. It will be ready soon. She turned and went back to the kitchen. I have no idea what just happened. Take objects from the air and cross the water in midair. Wow. Here I come. First update. Get excited. Another beautiful day. Another wonderful weekend. Please update more often. IL. Love you. Chapter 93. Chi condensed into silk. We must believe in science. Holy crap. What did I see? Am I dazzled? Is this telekinesis? Is this telekinesis? Good boy. I'm just a good boy. Is this really a live broadcast? This is crazy, right? It must be a special effect. It must be a special effect. Telekinesis. And water control. Is this a magician or a spell? God. Mom. Come and see the God. My whole family of 3 is kneeling in front of the phone. Don't ask. If you ask, it's just worshiping the gods. Isn't this too handsome? So handsome. I always thought my brother-in-law was super rich. Now I realize that he might be a god. That's awesome. Brother-in-law, are you accepting me as a disciple? The kind that requires 3 bows and 9 cow-dows. Anchor. At this time, the live broadcast room is full of screen and nothing can be seen. Countless gifts were given out like crazy. Almost at the same time, some people started sharing the live broadcast room to WeChat Moments, Weibo, and Tiaba. It's a carnival for the entire network. It's coming. It's coming. I can't hide it anymore. There are people cultivating immortality in this world. I can't hide it anymore. My brother-in-law is actually cultivating immortality. There are gods in this world. In an instant, the number of people in Lu Xiaoyu's live broadcast room skyrocketed, directly exceeded tens of millions of viewers. And the number is still rising. Even if there are tens of millions of anchors, they don't have such a high number of concurrent viewers. She was a little scared. Okay, the scene just now. Before Lu Xiaoyu could even finish her words, she saw the barrage of comments filling the screen. Anchor, go ask my brother-in-law if he's accepting disciples. Please ask my brother-in-law to accept me as your disciple. I wonder what would happen if those martial arts masters saw this. The martial arts master cursed and left the live broadcast room. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. Lu Xiaoyu laughed and said, this must be a magic trick. We must believe in science. Go quickly, Anchor, or I'll unsubscribe. Hurry up and go. Go, go. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't resist these fans and had to bite the bullet and go in. Brother-in-law. Xiaozhe raised his head. What's wrong? Are you hungry too? Lu Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. No, I just accidentally took a picture of you pouring water for yourself. Your fans asked if you were. Xiaozhe was stunned. You all saw it. Damn it. Is today going to be a social death? Yes. Are you a martial arts master? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Xiaozhe shook his head. There is no such thing as a martial arts master. I just learned some self-defense techniques. That's what I told you. Lu Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. The live broadcast room became even more lively. Anchor, be professional. Keep your camera pointed. You're hitting your brother-in-law in the face. What's wrong with that? Anchor, you can't do that. Every time you shoot, you either shoot the side or the back of the head. Now it's even better. It's just a pair of feet. Let me see what my brother-in-law looks like. Martial arts master. Brother-in-law, you are insulting me. I am a cultivator. How could a martial arts master possibly do something like this? This is clearly a spell. Yes, this is definitely a fucking spell. Brother-in-law, do you know any magic? Brother-in-law, I want to learn the art of immortality. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly realized and asked, Brother-in-law, they asked if you knew magic? Xiaozhe smiled even more happily. Xiaoyu, we must believe in science. There is no such thing as magic in the world. Everything you don't understand is magic. Magic. Lu Xiaoyu originally believed it a little, but now she felt relieved when she heard her brother-in-law admit it himself. Yes, actually, what you saw was that I took the cup with just a wave of my hand. In fact, I tied a thin thread on the cup. This is called a magic thread, Xiaozhe said seriously. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and looked at the cup on the table. Really? Xiaozhe stretched out his hand and flicked it lightly, condensing the energy into a thread. It's a very thin line. You can take a look. Xiaozhe drank the water in the cup in one gulp and handed the cup to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu looked carefully and found that there was indeed a thin line connecting the cup. Look everyone, there's a line here. Lu Xiaoyu said excitedly. Brother-in-law, it turns out you can do magic. At this time, Lu Qingxue came out with a bowl of porridge. What magic? Sister, my brother-in-law can also perform magic. He can take things from a distance, said Lu Xiaoyu. Oh, you can do magic? How come I never knew that? Lu Qingxue asked in confusion. Xiaozhe brought over the porridge and took a sip. How come you didn't know? I even performed a miracle to transform myself back then. Lu Qingxue suddenly thought of the scene when Xiaozhe proposed to her. In the mall, wearing a doll costume, proposing to myself. Is that considered a miracle? She laughed and sat next to Xiaozhe. Watching my husband drinking the porridge I made, my heart was filled with sweetness. Sister, look, look. Lu Xiaoyu had already put the cup back on the cup rack. I reached out and pulled the thin wire, and almost the entire cup holder fell to the ground. Brother-in-law, you were clearly not like that just now. Lu Xiaoyu felt that she had not achieved her goal at all. Xiaozhe put down his bowl and started to talk nonsense. This action must be standard. I practiced it thousands of times before I got it right. It should be like the movement of reeling in a fishing rod. As he spoke, he waved his hand and made a motion that looked very much like reeling in a fishing rod. Sure enough, the cup jumped up from the cup rack, spun in the air, and finally landed on the coffee table beside him. Really, Lu Xiaoyu's face was full of excitement. You have this trick? Lu Qingxue was also surprised. Xiaozhe smiled and said, practice makes perfect. I practiced it for the purpose of proposing to you. Is it true? Then why didn't you? Lu Qingxue asked. Xiaozhe said innocently, weren't we afraid that someone would take the ring away if we left it aside? I'll count it on you. Lu Xiaoyu asked excitedly. What about water? How does water do this? Xiaozhe thought about it. Aren't you embarrassing me? Newton's coffin lid is really about to break. How the hell am I supposed to explain this? This is more complicated, involving visual deception and so on. As for why there is water in this cup, I actually have a water bag in my hand. I didn't expect you to see it. This is close-up magic. The more carefully you look, the easier it is to overlook the details. Xiaozhe lied casually. We must believe in science. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. God damn well believe in science. Newton's coffin lid can't even be held down. Newton, China's affairs have never been my business. Hey, where did this monster come from? After the founding of the country, you are not allowed to become a spirit, understand? Haha, this is fun. La 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 la. The second update is here. Today's guaranteed update is 5. Next, let's get busy. 800 for a new chapter. Come on, it's the weekend. Chapter 94. I was cheated when I was a child, so I have money? Brother-in-law, stop talking. I believe it. I believe it too. We must believe in science. Newton, Archimedes, these are the people I'm most familiar with. I really like these people too. We must believe in science. What my brother-in-law said is true. Close-up magic is like this. Without constant practice, it's impossible to do it. Yes, I've learned close-up magic. It's very demanding and requires a lot of practice. I've been learning close-up magic for 3 years, and my skills are definitely not as fast as my brother-in-law's. Here, people like my brother-in-law are called quick shooters. Quick gun. I have an evil idea. This is definitely not a car for going to kindergarten. Ding. Please pay attention. We have arrived at Dongxing Kindergarten. After drinking the porridge, Xiaozhe stretched. I was really tired after the journey back. It doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep for several days and nights, or even longer. However, over the years, he has gotten used to it. Let's go back. Xiaozhe stood up. Okay. Lu Qingxue took Xiaozhe's wrist. Brother-in-law, can you take me to the racecourse? I have never ridden a horse in my life. Lu Xiaoyu said. Xiaozhe glanced at Lu Qingxue, and sure enough, she was also a little expectant. Horse riding. This may be something that some people will never come into contact with in their entire lives. Okay. He stretched out his hand, and the extended version of Bentley had already stopped in front of him. Lu Qingxue took his hand and said coquettishly, we haven't taken a walk together for a long time. Why don't we take a walk together today? Okay. Xiaozhe nodded. Holding Lu Qingxue's hand, he walked in front. Lu Xiaoyu followed behind. Everyone is communicating on the barrage. Anchor, is it true that Shura Field didn't happen? How is that possible? I wouldn't do that either. I worked so hard all my life to save up for a house, and now I suddenly find that I have everything. And it's super good stuff. Sister doesn't seem like that kind of person. Anchor, please let us see what my brother-in-law looks like. Lu Xiaoyu joked with her fans. Of course not. My brother-in-law is so handsome, you'll definitely be jealous. Then, I'll have a lot of competition. Anchor, are you worried about having too many competitors? Absolutely. This is the host's little trick. Anchor, please turn the camera around. We want to see my brother-in-law. Even if it's just to see the backs of my sister and brother-in-law. Hurry up. Hurry up. Lu Xiaoyu was unhappy. I am the host of this live broadcast room. Okay. No. The owner of this live broadcast room has always been my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is the leading actor. Anchor, please adjust your attitude. You are just a tool. Don't fool yourself. We all came to see my brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu turned the camera helplessly and aimed the lens at Xiaozhe and Lu Qingxue. Look, if it weren't for me, how would you have the chance to know my brother-in-law? Humph, aren't you curious? Xiao Zhe asked, holding Lu Qingshue's hand. Lu Qingxue smiled and raised her head, looking at Xiao Zhe's handsome face. If you want to tell me, you will definitely tell me. Since you don't say it for the time being, you must not be ready. Even if I ask you now, you still have to bother to find an excuse. Xiao Zhe laughed loudly, scratched Lu Qingshue's nose, and said, "You are really so considerate. Don't you like it?" Xiao Zhe looked at her lovingly. "Of course, who else can I like in this world besides you? I love you too." The two people got closer and closer. "Isn't this too sweet? I just finished breakfast. I was fed another mouthful of dog food. I'm so jealous of this kind of life. I also want a wife like this. Hurry up. I want to fall in love. I can't help it. Why not my brother-in-law? He's your brother-in-law, so you have to do something. Don't drive. I'm still in the car. Please let me get off first. I'm not yet an adult. I'm still a child." Quote of the year. Still having to think hard about finding an excuse. Lu Xiaoyu burst out laughing, and she couldn't help but say, "Brother-in-law, if my sister doesn't ask, are you going to stop talking? I don't care whether he tells it or not. If your brother-in-law doesn't want to talk, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him if we force him to tell you?" Lu Qingxue said with a smile. "There's nothing to be curious about. As long as he doesn't steal or rob, it doesn't matter how much money he makes. The most important thing is to be happy." Lu Xiaoyu made a sour expression. "But I'm so curious now. Brother-in-law, how did you make so much money?" Xiao Zhe looked up at the sky, thought for a moment, and said, "When I was young, someone cheated me out of a lot of money, saying they wanted to build a website and gave me 50% of the shares." "Huh?" Lu Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Zhe in confusion. "What are you talking about? When I was a kid, there was a brother who was a dozen years older than me and wanted to start an internet company. Seeing him pretending to be a girl and chatting with people during Chinese New Year, I gave him many years of New Year's money. He signed a share transfer agreement for me. A few years ago, when I was abroad, I made some investments." "So you are rich?" Lu Xiaoyu was completely confused. "So, this is your secret to getting rich? Damn, I think I know. Brother-in-law, why do these two stories sound familiar? It seems like he's the founder of the two largest technology companies in the country. That's unlikely, isn't it? My brother-in-law looks very young, right? Big Ma and Little Ma are both at least in their 50s or 60s, right? Didn't my brother-in-law say that he was cheated when he was a child? I estimate my brother-in-law is in his 30s now, so it's really possible. When I was a kid, I could get money just by being fooled by those people. It seems that my brother-in-law has been from a very wealthy family since he was a child." Lu Xiaoyu felt confused, and this seemed a little unrealistic. "So, my brother-in-law later inherited a large sum of money?" Lu Xiaoyu interjected. Lu Qingxue glared at her sister. "How dare you talk like that?" Lu Xiaoyu pouted and said quickly, "But, when you got married, none of your brother-in-law's family members showed up." Xiao Zhe smiled and said, "It's okay. Let's have a party tonight, and you'll know then." Lu Qingxue nodded and looked at Xiao Zhe tenderly. "It's okay. I don't care." "I care." Xiao Zhe smiled. Chapter 95. You still say you haven't cultivated immortality. It's so sweet. It's really so sweet. I think the bowl of porridge I had this morning was a bit bland. Is this a live broadcast? This is a live broadcast of killing dogs. Damn it. It's crazy. It felt like the whole screen was pink. However, after hearing that Xiao Zhe was ready to confront her, Lu Qingxue was obviously in a much better mood. She walked with the wind. "Xiaoyu, this way." Lu Qingxue was walking on the road and suddenly ran to a pond in the golf course. "The water here is very clean. You can see the bottom clearly." Lu Qingxue took off her shoes, put her beautiful feet in the water, and splashed them in the water. "Sister, how old are you?" Lu Xiaoyu said speechlessly. "I am an adult." "Damn, my sister is really naive and romantic." The host is just a little off, pretending to be mature, but still a little off. "Really, I still like watching my sister and brother-in-law." The anchor is a bit pretentious. Seeing the words on the barrage, Lu Xiaoyu was speechless. "You guys have really good taste. Am I pretending?" "I meow." So she took off her shoes and ran to play in the water. "Oh, it's really fun. It's cool and comfortable." As soon as she put her feet in the water, she felt the difference. "It's really comfortable. It's just like playing with water when we were kids." "Really?" Lu Qingxue smiled happily. "It's super fun. I suddenly want to go back to my hometown." Lu Xiaoyu was also playing in the water happily. "Anchor, don't imitate my sister. You don't have that kind of temperament." "Anchor, even if you don't point the camera at my brother-in-law, you have to point it at my sister. Look at you, it really doesn't make any sense." "Ha ha ha. I suddenly thought of a question. If the anchor and my sister fell into the river together, who would my brother-in-law save first?" "Upstairs, are you kidding me? What can the anchor compare to my sister?" That's right. I also think, how can the anchor compare to my sister? Comparatively speaking, I still like my sister more. After seeing the words on the barrage, the little girl looked at her sister with a bitter face. Then I looked down at myself. Is this the gap? This. I touched my face again and thought I was pretty good looking. If not 9 points, at least 8 points, right? However, this answer. You know it without thinking. Why? What are you doing? You look so sad. Lu Qingxue shook the water off her feet. Nothing. Lu Xiaoyu was in a low mood. Can't I tell whether you are okay or not? Lu Qingxue smiled and pinched her cheek. Lu Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose, looking very cute. Okay, let's go somewhere else. Lu Qingxue walked barefoot on the grass. Lu Xiaoyu spun the camera in a circle. Everyone, look, this whole area is the kingdom my brother-in-law built for my sister. The selfie stick swept across, and Lu Qingxue dodged backwards. As he stepped back, his bare feet hit a ball of wet mud, and he slipped and fell backwards into the pond. Sister. The live camera was just pointed at Lu Qingxue. The entire live broadcast room was shocked. Damn it. Anchor, please look more clearly for me. Damn it. Be careful. Sister. Sister. Lu Qingxue stepped on wet mud and slid back several steps. I tried my best to stand firmly, but my feet were covered with water droplets from playing in the water. He couldn't stand steadily for several steps. His body was already leaning towards the pond. He fell sideways into the pond. Lu Qingxue was also terrified. Husband, save me. The only thought in her mind at this moment was Xiaozhe. However, at this moment, a gentle force suddenly enveloped him. My body didn't fall into the water. Instead, I feel like I have been given a helping hand. All of a sudden, I fell into the embrace of a familiar smell. Warmth. Reassuring. It's okay. Her husband's voice rang in her ears. Lu Qingxue felt that she was finally safe. Luckily you moved so quickly, or I would have fallen into the pond. Lu Qingxue said softly. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned at this moment. This is fucking. What did I just see? Wrong. Everyone in the live broadcast room saw it, right? This is too. Oh my god. Oh my god. All I can say is fuck it. What did I just see? What did I see? Brother-in-law arrived in a flash. I only saw a flash. Then the person appeared. Besides, my sister had already fallen down. Her body was clearly lying sideways. How could she possibly stand up straight? Besides, my brother-in-law seemed to appear out of thin air. And you said you don't know any magic? Is this telekinesis or dragon catching? Is this a martial art? Internal energy? And it's incredibly fast too. That wasn't the speed of an ordinary person, was it? When the broadcast was showing the whole scene, he was standing on the hillside. That distance is at least 100 meters, right? Damn. And the moment my sister fell into the river, it only took a second, right? 100 meters in 1 second. Teleport. And you said you don't know martial arts. And you said you're not a god. Mom, come out and see God. Now, Newton's coffin lid can no longer be held down. Newton, China's territory has always been managed by my younger brother, Niobe. I am not responsible. Everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked. It's just over 100 meters away, and we're there in no time. Moreover, Sister Lu Qingxue had obviously fallen sideways. Take Newton's 3 laws of motion, for example. It's absolutely impossible to stand up. However, she stood up straight and clearly. Instead, it was more like throwing herself into Xiaozhe's arms. Brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu looked at her brother-in-law. Now, I really don't know how to explain it. Or you can come by yourself. Xiaozhe held Lu Qingxue in his arms. You didn't sprain your ankle, did you? Do you want me to carry you? It's okay, I didn't sprain my ankle. Lu Qingxue said. Luckily you're here. Otherwise I would have fallen. I will protect you. I already said that when I proposed to you. Live broadcast room barrage. Spreading dog food again. Oh my god. What's going on in this live broadcast room? You keep showing off your love? Can't you just let people be nice? Standing tall and cool. I absolutely have reason to suspect that my brother-in-law is an immortal cultivator. Host, please ask. My brother-in-law must be cultivating immortality. Go ask quickly. Everyone was extremely curious. At this time, a car came speeding towards them. Master, someone named Xiao is looking for you. Chapter 96, Xiao Yang. Hearing this, Xiaozhe's expression suddenly froze. Lu Qingxue clearly felt the change in her husband's mood. Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? Lu Xiaoyu was also shocked by what she had just seen. What's going on? Is it really cultivating immortality? Lu Qingxue waved her hand, shook her head, and said, Brother-in-law has something to do. Let's go back first. Let's go. Lu Qingxue pulled Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe responded with a forced smile. It's okay. I will always be by your side. Lu Qingxue squeezed Xiaozhe's hand. Xiaozhe nodded and said, Let's go. Your last name is Xiao? Are you coming to me now? Xiao Zhe sighed slightly and looked at his wife again. After so many years, it's time for it to be justified. Madam, are you okay? Uncle Fu looked at Lu Qingxue. It's okay, Uncle Fu, let's go. The car started and took everyone back to the castle. Xiaoyu and I will go play first. Lu Qingxue let go of Xiao Zhe's hand, who knew that just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Xiao Zhe. Let's go. We are all family. A family? Lu Qingxue looked at Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe gave her a gentle smile. Yes. His family. Lu Qingxue was suddenly surprised. When they got married, none of Xiao Zhe's family members showed up. This made her parents somewhat worried. She tried not to care, but sometimes she thinks that she always feels a little less secure. Now he's willing to let himself meet his family? Lu Xiaoyu watched at the door for a while. In the end, I didn't go in. Okay, friends, let's go somewhere else. Lu Qingxue followed Xiao Zhe into the castle. As soon as they entered, they saw a young man in a neatly ironed military uniform standing in the hall. The whole person stood straight, like a javelin, ready to pierce the sky at any time. Hearing the footsteps, the other party turned around and looked at Xiao Zhe. It's been many years since we last met. Long time no see, my brother. Younger brother? Wouldn't that be Xiao Zhe's brother? That is, my uncle? Hello, uncle. Lu Qingxue hurriedly wanted to greet him. I felt my palm being pinched. The words that were about to be spoken suddenly stopped. Xiao Yang turned around, his eyes shining as if they were glowing. His eyes swept over Lu Qingxue. Xiao Zhe, after all these years, you didn't even come home to tell me you were getting married? Isn't that too rude? Xiao Zhe had a faint smile on his face as he walked to the sofa and sat down. Master, please have some tea. Uncle Fu had already served the tea. On a tray lay a teapot and several cups. Xiao Zhe seemed not to hear what the other person said. He slowly poured himself a cup of tea and then poured another cup of tea for Lu Qingxue. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang frowned slightly. Sitting down opposite them, he asked, Brother, you've come all this way. Don't you even have a glass of water? Brother? Xiao Zhe laughed and took a sip of water. It was you who wanted to join Jiehue back then. So, it's because I gave you this opportunity that you are where you are today, right? Wealth, fortune, power, everything that people strive for their whole lives. You now have it all. Xiao Yang reached out and poured himself a cup of tea. Do you think I want it? Xiao Zhe had a smile on his face all the time. Take it without asking. Be careful not to burn yourself. These past few years in Jiehue have made you more eloquent. Xiao Yang held the tea and brought it to his mouth. Bang! The porcelain cup in his hand shattered into pieces. The hot water splashed all over him. Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment. Then he took out a few pieces of paper, wiped off the water stains on his body, and gently brushed off the water on his body. You are so old, but still so childish. Xiao Zhe raised his eyelids and glanced at Xiao Yang. It's useless to say these things. Tell me what's going on. Xiao Yang seemed to be completely unconcerned. Next week is the old man's 70th birthday. Since you're back, you have to attend. Heh, now you think I'm a member of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhe said sarcastically. No matter who you are now, you are a member of the Xiao family in life and a ghost of the Xiao family in death. Xiao Yang looked at Xiao Zhe. Besides, you are already married, so you have to meet the old man, right? Xiao Zhe frowned slightly, clearly feeling the presence of his wife beside him. Hearing this, he tensed up a bit. Of course, I will definitely give you a big gift when the time comes. Xiao Zhe smiled faintly. Then, come home with me, okay? Uncle Fu, please show him out. Xiao Zhe waved his hand. Xiao Yang stood up and said, Xiao Zhe, you'd better be careful when doing things. You represent the Xiao family now. Also, you'd better keep that anchor in check. She's affecting the image of our Xiao family. He brushed off the non-existent dust on himself, stood up, and walked out the door. Do I need to report to you when I do something? The eldest young master of the Xiao family, Colonel Xiao. Xiao Zhe sneered. I advise you to be careful about your own behavior. The Xiao family finally left their eldest son and grandson. If he dies prematurely. Humph. Xiao Yang snorted coldly, turned around, and walked out. When the two spoke, they were tit for tat. Lu Qingxue clearly felt it. He really didn't have a good relationship with his family. Or forget it. If you don't like it, we're not in a hurry. Lu Qingxue held Xiao Zhe's hand. You don't have to put yourself in a difficult position for me. Xiao Zhe shook his head and said, after so many years, there must be a result. Lu Qingxue hugged his arms tightly. Thank you. Thanks. When the two were being affectionate with each other, they suddenly heard a scream at the door. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoyu's voice. You've ruined the Xiao family's image. Xiao Yang's cold voice rang out. Others don't dare to touch you. They want to protect you. But that doesn't mean I don't have the ability to do so. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of pain. Xiaoyu. Lu Qingxue was suddenly shocked. Could it be that her sister had done something again? It's okay. No one will bully Xiaoyu. Xiaozhe took Lu Qingshue's hand and walked out. It was like strolling in the garden, but in the blink of an eye I arrived at the door. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Xiao Yang looking at Lu Xiaoyu with a cold expression, pinching Lu Xiaoyu's wrist. Suddenly, she was kicked and staggered. Master Xiao, this isn't the Xiao family. If you want to bully others, go back to Kyoto. Xiao Yang's eyes were like spitting fire as he stared at Xiaozhe intently. Suddenly he laughed. Xiaozhe, aren't you also a member of the Xiao family? Aren't your things also the Xiao families? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt very happy. Burst into laughter. Xiaozhe, I'll be waiting for you in Kyoto in a week. Xiaozhe looked at Xiao Yang's back with a flickering look in his eyes. Brother-in-law, who is he? Chapter 97, What happened that year? Just an insignificant person. Xiaozhe smiled. Lu Qingxue pulled him, husband. After all, this man is Xiaozhe's brother. And as he holds the position of colonel, his family must be of great importance. This is how I fall out with my family. It's okay. Xiaozhe shook his head lightly. It's okay. After leaving Xiaozhe's manor, Xiao Yang got into a car, which was driving steadily on the road. His face was full of anger. Xiaozhe actually dared to kick me. However, he did not explode on the spot. After a long time, a phone call was made. Dad, I've already been there. On the other end of the phone, his father Xiao Tianzong's voice came. How is it? Is Xiaozhe really back? Yes, the news over there is correct. Not only has Xiaozhe returned, but he is also incredibly wealthy. He indeed owns a manor on the outskirts of the Magic City, covering a large area. Xiao Tianzong sneered. I really don't know how this brat got so lucky to survive among all the ashes, and even come back. He no longer has our Xiao family in his eyes. Xiao Yang said. Xiao Tianzong didn't care. As long as he comes back, he will be in our grasp. It doesn't matter that your grandfather is old now. We have already taken control of most of the Xiao family's power. Now you are about to be promoted to the youngest general in China. Everything is under our control. Even if Xiaozhe has great luck, he can't turn things around. Xiao Yang nodded, a smile on his face. When he arrives in Kyoto, I will teach him a lesson. Xiao Tianzong was silent for a moment, then said, Xiao Yang, after all, you were supposed to rob Hui back then. When he arrives in Kyoto, you must put in some superficial effort, understand? He's in the Xinghua army now, and you'll have a chance to join soon. Don't let him ruin your chance. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and said, I understand, but what can a small figure like him change? The elders have already said that I joined the Xinghua army, not to be cannon fodder. I know, but he's in Z after all. He's been in the Xinghua army for many years and has connections. Do you understand what I mean? This rubbish, Xiao Yang said bitterly. If I had entered the Jiehue back then, I might have been the master of Starlight. I can't even achieve anything. Xiao Tianzong laughed and said, back then, it wasn't Xinghua, but Jiehue. Going in was a sure death. How could I bear to let you die? Xiao Yang snorted before agreeing. After the old man's 70th birthday, you'll be in trouble. Xiaozhe was not in a good mood that afternoon. Took a short break. Lu Qingxue pulled Lu Xiaoyu and did not disturb him. She felt it too. My husband doesn't have a good relationship with his family. It's dinner time. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly said. Brother-in-law, you said you were going to have a party soon? Lu Qingxue knew that Xiaozhe was in a bad mood today, so she quickly kicked her sister under the table. Lu Xiaoyu understood what he meant and quickly lowered his head. Xiaozhe slapped his head and said, I almost forgot. Honey, it's okay, we don't have to rush. Today, Xiaozhe was willing to take her home, and he is willing to introduce himself to his friends. She is already very satisfied. It's okay, just a phone call. Xiaozhe smiled and waved his hand, and Uncle Fu hurried over. Uncle Fu, please prepare a party. Yes, master. Uncle Fu immediately ordered people to prepare. Is it still in time? Besides, at this time, everyone has their own things to do. Lu Qingxue said very considerately. It doesn't matter. Xiaozhe shook his head and said, just relax a little. We can't play too late. We have to go to work tomorrow, said Lu Qingxue. Lu Xiaoyu looked at her sister in shock. You still have to go to work tomorrow? Lu Qingxue said as a matter of course. Of course I have to go to work. Otherwise, what will I eat? But my brother-in-law is already so rich. Lu Xiaoyu looked at her brother-in-law, who was walking over to make a phone call. Lu Qingxue smiled and said, that's your brother-in-law's money. Besides, I'm working hard to make money to support your brother-in-law. I plan to start a company in the future. Sister, Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. You want to start a business? Of course, I used to be under pressure to pay off my mortgage, so I didn't dare quit. But now that the mortgage isn't a problem, I want to try my hand at starting a business. Lu Qingxue smiled. To support your brother-in-law, you need to have a net worth of at least 100 million, right? That's easy to say. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but complain. First of all, My brother-in-law's money is far more than 100 million. Sister, you're still far from enough to support my brother-in-law. Who said that? Xiaozhe heard the voice interrupting. I'm easy to support. Over 100 million is more than enough to support me. I'm the only one who's sick. You guys showed off again. I'm going out to live broadcast. Lu Xiaoyu ran away like the wind. Are you done with the call? Lu Qingxue leaned in Xiaozhe's arms. Xiaozhe held her in his arms and said, just make a phone call. It's still early. Only 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock at the latest. They should be here soon. Lu Qingxue nodded. Husband, do you want to ask about my relationship with my family? Xiaozhe asked indifferently. Yeah, I see you have a close relationship with uncle. Lu Qingxue said worriedly. Back then, Xiaozhe took a deep breath. If there were anything in his life that still bothered him, he would still take it to heart. I'm afraid this is it. Xiao Yang is my uncle's son, 1 year older than me. Back then, there was a mission with a high probability of death, and he was supposed to go. In the end, the family pushed the responsibility onto me. Xiaozhe's eyes gradually became sharper. Finally, I went there, and he kept getting promoted here, and now he is a colonel. Xiaozhe chuckled. It was obvious that Xiaozhe said it was as light as a breeze. However, when Lu Qingxue heard this, she was terrified. A mission with no chance of survival. She couldn't help but hug her husband tightly. Fortunately, you are okay. Xiaozhe smiled and patted her shoulder. I'm more than fine. That's why they came to me now. Then we won't go? They are so bad. Lu Qingxue waved her little fist. Of course I have to go. Xiaozhe said. I'll take you to see my parents. Okay. Lu Qingxue smiled happily. Then, the one selected for Operation Robbery is Xiao Yang. Not him, Xiaozhe. Because of the family's decision, because I can't do anything about it. All his assets were embezzled by his family. They may feel that if they join the Jiahue project, they are doomed. I'm afraid no one has thought of this yet. Originally, he didn't want to have any intersection with the Xiao family. However, he could see that Lu Qingxue felt a little uncomfortable because her relatives did not attend the wedding. Especially Lu Qingxue's family. Goose City, Emperor Penguin Group. Mr. Ma, the president of the instant messaging company in Southeast Asia, has a dinner date with you in half an hour. It's time to leave now. The secretary walked into the office. Market expansion means that the company will take a further step forward. Many domestic companies are pursuing global strategies. Southeast Asia is their bridgehead. Now is the best opportunity. Open up the Southeast Asian market, and then book me the fastest flight. I want to fly to Shanghai. Xiao Ma immediately stood up. Let's go now. Mr. Ma, the secretary was confused. How can that be? We clearly made an appointment. I just took a sudden flight to Shandong province yesterday. In fact, due to online revelations, the company's stock price has fluctuated in the past 2 days. Now you break the promise again? Right now? Immediately. The elegant little Ma was so anxious for the first time. Chapter 98 Mysterious Party. Mr. Ma, tonight is about our company's first step into the world. Yeah, if there's anything, we can wait. Boss Ma, don't be willful. If we take this step today, we will have a bridgehead to enter the world. When they heard that Mr. Xiao Ma was going to fly the magic talisman, the company executives put down their work and came to persuade him. Xiao Ma's face darkened as he angrily shouted, "What do you know? It's about the bridgehead to entering the world market? But if I don't go today, the company will be finished." What? All the executives were stunned. The company is finished? How is that possible? Although the company is still limited to China, but it already has the ability to compete with world-class companies. It's already a world-class company. Finished? How is that possible? The executives looked completely incredulous. Find someone to represent me at tonight's meeting. If I don't go to the Magic City this time, you'll all be out of work. I must get to this party as quickly as possible. Xiao Ma always gets into his car. The car sped away. How is that possible? What happened to Mr. Ma? It was the same when I went to Shandong province 2 days ago. I left in a hurry. Boss Ma is becoming more and more willful. Hangzhou International Airport. Passengers bound for Eagle Country, please begin boarding in an orderly manner. A voice came over the radio. A short man stood up. The secretary beside him was already carrying his luggage and ready to leave at any time. Then, Mr. Malaysia's phone rang. Dama received a call. Mr. Ma is about to board the plane Dama suddenly said, let's go to the Magic City. But, this is an order. No buts, immediately right now. Take the high-speed train first, and have the Magic City arrange a car to wait. Take the high-speed rail. The secretary was stunned. Are you in such a hurry? Mr. Ma, we are visiting the Eagle Country, and their president. The secretary said hurriedly. Cancel. But the other party is the president. Our industrial layout, the industrial park. Then forget it. The Ma said angrily. Did you hear me clearly? This is an order. Report to the HR department tomorrow. The secretary was confused. To the personnel report. Isn't it that I fired? What exactly happened? Even though she'd been fired by the CEO, the secretary still dutifully called the executive. What? CEO Ma is going to a party. Are you kidding me? Giving up the meeting with the Eagle Country president to go to a party in the Magic City. I respect you. Let the past be the past. From now on, we must still stay together and respect each other. I love you. Kyoto. In a high-end restaurant. The melodious sound of the piano rang out. There were only 2 customers in the entire restaurant. A man and a woman. The woman had a slender figure and delicate features, and looked to be in her 30s. The man is at least 50 or 60 years old. Sit in front of the glass window overlooking Kyoto. Holding up the red wine glass, they clinked it gently. Bite. Today is our wedding anniversary. I will definitely accompany you tonight. The man smiled warmly. His Mandarin with an accent continues to attract women. Company matters. Nothing can disturb our date today, the man said, and the phone rang. After a while, the man stood up suddenly and said, I have to go to a party. Sorry, I can't accompany you tonight. Party. The women were stunned. What party? Didn't you just say that nothing can stop you from accompanying me today? How come we're already attending a party? You scumbag. Yes, I must go now. Kyoto is far away from the Magic City, and I am inherently slower than others, the man said anxiously. The woman looked unhappy, but her voice was firm. Today is our anniversary. I know. The man nodded and cleared the table. I'll give it to you later. It would be bad if the Malaysians got there first. Malaysia? The woman was a little surprised when she heard this. What kind of party are you all going to? A very important party. Just know that without the host of this party, there would be no company we have today. Can't you take me with you? The woman asked. No, that person may not like it. The man had stood up and was ready to leave. Not necessarily. Find a better excuse. Although you are not the richest man in the world now, but already has an excellent status and amazing property, you actually rejected your wife because of an uncertain matter. I'm leaving. The man walked away quickly. The woman sat in the restaurant and suddenly felt a little lost. What kind of party is this? How could it make him so nervous? And even going to Malaysia? Dad, we've already completed the layout here. Is it really okay to cut off most of the real estate now? A young man in his 30s followed his father. His father was once the richest man in China. And now, the father who cut off his bad assets has now seen his assets plummet. Just like a big tree, we must give up some unimportant branches in order to make the tree grow more luxuriant. The young man nodded and said, Today, there is a banquet held by high-ranking officials from the provincial and ministerial departments. Our industrial layout here will soon. My father suddenly received a call. You will attend the provincial and ministerial banquet tonight on my behalf. I need to go to a party. The young man was stunned for a moment. His dad said he was going to a party? Oh my God, isn't this my patent? I'm the old hand at partying. Party? What party? The young man couldn't help but ask again. It's a very important party, my father said seriously. It's settled. I have to catch my plane now. Hey, Dad, now that you're gone, today's plan. The young man said hurriedly. If you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then forget it. My father, who has always been career-oriented and gets up at 4 or 5 every morning to work, said this. And it's for a party? Why do I feel like the world has changed? Is this something my father would say? Dad, how about I go to the party with you? The young man said quickly. Anyway, you said it doesn't matter whether the project succeeds or not. The father paused and looked at his son. He didn't say he could bring anyone. He didn't say no. Besides, I'll inherit everything from you sooner or later, so it's a good opportunity to expand my horizons. That's fine. If that person doesn't like it, you must leave immediately. Okay. Mysterious party. Who is the host? My father is so serious about this matter, and he only brings me along. So why does he look like he is ready to die? Chapter 99. Panic in Malaysia. Several wealthy Chinese are rushing to the Magic City at a very fast speed. Going to a party. A group. Damn it. Our company almost had a fight before closing time. What? You're a Fortune 500 company. What's going on? Do you have any inside information? It's not really an inside story. Our president was supposed to meet with a company in Southeast Asia tonight, but it was suddenly canceled. Isn't this already decided? Your company's stock price tomorrow. Who says it's not true? Our company's executives are so anxious that their heads are going bald. Ha ha. Looks like I'm going to go bargain hunting tomorrow. It's the same in our company. Our president's secretary has been fired. What? Isn't Malaysia always easy to talk to? Yes, but this time, it seems he was about to attend a party, but his secretary stopped him. He was about to attend a meeting with the president of Eagle Country, and he was fired. What kind of party? So awesome. They won't be attending the same party, will they? Didn't our junior sister marry the wealthy Lu? Ask her. At junior sister, is there any news about this mysterious party? Junior sister, my husband passed away. Today is our wedding anniversary, but he left me alone. Are you going to the party too? Yes, they all went to the party. I don't know about others, but I think Malaysia went too. Oh my God, what kind of party is this? All these mysterious rich people are going. This scene suddenly seems familiar. Who says it isn't? This scene really looks familiar. Everyone, recall yesterday's airport in Shandong province. Could it be that person? After thinking about it, it seems that he is the only one in the world who has such strength. Speaking of parties, we were stood up at the banquet with the former richest man and his son. Don't you work for a provincial government? You won't even give me such a big honor. Who says it isn't? Now I think their project in our province is going to fail. This is simply. It was originally just a chat within the group, but someone took a screenshot and shared it. All of a sudden, the whole network was discussing it. Mysterious party. What kind of party is it that attracts so many of China's richest people? And they are willing to put down their work. Awesome. No. If something like this happens now, the stock market will be turbulent tomorrow. Who knew something like this would happen? Who on earth is this person? Go watch the live broadcast. Maybe you'll find out. Brother-in-law is awesome. Brother-in-law is awesome. This matter is definitely not that simple. Didn't my brother-in-law say he wanted to throw a party for my sister? And at this time, the banquet is ready. An open-air swimming pool behind the manor. Red wine and drinks. All kinds of food are ready. Sir, because it's a last-minute thing, we can only prepare this for now. If we have a day, we can ship the best ingredients from all over the world. Uncle Fu felt a little apologetic. I feel like I am bringing shame to my master. Uncle Fu, we're just having fun among ourselves. Xiaozhe patted his shoulder. Uncle Fu nodded and said, how about we have another show tomorrow? He wanted to make amends. Xiaozhe smiled and said, no need. Qingxue said she has to go to work tomorrow. Go to work. Uncle Fu was stunned for a moment. The mistress of a house still has to go to work. Master, which company? Uncle Fu asked hurriedly. Xiaozhe said, it doesn't matter. The company has already been bought. Her work won't be particularly hard. Uncle Fu nodded. This is only natural. Sister. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the swimming pool and everything that had been prepared. Like falling into a dream. Isn't this too luxurious? How long has it been since you were ready? Everyone come and see. Our party is about to start. Lu Xiaoyu ran around happily. This is the fruit for today's party. It's super sweet. Here's the wine. And this. At this moment, the live broadcast room was filled with envious comments. Is this Yubari melon? There are at least dozens of them. Damn, there are millions of melons alone. This is the first time I've seen a black-skinned watermelon. Look at the chef's knife skills. Is it good? After cutting the whole black-skinned watermelon, there's only this little bit left. That's what I pursue. When eating watermelon, only eat the sweetest part. How can I be like you, who wants to eat the watermelon rind? They are all top-notch fruits. How many people will come? The fruit alone is worth millions. Lu Xiaoyu skipped over to Lu Qingxue and said, Sister, they said the fruit costs several million. Lu Qingxue was also surprised when she heard it. He quickly walked to Xiaozhe's side and said, there's no need to be so. Xiaozhe smiled and said, it's okay. It's just a small matter. We can afford this little money. As expected of my brother-in-law, awesome. This little bit of money. I've never seen so much money in my life. Shivering. I'm drooling with envy. Brother-in-law, are you still looking for a pendant? The kind you can hang on your toes. Master, Uncle Fu came over. There's news at the door. Guests have arrived. Let's go and welcome them. Lu Qingxue said hurriedly. Xiaozhe originally wanted to let him come in by himself. However, since his wife had already spoken, he didn't mind. Let's go too, Lu Xiaoyu said excitedly. She was very curious. Her brother-in-law said that at today's party, he would let her know why he was so rich. Not only was she curious, but all the fans in the live broadcast room were also very curious. The three of them walked to the door. A black Maybach just stopped at the door. The servant opened the car door for him. Lu Qingxue stood at the gate of the castle holding Xiaozhe's arm. Lu Xiaoyu held up her cell phone and took pictures. Malaysia is very excited. I should be the first one. After all, I am close. It takes less than an hour to get to Shanghai by high-speed train. Then transfer directly to the helicopter. To show respect to Mr. Xiao, the helicopter stopped outside and then came over by car. After all, it's not good to fly over other people's heads, right? He straightened his clothes. He smiled at the servant who opened the door and said, thank you. Then he got out of the car. Oh my God. When Lu Xiaoyu saw this person, her face changed. I couldn't help but swear. This is... Dama was startled when he saw Xiao Zhe standing on the steps. He trotted over and said, Mr. Xiao? I'm so sorry to bother you waiting here for me. I'm so scared. He stood at the bottom of the stairs with his head lowered. Lu Qingxue was a little dazed at this time. This is China's richest man. But she heard her husband just say calmly, "Here I come." Chapter 100. If you can win his favor, the throne of king will belong to you. Dama nodded and smiled. Yes, I came here immediately after receiving your call. Xiaozhe nodded. Very good. How could I not do my best to follow Mr. Zhao's orders? I was originally planning to go to Flying Eagle Country to meet with the president, but when I received Mr. Zhao's call, of course I rushed over. Dama said immediately. Xiaozhe glanced at him with a smile. Why? Are you telling me that you postponed a very important meeting? Dama quickly shook his head and said, I dare not. I dare not. Mr. Zhao's matter is the most important thing. This is my wife. Xiaozhe introduced Lu Qingxue. Dama was startled and waved his hand quickly. The driver had already quickly taken out 2 boxes of gifts from the back of the car. We came in a hurry. Mrs. Xiao, please accept them. Thank you, thank you. Lu Qingxue felt her head was buzzing. Lu Xiaoyu's worldview was shaking. Is this the power of a brother-in-law? Holy crap. Malaysia, the richest man in the country. Oh my god. Mr. Dama is here. Damn it. Damn it. Isn't my brother-in-law's face too big? I said, that guy from Lu province yesterday was definitely my brother-in-law. Who is my brother-in-law? Doesn't the country care? Malaysia turned down the meeting with the Eagle Country president? My brother-in-law's ability is beyond imagination. I'm suddenly looking forward to the next guest. Judging from Malaysia's attitude, this Mr. Xiao is probably not simple. Dama did not go in by himself, but stood aside with Xiaozhe. Even if you don't say anything, just standing there is enough. Being able to have close contact with Mr. Xiao is the greatest honor of his life. After a while, Mr. Pony came hurriedly. He glanced at Dama and said, Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry for being late. It doesn't matter. A moment later, Lu Fuhao also rushed over. Mr. Xiao. After a while, the former richest man, the Lin family father and son also came. Lin Muzhuan was a little surprised. The country's top billionaires gathered here, and they all stood respectfully behind a young man who was about the same age as themselves. Who is this young man? Mr. Xiao, I'm bringing my son here. It's okay, come in and sit down. Lin Muzhuan looked at this top-notch castle, and everything here is so valuable. Several big men from his uncle's generation all surrounded the young man. He felt like he had been living a dog's life. He was in such a glorious position, but only then did he realize how low-key the real bosses were. He didn't even dare to look around and followed behind his father. From time to time, steal a glance around. I saw a young girl holding up her phone and live streaming. This should be the boss's family. And his own father. Silent as a cicada. He looked completely terrified. Mr. Xiao, I wonder why you called us here this time. Dama couldn't help but ask. Xiaozhe rarely summons them. The last time they were called together was to sanction a company in Country R. This time, I don't know what actions will be taken. Nothing. Xiaozhe looked at them nervously. My wife is curious about where my money comes from. I don't really know. Can you explain it to me? Lin Muzhuan looked up at Lu Qingxue who was standing close to Xiaozhe. This is for such a trivial matter. Just call them all over here. What does this mean? Are you playing tricks on the princes with beacon fires? Who knew that these big guys were not angry at all? Instead, they are introduced one by one. 50% of the shares of the group under Malaysia belong to Xiaozhe. More than 40% of the group under Xiao Ma's command belongs to him. Not to mention Mr. Lu, who owns more than 60% of the companies under his control. Even my own home is the same. They are just responsible for holding the shares on behalf of others. This is fucking. If his father wasn't the only one here, he would have thought he had an inheritance to inherit. It's crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Brother-in-law is the real rich man. These wealthy people are actually horrifying. This is like controlling the economic lifeline of a small country. I always thought my brother-in-law would be awesome, but I didn't expect him to be this awesome. Goose City. 5-star hotel suite. A Southeast Asian prince was furious. What? He actually went to a party. What party is more important than me? He had originally planned to have dinner with the president of Emperor Penguin Group. If his subordinates hadn't read the news on the internet, he doesn't even know that he's been stood up. Good. Very good. Prince Mohan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. All right. Since he doesn't take me seriously, forget it. Their company's products will never enter our country in the future. Is it possible that I, a prince of a great country, am not as good as a party? Ridiculous. Investigate. Find out by all means possible, humph. His men quickly came over with a tablet. Your Highness, it's confirmed that Mr. Xiao Ma is attending this party. Prince Mohan took the tablet and looked at it, his eyes showing even more anger. Like a raging fire, it was about to burn everything around it. Great. Very good. You went to an internet celebrity party and didn't even show up. Where did you put my reputation as Prince Mohan? Call their company. Our cooperation is over. Forget about it in this life. He raised the tablet in his hand fiercely and was about to throw it away. A hand appeared on the screen. In an instant, the anger in my heart was like a basin of ice water poured over my head. Cool completely, staring blankly at the tablet. It's him. It's really him. Prince Mohan was shocked. No wonder. No wonder Xiao Ma is always willing to give up dinner with himself. If it's him, everything can be explained. He frantically dug out his phone. Dad, I found him. He's actually in China. Prince Mohan was extremely excited. Really? The king was also filled with surprise. I must go and see him. If you can win his favor, the throne will belong to you. Prince Mohan was stunned. The surprise hit me directly like a tidal wave. The throne of the king. You know, he ranks 19th among all the princes. He has almost lost his right to inherit the throne. So he switched to business very early. But now, the king's father said the 4 words, "It has to be you?" This. I understand. I will definitely do this well. At the door, Emperor Penguin executives have arrived. What do we do now? They want to cancel the dinner. He must be angry. Call Mr. Ma immediately, otherwise we won't be able to hold on. Then our bridgehead will be gone. What else can we do? Try your best to save it. Several people sighed. Mr. Ma has been acting very recklessly lately. They are all a little dissatisfied. Chapter 101. One man guards a country. What now? Executives whispered at the door. Where are the Emperor Penguin people? The prince wants to see you. The secretary came out and a group of executives nodded quickly and walked inside. What to do? What else can we do? Apologize first, then find a way to appease them. Give something, and we must take this country. Only then will we have a chance. Talking in low voices, they had already walked into the hotel room. As soon as the vice president entered the room, he saw the prince rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Hurry, tell me, where is your president? Prince Mohan grabbed him and asked. I'm so sorry. Your Highness Prince Mohan. The vice president was shocked. Is this our business? It doesn't have to be that serious, right? It's over. Our president has something urgent to do. We will definitely apologize tomorrow. Let's start a new game tomorrow. How about that? He knew that just saying this wouldn't work. I know. Your pony is at a party right now. What I want to ask is, where is he partying? Hearing Prince Mohan's words, everyone's face turned pale. It's over. Exposed. It was discovered. Damn it. What's going on with the boss lately? Can't you just be nice? Running around everywhere makes it difficult for us. No, this is a big shot who forced our boss to attend. Look, our president has asked us to apologize to you. The vice president wanted to explain further when he heard Prince Mohan nodding repeatedly. I know. He's a very important person. Where is he now? Could you please ask Mr. Ma from your company to ask if I can also attend the party? Prince Mohan's face was filled with anticipation. As long as I can attend that party, I can allocate a piece of land to your company, permanently, and your company can be tax-free for 20 years. The vice president's face contorted. 20 years of tax exemption. And there is land. It's like pie falling from the sky. Prince Mohan, are you telling the truth? Aren't you here to ask for punishment? How did it become? Ask. This is just short of ceding territory and paying compensation, right? In an instant, all the executives straightened their backs. Your Highness, you know this, the vice president said with his mysterious expression. You can't just meet someone as important as him. Our president rushed over immediately after receiving a call. We dare not neglect him even a little. As he spoke, he observed Prince Mohan's expression. Yes, I know. So, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, as long as Mr. Xiao Ma from your company can ask for me, all the conditions agreed to before will be acceptable. Prince Mohan said. Okay, we'll try to contact him. For now, we only know that Mr. Ma has gone to the Magic City. If Prince Mohan also wants to go, we can arrange for you to go to the Magic City first. The vice president was grinning from ear to ear. This matter really took a lot of twists and turns. I thought Mr. Ma had no sense of propriety. I am too narrow-minded. Mr. Ma is truly far-sighted. That's the talent at the helm. Good. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. Prince Mohan was very excited. Let's go now. He didn't even bother to pack his things and just left. Hurry up and contact Mr. Ma. Hurry. A country in Southeast Asia. Your Majesty, a minister suddenly said with a sullen face. The 19th prince is still young and obsessed with making money. He has no potential to become king. Another minister also said, yes, the eldest prince has always assisted His Majesty the King in handling state affairs. He is the true heir. Your Majesty, the succession is a matter of national importance. You cannot act arbitrarily. Your Majesty, please revoke your order. Your Majesty, please revoke your order." The old king sat in his seat, with his eldest son standing next to him, already in his 40s or 50s. He also looked at himself. "Father." The eldest prince saw his father looking at him and quickly saluted. "What do you think? Is it possible for 19 to become king?" The king looked at his eldest son. 19 is still young after all," said the eldest prince. "So, if I pass the throne to him, is it possible that he won't live beyond tomorrow?" The king turned to his ministers. "Although there is no dragon throne now, but he still sat in the first place. What about you? If the 19th prince really ascends the throne, will you refuse to support him? Or will you prepare to launch a rebellion? What do you think, Morrison?" Morrison is the military commander of the country and controls the military of the small country. "Your Majesty, I think the eldest prince is the most suitable. We also think the eldest prince is the best fit." All the ministers said in unison. He also knew very well that when he was training the eldest prince, he had already secretly won people's hearts. Now, I feel like I'm being sidelined. He might even be forced to abdicate at any time. If I am forced to abdicate, my fate will not be good. He has been thinking of a solution. I want to do this for a few more years. Now, a breakthrough suddenly appeared. The eldest prince had a smile on his face. "I have already secured victory. After all these years of waiting, today is the perfect time to catch the flight. Father, in fact, not only do I think 19 is too young, but I also think you are a little old. You should retire sooner and leave these trivial matters to me." The king was stunned. "Are you starting to force the palace now?" 19. "It depends on you." The king looked at his eldest son, then at his ministers. "What about you? Do you feel the same way?" The crown prince has learned many advanced concepts abroad and studied in Eagle Country, where he has very good relations. "We support the crown prince's ascension to the throne. Your Majesty, you are old after all. It is better to leave many things to the eldest prince." "Your Majesty, many of your ideas are too outdated." Everyone spoke up. "You say one thing, and I say another. It means that he should abdicate." A smile appeared on the eldest prince's lips. "I have been running this business for more than 10 years. This moment has finally arrived." "Father." Before he could finish, he heard the king say, "Do you know who I was talking about with 19? That man back then, he was found by 19. "Father, how could a mere person?" Before the eldest prince finished speaking, he saw that the expressions of all his ministers changed. "Your Majesty, are you telling the truth?" Morrison's face turned pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Of course, I can deceive the whole world, but do I dare to deceive others with the name of that gentleman?" said the king. "It seems to say that I don't dare to make fun of others, but it feels a bit honorable." However, no one present dared to speak. "What do you think if 19 wins his favor?" The king looked at his ministers. "We dare not. The 19th prince is the most suitable candidate." Chapter 102 The Owner of the Ring. The eldest prince stood aside, completely stunned. "What's the meaning?" "The network of contacts that I have spent more than 10 years working hard to build. The team that was built up collapsed in an instant." "Morrison, what did you say?" The eldest prince looked at his confidant in shock. Morrison is a pragmatist and a hardliner in the country. Holds military power. Under the king, he has the final say. "Your Highness, I think we should wait and see. If the 19th prince gets the recognition of that person, I think there is no one in the world who is more suitable than him," Morrison said seriously. The eldest prince frowned, somewhat confused. "What exactly did I miss? Why they?" In an instant, they turned against each other. "Grand Prince, waiting for news from the 19th prince is the best option," said the prime minister. "You?" The eldest prince looked at these people who had been bribed by him. How did it change in an instant? Because of that person? Who is that person? He didn't even show up. Just a name makes everyone turn against you. The king sat in his seat, smiling. "I was actually very nervous." 19. "Please do it. If you can't do it, you'll be in trouble. Wait until everyone leaves." The king finally breathed a sigh of relief. It almost happened. Although he had tried every possible way to stop these things, the king of today is no longer the king of the past. This country is not a place where one person has the final say. Even if you come up with clever excuses and demote some people, it won't be of much use. Who knows? There will be such an unexpected turn of events. 19 actually found information about that person. "Morrison, what's going on?" The eldest prince suppressed his voice and said angrily. Morrison sighed. "One man governs a country." The eldest prince wasn't in the country at the time, so he didn't know about it. The eldest prince frowned. Could it be the Qixi incident? Yes. Morrison's face turned slightly pale. On the Qixi festival that year, when there were many Chinese tourists, the traitor He Gu rebelled and took the Chinese tourists as hostages. He knew about this, but he had no idea how to solve it in the end. Even when asked later, no one said anything. Then in the end, asked the eldest prince. Morrison's face was a little pale, as if he was recalling something very scary. There was a man who, alone, walked into the enemy camp, cut off Higu's head, and sent it to the palace. Another person continued, he's like a god. Bullets can't hit him, and swords can't hurt him. He's a god. He's also a demon. Why should he be sent to the palace? The eldest prince felt strange. Why? The rebellion was resolved. Because he wanted to fly home early. As an eyewitness to this incident, Morrison knew the inside story very well. Just to go home early? So you killed Higu. The eldest prince didn't think anything of it. It wasn't just Higu. That night, all 432 of Higu's personal guards were killed by the same person. The eldest prince swallowed his saliva. Furthermore, no one in the palace, whether it was surveillance or patrol, had seen him. He went straight to the king's bedroom. This is scary. No, very scary. It can be said that if he wants to kill the king, he can do so at any time. If 19 received support from such a person, he might die at any time. So, wait a moment, be patient, Morrison advised. If the 19th prince doesn't get that person's support, then wouldn't the throne still belong to His Royal Highness the First Prince? What's his name? The eldest prince waved his fist unwillingly. I don't know, and I don't know where he is. I'm afraid only the 19th prince knows. Morrison seemed to guess what the eldest prince was thinking. I won't accept this. He's been the free and easy prince for more than 10 years, and now he comes to snatch my throne. The eldest prince roared. Eagle Country. Mr. President, China's Ma suddenly canceled the meeting with you tomorrow. The secretary walked in. The president was stunned, then asked, why? The secretary said, the other party said it was due to Dama's health, but based on the information on the Chinese internet, I analyzed that he seemed to have attended a party. Party? The president frowned. He refused to meet with me because of a party? Where did he get the courage? I don't know, but judging from the live broadcast of the party, several wealthy people in China attended it. The secretary was also in a very unhappy mood. After all, the president is the head of state. Being ignored. Join the party and reject Eagle Country. What does this mean? This shows that he doesn't take the Eagle Country seriously at all. This is an insult to a country. People like this must be banned. A company with people like this should. Let me see the live broadcast first. The president extended his hand. The secretary immediately brought the tablet. He already knew that the curious president would most likely want to watch the live broadcast. Lu Xiaoyu's live broadcast was playing on the tablet. Really? That monkey-like guy is in the live broadcast room. Moreover, his servile manner was completely different from when he met me. Damn it. The president's anger suddenly rose. Block it. Block their company's website and their business in our country. The president's eyes were filled with anger. It seems like it will burn people to ashes at any time. Okay, I'll do it now. The secretary turned and left. Malaysian companies still have a lot of business in the Eagle Country. International online shopping business connects China and the United States. It enables the people of the United States to buy Chinese products through the internet. Moreover, as long as they ban it, many countries will follow suit. By then, Malaysia will know the price of underestimating the Eagle Country. They will pay a heavy price for it. The president watched the live broadcast and felt something was a little strange. This Malaysian attitude is a bit too much. Too groveling. Who is the host of this party? China is not a country controlled by capital. Could it be some high-level official? What do they want to do? Give up the chance to talk to me. The president had a lot on his mind at this moment. Suddenly, he saw a ring on the screen. A shocking ring. Etc. The secretary who had already walked out the door was almost startled by the scream. Sir, what's wrong? The secretary asked, turning around. Wait, don't ban it. The president swallowed hard. Is this the person who hosted the party you're talking about? The one wearing this ring? Yes. The secretary came over and took a look, then nodded in confirmation. Any questions, Mr. President? Chapter 103 Wealth, Power. This ring represents everything. The president took a deep breath and said, cancel it. Lift the ban. The meeting with Malaysia can be postponed at any time. Then he sighed heavily. The secretary was stunned. What's going on? What does this ring represent? Why did the president suddenly make such a change? Was he frightened by the ring? The secretary looked at the president. Yes, Mr. President. Everything is as you wish. I still have to listen to the president. The president is your boss. He was so curious that he couldn't help asking, Mr. President, what does this ring represent? The president stared blankly at the tablet, his voice becoming hoarse. This ring represents everything. Everything. The secretary looked confused. What does this mean? Could it be that this ring can hold the earth? Yes, everything. It can command global armaments. It can mobilize global wealth. It can temporarily command the power of the world's armies. It can control life and death. The secretary gasped when he heard this. This ring. It looks ordinary, just an ordinary ring. It seems to be a silver ring setting in a stone that does not look precious. There are even cracks inside the stone. However, such a ring, with such great power. This power even far exceeds that of the so-called United Nations. Is it issued by the United Nations? The secretary blurted out. Wrong. This is definitely not issued by the United Nations. The United Nations does not have such great power. Even Eagle Country can't do that. Although the Eagle Country has a great voice in the world, it is unable to mobilize global resources. This ring wasn't awarded by any country. No country has such authority, the president said. Many countries don't even know of its existence. It is precisely because of that man's existence that this ring possesses such power. The president took a deep breath. Suddenly his expression changed. Quick, call the Chinese consulate immediately and have them go meet this person immediately. The secretary felt that his worldview had been severely impacted today. Eagle Country is currently the most powerful country in the world. Mr. President, when did you need to be so nervous? No, I should say horrified. He really looked terrified. Yes, Mr. President, I wonder which city's consul we should let go, asked the secretary. The president was stunned for a moment. Where is this person? Judging from the situation in the live broadcast room, it should be in Shanghai. Then let the consul from Shanghai rush over. Be sure to bring the utmost sincerity, said the president. What are we going to do? Whatever you do, there should be a purpose. Do something? The purpose. The president was stunned. Yes, what should he do? No, you don't have to do anything. Invite him to visit our country, or anything else. The gifts he brings this time will be spent from the national treasury. And more. The president thought about it seriously and said, remember, you must be respectful. Treat him like your parents, like a god. Whatever he needs, we will satisfy him. The secretary's mouth gradually opened wide. What is the operation? Satisfy all needs. The gifts you bring are all from the national treasury. The secretary nodded again. He already knew the importance of this person. That's enough. He will remember this person especially. Although he has never seen his face, this ring will definitely be deeply imprinted in his mind. He was about to go out. Wait, tell the consul in the Magic City. This time the gift must be valuable. Valuable. And it must show our sincerity. The president was afraid of being rude. Do you understand? I understand. Is there a limit? Asked the secretary. No. As long as he can prepare a gift that satisfies the other party, we will pay whatever the price. The secretary nodded. The importance of this person, SSS. On the plane from Modu to Kyoto, Xiaoyang watched the live broadcast on his phone. Grandstanding. He curled his lips in disdain. But his tactics are quite good. He actually managed to take control of all these companies. His eyes flickered slightly. Soon, I no longer took it to heart. Is money important? He doesn't need much money anywhere now. What's more, the most important thing for him now is to join the Star Army, since the elders have vowed that they have a chance. However, as an ambitious young man, he continues to improve himself. He quickly threw his phone aside. Xiaoze, he is just an insignificant little person. Kyoto courtyard. The three elders gathered in the courtyard with smiles on their faces. They all sat on reclining chairs, fanning themselves with palm leaf fans, just like the uncles next door. The environment of Kyoto needs to be improved. Think about when we were young. The sky was full of stars. The second elder shook his head regretfully. This is an inevitable stage in social development. The great elder sighed. As the lights on the ground grow brighter, the brilliance of the stars in the sky will be obscured. The third elder said in a muffled voice, "What's so good about this? Old Xiao, are you feeling a little uncomfortable after just coming back?" Right next to the three of them, there was also a recliner with an old man sitting on it, rocking slowly. There is one thing. The military camp is still better. Xiao Weisheng closed his eyes, as if he could still hear the sound of swords and horses in his ears. "I'm old," the second elder said with a smile. "We have to admit our age too." "I'm not old." Xiao Weisheng opened his tiger eyes, his brilliance radiating from them. "If Jiahui wasn't closed to the public right now, I could still go in and fight." "There is nothing now." The second elder was about to say something about there being no ash, only starlight. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Yes, now it's called Xinghui, the Xinghui of the billions of human race. Damn awesome. These guys are all really good. Xiao Weisheng mentioned Xinghui with an excited expression on his face. I've seen a few of them, and each one is full of blood and rage, as if they came from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He suddenly sat up straight. "By the way, you three said that you would guarantee Xiao Yang's admission to Xinghui. Is this true?" The third elder asked. "Old Xiao, even if it's not a disaster now, The danger is still not small. Are you really willing to give it up? Xiao Weisheng curled his lips. What's there to be reluctant about? I can't bear to part with the little one. The result? He sighed. The three of them didn't say much. Your 70th birthday is coming soon. I think you'll have a big surprise then. The great elder said with a smile. The second elder also nodded. Be mentally prepared first. Don't die of laughter. The third elder laughed. Xiao Weisheng looked at the three of them. What's wrong with them? Chapter 104. A single glance, so terrifying. Holy shit. I almost fell to my knees right there. Is this my brother-in-law's true strength? Damn, all the stronger technology companies in the country are here, right? No. To be more precise, the most well-known ones in the country are all here. The hardware guys didn't show up. It doesn't matter whether you come or not, right? I just want to know why my brother-in-law is so rich. The answer is obvious. The richest man in the country is working for him. Unbelievable. Look at Principal Lin, he looks so lost. There's nothing I can do. Every time Principal Lin holds a party, he's always the star. Ha ha. I laughed my ass off. Seeing Principal Lin's expression, I inexplicably felt that he was so embarrassed. Principal Lin, a party without young ladies is soulless. That makes sense. Principal Lin, this owner is unreasonable. There are no girls at the party. Is this a party? This isn't. I feel like there's no hope in life. On the contrary, only Lu Xiaoyu could still chat. Seeing that she was live streaming, I also became interested. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Muzhuan. Seeing Lin Muzhuan join the live broadcast room, everyone's enthusiasm also increased. Principal, do you know the true identity of my brother-in-law? Principal, are you trying to pick up the anchor? Of course it must be that. Doesn't the principal like internet celebrities? Although the anchor is not as good as my sister, it's still okay. Although not as good as my sister, it's pretty good. I actually think the principal might not be worthy of being the anchor. After all, my brother-in-law is so awesome. Lin Muzhuan was speechless. I really feel a little weak. If I could hook up with this anchor, my dad would probably die of laughter. But he will definitely worship this as an ancestor. Look at him like that. I just looked down on it. The king, holy crap. Master Lin, I saw you in the live stream the moment I came in. What are you guys doing? He did a lot of carnival and pinned his own post to the top. Lin Muzhuan also saw an acquaintance and greeted him with a smile. No, I came with my dad to attend a party, and it happened to be at the home of Anchor Xiaoyu. The king went red again. Host, can I come to your party? He had just entered the live broadcast room and didn't see the situation of the big guys. A little excited. If I could go to my brother-in-law's house. His supercar. It's exciting just thinking about it. A man who could terrify even Uncle Chen Dekhang. If I could recognize. For a moment, the screen was filled with CCLC prefixes. They gave gifts one after another. Lin Muzhuan's heart moved. Yes, they were all old men originally, and when I came here, I became the youngest one. Now someone else has come. It's a good opportunity to play together. These are all from the same circle. At least it won't be boring. I'll have to ask my brother-in-law about this. Lu Xiaoyu knew that she couldn't make the decision. Okay, go ask. The anchor is awesome. Wang Qi took the lead, and everyone was a little excited. The mysterious character of brother-in-law is not very old, and he can expand his network in time. He was a little excited. But the next moment, several people appeared on the phone screen. Malaysia, Pony, Lao Lin, and Lu. Damn it. These are the top wealthy people. Why are they all here? These are all top bosses. Top wealthy people. In terms of seniority, they are at least of the same generation as my father. And they are so respectful to my brother-in-law. Anima. What am I going to do? To be a grandson? Oh my god. Wang Qi was confused. Lin Muzhuan misled me. Brother-in-law, several fans in the live broadcast room, said they also want to come to the party. Lu Xiaoyu walked to Xiao Zhe and asked, okay, it's a good opportunity for me to play with you. Xiao Zhe nodded. For such a big party, there seemed to be only a few people, which is indeed a bit too few. Okay, the king, come on, Lu Xiaoyu said. They are all big shots, so she feels a little uncomfortable. I added Wang Qi's WeChat and sent him the address. Wang Qi was in tears. Damn it, I really don't want to come. How did it suddenly become like this? Where's the brain? I want to take my brains out. Master Qi, do you really want to go? Those are all big shots. What else can I do? I just said I was going, so why don't you go now? Aren't you afraid of offending people? It's just two. It feels like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. In desperation, the group drove their supercars towards Xiao Zhe's manor. In one of the cars, Mo, you've been quiet lately, and you don't like driving anymore. What's going on? Someone asked. The corners of Chun Mo's mouth rose sharply, like a clown grinning, which made people shudder. Nothing. His voice was a little hoarse. My body is shaking. I'm about to meet the Star Lord. Haha. Approach him in an upright manner. With his ability to surprise. Who knows, you might succeed in one fell swoop. Lord of Starlight? About to die in your own hands. Then, steal the body of the Starlight Lord. His smile is even more chilling. Wang Qi and his group of 7, followed by a servant, walked in the spacious castle. Damn, compared to this place, my house looks like a doghouse. There really are people living in castles. This building is also very interesting. Although these 7 people are all descendants of wealthy people, each of their houses is probably over 1,000 square meters. But compared to this ancient castle, it is not even as big as a hall. When we arrived at the poolside, I saw a group of big guys chatting with a handsome young man. All 7 of them trembled simultaneously. The 6 people looked at this scene in shock. Those big guys surrounded my brother-in-law one by one. Chun Imo stared at the Lord of Starlight. It turned out to be him. Just let yourself be close to him. Humph. Suddenly, the Lord of Starlight raised his head and looked at him. Chun Imo lowered his head suddenly. Have you been discovered? It shouldn't be. I hid it so well. Chun Mo's strength lies mainly in approaching silently and assassinating. Instead of a frontal assault, my whole body felt like it was bursting with thorns. The powerful oppression made his heart tremble. Horrified, fear, worry, yet with excitement, expect, and the desire for your future. If we take down the body of the Lord of Starlight and launch a frontal assault, the shortcomings of the brute force attack will be greatly enhanced. Haha. Finally, this feeling of oppression gradually disappeared, and Chun Imo stole a glance over there. He really looked away. The power of one glance. Make yourself tense and have difficulty breathing. There is even a sense of oppression as if the mountains are towering and the seas are collapsing. The power of just one glance is so terrifying. Chapter 105. A country respects one person as if he were a ghost or god. An alien race? Xiaozhe withdrew his gaze indifferently. Not really concerned. Just a weak insect. Will it delay your work if I ask you to come here hastily today? He spoke kindly to a few people. No, Lu Fuhao said immediately. What could be more important than seeing you? Xiaoma nodded. What else can we do now? Dama also nodded repeatedly. Lin Zhongmu smiled and nodded. Several people actually didn't know how much they had lost. However, this is not the right place to talk about it. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. Mr. Xiao Ma's cell phone rang. It's okay. Today is just a party. There's no need to sit and chat with me all the time. Xiaozhe said calmly. You can also have fun as you please. How could they miss such a good opportunity? They all knew, more or less, how terrifying Xiaozhe was. Or have seen Xiaozhe's strength. Or maybe he was helped by Xiaozhe. How could I miss such a good opportunity? After a while, Xiaoma came back and said very apologetically, Mr. Xiao, the prince of a Southeast Asian country would like to see you. When he said this, his voice was trembling a little. Asked to see. He heard it clearly. And the other prince emphasized it himself. You need to ask for a meeting. Don't even dare to use the word visit. He felt it was a bit dreamy to have a prince of a country take such a humble attitude. Dama and others also found it strange. But in his heart, he raised Xiaozhe's strength to a higher level. Let him come. Xiaozhe nodded lightly, giving Xiao Ma face. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Huh. Lin Muzhuan. Did you do this on purpose? Wang Qi lowered his voice and asked Lin Muzhuan while pulling him. How did I do it on purpose? What did I do? Lin Muzhuan knew it well, but didn't say it out loud. If you don't come, won't I be the only one who is embarrassed? You knew so many big guys were here, but you didn't even tell me. Wang Qi was a little angry. I originally thought I was here to have fun with my brother-in-law. Then it was natural for him to meet a super rich man. Now, it's so embarrassing. If I had known this earlier, I would not have come. If there weren't so many big guys here, as people of the same age, we would be able to have fun, right? I thought my brother-in-law had so many cars. I could see them all, someone said. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing when she saw how restrained these people were. This group of people. You guys want to play with cars? Xiaoyu, let someone take you to the garage. I remember there's a racetrack there. Let's go and have some fun. Xiaozhe's voice sounded faintly. Several young people were suddenly shocked. Is it really possible? Wang Qi's eyes lit up, and then he realized. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. I really disturbed you today. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Hello, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Several people realized that they were intimidated by the imposing manner when they came in and had not even said hello yet. This is really a bit rude. Xiaozhe nodded. It's okay. The car is parked in the garage. You can play around as you please, as long as everyone is all right. I hope everyone is all right. What a rich guy. Awesome. My brother-in-law is truly worthy of being my god. He's fine. My brother-in-law's car must be worth tens of millions, right? For my brother-in-law, isn't this just a drop of water? I also want to have a brother-in-law like this. Excuse me. Where are you? The one who carried my sister? I'm climbing a mountain. My brother-in-law's house is a bit far. Just as someone was about to take them to the parking lot. Master, the 19th prince of the Southeast Asian country of Lai, Haji Sannik Muyazak Mohan Wadalawaborkis, comes to seek an audience. Uncle Fu came in and said. Xiaozhe nodded. Please ask him to come in. Wang Qi was stunned for a moment. So many people. Lin Yuzhuan. He's a prince after all, so he should have some ceremonial equipment, right? The prince has come to see me. This. Live broadcast room. Holy shit. What did I hear? What the hell? Even the prince of Lai state needs to ask for an audience? Who the hell is my brother-in-law? My understanding of my brother-in-law is really too narrow. 19th prince. Is it the 19th prince or 19 princes? The king of Lai is so damn fertile. After all, there are so many wives, there's nothing I can do. Envious. Speaking of which, 19 shouldn't be enough. You used an abbreviation, didn't you? Bullshit. Has the entire country come to pay their respects? Prince Mohan followed behind Uncle Fu with a brisk pace, but he was very nervous inside. I just received a call from my father. I have a heavy responsibility this time. I repeatedly reminded you to be respectful to this person. He lowered his head and walked inside seriously. Master, the 19th prince has arrived. Mohan quickly raised his head and performed the highest etiquette of the Lai kingdom. He knelt on one knee with his left hand resting on it, and with his right hand touching his chest, he bowed his head and said respectfully, the 19th prince of Lai state, Haji Sannik Muyazak Mohan Wadalawaborkis greets you, sir. Xiaozhe nodded. Get up and sit down. Xiaoma was completely stunned. What's going on? Prince, this is directly the highest etiquette? Mr. Xiao, could it be? The four of them looked at each other and nodded. My respect for Xiaozhe's status in my heart has increased again. Thank you, sir. Just call me Mohan. Mohan stood up respectfully. The entire live broadcast room exploded. Holy crap. What did I see? Kneel. What's going on? Why would a prince of a country kneel down to his brother-in-law? I've been to Lai country before. This is their highest form of etiquette. You don't even need to perform this kind of ceremony when meeting the king. When will it be used? Only when worshipping gods and Buddhas. And it's not necessary at other times. This kind of etiquette is only used on the birthdays of gods and Buddhas. This, respecting one person, is like respecting gods and Buddhas? Who the hell is my brother-in-law? Wang Qi stared at the scene blankly for a long while before muttering. So the prince has such a long name. Is he actually a person? Wang Qi couldn't help but be speechless. Of course it's one person. It's hard to understand, or 19. Who made their names so long? Prince Mohan took out a box and presented it respectfully with both hands. Sir, these are the Agarwood Buddhist beads that the 9th king of my country, King Lai, always played with. I give them to you for your enjoyment. Uncle Fu handed it to Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe opened the box. Suddenly, the fragrance of agarwood spread all around. The 108 agarwood Buddhist beads on it sparkle brightly. It is indeed a rare and good material. And there is also a hint of. Xiaozhe smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, Prince. I wonder if you are interested in staying here for a few more days. Chapter 105 Eagle Country. Huge shame. Prince Mohan was ecstatic. He stayed here to play by himself. I don't even have to do anything else. As long as this news gets back to the country, that's enough. If I don't disturb you, sir, I'd love to hear that. Prince Mohan said quickly. That's settled then. Xiaozhe also reciprocated. The material of these 108 agarwood Buddhist beads is not precious to Xiaozhe, although the market price is high enough. And it is also blessed by the reputation of the 9th king. But for him, the meaning is not here. Chen Mo's gaze also fell on the agarwood Buddhist beads. Greed flashed across his eyes. This is good stuff. He turned his gaze towards Prince Mohan. This person was able to produce such a treasure. If I could possess him. The scarlet tongue flicked across the lips. A rare treasure. Master, Mr. Newman Granta, the consul of Eagle Nation in the Magic City, is here to pay his respects. Prince Mohan had just sat down when he heard Uncle Fu coming to report again. Please. Xiaozhe frowned slightly. What are these people doing? Dama's expression changed slightly. Could it be that he was looking for trouble with him? Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry. They may be looking for me. Dama said. Oh. Xiaozhe was surprised. Would the Eagle Country come to him? We had originally agreed to have a meeting with the president of Eagle Country tomorrow. Malaysia said embarrassedly. At this time, you have to tell the truth. Xiaozhe nodded. I'll go now. Dama said quickly. It's okay. Let's see what's going on first. Xiaozhe waved his hand. If it is some small countries, like Lai, they don't know their own identity. But it would be strange if a country like Eagle Country didn't know its own identity. When Newman Grant and his group walked into the losers' party and saw Xiaozhe, The first thing they noticed was the ring on his hand. This is definitely the person. The president's secretary has repeatedly stressed the importance of this person, so he was very alert. Mr. Xiao, please excuse me for coming to your house in a hurry. He has been stationed in China for many years, and although his Mandarin is a bit awkward, it is still okay. He stretched out his hand, but he found that Xiaozhe didn't seem to have any intention of coming over. It can only be turned into a bow. Hello, Mr. Newman Grant. Xiaozhe said straight to the point. I wonder what brings you here this time. Seeing Xiaozhe being so rude to Newman Grant, the two followers were a little unhappy. Frowned. The president knows Mr. Zhao's residence and asked me to come and visit him. Newman Grant said with a smile. I specially found a bottle of 2005 Romanicani for Mr. Xiao to try. Thank the president for his kindness on my behalf. Uncle Fu took the red wine. Wang Qi stood in the distance, curling his lips. Is this guy here to get free food and drinks? The red wine used in the party here is all 1945. Lin Yuzhuan nodded. But this red wine tastes really good. I feel like my identity as a brother-in-law has been insulted. Not only were they talking about it, everyone in the live broadcast room was also stunned. That's it. How unworldly are the Eagles? My brother-in-law has tons of 2005 red wine at home. If they had watched the live broadcast earlier, they would have been absolutely mortified. He looks so proud, as if this wine is hard to find. Little did he know that this is what my brother-in-law drinks every day. Not only do you drink it, but you also throw it away if it's been opened for a long time. It's simply inhumane. The road is narrowing. Eagle Country. I don't know what the Eagle Country president's expression is like right now. He shouldn't be watching the live broadcast, right? Who knows? What if he's watching? Can someone please post something in English? Ha! Eagle Country. The president was indeed watching the live broadcast at this time. After all, this is a very important moment. He was filled with anticipation, hoping to receive a compliment from the other party. Mr. Consul, we found a bottle of 05 Romanicani, said the secretary. The president nodded. Not bad. After all, there aren't many Romanicani bottles circulating on the market now, even though the value is too low. Yes, but it's a thoughtful gift. The secretary thought it was a good gift. Let the translator come over and see what these words mean. The president looked at the lively comments. Okay. The secretary made a call. It was translated after a while. What do these words mean, he asked. Mr. President, these literally mean, giving this wine to my brother-in-law? That's ridiculous. This wine is what my brother-in-law's family uses every day. I thought it was something so precious, but Eagle Country is just like this? That's all. Is this the power of an entire country? A 2005 Romanicani? A 1945 Romanicani is right on the table, and there are several bottles. Isn't it the most powerful country in the world? Just giving a bottle of wine? Who are you looking down on? The secretary continued to translate. The president's face gradually became gloomy. The secretary also frowned and suddenly slammed the table in anger. These people are so despicable. They don't know anything. Do they know the value of this red wine? The president suddenly slammed. Can't this damn Grant put in a little more thought? Huh? The secretary fainted. Romanicani. Look, taking things that can be found everywhere in other people's homes. Can it really show our feelings? Look. The things on display at the party are all from 1945. Isn't this embarrassing? The president is pissed off. The secretary and others looked over. It's really a bit embarrassing. The translator is still speaking. A bottle of 2005 Romanicani is only a few $100,000, but it's not as good as the fruit on the table. Black-skinned watermelons are tens of thousands each. Yuberry melons also start at tens of thousands. Not to mention grapes. Every time he said something, the president's face became darker. Uncomfortable. I originally wanted to build closer relationships. Now, damn it. Instead, I lost all my face. Damn Grant. At this time, although Grant didn't look at the barrage, he also noticed it. The two people he brought with him were holding red wine. He whispered beside him, Mr. Newman, the red wine we are enjoying here is 1945 Romanicani. What? Newman Grant almost jumped up. It was very difficult for me to get a bottle in 2005. The ones I bring out here for everyone to drink are all 45 years old. Yes, and the fruits and ingredients here are all top-notch. If you count everything here, it would cost at least $1 million. Newman Grant reeled. This is so embarrassing. I also specifically mentioned the 2005. Chapter 107 Snakehead. I'm very sorry, Mr. Consul. Xiaozhe looked at Newman Grant and the others who were staring at the food over there. Because of a little personal impulse, I gathered friends for a party at the last minute. So the preparations aren't particularly thorough and a bit simple. Please don't mind. A bit crude. This is a bit crude. I feel sad. The 45-year-old red wine is a bit simple. I'll give you a 2005 red wine. It hurts. This time, I messed up myself. He felt a little dizzy. Is there any way to remedy it? Newman Grant immediately asked in a low voice. I'm afraid it's too late now. Yes, if we go to buy it now, it will be too late. A gift more valuable than a 1945 Romanicani. In that case, Newman Grant's face looked a little unhappy. In this case, it will. He gritted his teeth and said, I got something some time ago. The two men were stunned at the same time and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, Mr. Newman, this thing is. Newman Grant shook his head helplessly and said, the Eagle Country has lost all its face now. Even in that person's heart, I'm afraid it's just that. But, Newman Grant continued, the president has issued an order. The news we received from the Secretariat is that this person's importance is extremely high. Super high. How high? Top. Beyond the top, said Newman Grant. Beyond the top. Someone repeated, shocked. The Eagle Country's powerful national strength allows them to act with impunity all over the world. But beyond the top. Go ahead, it's still in the car, said Newman Grant. Although this item may become his heirloom. At this time, for the sake of Eagle Country, we have to take it out. For the country. Good. Newman Grant suddenly felt a little confident. Mr. Xiao, I'm very sorry. I forgot about this gift. It represents the friendship between our country and you. Please accept it. Xiaozhe smiled. All the words they had just said fell into his ears. He was also very curious. What kind of thing could allow them to turn things around in one fell swoop? After a while, the man came back with a box in his arms. The box was not small, about half the size of his body. Xiaozhe narrowed his eyes slightly and frowned slightly. Mr. Xiao, this is an antique I found by accident. It is the most suitable gift from Mr. Xiao. Newman Grant had a smile on his face. Thank you, Mr. Newman. Xiaozhe nodded. Newman Grant was slightly stunned. What's going on? I should say I'm happy to receive the gift. Why? Mr. Xiao, on the other hand, remained calm. Is it because of my previous behavior? However, as long as he sees this gift, he will definitely be happy about it. This is an unexpected gain for me. I'm just offering it as a token of my appreciation. Newman Grant still said with a smile. Newman opened the box and revealed its contents. When everyone saw it, they stood up instantly. Snakehead, Dama exclaimed. It should be. Xiao Ma's voice trembled. This? The live broadcast room instantly became lively. Holy crap. Is this the bronze head of the 12 zodiac animals? Yes, it's absolutely right. No wonder he said something about borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. It turns out he was using our things. That's right. These foreigners are so hateful. I'm so pissed. Several young people were also stunned. Regardless of their value, these 12 zodiac bronze heads represent the period 100 years ago when China was at its most powerful and had the highest level of craftsmanship. They are the cultural heritage of our Chinese nation for thousands of years, and also symbolize the strength of our motherland in the past. However, most of it is now exposed. It also highlights the humiliation that China once suffered. These people. Wang Qi gritted his teeth. Lin Muzhuan's expression was slightly solemn. Chen Imo stared at this thing intently. There was even more greed in his eyes. Really? It turned out that I was right to come here today? As long as he obtains the body of the Lord of Starlight, he will be able to soar into the sky. Hard power is also good. Or treasure. Everything is there. Thank you, Mr. Newman. Xiaozhe nodded. Uncle Fu immediately took it and held it carefully in his arms. Master, is it still handled in the same way? Xiaozhe nodded and said, go ahead and do it. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fu. This is what I should do. Snakehead. The president was shocked when he saw the live broadcast. I didn't expect Newman to get this thing. However, it would be perfect to give this thing to Mr. Xiao. Mr. President, the comments are full of curse words. I'm really sorry to say more about translation. The president was in a very good mood at this time. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter. They can scold me if they want. As long as Mr. Xiao is happy, everything is fine. Let's go. Wang Qi gritted his teeth. The more I look at this, the more infuriating it gets. These people are so damn shameless. Let's go. Lin Muzhuan didn't want to watch anymore. Prince Mohan, do you want to go with us? Lu Xiaoyu greeted Prince Mohan. He is about the same age, so he probably won't be able to have a conversation with the older generation. I also have the responsibility to help my brother-in-law share some of the burden. She encouraged herself. Prince Mohan was indeed in a difficult situation here. Although I understand, I can't get a word in. Prince, why don't you go and play with them? Xiaozhe said. Is it okay? Prince Mohan hesitated. Of course, we can talk later. Xiaozhe nodded. Prince Mohan also breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, it would be best if Mr. Xiao is willing to talk to me again. The significance of this is extraordinary. Newman Grant glanced at Mohan. Is this the Prince of Lie? Apparently. Oh, I wonder how many treasures are circulating out there. I really hope I can take it all back. Brother-in-law is truly amazing. Someone even offered a national treasure of this magnitude to me. Brother-in-law Sai Gao. Honestly, my brother-in-law has so many things hidden in his house of over 100 square meters. I really don't know what's hidden in this castle. Damn, now that you mention it, I'm really looking forward to it. Xiaoyu, hurry up and continue your fight for your secret money. Anchor, everything depends on you. It feels like the anchor is on the road to betraying her brother-in-law, and there's no turning back. Haha, everyone was chatting animatedly on the barrage. Lu Xiaoyu had already followed a servant to Xiao Zhe's underground parking lot. Miss, this is the master's parking lot. The key is in that small room. I'll help you open the gate to the track. Chapter 108 Shadow Clan. The servant pressed a button. A large door slowly opened upwards. As far as the eye can see, the entire wall is a gate. A huge racetrack was revealed. The lights came on one by one, and the entire track was brightly lit. As bright as day? Cheng knows how to have fun. Lin Yuzhuan couldn't help but whisper. I thought I was good at playing, but I didn't expect. Wang Qi also swallowed his saliva. I have organized underground races and played track. But this kind of gameplay of building a racetrack directly in your own home. Gentlemen, the keys are parked here. You can play with them yourselves. The servant took out a box. The box was filled with various car keys. Everyone, rest assured, the owner has 2 professional track teams to ensure that there will be no problems with the car. Please be sure to pay attention to your own safety. The servant looked indifferent. It seemed that even they didn't take the car seriously. It can't be. Go-kart racing? This thought suddenly flashed through Wang Qi's mind. Boom. At this time, another wall rose. Revealed were a number of brightly colored, super sports cars. Lin Yuzhuan's eyes widened. Oh my god. Although I guessed it a long time ago, this is the first time I see it. Wang Qi couldn't help muttering to himself. They're all limited editions. It's simply a super godlike existence. Is this the legendary car? Ferrari exclusive, Starlight. A man is stroking a Ferrari. This car is particularly low-key among all models. However, they learned from Chun Dekhang that this was a car model customized for Xiao Zhe by global car dealers. The only one of its kind in the world, it uses the most advanced technology. Xinghue, Chen Mo suddenly set his eyes on the car. There is a faint, inexplicable luster on the car body. Starlight. Starlight. A smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, I came here just for the stars. To seize the Lord of Starlight. To kill the Lord of Starlight. In order to gain more powerful strength. Also want to gain more powerful strength. Starlight. These 2 words have been a huge rock weighing on all of them in recent years. But, at this moment, he had never been so eager. I wish this force could be even stronger. Because, after tonight, I might be Lord of Starlight. He was shaking with excitement, and the shadow under his feet seemed to be trying to break free. Keep twisting on the ground. From time to time, I want to get closer to the shadow next to me. Want to devour the shadow next to it. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Chen Mo whispered to himself. It seemed like talking to the shadow. After tonight, we will be able to enjoy a feast. No one noticed his difference. Brother-in-law, you actually own so many supercars. Wang Qi counted them briefly and found that there were at least a dozen supercars here. And they are all limited editions rarely seen in the world. These alone are worth nearly $1 billion. Isn't this perfectly normal? Prince Mohan couldn't help but say, with Mr. Zhao's ability, he just wants a few cars. We and Lai will definitely find a way to help him buy them. Lin Yuzhuan had always been extremely curious. Your Highness, who exactly is Mr. Xiao? Possess wealth that rivals a country. Possessing the power to make a country bow down and fawn. Such a man. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. It is the ultimate dream of all men. Everyone looked at him curiously. Even the live broadcast room was quiet for a moment. Prince Mohan shook his head. I don't know. Cut. Brother-in-law. Must be God. Of course. Didn't you see it during the day? Telekinesis. Isn't that magic? You believe what I tell you? Aren't you really that naive? If it's a woman, I would prefer a simple one. You. Right under our feet, no one noticed. The shadow under Chun Mo's feet suddenly opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Mohan's shadow like a monster. He is very excited now. He needs to find a way to release himself. Only by releasing the desires in your heart can you be more calm in the next action. Boom. At that moment, the shadow under his feet suddenly pounced out. An overwhelming force came crashing down. The shadow under his feet seemed to be out of control at this moment. Like a ball, it shrank back to its feet. It seemed so out of place. Other people's shadows are so long. Only his shadow was particularly strange. Lord of Starlight. He found me. Chun Mo's expression changed slightly, and his movements were extremely fast. He immediately gave up Mohan and flashed behind Lu Xiaoyu. He raised his hand to take her hostage. Even the Lord of Starlight would be helpless. You can even exchange it for the human race. Too emotional. Even if I cannot exchange for the Lord of Starlight, I can still escape. Possessed his relatives. In this way you can. He had beautiful ideas for everything. Just when he arrived behind Lu Xiaoyu, an inexplicable force hit his chest directly. Boom. The overwhelming force was like a high-speed train hitting him directly. Puff. His body flew backwards and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chen Mo, what are you doing? Wang Qi exclaimed. How come it suddenly flew up? That's a limited edition car worldwide. Just as he was about to hit a car, another force lifted him up. Slam it to the ground. Boom. The ground is cracked. Cracks appeared on the ground. Everyone was stunned. What happened to him? How? Chen Mo. Wang Qi wanted to step forward to help. A gentle force pushed them all away. There seemed to be an invisible giant hand in the air, fiddling with everything here. Jie, Jie, Jie. A strange sound came out of Chen Mo's mouth. He seemed to be in great pain and tried to struggle desperately, but he was unable to move at all. Is this the power of the Lord of Starlight? Chen Mo was left with only fear at this moment. Chen Mo, what's going on? Hurry up and save him. Something happened. Call an ambulance. Everyone was busy. However, someone in the live broadcast room noticed something unusual. Look at his feet. What's that? Oh my God. It feels like I'm watching a science fiction movie. Is it my brother-in-law? My brother-in-law is not here. Right under everyone's eyes, the shadow under Chun Mo's feet was torn off by an invisible force. Chun Mo fell to the ground instantly, motionless. By the pool, a dark object suddenly appeared at the tip of Xiao Zhe's finger. Shadow Clan. Chapter 109 Life and Death. Has it penetrated so deeply? Even this kind of race has come in. Xiao Zhe frowned. Everyone who was surrounding him stopped when they saw his expression. Mr. Xiao, Newman Grant couldn't help asking. It's okay, let's continue. Xiao Zhe smiled and put away the shadow on his fingertips. Chen Mo. In the garage, everyone was shocked. Chen Mo suddenly seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit. And there is an invisible force. After a while, Chen Mo lay on the ground, motionless. Wang Qi plucked up the courage to step forward and take a look. When he found that the invisible force had disappeared, he went up and touched him. He found Chen Mo lying on the ground, breathing weakly, and his face suddenly changed. Ambulance. There's an accident. What on earth happened? Lin Muzhuan was also shocked. I don't know. Damn it. How could this happen? The group of young people were all panicked. They haven't encountered anything like this before. The ambulance is too slow. I'll call the medical team over. The servant didn't expect that something like this would happen. The maid called. After a while, everything became busy. Master, something happened. A young man suddenly fainted. Uncle Fu came over quickly and said. Xiao Zhe knew it was Chun Mo and didn't want to care. But suddenly I thought of the thing in my hand. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. I'll go check. Has the medical team arrived? It's over. Everyone hurriedly followed him and was quickly picked up by a car. It didn't take long to get to the garage. There's such a big garage here. Lu Qingxue was shocked by the scene before her. I actually have so many supercars at home. Drive one to work tomorrow? Xiao Zhe said with a smile. Stop joking. Come and see what's going on. Lu Qingxue hit Xiao Zhe. He's suffering from heart failure and has lost too much blood. It seems his willpower is also failing. The medical team felt a bit overwhelmed. He must be rushed to the hospital immediately. Arrange a car. Let's go now. What happened? Lin Zhongmu couldn't help but feel worried when he saw that one of the young people who were originally fine suddenly became like this. Lin Muzhuan shook his head and said, I don't know. He suddenly seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit, flying around everywhere. Then he suddenly fell to the ground and became like this. Wang Qi just finished calling Qin Dekhang, who knew that Qin Dekhang is also lying in the hospital now. Everyone talked one after another and recounted what had just happened. Xiao Zhe knew very well what had happened. Lu Qingxue nervously held his hand and asked, Is anything going to happen? No breathing. Prepare the defibrillator. The medical team suddenly exclaimed. The equipment here is of course very comprehensive. Even if he is not breathing, he is still in order. Wait, let me take a look. Xiao Zhe suddenly spoke. As soon as the medical team heard the master speak, they quickly retreated. Master, if no medical treatment is given, he will die between 30 seconds and 1 minute. Mr. Xiao, Dama said nervously. We can't delay treatment. Xiao Zhe laughed. It's just a small matter. It's just a small thing. You mean this life is just a small matter? Everyone was speechless. The live broadcast room exploded. What's wrong? Brother-in-law, stop pretending. Human lives are at stake. When my brother-in-law said it was a trivial matter, he didn't mean that he thought a human life was a trivial matter, did he? What else could it be? Damn it. Brother-in-law, don't be impulsive. Don't. Lu Qingxue pulled her husband. If treatment was delayed, the responsibility would be huge. Moreover, the treatment time is less than a minute. If you delay, the other party will start to cheat and accuse you of murder. What can you do about it? Xiaozhe patted her hand and said, don't worry. He stood beside the stretcher and checked Chun Mo's physical condition. Mental fatigue and deficiency of qi and blood. It's obvious that he has been possessed for quite some time. Mr. Xiao, let's rush to the hospital. Xiaoma advised. At this time, they could all see that Chun Mo's face was getting darker and darker and even seemed to be turning blue. This is going to kill me. Mr. Xiao, Lu Fuhao, and others were all shocked. Husband, Lu Qingxue gently touched Chun Mo's arm, which had begun to feel slightly cold. Her face suddenly turned pale. Dead. However, Xiaozhe did not speak, and the medical team did not move. It's okay, it's just a twitch. Xiaozhe smiled and snapped his fingers. Twitch. Everyone obviously didn't believe it. Is this just a twitch? This is a rhythm that means death. There's no hope. No one noticed that the black gas at Xiaozhe's fingertips suddenly vibrated. Something inside seemed to be shaken out. With a flick of his finger, Chun Mo sat up suddenly. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Xiaozhe suddenly slapped the black shadow of his fingertips into the Baihui acupoint on the top of Chun Mo's head. At the same time, he clapped his hands together, hitting him all the way. It's like the acupoint pressing in martial arts novels. After a moment, he clapped his hands. Okay, it's okay. Everyone was stunned. Are you okay? What the hell is this? Do you think we are blind? The live broadcast room is even more so. Oh my god, wasn't that my brother-in-law just now? What are you doing? He's dying. I'm a medical student, and he's clearly not breathing anymore. Disregard for human life. Is this really my brother-in-law? Damn it. The medical team doesn't care at all. Without my brother-in-law's order, who the hell would take care of it? Honey, are you really okay? Lu Qingxue was really nervous. Xiaozhe smiled and said, it's okay, he just couldn't catch his breath. I was just helping him breathe. He'll be fine once he breathes out. On the medical team's side, the way they looked at Xiaozhe changed. We are professionals. What does it mean to be unable to catch your breath? What do you mean by just twitching? This guy is fucking dead. If you weren't the master, I would spit in your face. Of course, they won't say that. Huh. Chun Mo, who was lying on a stretcher, suddenly made a loud breathing sound. It was like a drowning person suddenly waking up. Look, I just need to get it up in one breath. Xiaozhe spread his hands. Everyone looked at Xiaozhe strangely. This person clearly died just now. This is the method of the living dead. Simply, the medical team was even more shocked. I couldn't help swallowing. According to their estimation, he would die within a minute. But now, after being patted a few times by its owner, it came back to life? This is fucking. Is it a god? Damn it. Didn't you just say you're going to die? Where's the man you said was dead? Come out. Brother-in-law, you still say you haven't cultivated immortality. Did you teach him your skills? This is a fucking dead person, flesh and bones, right? Chapter 110, I really want to buy a Coke. I now absolutely believe that my brother-in-law is an immortal cultivator. It can't be otherwise. Exactly, his face was all blue, but it healed in the blink of an eye. Wang Qi glanced at the comments and couldn't help but ask curiously, brother-in-law, you're not really an immortal cultivator, are you? Xiaozhe smiled and said, where is there any such thing as cultivating immortality? We must believe in science. He just thought about it and said immediately. In fact, Chun Mo just held his breath just now. I used some massage techniques to push his uterus to remove the blood. Everyone looked at him with suspicion. However, given Xiaozhe's identity, no one dared to ask. However, this is not the case on the barrage. Do I believe it? I almost believed it. Ha ha ha, I knew it. My brother-in-law would definitely tell me to believe in science. Newton, if I wasn't buried so deep, I would have spit in your face. Awesome. I can't control this matter too much. Is this bleeding from pushing the uterus? I don't believe it. Chun Mo opened his eyes, looked around, and knelt down in front of Xiaozhe. However, at this moment, an invisible force lifted him up. These days, Chun Mo is not completely unaware of anything. He was just suppressed. What happened is crystal clear. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for saving my life. This is more than just a life-saving grace. It can be said that the lives of the entire family were saved by Xiaozhe. It's just a small matter. Xiaozhe smiled. Lie state. Knowing that his younger brother has gone to curry favor with someone else. I also started to get anxious. Mr. Stephen, I need your country's help now. My brother is said to have found a big backer. He made a phone call to Eagle Country, a wealthy man whom he once knew. Your Highness, the other party said casually. I have no problem with this matter, but who is this person? What's his background? He's not a big shot. He's said to be a killer with great strength. He once broke into our palace. The eldest prince explained. Your personal strength is indeed very strong. Stephen paused. That's nothing. But can you handle the situation in your own country? Of course. The eldest prince immediately said confidently. I've already made contact with everyone here. Okay, I'll make a suggestion for you. Stephen said, if it succeeds, of course, you will benefit from it. He just brought a dead man back to life? Eagle Country, Presidential Palace. The president was stunned as he watched this shocking scene. Yes, it should be. As expected, you are worthy of being the Lord of Starlight. No, we have to find a way to enter the Starlight Army. There shouldn't just be a battlefield there. There's also. The president's eyes lit up. The secretary and others were bewildered. What is the Star Army? But the man just now had a blue face. They saw this clearly. Is there really such a powerful person in the world? Can resurrect a dead person? This goes completely against biology. Just a gentle pat. Mr. President, it's Mr. Stephen calling. At this time, another secretary walked in and said, take it. As a big capitalist in Eagle Country, Stephen is very powerful, especially their own supporters. Naturally, one cannot offend easily. Mr. Stephen, what's the matter with calling me now? The president asked. There's a prince in Lai who's my friend. He wants our country's support now, Stephen said with a smile on the other end of the phone. I think a change of throne in a country is also good for us. The president was stunned for a moment, then thought of Prince Mohan whom he had seen in the live broadcast. So he asked, is it the 19th Prince Mohan? Prince Mohan? No, it's the eldest prince. He already has his own fans in the country. As long as we express our support, it will be fine. Stephen said, who is Prince Mohan? He doesn't care. What she cares about is that as long as she can push the eldest prince to the top, her business empire can be expanded. Get more benefits. The president was silent for a moment, then said, Stephen, don't say I didn't warn you. Prince Mohan of Lai seems to have some acquaintance with that man. Who? Stephen was a little unhappy. Although he is not the president, he has wealth and connections. In the next term, as long as the president still wants to stay in power, he will definitely ask for help from me. Now, it's clear that the president doesn't want to help himself. How beautiful is his mood. Lord of Starlight. The president announced the name. The other party was stunned. Lord of Starlight. Stephen's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, and the president quickly took the phone away from his ear. Is this true? The president said, yes. I think you understand what the Lord of Starlight represents. I see. Damn it. Stephen hung up the phone. As an old-fashioned wealthy man, he has placed people in positions of power, whether they are members of parliament or government officials. The secrets he knew were far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. The eldest prince became cheerful. As long as he gets the support of Eagle Country, who in the world can stop him? My stupid brother. He poured himself a glass of champagne to celebrate. Stephen's call came back soon. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Mr. Stephen, any good news? If you want to kill me, just say so. There are some people you can mess with, and some you can't. You'd better know the difference. Next time you try to use me as a weapon, I'll kill you. Stephen said this angrily and hung up the phone directly. The eldest prince looked confused. What's going on? I'm sharing this with you. Why do you say that? Could it be that person? He looked dejected. With Stephen's connections, it was very easy for him to know some inside information that he didn't know. With his wealth, status, and invisible power, it is much bigger than the king of a small country like Lai. What does this mean? He knows it all. There is no way to save the situation. Get up. It's time to go to work. Lu Yuqing gently woke Xiaozhe up. Are you still going to work? Xiaozhe hugged his wife. Of course. Otherwise, how can I make money to support you? Lu Qingxue snorted twice and fell into Xiaozhe's arms. Actually, even if you don't work, you still have plenty of things. Lu Qingxue nodded and said, I know, but if I don't work, won't I have nothing to do? It would be so boring. Xiaozhe said helplessly. Okay, but buy a Coke first before going to work. You come again. Lu Qingxue pushed Xiaozhe. But I really want to buy a Coke. Xiaozhe whispered in her ear. Last night, I was going to be late. It doesn't matter. After a long time, Xiaozhe stood on the balcony and watched his wife leave. His eyes were full of tenderness. Chapter 111 Mr. Zhao's grandfather's birthday is coming. After watching Lu Qingxue go to work, Xiaozhe pressed a hidden button on the bedside table. The wall behind the bed slowly opened, revealing a huge door. Xiaozhe walked into the secret room. Inside was a pool filled with mist. There are 5 bronze animal heads around the pool. He has 5 of the 12 zodiac animal heads. Dragon head, snake head, Sheep head, chicken head, dog head. Each of the beast heads was slowly spitting out water. Water is continuously poured into the pool. He just walked straight into the pool. The water in the pool slowly reached his neck, over his face. Immersed in the water, it seemed as if the entire person had disappeared. Boss Ma, you are so willful. As soon as Dama got into the car, he saw that there was already a senior executive sitting in his car. He also turned on the live broadcast, and the other executives were online. Dama smiled and said, "It's all worth it. But that concerns our industrial layout in Eagle Country. If it doesn't work, maybe our layout in Eagle Country." "Mr. Zhang, there's a call." At this moment, a voice came from someone's side. "Can't you see I'm in a meeting?" It's the Eagle Country Presidential Secretariat. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the other party to speak. "Give it to me." "Hello." A voice immediately rang out from the other end of the line. "Hello, Zhang. I'm the first secretary of the president of Eagle Country." "Hello, Mr. Secretary. On behalf of the company, I apologize to you for what happened yesterday." No. Zhang, it's okay. Mr. Ma is that gentleman's lover. Our president hopes to reschedule." No one else heard the rest of the words. "I just feel my head buzzing. What does it mean the president wants to reschedule? Isn't this too fucking ridiculous? After being stood up, you still come to ask for a new appointment? The other party is the president of Eagle Country? It's not some small company. Why does it feel like my identities have been completely reversed?" Of course. That's fantastic." Mr. Zhang's face lit up with joy. "I'll arrange it right away. We can cancel our recent reservations and go directly to Eagle Country. Of course, our president must be eager to meet with President Ma." "No." As soon as Mr. Zhang finished speaking, he heard Dama's voice. "What?" Mr. Zhang thought he had misheard. "Now the president is willing to give you another chance. You actually refused. This also. I have important things to do this week. If I go to Eagle Country, there will not be enough time," Mr. Ma said. However, the secretary over there was not impatient at all. "It's okay, Mr. Ma. You are here too. You can come next week." The other executives felt that at this moment, their worldview had really undergone a huge overturn. How could it be possible? Has anything changed in Mr. Ma's identity? How come the secretary of a country's head of state actually speaks with a hint of flattery? "Mr. Ma, may I ask you, is your incident this week related to that gentleman?" The first secretary's brain must be more flexible than others, and he thought of it instantly. Let Malaysia reject the president again. I guess there is absolutely no one else except that gentleman. "Yes. Would you mind telling me?" the first secretary asked nervously. Dama thought of what the consul had sent. Moreover, Xiaoze did not hide it, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Said, "Mr. Zhao's grandfather will have his birthday next week." Celebrating birthday. Does it mean birthday? The first secretary was very excited. This is a great opportunity. This is definitely a great opportunity. There was no time to arrange it in advance. But this time, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Ma. You are always available. After the other party hung up the phone in a hurry, the entire high-level online meeting fell into silence. What just happened? Where am I? Why do I feel that Malaysia has an eagle president? Why so arrogant? Of course, they also got the point. "Mr. Ma, Mr. Xiao," Dama said. "He is a major shareholder of our company, but he is also someone we cannot mess with." Gurgle. Everyone couldn't help but swallow. Isn't this too awesome? Even the Eagle Country president is so humble. Don't talk about it. And don't spread it. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Clear. Eagle Country. Presidential Palace. The president is taking care of important matters. The first secretary suddenly rushed in. Big news. The president was so startled that ink from his pen dripped onto his shirt. He was a little unhappy. "What's the matter? Why are you so impatient?" "Mr. President," the excited first secretary said, completely unaware that she had frightened the president. "I just made another appointment with Dama, but he said he didn't have time." The president frowned. "That's it. If they don't have time, then they don't have time. Why are you so excited? Besides, is it a great honor to be rejected?" This guy was startled. It's time to change to a young, beautiful, and curvy figure. The first secretary looked at the president. Want to give him a surprise. However, the other party didn't seem to pick up on his own joke. But it doesn't matter. He will be very happy to hear this news. I asked him why Dama didn't come, and he told me himself. The first secretary felt that he had made a great contribution this time. Next week, Mr. Zhao's grandfather will celebrate his 70th birthday. This is a very important day in China. The president had no interest in listening to his nonsense. I've already been filtering in my mind and thinking about which one is suitable to be my secretary. He was surprised. "Who are you talking about? Mr. Zhao's grandfather is having a birthday?" "Yes. What arrangements should we make next week?" "And I have also found out the identity of Mr. Zhao's grandfather." The first secretary quickly handed over a document. It's him. The president frowned slightly. I can't believe it. I can't believe that the Lord of Starlight has such an identity. Yes, I didn't expect that either. No wonder he lives in China, said the first secretary. However, this has no impact. As long as he is not obviously biased, there will be no problem. The Xinhua army should not be provoked. The president's eyes flickered after a while. Make arrangements. I will be going to China as an envoy next week, said the president. Ah. The first secretary thought he had a chance to contact Mr. Xiao. Or rather, the foreign minister. After all, the foreign minister is his own. Of course, I have to go myself for such an important matter. The president took a deep breath. For re-election. Chapter 1, 12 Birthday Celebration. Kyoto. Xiao family. Father. Xiao Tianzong held up a list with many names on it. This is the guest list for your birthday. Xiao Weisheng sat on the recliner, his eyes a little dazed. What's so good about it? Never mind. Never mind. It's also a token of your thoughtfulness. He is the pillar of the Xiao family and the stabilizer. However, in recent years, he has become increasingly depressed. Father, should we send 1 or 3 messages to the courtyard? Xiao Tianzong asked. Xiao Weisheng narrowed his eyes and said, send 1. The 3 elders are very busy, so if one of them can come, it will be a great honor for us. Yes. Xiao Tianzong nodded. Father, about Xiaoyang joining the Xinhua army. It was spread in the courtyard. Several elders told me in person. It can't be false. Xiao Weisheng sighed. Thank you, father. Although Xiao Tianzong had confirmed it many times, he was still excited. I didn't see you guys being so enthusiastic back then. Xiao Weisheng snorted. When I went in, I was cannon fodder. Now when you go in, it's completely different. Father, Xiaoyang is from the younger generation and has outstanding strength. He has earned you a lot of face. He even jumped 2 levels this year and joined the Xinhua army. Xiao Tianzong was very proud. Xiao Weisheng knew that since some things had already happened, there was no way for him to go back in time. Let everything start over again. Go, don't be extravagant, be simple. Xiao Weisheng closed his eyes. My eldest son is very scheming and lacks some tolerance. He shook his head. Now that I am over 70, I have become more open-minded about many things. If I had known earlier, I would have relied on my own strength to fight against the robbery. Alongside, Kyoto courtyard. In my opinion, wouldn't it be better to give these things directly to Xiao Zhe? The third elder looked at the first elder and the second elder who were studying the birthday gifts for Xiao Weisheng. The third elder said with some dissatisfaction, why go through all this trouble? What if people don't understand? It'll be bad for them. The second elder laughed and said, Third elder, there are some things that just need to be known to everyone. The great elder also smiled and nodded. I don't understand all these twists and turns. Just figure it out yourselves. The third elder saw a post on the table. I couldn't help but ask, why? Now that the Xiao family has the Starlight Lord in charge, they look down on us. The 3 of us just post a message. Old Xiao and Xiao Tianzong don't know about this. The great elder laughed. They must think we don't have time to go. I'll scare them to death then. The third elder snorted. He felt that the Xiao family was not doing things properly. The second elder said, Third elder, don't mess anything up when the time comes. When the Starlight Lord returns, no one knows what will happen. I understand, said the third elder in a muffled voice. Or, let the third elder go to receive the president of Eagle Country. It just so happens that he is going to visit our country. The first elder looked at the third elder with a smile. The second elder said, I don't know what's going on. According to previous diplomatic regulations, preparations would have taken at least a week, more than a month in advance. Why is he in such a hurry this time? The great elder smiled and said, maybe he knows that Xiao Zhe is back. You people always go around in circles in everything you do. Is it really that troublesome? Either reject him, or just receive him, said the third elder. Yes, on this matter, all countries in the world have the same stance. Hang Lao nodded. That's right. Why make things so complicated, said the third elder. The third elder suddenly said, Xiao Yang's strength is much weaker, and his temperament needs to be tempered. Is it appropriate to promote him to general now? The great elder said indifferently, I have a good brother. I think the kid from the Chun family is good, but the Xinhua army has no backing. 2. The second elder looked at the gift list beside him for a moment and said, Is this about right? Please add that thing, the great elder suddenly said. It's useless for us to keep it. Okay. Starry night. Chen Deshun's family villa. 5 people suddenly rushed in. Where's that guy Ying Feng? A man with a muscular body. Just by looking at the muscles of his biceps and thighs, you can feel. This is a fitness trainer. I don't know. We didn't find him. Another sexy woman, wearing a tight red dress and long, wavy hair, said, He sent a message back, but when we arrived. Let's hide first. It is said that the Lord of Starlight is also in this city. Understood. Find an opportunity to contacting phone. Several people failed to finding phone and left. Husband. Lu Qingxue held Xiao Zhe's hand, feeling a little nervous. Xiao Zhe patted the back of her hand to comfort her. It's okay. Don't take it to heart. Yes. Yes. Sister, this is my first time riding in a private plane. Lu Xiaoyu knew what her sister was worried about. After all, it was the first time I met Xiao Zhe's family. She wanted to make her sister relax. How about we do a live broadcast? Lu Qingxue couldn't help laughing. You can play by yourself. The car stopped at a private parking lot. Then I'll broadcast live. Lu Xiaoyu opened the live broadcast room. Hello. Today we are going to take a look at my brother-in-law's private jet and see what's going on inside. Xiao Zhe glanced at her and let her go. What have you been busy doing these past few days? Isn't it all your fault? Blame me? What does it have to do with me? Xiao Zhe asked curiously. Of course it's your fault. Now almost everyone knows that I married a rich husband, so I quit my job and prepared to start a business. Lu Qingxue said seriously. Xiao Zhe thought she was joking. Really? Of course it's true. You said that when I earn 100 million, you will let me support you. Lu Qingxue smiled proudly. Then I'll have to think about how to embarrass you. The three of them had a lively time along the way. Father, I have prepared the gifts and will go to the Shao family in Kyoto now. Prince Mohan's plane had just landed. As soon as I got off the plane, I saw a few familiar people. Mr. Ma, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Lin, why are you here? Prince Mohan was indeed a little surprised to see those people. Are you here to pick me up? Prince Mohan. Lin Muzhuan greeted him with a smile. We're also here to celebrate old Master Zhao's birthday. Are you here too? Of course. How could I miss such an important day? Prince Mohan was very happy. Having acquaintances is a good way to give yourself courage. Shaolin, what are you looking at? You can't even walk because of a beautiful woman. Dama joked with a smile. Let's hurry up. We have to get there before Mr. Xiao. Chapter 113 Birthday Celebration, +1. Grandpa, it's almost time. Xiao Yang had an excited look on his face and respectfully invited his grandfather. Xiao Weisheng stood up and said, Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Yang nodded immediately, bowed his body, and said, This is what a grandson should do. Grandpa, there is another surprise today. Xiao Weisheng asked curiously. Any other surprises? Xiao Yang has been in a very good mood recently. With Grandpa's help, he was able to join the Xinghua army. He didn't want to be surprised anymore and said, Grandpa, who have you missed the most in these years? Xiao Weisheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and his big hand like a palm leaf fan grabbed Xiao Yang's hand. Xiao Zhe, you're back? Xiao Yang nodded. Yes, the elders told me a long time ago, and I even went to ask him to come back to attend your birthday party. Xiao Weisheng suddenly felt happy and laughed out loud. Great. Xiao Yang, you have grown up. Xiao Yang was also happy to see his grandfather so happy. Sooner or later, someone will tell Grandpa about this. Telling him in advance would make him feel more favorable towards me, and my chances of joining the Star Army would be even greater. It's all thanks to Grandpa's good teaching over the years. Xiao Yang said immediately. I heard that my little grandson would also be returning from that dangerous battlefield today. Xiao Weisheng was delighted. Go, go. He walked as fast as a dragon or a tiger, seeming impatient. He asked as he walked, You've met Xiaoza. Has he been doing well these years? Xiao Yang nodded and said, Very good. Now he has a lot of assets and is married. Married? Xiao Weisheng was stunned for a moment, then relieved. Great. Getting married is great. Xiao Weisheng sat in the main seat. His eyes were fixed on the door. Waves of guests arrived. There are politicians, businessmen, and his former subordinates. However, these people were completely unable to attract his attention. The figure he was expecting never showed up. China's richest man, Mr. Dama, has come to celebrate General Zhao's birthday. He presents him with an agate birthday statue. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the doorman. Xiao Weisheng was stunned. I have no relationship with these people at all. Xiao Tianzong and Xiao Yang felt something in their hearts. Is this for Xiao Zhe? Mr. Xiao Ma, chairman of Emperor Penguin Group, is here to congratulate General Xiao on his birthday. He presents a painting of Emperor Kangxi's longevity. Rich man Liu has come to celebrate General Zhao's birthday. Presenting. Mr. Lin Zhongmu and Mr. Lin Muzhuan have come to congratulate General Xiao on his birthday. Presenting. The 19th Prince of the Lai Kingdom, Haji Sandik Miyazak Mohan Wadalawa Borkis, has come to congratulate General Xiao on his birthday. A pair of South China Sea Pearl longevity characters. Everyone thought the first few people were normal, but they were all the richest people in the country. Upon hearing this, I realized that all the gifts were very valuable. After all, they are just businessmen. Even if the wealth is amazing, it is only a little bit more. But A prince of a country came in person to congratulate him and presented him with a South China Sea pearl longevity character. As a prince of a country, he would never give fake goods if it is an authentic one. Husheng collected South China Sea pearls to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday, and each one is the same size. A birthday picture created. This face is the best. Mr. Xiao really has a lot of face. Mr. Xiao, even the Lai Kingdom has personally sent its prince to congratulate you on your birthday. Everyone congratulated him. Xiao Tianzong and Xiao Yang were stunned. They were not in the mood to watch such a long live broadcast and had no idea about Mohan's situation. Dad, this isn't because of Xiao Zhe, right? Xiao Yang asked worriedly. And what a valuable gift. He is about to be promoted to the youngest general in China, become a member of the Star Army. In terms of status and power, he was confident that he could completely crush Xiao Zhe. That's why he took such a high-profile approach and invited Xiao Zhe to attend the birthday party. If a prince came to support Xiao Zhe, although I'm not afraid, Xiao Zhe's status will probably improve. That shouldn't be the case. How could he possibly know a prince in that kind of place? Besides, how could a country have the time to support him? Xiao Tianzong shook his head. Maybe he once received help from the old man. Xiao Yang nodded. Others are fine, but Prince Mohan cannot be treated unfairly. Xiao Weisheng hurried out and bowed. Xiao Weisheng greets His Royal Highness. Thank you for coming all the way here. Xiao Tianzong and Xiao Yang also stood behind and saluted. This is Mr. Zhao's grandfather. How could Prince Mohan dare to accept it? He quickly stepped aside, waving his hands repeatedly and saying, General Xiao, please be polite. I'm a junior, and I should kowtow to you. There is the relationship with Mr. Xiao. There is absolutely no problem in kowtow to his grandfather. Malaysia and others also sent expensive gifts. Soon, they were integrated into the banquet. There are many businessmen, and everyone has their own topics to talk about. Why didn't Mr. Xiao come? Lin Zhoumu looked around. Their most important purpose is still Xiao Zhe. Maybe a little later. Xiaoma looked around. They waited for a long time. Logically speaking, it's time for Grandpa's birthday, right? Dama said. Several people looked at each other. The first, second, and third elders of the Hua nation have come to congratulate General Xiao on his birthday. They present him with the Scarlet Sky sword and various other gifts. Boom. When the voice came from the concierge, everyone was shocked. Xiao Weisheng was stunned. With his status, just anyone coming here would be enough to give him face. Although the relationship is good, there are still superiors and subordinates. Moreover, state affairs were busy, so he specially asked Xiao Tianzong to send a letter. This is very rude. Dad, all three elders are here. Grandpa, let's go and greet him. Xiao Tianzong and Xiao Yang both became excited. The three elders attach so much importance to the Xiao family. For them, the future is full of light. Go, go. Xiao Weisheng did not dare to neglect it. Walk out quickly. Everyone along the way was filled with awe. Everyone knows what this means. The Xiao family will prosper in the future. Maybe Xiao Weisheng has a chance to become the fourth elder. They couldn't help but think about all these. The gifts chosen by the three elders also have special meanings. Scarlet Sky Sword, the sword of the Emperor. It is said that this is the sword used by Liu Bang when he killed the White Snake and started the uprising at the end of the Qin dynasty. It also represents Liu Bang's Imperial way. The three elders presented the Scarlet Sky Sword. Does this mean they wanted to make Xiao Weisheng the fourth elder? When some people thought of this, they looked at Xiao Weisheng differently. Dad, Grandpa won't become the fourth elder, right? Xiao Yang was also eager to do so. If Grandpa becomes the fourth elder, then It really flew into the clouds. But at this moment, the president of Eagle Country came to congratulate General Xiao on his birthday and presented him with a copy of Lu Ji's Ping Fu Tai and a copy of the Bodhisattva's Path to the Pregnancy Sutra. Chapter 114. Xinghui celebrates birthday, promotion, and wealth. There was a loud bang at the scene. It was as if countless people were talking. Even the Eagle Country president is here. Isn't this too exaggerated? Master Xiao will definitely reach a higher level this time. There is no doubt that Elder Xiao will become the fourth elder of China. Isn't the Ping Fu Tai a national treasure that's been lost overseas? Who says it's not? They say it's been in Eagle Country. I tried to buy it back several times, but they refused. Why are you willing to give it to Mr. Xiao now? It should be a respect for Mr. Xiao, right? Isn't the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra said to be in Country R? Yes, I heard it was hidden in a museum. How did the president of Eagle Country give it away? Isn't this simple? Country R has always been the younger brother of Country Eagle. These two are national treasures. What has Mr. Xiao done recently? Why are there so many? Mr. Xiao just directed a military exercise in the South China Sea. It might be because of this incident. This is so terrifying. Our country has become so powerful. Yes. Quick, quick. The three elders and the Eagle Nation's president are here together. We must not be disrespectful. Go and greet them. Everyone was stunned and then reacted. Xiao Weisheng was also stunned for a moment. The president of Eagle Country came to personally celebrate his birthday? Do you think your face is that big? Xiao Tianzong was shocked. Xiao Yang was shocked. Everyone was shocked. Dad, does Grandpa have such a great influence? Xiao Yang couldn't help but ask. Xiao Tianzong nodded. Now it can be almost confirmed. The rumor that Grandpa became the fourth elder of the Hua kingdom may be true. Xiao Yang was overjoyed. No wonder. No wonder I had the chance to join the Starlight Army. Both father and son were ecstatic. Follow Xiao Weisheng and walk out. The originally crowded crowd made way for the three people when they saw them coming. Xiao Weisheng is the master today. He is the only protagonist today. Mr. Xiao, congratulations. Long live Mr. Xiao. Every year has this day. Every year has this day. Live a long life. Old but still strong. Old but still strong. When Xiao Weisheng passed by the crowd, everyone was congratulating him loudly. There was awe in their voices. With congratulations. Xiao Weisheng nodded repeatedly, walked without stopping, and quickly came to the door. Sure enough, I saw the three elders walking in, as well as the president of Eagle Country. The four of them were talking and laughing. Old Xiao, the elder looked at him with a smile. Everyone in the audience followed Xiao Weisheng and bowed in unison. Meet the first elder, second elder, and third elder. Meet His Excellency the President of Eagle Country. Although he usually has a good relationship with the three elders, he still has to show proper etiquette in public. You're the birthday boy today. The great elder smiled and helped him up. We're all here for a free meal. Is that okay? Of course. I couldn't ask for more. It brings honor to my humble home. Xiao Weisheng's face was filled with even more joy. This is my personal birthday gift. Don't refuse it. The elder handed over a small square box. The second elder and the third elder also presented gifts. The Qishao sword just now was given to Xiao Weisheng on behalf of the country. It is also for the Lord of Starlight. And now, it represents their intentions. It is just to narrow the distance between him and Xiao Weisheng. If it's just Xiao Weisheng, it would be enough for him to come and bring a gift. But Xiao Weisheng's grandson is the Lord of Starlight. This is different. You must give enough face. The Eagle Country president also stepped forward and said, General Xiao, it's been many years since we last met. You look even healthier. He held Xiao Weisheng's hand and laughed out loud. Xiao Weisheng quickly expressed his gratitude. But he felt very strange in his heart, because he had fought with their army more than once or twice. Why are they suddenly so enthusiastic about wishing me a happy birthday? Although I felt strange, I didn't say it out loud. This is a personal gift to you. Don't be so formal. We will be a family from now on. The president of Eagle Country held Xiao Weisheng's hand. Full of passion, the third elder whispered behind him, Why is he here to join in the fun? The second elder laughed and lowered his voice, saying, It's obvious. They rushed here as soon as they got off the plane. It must be to celebrate the birthday. They must have received the news of the Star Lord's return. He seems so arrogant at ordinary times, but now he knows how to humble himself and teach. He has no spine. The third elder curled his lips with some disdain. Think about yourself. Bravely enter the community of the Lord of Starlight and fight against the Lord of Starlight head-on. That's what real men do. Haha. If the Star Lord is from their country, we would probably come to his house too. The great elder was in a very happy mood. If this picture is spread out, China's status will take a leap forward. Xiao Zhe, good job. Xiao Weisheng was confused and accepted the gift from the Eagle Country president. It is acceptable that the three elders arrived together. But the president of the Eagle Country not only represents the country, but also has personal gifts. The meaning here is unusual. If it's just a personal gift, it's acceptable. But he made it very clear. Now this one is a personal gift. Then, the previous Ping Fu Tai and Bodhisattva Chu Tai Jing both represent the country. How can a small Xiao family like mine establish diplomatic relations with a country? He was a little confused and looked at the three elders. Seeing the three of them looking at him with smiles, the second elder said, Old Xiao, you're not going to let us just stand here, are you? We're here to eat for free. Please. Xiao Weisheng immediately came to his senses. Three elders, Your Excellency the President, please come in. By the way, he whispered to his son, open another table. Xiao Tianzong nodded repeatedly. I'll do it now. He trotted off. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. The Xiao family status will be greatly improved. The president of the Eagle Country came to celebrate the birthday in person. One gift represented the country, and the other gift represented himself. Isn't this the intention to become the fourth elder? It's a done deal. Xiao Yang followed behind the five people, his body trembling with excitement. This is the influence of the Shao family. It turns out that our Shao family already has such a huge influence. Third elder, how can this be? Shao Weisheng was really curious. What exactly happened? How could this be? He asked in a low voice while the first and second elders were talking to the president of Eagle Country. The third elder patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Old Shao, you have a good grandson." Shao Weisheng was stunned, and there was a buzzing sound in his mind, and he immediately understood. Is it because of Xiaoyang? His joining the Starlight Army was probably not a casual decision that could be made by the three elders. Since the three elders are so certain, then, it is very likely that this is a decision from the top of the Xinghua army. Xiaoyang. Although this kid is a little impetuous, his strength is indeed impressive. No wonder. Being able to join the Xinghua army, and with the top brass asking directly, then, it makes sense for the Eagle Country president to stop by during his visit. After all, the Xinghua army is elusive and extremely powerful. There is no country in the world that knows the inside story and does not want to be involved. I see. My dear grandson. Any dissatisfaction in my heart disappeared completely. Very good. The reckless boy back then has become successful now. Three elders, Mr. President, please take a seat. A new table was ready, and Shao Weisheng was preparing to let the four people sit down. But when he saw the table, he frowned slightly. How can such a silly kid use such an ordinary table? In China, whether it is a round table or an octagonal table, there is a distinction between primary and secondary. In this situation, I will definitely be the last one. However, it would not be good if the chief elder and the president were to compete with each other in their own family. Even at a state banquet, everyone sits at an equal table. Now, however, since we are in China, he already had a plan in mind, and just as he was about to speak, he heard the great elder say with a chuckle, "Old Shao, you're the birthday boy today, you take the main seat." Shao Weisheng waved his hands repeatedly. "Great elder, you are embarrassing me." Regardless of one's status and position, it is really ungrateful for one to sit in the main seat. Great elder, you are the pillar of China. You are the master everywhere. Please take your seat. Who knew that the Eagle Country president would also say, "General Shao, you are the biggest star today. Please take your seat." "Old Shao, it's your turn to take a seat today. Hurry up, we can't all be left standing, right?" said the third elder. The second elder also smiled and nodded without saying anything. Obviously, none of the four had any objections. Shao Weisheng is really happy today. The Xinghua army is truly extraordinary. Xiaoyang was valued so much because he could become a member of the Starlight Army. After some humility, he took the seat of honor. On both sides are the great elder and the president of Eagle Country. These two people represent the heads of state of a country, and they are usually the highest leaders. As a result, this time, they all stayed by Shao Weisheng's side. This is too scary, right? General Shao, what is this? That's definitely not General Zhao's original intention. I guess it's. Since the two supreme leaders are willing to sit with me, I don't believe that General Shao won't become the fourth elder this time. The Shao family's influence is really growing. It's truly astonishing. I heard that Xiaoyang is going to join the Xinghua army some time ago. Really? Joining the Starlight Army? What is the Star Army? How can this be false? This is what my son heard from Xiaoyang himself. No wonder. No wonder Xiaoyang was promoted twice and became the youngest general in China. No wonder the Eagle Country president came to celebrate his birthday in person today. I'm afraid this has something to do with it, right? Who said it wasn't? The Shao family is about to produce a dragon. Soar into the sky. It's a pity that the Shao family is a little short of people. If only. That's pretty impressive too. Seeing this scene, everyone started talking about it. Everyone was chatting. At this moment, a clear shout suddenly came from the gatehouse. The Xinghua army, the 108 constellations, and the Earth Dog Star have come to congratulate General Shao on his birthday. May you be promoted and prosper. Chapter 115, It Must Be Him. As soon as the voice came out, the whole banquet suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Shao Weisheng. Many of those present were high-ranking officials, and they had all more or less heard of the name Xinghua Army. Some people don't understand why. I don't know the meaning of the three words, Xinghua Army. However, since the big guys stopped talking, they naturally shut up. The big guys all looked shocked, and there was only worship in their eyes. Who cares what it is? Worship first. Shao Weisheng's body trembled. Star Army. There were actually stars from the Starry Army coming to celebrate his birthday. Billions of stars. There are only the 4 heavenly kings and 108 constellations. Such a card face is enough to make him proud. He looked at his grandson, that arrogant and conceited grandson, who was now truly immersed in ecstasy. Yet he was still able to sit as steady as a rock. Xiaoyang has really grown up. On the contrary, Xiao Tianzong is not as good as his own son. Why? But none of this matters anymore. Three elders, Your Excellency the President. I'm very sorry, I need to go out for a while. Xiao Weisheng apologized to the four people very apologetically. The four nodded, and the Eagle Country President said with envy, General Xiao, you have a good grandson. How nice it would be if he were my grandson. No. Son. No. My dad can do it too. I also want to live the life of the second generation. The three elders nodded in unison. Xiao Tianzong was even more ecstatic. I don't know how many times my son has been praised by the head of state today. I can brag about it forever. No. No need. My son is so awesome. Later, he could brag that he was from the Starlight Army. The 108 stars of the Xinghua Army came to celebrate the birthday in person. Who else could it be if not Xiao Yang, who is about to join Xinghua? As for the possibility that it might be Xiao Zhe, he didn't even think about it. This person, already in ecstasy, was flushed into the sewer by himself. Tianzong, Xiaoyang, let's go and welcome them. Xiao Weisheng stood up excitedly. Good. The father and son followed Xiao Weisheng out. General Xiao, congratulations. General Xiao, you have a great grandson. General Xiao, I'll need your continued support in the future. General Xiao. All along the way, there were compliments and congratulations. Xiao Weisheng smiled and expressed his gratitude along the way. I feel very happy. Xiaoyang raised his head. Xiao Tianzong felt like he was stepping on cotton and clouds. Floating. Before they reached the doorman came running in hurriedly. What's going on? Xiao Tianzong was in a very unhappy mood when he saw the doorman's look. Today is such an important day. Why are you in such a mess? Something happened. Something happened. The doorman was groaning and trembling, with layers of cold sweat on his forehead. What's the matter? Xiaoyang asked with a frown. Today is a big day. How could something else happen? Grandpa is about to become the fourth elder, and I am about to join the Star Army. Such a happy day. The Starlight Army's Earth Dog Star has been sent to the Master. A gift. I know. Xiaoyang nodded. This is a good thing. Why are you so nervous? The doorman looked around, walked forward, and wanted to talk to Xiao Tianzong in private. Although Xiao Tianzong knew that this was inappropriate, the doorman had experienced a lot after all. Know what can and cannot be said publicly. He must have his own reasons. There was even a reason why I told myself instead of my father. The Xinghua Army has sent 2 coffins. The doorman felt his voice trembling. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Tianzong felt as if he was struck by lightning. How could that be? Didn't you say it was a promotion? Xiao Tianzong was stunned. Isn't this just about getting promoted and making money? It's just this coffin and this material. They asked us to say that. I wanted to call for someone to fight them off, but they were too powerful. Our people couldn't even get close to them. The doorman said nervously. Damn it. They've come to bully our Xiao family. Xiao Tianzong gritted his teeth. Dad, what's going on? Xiaoyang asked in a low voice when he saw his father's appearance. Xiao Weisheng also looked over. No, it's okay. Xiao Tianzong knew that this matter had to be suppressed. Dad, you and Xiaoyang go back first. I'll go and take care of something. Something small happened. Xiao Tianzong said with a forced smile. How could Xiao Weisheng not understand that something must have happened? But when it comes to the Xinghua Army, there is no small matter. Has there been a conflict? I'll go and take a look. Xiao Weisheng strode out without waiting for his answer. Some guests were also very curious. What kind of gift will the Xinghua Army give? Then I had to go out. Xiao Tianzong hurriedly tried to stop everyone. However, everyone spoke up. We've never seen the Xinghua Army come to our door in person. See the world. The Xiao family will surely rise to great heights. These were all guests, and they could not be stopped by force, so in just a moment, many people rushed out. Xiao Tianzong stamped his feet anxiously and chased after him. Xiaoyang is not a fool. Something must have happened. He ran out too. Xiao Weisheng stood at the door, looking at the 2 coffins placed at the gate with a somewhat ugly expression. Today is my 70th birthday. Someone actually sent me a coffin? How outrageous. There has never been any conflict between me and the Xinghua Army. How dare they? A short man with burnt yellow hair and a short yellow beard stood between the 2 coffins. Seeing Xiao Weisheng, he bowed and said, Lord Xinghua, congratulations to General Xiao. May you have this day every year. There is absolutely no problem in using this phrase to wish a happy birthday. But at this moment, the man stood beside the 2 coffins and said this to himself. Does it mean that people will die every year? Mr. Xingxiu. Xiao Weisheng suppressed his anger and said coldly, I, Xiao Weisheng, have done everything I can to be honest. I don't know how I might have offended your Star Lord. The corner of Di Guxing's mouth twitched. I don't know anything about the Star Lord, and I don't dare to ask. General Xiao, goodbye. Want to leave? Xiaoyang came from behind and saw the two coffins, and he was furious. He took a big step forward, his body as fast as lightning and as powerful as a meteor, and punched out with a loud bang. Military killing fist. In anger, he showed no mercy. 100% power military killing fist. He punched the back of Earthdog Star. Hold head high. Invisibly, it was as if a giant wolf, full of anger, was biting at the back of the Earthdog Star. The momentum is as strong as a rainbow. This punch was the strongest punch he had ever delivered in his life. Boom. It's over. Even a tank would be blown into a pile of scrap metal by itself. Xiaoyang is full of confidence. What's more, the other party had no intention of turning back. So careless. You deserve to die? The fist seemed to touch the other person's clothes on the back. This time, I'm dead. However, do it in one go. Magnificent. However, this punch could not hit the back of the Earthdog Star no matter what. The faster you rush, the faster the opponent seems to rush. The fist can only touch the clothes on the opponent's back. Damn it. Xiaoyang roared again, the energy in his body flowing wildly. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. 12 powers. Military killing fist. Boom. He was a point faster. However, every time he got faster, the opponent seemed to be faster as well. I just can't catch up with the other person. Puff. When one's strength is exhausted, the qi and blood in the body churn and rush towards one's internal organs. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Xiaoyang's mouth. When he stopped, he staggered. Xiaoyang, Xiao Tianzong exclaimed. He himself is not as strong as his son. Xiao Weisheng had already grabbed Xiaoyang's back and pushed his uterus to drain the blood, which allowed Xiaoyang to take a deep breath and calm down. Oomph. A sneak attack from behind. You villain. Diguxing glanced at Xiaoyang with disdain. Xiao Weisheng's eyes were cold and stern. What is your intention today? The figure of the Earthdog Star flashed repeatedly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But the sound came from far away. Star-Lord's order. Xiao Weisheng stood there with a frown, a look of anger on his face. A group of people behind him stood there, stunned. Didn't Xiaoyang say he was going to join the Xinghua army? What? This is just something he spread himself, right? Who knows if it's true or not? Perhaps, this is the tradition of the Starlight Army? Swearing death. How is that possible? I've never heard of it before. What that star just mentioned was the Star-Lord's order. Could it be that the Shao family has a grudge against the Starlight Lord? Dama and the others stood there, somewhat bewildered. Although I don't know that the Lord of Starlight is Xiao Zhe, but I always feel that the scene is a little. These grudges between wealthy families are truly terrifying. What should we do next? Lu Fuhao couldn't help but ask. It has nothing to do with us. Dama said, we are here to celebrate General Zhao's birthday. That's right. These things have nothing to do with us. Xiaoma also nodded. Several people stood in the crowd and quickly made a decision. They came for Mr. Zhao's face. Don't they know the Lord of Starlight? Xiao Zhe. It must be Xiao Zhe. There was still blood at the corner of Xiaoyang's mouth, and blood was all between his teeth. He must be the one who's doing this. It must be him. The Starlight Army had never had any contact with him, but the three elders were sure that he would become a member of the Starlight Army. You are still giving me face today. Then, there is only one person who is obstructing this. Xiao Zhe. Xiao Tianzong also frowned. Xiao Zhe. Xiao Weisheng was puzzled. What does this have to do with Xiao Zhe? Oh, why hasn't he replied yet? Old Xiao, what happened? At this time, someone had already passed the news back to the yard. The three elders and the president of Eagle Country also came out to find out what was going on. Hearing the third elder's question, Xiao Weisheng suppressed all the curiosity in his heart. It's just a small matter, Xiao Weisheng said with a smile. Take the things away. The second elder frowned. Although Xiao Weisheng wanted to keep things quiet and pretended to be ignorant. But this matter is definitely not that simple. Isn't the Lord of Starlight his grandson? Why would a coffin be served at his birthday party? This doesn't make sense. Xiao Zhe. It must be Xiao Zhe. Xiaoyang's face was filled with indignation. It's him. He must be the one secretly using some tricks to make our Shao family break away from the Xinghua army. Chapter 116 Mom and Dad. I'm here to see you. Hearing Xiaoyang's words, the great elder frowned slightly. What does this have to do with Xiao Zhe? The second elder and the third elder also hesitated. The three of them looked at each other the same way. When the second elder proposed to send someone to the Xinghua army, there is no doubt that someone from the Shao family is the most suitable. Strengthen the connection between the Xinghua army and China. As the third generation of the Shao family, Xiao Zhe, as the Lord of Starlight, must be closer to his family. There has never been any scandal surrounding the third generation of the Shao family. Therefore, they have almost determined that Xiaoyang's joining the Xinghua army is a foregone conclusion. After all, his brother is the Lord of Starlight. Now it seems, things are probably much more difficult than they imagined. It seems that there is something about Xiao Zhe and the Xiao family that we don't know. The second elder frowned deeply. In this case, all their plans will be in vain. Strengthen the connection between the Xinhua army and China. No. There are many countries that want to establish good relations with the Xinhua army. Haven't you seen that this country calls itself the world's police? Or even the world's #1 eagle country? Their president came all the way here just for the Lord of Starlight. If it were for Xiao Weisheng, he wouldn't have such a big face. Even they still don't have it. Is there any conflict between Xiao Zhe and the Xiao family? The elder asked helplessly. The second elder has a lot of information, but this kind of thing within the Xiao family is not a big deal. But soon he thought of something. I remember that year each family nominated one candidate for the position of Jiehui. The Xiao family's candidate should be Xiao Yang. In other words, he has a photographic memory and an amazing memory. Otherwise, I wouldn't even remember such trivial matters. Then why was it Xiao Zhe who went in the end? The third elder asked curiously. At that time, Xiao Yang was still a major in the special forces. He was injured during a mission. That's why Xiao Zhe took over. The second elder remembered it after a little thought. It seems that what happened back then was not as simple and clean as it seemed. The great elder shook his head, slightly disappointed. The third elder snorted directly. Old Xiao, this guy, seems to be dishonest. The Eagle Country president frowned after hearing what the translator said about what had just happened. This matter, I'm afraid. He asked the three elders. Where is the Star Lord now? I'll make a phone call, said the second elder. Xiao Zhe did not hide his whereabouts today. The private jet landed at Kyoto Airport with great fanfare. Then take the bus. No special concealment. Intelligence personnel were able to find out the news quickly. A moment later, the second elder received a call with a strange expression on his face. At Bibaoshan Martyrs Cemetery. Why would he go there? The third elder was puzzled. The great elder said helplessly, his parents are there. What? The third elder was confused. The second elder explained, I should remember. His parents were born on this day. What a coincidence. The third elder widened his eyes. Let's go. The Eagle Country president left without thinking. I'm not here for Xiao Weisheng's birthday party today. The biggest goal today is the Lord of Starlight. Now, it was discovered that there seemed to be some problems between the Xiao family and the Lord of Starlight. Why are you still staying here? He walked to the gatehouse and saw his gift on the top, so he took it without thinking. This is for the Lord of Starlight. For you? Is it suitable? This scene was seen by everyone. Xiao Yang almost vomited blood again. This foreigner. Xiao Tianzong shook his head helplessly. These foreigners are cold-hearted and even more cruel. Xiao Yang stood where he was. His fists clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds. I'm definitely going to join the Xinhua army. Xiao Zhe, don't think you can defeat me with just a little trick. Once we join the Xinhua army, we'll see who's better. There was a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Is he worse than Xiao Zhe? Not at all. Xiao Zhe is just lucky. If I had entered the Calamity Ash back then, I might have been in the 108 constellations now. Snort. When the three elders heard this, they all shook their heads. Do you know who Xiao Zhe is? Can't stay here anymore. Old Xiao, let's go see the president. The second elder explained briefly. The three of them immediately left with a large group of people. The third elder didn't even say a word. The crowd of guests also became a little agitated at this time. What's going on? Why is the Eagle Country president gone? And you took away all the birthday gifts? What is this for? I don't quite understand. The Eagle Country president seems very angry. Hush. There must be a conflict between the Xiao family and the Xinhua army. Who would send a coffin to celebrate a birthday? That's true. But the Xiao family is really stubborn. With the Xinhua army. It shouldn't be that stupid, right? IQ isn't something that's engraved on your forehead. Who knows? That's right. The three elders have also left. That shouldn't be the case. Even if you're accompanying the president, at least one person can stay. Sure. This should be obvious. Then we. How can we be as rude as foreign barbarians? That's true. General Xiao, something happened at your home, so we'll leave first. General Xiao, I suddenly remembered that the gas in my house is not turned off. If I don't pay attention, my house might explode. General Xiao, my daughter-in-law is going to give birth today. After a while, when the birthday was just being celebrated, there was a huge crowd of people. Now, in the blink of an eye, there are only a few left. The Malaysians looked at the empty banquet hall and said, it's pointless to keep just a few of us here, right? But Mr. Xiao hasn't come yet. Xiao Ma said. Lin Zhongmu frowned slightly. It seems like I'm taking sides now, but I firmly support Mr. Xiao. Of course, me too. Prince Mohan nodded. Me too. It's our honor to wait for Mr. Xiao. Several people stood firmly on Xiao Zhe's side. I just don't know Xiao Zhe's identity. Grandpa, Xiaoyang clenched his fists even tighter as he saw the crowd gradually disperse. Xiao Tianzong's eyes flashed with ferocity. I've remembered all these people. When the time comes, I'll take them one by one. Xiao Weisheng's eyes turned cold, and an invisible aura suddenly erupted from his body. What do you want to do then? Isn't it embarrassing enough? Xiao Tianzong quickly lowered his head. Grandpa, don't worry. I will make up for the loss I made today. When I join the Xinghua army, they will know how powerful I am. Xiaoyang almost roared. Xiao Weisheng sighed. His 70th birthday party turned out like this. I feel a little bored. As lively as the opening was, it is now as desolate. Xiaoyang, why hasn't Xiaozi come back? The crowd dispersed. Xiao Weisheng felt as if he had watched him build a tall building, watched him entertain guests, and then watched the building collapse. This bleak feeling. Make people. Dad, are you still thinking about him? He must have done this. It's impossible that he didn't do it. Xiao Tianzong was very angry. Apart from Xiaozi, who else has the means to get the 108 constellations to do this? He obviously doesn't take you, his uncle, and the Xiao family seriously. Xiao Tianzong was furious. Xiaoyang also said, I said, he came back and created such a huge industry, but he didn't even go back home. He came back for revenge. Xiao Weisheng sighed deeply, a little agitated, but said in a low voice, Revenge? What revenge? Do we have a grudge against each other? Dad, don't you understand yet? When Tianheng and the others got into trouble, this little bastard must have blamed us for it. Xiao Tianzong's eyes flashed with cold light. Tianheng. Xiao Weisheng's mind flashed with the image of his youngest son. That incident was caused by me. Grandpa, when I join the Xinghua army, I will make him come to your house to apologize. Xiao Yang's eyes were fierce. Forget it, he's still young. Xiao Weisheng waved his hand. After all, we're all family, and he's also a member of the Xinghua army now. You'll have a helper then. Does he still think of himself as a member of the Xiao family? Xiao Tianzong said hatefully. He had lost all his face today. I want to see where he is now. After making a phone call. Soon, he knew Xiao Zhe's movements. Look, Dad, he didn't come to your birthday party, but ran off to Betrayal, and you still say he's not holding a grudge. Xiaoyang, let's go. Xiao Tianzong took Xiaoyang to find Xiao Zhe. Hey, looking at the direction where his son and grandson's car left, help me prepare the car. After all, we are a family. Farewell, Baoshan. Many heroes who sacrificed their lives for their country are buried here. Among them were Xiao Zhe's parents. Xiao Tianheng, Duan Qingzhu. In front of a tombstone, Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu were carefully wiping it. Pull out some grass. Of course, there are people taking care of this place all year round, so it doesn't get overgrown with weeds. Xiao Zhe lit a cigarette, sat in front of the tombstone, and looked up at the sky in the distance. He blew out a smoke ring. Watch the smoke rings dissipate in the air. Dad, Mom, I'm here to see you. I survived that. His voice was light. Lu Qingxue felt inexplicably sad when she heard this. Survived? Said it lightly. But in her ears, it was no different from the sound of war. She wiped the tombstone clean and arranged the flowers, then sat down next to Xiao Zhe and gently held her husband's hand. Dad, Mom. Xiao Zhe hugged Lu Qingxue. This is your son's wife, and also your daughter-in-law. What do you think? She's beautiful, right? Are you satisfied? Even if you're not satisfied, you can't say it. With tears in her eyes, Lu Qingxue couldn't help but hit Xiao Zhe. Don't be so frivolous. Xiao Zhe smiled and said, we will come back to see you often in the future. Lu Qingxue turned around and looked seriously at the young couple on the tombstone. Mom and Dad, I will take good care of Xiao Zhe in the future. Don't worry. She said it very seriously. She didn't just say this to her parents-in-law in heaven. It's not just said to Xiao Zhe. It's said to myself. Well, she still has to make money to support me. Chapter 117 Apologize to my parents. Lu Qingxue hit him angrily. Be serious. Mom and Dad are watching. Xiao Zhe smiled. They are all dead. Lu Xiaoyu looked at her brother-in-law and sister with envy. They have such a good relationship. I will marry someone in the future. Let's go? Xiaoyu, let's go return the things. Lu Qingxue stood up, carrying a bucket, a broom, a rag, and other things. It is inappropriate to pour used water directly here. After all, everyone around you belongs to others. Looking at the direction the two women left, Xiao Zhe sat down again. Look carefully at the tombstone of your parents. I've thought about this for a long time. Xiao Zhe said hoarsely. Xiao family, this time, I'm not going to give in. After he finished speaking, as if afraid of being interrupted, he continued. Dad, if you heard it, you would definitely say that if you take a step back, the world will be wider. We are all family. Xiao Zhe took a deep puff of cigarette, and the smoke seemed to fly into the sky and into a distant universe. But, in this world, we can't expect others to give in just because we give in. Xiao Zhe said bleakly. I have tried to give in. They asked me to replace Xiao Yang as the Calamity Ash, and I went. They asked you and Mom to explore the way, and you went. But they never remember your kindness. I've spent over a decade trying to uncover the truth behind these things. Now I understand, Dad. The human heart is the hardest to fathom. Sometimes, the viciousness of human hearts is far more vicious than the so-called Great Calamity. Xiaozhe talked to himself, and it seemed as if he was really chatting with his parents. That's the truth of this world, too. The source of everything isn't. He took a deep breath, then said, "It's because of the human heart." And Xiaozhe looked at Lu Qingshua's back as she walked away. "You all saw that I have my own family and will have my own children in the future. I want to protect them, protect this family, don't you think, Dad? Just like you protected me and Mom back then." Xiaozhe put out the cigarette butt, rubbed it lightly with his fingers, and the cigarette but turned into powder and dissipated in the air. "It's just that we chose different paths. After all, now I have the right to say this." Xiaozhe stood up, and his aura suddenly burst out. Like a long sword, piercing the sky. The clouds that had gathered in the sky dissipated instantly. Then, he looked up at the sky again and said lightly, "The rain is coming." The dissipated clouds condensed again, and in the blink of an eye, turned into dark clouds covering the sky. In the clouds, the friction of water vapor caused faint sounds of thunder. After a while, it really started to rain. The rain poured down from the sky. The entire mausoleum was covered in it. Xiaozhe ignored the rain on his body and let his whole body be soaked by it. "I don't know if there are tears in the corners of my eyes. Dad, Mom, I wish you were still here. Unfortunately, there's no heaven or hell in this world." He stood in the rain and suddenly looked up at the sky. "If there is, even if I go to the ends of the earth, I will bring you back to life." Pity. This isn't the world we're told in the legend. The whole world is wrong. He raised his head with sharp eyes. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be frightened by something. Disappeared in an instant. The sun shines down, and the sky and the earth are clear. He just stood in front of his parents' tombstone. But inside I feel a sense of relief as if all the shackles have been removed. Her whole temperament seemed to be different. He stood here as if he was supposed to be here. Seemingly there and not there. The natural rhythm of Taoism. Why is it raining? The president of Eagle Country frowned in a car. He was in a very bad mood. "I originally thought I was going to celebrate the birthday of the Star Lord's grandfather. Can brush up a wave of good impression. As a result, it seems that their relationship is not good. Influenced by the Eagle Country environment, they don't particularly pay attention to parental love. I don't think there is anything wrong." So, he led the team away. He even took the birthday gifts away. "This is what I prepared for the Lord of Starlight. Besides, I am not in the country now. If I leave my things behind, where can I find another one?" Behind them were 3 elders. The third elder was a little angry. What on earth is the Shao family doing? The second elder was holding a thick document and reading it. There seems to be something fishy about the death of Shao Tianheng and his wife. The great elder asked, "Is it related to Shao Tianzong?" They have seen a lot of things like this. The clues are hidden very deeply. I just feel that there are some inconsistencies. It's hard to say whether it's true or not. After all, so much time has passed, said the second elder. The third elder said in a naive voice, "Second brother, you are not intelligence." The second elder said angrily, "I have to deal with all the intelligence in the world, and I have to pay attention to such trivial matters. Do you think I'm a supercomputer?" The third elder stopped talking. That's true. In terms of intelligence, neither he nor the great elder was as proficient as the second elder. Well, he was too lazy to read these complicated things. Well, I hope it won't affect the relationship between China and the Xinhua army. The elder frowned. I originally thought that I could establish connections through the Shao family this time. Now it seems it was a wrong move. "Where are we going?" the third elder suddenly asked. "Following the president of Eagle Country, we should go to Biebao Mountain, right?" The second elder looked out the window. "Hey, it seems like we're going in the wrong direction," said the third elder. The second elder took a look and said, "Maybe we took a long detour." "Should we remind him?" asked the third elder. "Let him go around for a while." The second elder smiled cunningly. "It won't benefit us if he comes into contact with the Lord of Starlight." That's true. Damn it. Why is it suddenly raining for no reason? Xiao Tianzong shook off the mud and water on his feet. The sudden heavy rain soaked him through. Xiao Yang was fine. He released his energy to block the rain. "This weather is so weird." Xiao Yang clicked his tongue. "It's sunny again now." The two of them walked very fast and did not take the wrong path. He actually arrived earlier than the elders. "Dad, he's really here." Xiao Tianzong looked far away and saw a man in black standing in front of the tombstone. Suddenly, I felt angry. Stride forward. "Xiaozhe, I didn't expect that you, such a troublemaker, would dare to return to Kyoto. Xiao Tianzong felt furious when he saw that face. Grandpa finally had a birthday, and you ruined it all. Xiao Tianzong quickly walked up to Xiao Zhe, pointed at him, and cursed. Your parents died early, so you had no education or upbringing. If I hadn't taken care of you, would you be able to? Xiao Zhe turned around and looked at his uncle with an indifferent expression. If you point your finger at me again, I'll cut off your finger. Xiao Zhe, how dare you talk to my dad like that? He's your uncle. Xiao Yang scolded harshly. Don't think you're great just because you're a member of the Xinghua army and have some assets. You can be so arrogant. You're so great to be able to find a star to humiliate me. Wait until I join the Xinghua army, and then you'll be in big trouble. Xiao Zhe frowned slightly. Who said you can join the Xinghua army? Xiao Tianzong was furious. Xiao Zhe, I've been very kind to you by arranging for you to join Xinghua, and now you think you're so great. The three elders have all said that Xiaoyang will definitely get in this time. He took a deep breath and smiled what he thought was a kind smile. Now that your eldest brother has entered Xinghua, you two brothers can take care of each other. Xiao Zhe sneered. Hypocrisy, false kindness, everything is for your own good. He looks like a kind-hearted person. This is my uncle. Do I need his care? Xiaoyang stared at Xiao Zhe intently. Even if you use some tricks, you can't stop me from joining the Xinghua army. Xiao Zhe glanced at him and then looked away. You want to compete with me? What are you fighting for? Fighting for the Lord of Starlight? Even now, you are still so naive. He really is my good uncle. Xiao Zhe laughed sarcastically. Back then, I didn't join the Xinghua army, but the Jehua army, the cannon fodder of the great catastrophe. Xiao Tianzong's expression changed, and he immediately said, if I hadn't given you the chance, your elder brother would be the one who became Xinghua. This is a danger, but also an opportunity. Is that really the case? Xiao Zhe looked at him with a smile. My dear uncle, don't you want me to die for my dear brother? Then, his face turned cold, just like my parents. Xiao Tianzong's expression changed. He knew what happened back then. Impossible. What happened back then was so secretive. How could it be possible? What did you say? Xiao Tianzong was about to speak. Xiao Yang was already furious. How do you talk to my dad? Is there any respect for elders? Shut up. Xiao Zhe suddenly turned around. When was it your turn to interrupt me when I was talking? Xiao Yang was attracted by his aura. Xiao Zhe, there must be some misunderstanding about this matter. Don't be fooled, Xiao Tianzong said. Xiao Zhe smiled. Who would lie to me? Who dares to lie to me? My uncle, you know best. Since you're here today, it's a good opportunity to apologize to my parents. Xiao Tianzong suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from him. It was as if there was suddenly a mountain on my shoulders. Bang! He bent his legs and slammed them hard on the ground. Xiao Tianzong felt that his kneecap was completely broken. I wanted to stand up, but I couldn't. Dad, what are you doing? Xiao Yang was stunned. Why did you suddenly kneel down? He couldn't see Xiao Zhe make a move. He didn't even move. He just said one sentence and then knelt down. What's this? Xiao Yang, save me. He must have plotted against me. Xiao Tianzong kept struggling, but there was nothing he could do. My knees seemed to be firmly planted on the ground. Dad, your knee. Xiao Yang then discovered that his father's kneecap had completely pierced through the flesh. There was blood all over the ground. It felt like my bones were piercing the concrete floor. Chapter 118, when will it be Xinghua's turn to command? Dad, get up quickly. Xiao Yang reached out to help. However, after he exerted force a few times, he felt as if his father was completely grown on the ground. Don't move. It's like I'm fighting against the entire earth. Xiao Tianzong was speechless at this time. Pain. It's a sharp pain. Born into a wealthy family, he lacks the talent of his son and the resilience of his younger brother. He is afraid of pain, suffering, and not being able to gain any advantage. This was the first time I had such a painful experience. He gritted his teeth and sweat dripped down his forehead. Drops fell to the ground, creating holes one after another. Dad, what are you doing? Stand up. Xiao Yang pulled Xiao Tianzong's arm. I can actually stand up. Do I need you to tell me? Xiao Tianzong looked at Xiao Zhe with eyes full of hatred. Xiao Yang noticed the look in his father's eyes and immediately reacted. Xiao Zhe, what did you do? Did you do something to my dad? Xiao Yang rushed to Xiao Zhe. He's about to punch. If someone else had swung a punch like that, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Xiao Zhe sneered. However, a son pays for his father's debt. Xiao Yang threw a punch in anger. Although he did not use the military killing fist, this punch was very powerful. But he saw Xiao Zhe stretching out his hand, and he had a feeling that he was under control. When he came to his senses, Xiao Zhe had already grabbed his neck. My feet lifted off the ground involuntarily. What's going on? Xiao Yang believes that he is the best among his peers. Why today? Suffering setbacks one after another? He tried his best to break free and attack Xiao Zhe at the same time. The two of them just faced each other. None of the punches and kicks landed on Xiao Zhe. It was as if there was an invisible force that shook away all his fists and feet. Don't worry, you won't die so easily. Xiao Zhe sneered and slowly turned his head to look at a figure running towards him. Roar. The voice arrives before the person arrives. Let him go. The roar was like that of an angry lion, and the air was shaking. Outside the body, a roaring lion protects her cubs like a wounded lioness. Will choose anyone to devour at any time. A strong sense of oppression came over me. Ozawa. Xiao Weisheng strode over, but when he got close, he stopped in disbelief. What did he see? He saw his son kneeling at the grave of his dead son. His own grandson was being held high up by another grandson, holding his throat with one hand. And the grandson whom he hadn't seen for many years was looking at him coldly. Everything at the scene made him feel like he was going to collapse. Brothers feud. Xiao Zheyu. Xiao Weisheng hadn't seen his grandson for many years. How many years has it been? Sometimes he even hardly remembered that he had such a grandson. But now, his grandson is standing here. He held his eldest grandson, whom he regarded as his hope, in one hand. And his eldest grandson was attacking frantically, using a set of stroke punch. Xiao Weisheng. Xiao Zhe smiled coldly. Xiao Zhe, what's wrong with you? Put your brother down quickly. Xiao Weisheng said hurriedly. He felt that Xiao Zhe's mental state was not very stable at this time. He is your elder brother. Xiao Zhe said coldly. Why do you order me around? Are you worthy? He looked at Xiao Weisheng with cold eyes. At this moment, Xiao Weisheng felt the insurmountable distance between himself and his grandson, and a sense of alienation. Xiao Zhe, I am your grandfather. Xiao Weisheng felt like something was blocking his chest. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Countless emotions are swelling inside. But I can't find a way to vent. Dad, save me. Xiao Tianzong gritted his teeth and let out a shrill cry for help. It hurt so much. He felt as if his legs were being torn apart. It drives people crazy. When he saw his father coming, he saw hope. It's like when I was young, and I got into trouble so many times, and I saw my dad appear. That hope, that ecstasy. As he grew older, he felt that he could make use of this identity. Gradually, this feeling has disappeared. Unexpectedly, my son has reached the same age as before. I felt this hope again. Tianzong. Xiao Weisheng then noticed that his only remaining son was not just kneeling. The knee was completely rotten and the bone was touching the ground. Such a horrible feeling. It gave him a shock. Stand up. Xiao Weisheng arrived in an instant. At his level, this distance was nothing. Reach out and help. Yet, he felt as if he were fighting against the whole world. No matter how hard he tried, he even felt like his son's arm was about to be torn apart, but he still couldn't help him up. Ah! Xiao Tianzong's miserable screams resounded through the clouds. Dad, my hand. My hand is breaking. It's Xiao Zhe. It's that little bastard Xiao Zhe. He wants to destroy me. He wants to destroy Xiaoyang. He can't stand the thought of Xiaoyang joining the Xinghua army. Understood. At this moment, Xiao Tianzong had never had such clear thoughts. He understood why Xiao Zhe did this. Xiao Weisheng knew that he could not support Xiao Tianzong all at once. Is he really his grandson? He looked at Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe, is it really you? Incredible. The child who was gentle, elegant, shy and tough back then, now exudes a suffocating murderous aura. It's me. Xiao Zhe looked at Xiao Weisheng indifferently. Put Xiaoyang down. Let your uncle treat his injury. Xiao Weisheng showed his aura as the head of the family. Xiao Zhe just looked at him. Without saying a word, Xiao Weisheng frowned. Xiaoyang is about to join the Xinghua army. He is the hope of our family. Hearing this, Xiao Zhe found it ironic. I am now a member of the Xinghua army. Am I not one? Wasn't my father the same back then? Xiao Weisheng paused. Xiaoyang has joined the Xinghua army, so you two brothers will have someone to help you. Why didn't he come to help me when I entered Jiahue? Now that Jiahue has become Xinghua, he wants to help me? Besides, it wasn't me, Xiao Zhe, who wanted to enter Jiahue back then. I know about this matter. Grandpa was not around at that time. If he were still alive, he would never let this happen. Xiao Weisheng said. Xiao Zhe sneered. My dear grandpa, you came back the next day. Xiao Weisheng's expression froze. You obviously can do it. Do you know? How have I been through these years? Do you know how miserable Jiahui is? Xiao Zhe's expression was somewhat painful. Have you ever experienced despair? Have you ever seen true fear? Have you ever experienced the inexplicable deaths of those around you? Have you ever experienced the powerless despair of death looming over you at any moment? Can you imagine the despair of being in a strange world where no one can believe you? Your teammates are no longer teammates, and everyone you see is an enemy. Xiao Weisheng said. I know, I have fought in wars before. No, you don't understand. Xiao Zhe's voice was a little sharp, but his expression remained calm. He even had a smile on his face, a chilling smile. If you are not a calamity, Ash, you will never understand the pain. Xiao Weisheng understood a little. My own grandson has experienced too much despair. From ashes to starlight. These past few years have been nothing but despair. His mentality collapsed. It's all over now, Xiao Weisheng said. Life is getting better day by day. You are safe. Xiao Zhe's mouth corners gradually rose. Do you think so? You are wrong. The world is constantly getting worse. My grandfather. You don't understand the truth of the world. You don't understand the cruelty of the world. Dad. Stop it, Dad. Help me. It hurts. Xiao Tianzong felt that he could no longer bear it. Grandpa. Xiao Yang was still able to speak with his physical fitness far exceeding that of ordinary people. He is a devil. Xiao Zhe, let your brother and uncle go first. Xiao Weisheng said to Xiao Zhe. Are you heartbroken? Xiao Zhe asked back. Why didn't you let Xiao Tianzong let my dad go? Why didn't you let them let me go? I know it's too late. Xiao Weisheng said. It's not too late. Xiao Zhe stared at his grandfather. You just think that a dead son is not as important as a living son. You just think that I, who am neither good at literature nor martial arts, have far less potential than Xiao Yang. Am I right? Xiao Weisheng was stunned and opened his mouth to explain. No need to explain. The final cover-up of my parents' affair was done by you. Xiao Zhe was not actually very angry. He just felt that this matter had to come to an end. As for Jiehui, father and son are connected by heart, but I have never heard of an uncle and nephew being of the same mind. Am I right? Xiao Yang is gifted. This will help strengthen the Xiao family, right? You? Xiao Weisheng didn't expect that he knew everything that happened back then. Even his inner thoughts were crystal clear. He is indeed a devil. Xiao Tianzong looked at his father in shock. He already knew about what happened back then. Xiao Yang couldn't help but defend himself to his grandfather. Grandpa, today, I heard that you came back, and I was very happy. Xiao Zhe said calmly. He's happy because I came back as Xinghui. If I were Jiehui, Xiao Weisheng said. Xiao Zhe, I really don't know what happened back then. He felt a familiar breath. The three elders and the Eagle Nation president are approaching quickly. Xiao Zhe, the three elders are coming soon. Don't make any more mistakes. Xiao Yang has already decided to join Xinghui. If you heard him, you will be going against the entire Xinghui army. Oh, Xiao Zhe had always heard them say that Xiao Yang was going to join the Starlight Army, but he had never received such an order. He jokingly said, he's going to join the Starlight Army? Who told you that? The three elders said it themselves. This matter has been decided. When did Xinghui get their turn to command? Xiao Zhexiong hadn't finished speaking. Xiao Weisheng flashed, and in just a moment, he was beside Xiao Zhe. Boom. A punch was thrown. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are still too young. Chapter 119 Starlight. Starlight. The three elders are coming. The president of Eagle Country will also arrive. Next, he can't be allowed to speak anymore. As long as he shuts up, what happened in the past and what happened today will be over. No one knows. A fierce gleam flashed in Xiao Weisheng's eyes. Even his own grandson couldn't stop it. The rise of the Xiao family is inevitable. No one can stop it. One family, 2 stars. By then, the Xiao family will become the #1 family in China. He will also officially take the position of the 4th elder. Then, challenge the guy whose brain is all muscle. Even if it is Xinghui who cannot speak, she is still Xinghui. The dead Starlight is still Starlight. It would be even better if you didn't come back. A punch was thrown. At the same time, he screamed miserably, like a cuckoo weeping blood, grieving and wailing. Xiao Zhe, you have been contaminated by aliens. Don't blame Grandpa. A shrill voice was heard. It was clearly delivered to the ears of the 3 elders. A starlight polluted by aliens is extremely harmful. Damn it. The Eagle Nation president glared at the 3 elders angrily. You knew I was taking a long detour, and you didn't even tell me? The 2nd elder smiled and said, Mr. President, we don't know where you are going. Yes, we don't know. The 3rd elder smiled happily. The president of the Eagle Country was very angry. Not wanting to argue with them, he quickly ran up the hill to the cemetery. Is that General Xiao? The president of Eagle Country saw several people in front of the cemetery. He felt even more depressed when he saw that Xiao Weisheng and others arrived earlier than him. He stomped his feet and sped up. What's going on? The 3 elders also saw this scene. This scene seems a little. Something happened. The great elder moved his body and rushed forward quickly as if he had no weight at all. Boom. The 3rd elder stepped on the ground, and a gust of air rose from the ground, but the bluestone bricks under his feet were not damaged at all. His body was like a cannonball, rushing forward quickly. The 2nd elder frowned. What important information did I miss back then? The figure flashed repeatedly. The Eagle Country president saw the speed of the 3 people and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn, these people. He took big steps and caught up in an instant. At this moment, a voice reached everyone's ears. Xiaozhe, you have been contaminated by aliens. Don't blame Grandpa. The cry was so loud that it resonated throughout the 9 heavens. Xiao Weisheng, what are you doing? The great elder's voice came rapidly, overwhelming all directions. However, they were still a step slow. Xiao Weisheng's punch hit Xiaozhe hard. The 3 elders' eyes narrowed. Too late. 3 elders. Xiao Weisheng looked dejectedly at the 3 elders and the Eagle Nation president. I'm sorry, my grandson has been contaminated by an alien race. I can only. His face was filled with compassion. I will go to the Xinhua army to apologize and explain the situation. His voice was choked with sobs, and at this moment, tears streamed down his face. I don't want to do that either. He's no longer human. He's been contaminated by an alien race. I hope the Xinhua army can understand the painstaking efforts of an old man like me and use Xiaoyang to make up for it. At this moment, a slightly teasing voice sounded. My dear Grandpa, do you still want Xiaoyang to join the Xinhua army? Xiao Weisheng suddenly looked up. I met those clear eyes. With a joking tone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he didn't kill him, the 3rd elder would suffer heavy damage from this sneak attack. But how come he's like nothing happened? Is he really a devil? Huh? Because I'm fine, so you're so happy. Xiaozhe looked at Xiao Weisheng. With a gentle flick, he threw Xiaoyang aside. Elders. 3 elders, help. Xiaozhe has gone crazy. He wants to kill me, he wants to kill me. He wants to kill the Xinhua army's reserve. Xiaoyang was breathing heavily. Safe. I held on until the arrival of the 3 elders. I won. Yes. Elder. He's crazy. Xiaozhe is crazy. He has been contaminated by aliens. He is an alien. He will cause great damage to this world. He is a scourge. Xiao Weisheng felt that his worldview had been overturned. He must have been contaminated by aliens. Otherwise, how could he be unharmed after taking such a punch from me? This is impossible. People can't do it at all. It's impossible. Xiaozhe looked at them, with only pity in his eyes. Elder. Elder, help. Xiaozhe has been corrupted. He is not human. He is a traitor. Xiao Tianzong also loudly recounted Xiaozhe's crimes. 3 people make a tiger. There are only 4 people here. Only 4 people know the truth about what happened. When 3 people say the same thing, it doesn't matter what the remaining person says. My son will soon join the Starlight Army. Elder. Xiao Weisheng gradually felt that something was wrong. The elders have not said a word since they appeared. My performance is like showing it to a blind person. Xinhua army? Who agreed to let him join Xinhua? Xiaozhe's voice sounded faintly. Xiao Tianzong desperately endured the pain. This is confirmed by the 3 elders. This is a done deal. Xiaoyang nodded repeatedly. Yes, Xiaozhe, I will become Xinhua soon. They? Do they have the right to order Xinhua? Xiaozhe glanced over indifferently. The 3 elders suddenly felt an immense amount of pressure, like a 9-day waterfall hanging upside down, crashing down on their shoulders. My knees couldn't help but go weak. You guys want to plant people into my Starlight Army? His voice was also faint, but there is an invisible pressure. It's so suffocating. His Star Army. Xiao Weisheng widened his eyes. What's the meaning? What is his Star Army? Could it be? The 3rd elder quickly said. Star Lord, how is that possible? Why would we even think of planting someone there? The more he spoke, the less confident he became. Xiaozhe's gaze was like an X-ray, seeing through his internal organs. Yes, we want to place people into the Xinhua army. The 2nd elder stepped forward. 2nd elder. The 3rd elder was anxious. Aren't you pissing off the other person? His legs are a little weak. Thinking about what happened to me in the Magic City. I'm no match at all. You can't even imagine how powerful the Lord of Starlight is. I originally thought that Xiaoyang and the Star Lord were cousins, and he was the best candidate. However, I'm sorry. The 2nd elder nodded slightly in apology. Oh my God. You want to plant people into the Star Army. Did I hear it right? You did it. The president of Eagle Country exclaimed. Mr. Xiao, our Eagle Nation has always held you and your Starlight Army in high esteem. This is the gift we selected for you, Mr. Xiao. We hope you like it. The president of Eagle Country received 2 scrolls of calligraphy, Ping Fu Tai and Bodhisattva Chu Tai Jing, from his subordinates who had just arrived, and presented them respectfully with both hands. This moment, the 3rd elder felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. This guy is actually using flowers to offer to Buddha. What was even more uncomfortable was Xiao Weisheng and the other 2. He is the Star Lord? At this moment, Xiao Tianzong could no longer feel his pain. Instead, I feel that this world is so absurd. How could he be the Star Lord? Xiaoyang looked at Xiaozhe in shock. Why would he? Xiao Weisheng looked at his grandson with a complicated expression. Why? Suddenly, a thunderous sound came rolling in. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up from the flat ground. The sky was covered with dark clouds. It seems that there is a wild beast in this world that has escaped from its cage. Everyone turned around. I saw a group of people striding towards me. They seemed to be walking, but their speed was incredibly fast. There were clearly hundreds of people, but only one voice was heard. When these hundreds of people stood together, their aura became one, shaking the heaven and earth. The breath is turbulent and the blood is surging. They are like one person, but not alone. Just because he snatched us back from hell one by one. He alone once suppressed the passage for 30 days. He alone turned the ashes of catastrophe into starlight. Just because you're living a stable life now, you can still scheme against each other. You can still be so despicable. Just because he is Xiao Zhe, he is our master of millions of stars. Starlight. Starlight. This is Xinghui. The four people in the lead included a big man, a young man, a woman, and a strong man. Behind them, there are all kinds of people. Men, women, young and old. Many of them had scars on their bodies. Some people lost an ear, some people lost an eye. Some people even seem to be missing half of their heads. Someone is sitting in a wheelchair. Someone's arms are empty. Someone had a scar on his throat. It was scarlet and scary. Starlight Army. 4 extreme heavenly kings. 108 constellations. Meet the Lord of Starlight. At this moment, the sound shook the 9 heavens. The clouds in the sky disappeared. The clouds are surging. However, the 3 elders, the Eagle Nation's president, and others felt that a strong gust of wind was about to blow them over. The invisible force made them feel trembling. This is the Starlight Army. Starlight. Starlight. Each of them had tears in their eyes, seeing Xiao Zhe's excitement. Because, since the day they became ashes, they no longer have a home. All that greeted them was darkness, despair, and fear. Until someone appears and pulls them back from despair, the abyss, and the edge of fear, protecting them and leading them. From barely surviving to a desperate counterattack. And now, 5 years of suppression and deterrence. They had long since become a family. They are brothers and sisters. They are blood relatives. They are everything to each other. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhe's voice was choked with sobs. We are all brothers. There is no need. Don't you have any sisters? Suzaku asked with tears in his eyes. Xiao Zhe nodded. We are all family. Star-Lord, if you want revenge, just tell us. We have millions of stars, and we can spit at you without any effort. Someone in the crowd shouted. You didn't even tell us you were getting married. Star-Lord. Now, they are the only protagonists left in the world. Because they are Xinghui. Because they are the shining stars among billions of human beings. Each of them shines brightly. So this is Xinghui. The great elder muttered to himself. Chapter 120. If it were my dad. The first elder and the second elder looked at the group of people in front of them with complicated expressions. They were the ones chosen that year. They are going to be cannon fodder. To investigate the situation. No one could have imagined that as many people went, so many people disappeared. This time, tens of millions of people will go. They come from all walks of life, all countries, and all races. Again, no one came back. No news. No one knew what was going on at the time. Now, for the first time, they saw the ash of the past and the starlight of the present. When the name of Jihui was changed, they named themselves Xinghui. When the stars of the billions of human races appeared, many people were disdainful. How did you become the hope of the human race? They don't know the specific situation. This time, he appeared in front of them so suddenly. Missing limbs. Covered with scars. What exactly happened? This caused such a tragic scene. Just from these scars, one can tell how fierce and dangerous the war they experienced was. They carry the fate of the human race on their shoulders with their flesh and blood. It was they who built the Great Wall with their flesh and blood. This is Xinghui. For some reason, the president of Eagle Country was deeply touched. The third elder swallowed hard. He has been on many battlefields. I also saw many wounded people. Before that, he had met Xiao Zhe and the 4 heavenly kings. I think Xinghui is awesome and great. Each of them looks handsome and elegant. They all look full of energy. However, the 108 constellations filled his heart with tremors. What kind of place is that? Among these 108 people, almost none of them is complete. With tears in his eyes, he saluted vigorously. You guys have worked hard. At this moment, race has nothing to do. It doesn't matter what country. They are all heroes of mankind. Some people returned the greeting excitedly. Some people looked confused. Some people don't know what to do. Old man. Qinglong curled his lips in disdain. We don't need your pity. We're living a perfectly good life. That's right. When we were chosen to be the ash, we were already dead. Ha ha. That's right. Dead is dead. Everyone laughed. There was light in each of their eyes. The great elder looked at Xiao Zhe, and this young man was the source of the light in their eyes. It seems that with him around, everything becomes full of hope. He secretly clenched his fists. This should have been done by me. I am the head of state. But he can't protect his own people. This. He felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Xiao Zhe smiled and said, "All right, stop talking nonsense and get out of here. I'll hold a wedding ceremony later. Keep your word." Qinglong laughed. "Of course." Xiao Zhe nodded. "Let's go." Bai Hu turned around and looked back. "Leave without any regrets." Zhu Ke had a complicated expression and looked at Xiao Zhe deeply, then finally turned and left. "Star-Lord, it's settled. We will definitely come when the time comes. Why not have the Xinghua army hold it? Everyone's waiting for the Star-Lord to get married." "That's right, no one knows it yet." Everyone smiled, said goodbye to Xiao Zhe and left. They come quickly and go quickly. It seems like he is supporting Xiao Zhe. No, they just came to meet their Star Master. The owner of their starlight does not need anyone's support. Star-Lord. The great elder felt very complicated. It is undeniable that this young man has indeed supported the safety of the entire planet. No, no, impossible. Xiao Yang was completely stunned. Why? Why did things turn out like this? Xiao Zhe is the Lord of Starlight. How could he be the Lord of Starlight? Xiao Tianzong knelt on the ground, having forgotten the pain at this moment. Why did he do that? Why did he become the Lord of Starlight? Xiao Weisheng turned his head to look at Xiao Zhe. Did I see it wrong? The grandson who was neither good at literature nor martial arts back then has now become the master of Starlight. Was my choice back then wrong? Ashes. They are cannon fodder before the catastrophe. They are going to explore the way. It's to test the other party. How come it suddenly became like this? This shouldn't be the case. Xiao Yang is hardworking and talented, although he is a little impulsive, but... Xiao Zhe. No. Xiao Zhe. If I had gone there back then, I would be the Star Lord now. Hatred suddenly surged in Xiao Yang's heart. You stole my chance. You. Xiao Zhe looked at him and felt very sorry for him. Did I snatch your chance back then? I didn't want to go either, Xiao Zhe said with a wry smile. If I could turn back time, I still wouldn't choose to go. Xiao Zhe, Grandpa was wrong. I'm sorry. Xiao Weisheng was in a daze. However, he was the first among the 3 generations of grandfather and grandson to accept reality. He fell to his knees. I'm sorry. Grandpa was wrong. Tears streamed down my face. Cried bitterly. Xiao Tianzong also reacted immediately. Xiao Zhe, Uncle was wrong. Uncle was really wrong. It was Uncle who was bewitched back then. I will definitely treat you like my son from now on. Xiao Zhe, Grandpa is wrong. I should have given you a little more care. Xiao Weisheng glanced at the tombstones of his son and daughter-in-law. Your father respected me the most. You. Yes. Your father is still me. The 2 men begged desperately for mercy. They know. Just now, everything disappeared. All they rely on. All the calculations. All gone to waste. Xiao Yang looked at his father and grandfather who were begging for mercy like dogs. I just felt that the scene before my eyes was full of irony. You are the elders. Can't you have a little backbone? Yeah. Xiao Zhe took a deep breath. If it were my dad, he would definitely let you go. After all, he is such a loyal man. Yes. Xiao Weisheng nodded repeatedly. I am your grandfather. It was the first time that the 3 elders saw Xiao Weisheng like this. The identity of the Chinese general was torn off. When you have all the skills but are powerless to resist your opponent. He really looks like a dog. Old Xiao. You. The 3rd elder was so angry that he didn't know what to say. You are a general of the Chinese country after all. You are his grandfather. Xiao Weisheng also knew that he was the grandfather, but he felt murderous intent from Xiao Zhe. A strong murderous intent. He wants to kill himself. He is the Lord of Starlight. I punched him, but it had no effect at all. Face. What is face? As long as I survive, my cultivation will be further improved. Then I'll find a way to take revenge. Survive. More important than anything else. He was also ashamed. He is embarrassed too. However, in his heart, he had already put all the people in front of him on his blacklist. As long as I can improve my cultivation and survive, they will all die. Because he is kind-hearted and loyal, you have been using him until he died because of you. Xiao Zhe said in a long voice. Unfortunately, I'm not my dad. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Weisheng understood instantly. He stomped his feet and kicked out in succession. In the air, it turned into needles. Lightning wind stitch. The 2 feet kicked out in succession, and there was no room for any penetration. Enveloped Xiao Zhe in it. However, at the same time, his figure exploded backwards. In the blink of an eye, his body had flown 100 meters away. He stepped on the tombstone with his toes one after another. The tombstones all exploded. Xiao Weisheng. The 3rd elder shouted angrily. These are all martyrs' tombs. Call out. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyang didn't care about Xiao Tianzong and ran away in an instant. He didn't do anything. Xiao Zhe's parents have nothing to do with me. These two old dogs did it. So he has a chance. Wanna run? Xiao Zhe's voice came faintly, but it sounded like an explosion in their ears. Return. He waved his hand gently. An invisible force, like a python, wrapped around the two people. I told you to leave. No matter how fast they ran, they would fly back at several times the speed. Bang, bang. The situation changed so quickly that Xiao Tianzong didn't have time to react. Xiao Weisheng and Xiao Yang fell to the ground like dead dogs. Xiao Zhe. Xiao Weisheng looked at his grandson, whom he hadn't seen for more than 10 years in horror. He is the Lord of Starlight. His strength is simply unmatched. Grandpa, I really know I was wrong. He lowered his head and knelt in front of Xiao Zhe. The third elder showed reluctance and could not help but say, Star-Lord, he is your grandfather after all. Just as he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, Xiao Weisheng suddenly looked up. A murderous aura instantly condensed in his eyes. A dark mass of oil-like substance condensed on the fist. Go to hell. A punch suddenly flew out. The black liquid rushed towards Xiao Zhe like a raging fire. So that's how it is. Xiao Zhe waved his hand lightly, and the black liquid was instantly pulled out of Xiao Weisheng's fist. Xiao Weisheng was like being suppressed by a mountain. He suddenly fell to the ground. Can't move. The black liquid was spinning in Xiao Zhe's hand, and the liquid was constantly surging. It was as if there were thousands of lives contained within it, making harsh sounds. What is this? The third elder looked grim. This is what you call the alien race. Xiao Zhe didn't care. Is this the alien race? The third elder came forward curiously. To be honest, it was the first time he saw it. As soon as he got closer, it was as if countless wronged souls were constantly humming in his ears, constantly tempting him. Come on, join us. Become one with us. This world is so dirty. Come on, join us. There is infinite charm in the voice. Third brother. The third elder only felt a pain at the back of his head, and then he heard the second elder's roar. Only then did he realize that he had stretched out his hand and was about to grab the black liquid. Xiao Zhe, on the other hand, smiled faintly and didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him. His face flushed. This thing is very dangerous. You must be careful. The first elder showed fear in his eyes, and the second elder pulled the third elder. The president of Eagle Country also seemed a little frightened. Jie Hui's opponent turned out to be such a dangerous creature. Xiao Weisheng, it turns out that you are the one who has been contaminated. The third elder was furious. I have completely lost face. Chapter 121. I am only responsible for sending them to meet. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Xiao Weisheng pounced on him like a madman. He wanted to snatch back the black liquid, as if the black liquid contained some fatal attraction. Xiao Zhe flicked his finger lightly, and the black liquid evaporated instantly like water vapor. Give it back to me. Give it back to me quickly. Xiao Weisheng's face was ferocious. Seeing the black liquid disappear, he suddenly sat down on the ground dejectedly. He lowered his head and said nothing. Xiao Zhe frowned slightly. Xiao Weisheng, you actually can do such a thing. I trusted you so much. The third elder was really angry. The Eagle Country president looked at the dissipating black liquid and said with some disappointment, this thing should be taken to the laboratory. The third elder said angrily, you Eagle Nation just like to take everything to the lab and then commit suicide. The Eagle Nation president paused for a moment, then continued, we should understand these things better before we can truly resist them. The second elder nodded and said, that's true, but most people are easily bewitched. Even the third elder was easily bewitched just now. I don't think the experimental personnel can resist. The Eagle Country president nodded and said nothing more. Star-Lord, how are you going to deal with Xiao Weisheng? The great elder looked at Xiao Zhe. He was also contaminated. Xiao Zhe shook his head. It can only amplify one's inner desires, but it can't help people make decisions. The final decision is still up to them. Everyone sighed. He was also a brave warrior back then. The third elder's meaning was clear before he finished the rest of the words. Even if I have to deal with it, I hope it will be lenient. The first and second elders did not speak. The Eagle Country president said slowly, the merits do not outweigh the faults. Dad, Xiao Tianzong's voice suddenly came. He saw that the energy and blood in Xiao Weisheng's body were disappearing, and his originally rosy skin was gradually turning gray. The jet black hair turned white in an instant. Lost all luster. The third elder looked over in shock. Xiao Zhe frowned slightly and wanted to reach out, but finally stopped. The vitality in his body has long been connected with this thing. Grandpa, Xiaoyang rushed over. Originally, his grandfather was the pillar of the Xiao family. However, everything that happened today almost made his faith collapse. He actually did so many things in secret. Although he did not handle it personally, he played the whole family in the palm of his hand. Xiaoyang suddenly hugged Xiao Weisheng's body, but it was empty-handed. When the gray body was touched by his external force, it turned into ashes, dissipated in front of his son's grave. This? Everyone widened their eyes. This scene is really. It's so scary. It's like grinding bones to dust. Xiao Zhe said, becoming one with this thing, drawing vitality, the longer the time, the more complementary and mutually reinforcing, and you can no longer live without it. He glanced at the tombstone and said, I'm afraid it's been at least 10 years. 10 years. The second elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Zhe nodded and said, I'm afraid it was that time. Xiao Zhe, you heartless beast. You actually betrayed your teacher and ancestors. Xiaoyang roared. His whole body was full of energy, and infinite power surged and concentrated in his fists. Military killing fist, python kill. The body twisted in a very strange way. Infinite energy condenses outside the body. Like a giant python, it opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Xiao Zhe. However, Xiao Zhe just glanced at him indifferently. The giant python seemed to be frightened, shrank back, and disappeared in an instant. A tremendous force, majestic and powerful, suppressed it. Plop. Xiaoyang fell directly from midair. He fell to the ground, unable to move even a finger. Xiao Weisheng died unexpectedly, and Xiao Zhe suddenly felt a little bored. He glanced at his parents' tombstones and said, Dad, Mom, I'll come visit you later. He turned and walked away. The three elders and the Eagle Country president and his men immediately made way for him. The momentum and strength that Xiao Weisheng just unleashed was probably no weaker than any of them. But in Xiao Zhe's hands, there was not even room for struggle. This Starlight Lord is so powerful, I'm afraid. Break through the sky. Xiao Zhe, no? Star Lord, I will tell you a secret. Spare me. Please let me go. Xiao Tianzong hurriedly said loudly. Xiao Zhe turned around and asked, what you want to say is, how did Xiao Weisheng get involved in the secret of this thing? Xiao Tianzong's face turned pale. So he already knew. You don't have to tell me. Xiao Zhe said calmly. You and your son, kneel before my parents' graves and repent for 7 days and 7 nights. Whether you live or die, everything will be wiped clean from now on. Thank you, Star Lord. Thank you, Star Lord, for your magnanimity. Xiao Tianzong thought he was dead this time. Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, there seemed to be no way out. But there was another village with green willows and flowers. Kneeling here for 7 days and 7 nights is better than losing your life. The moment he turned around and left, the third elder seemed to hear Xiao Zhe's lowered voice. I hope you can make it through. When I looked again, he was already walking towards the 2 women who were coming towards him. The third elder turned around and wanted to talk to the first and second elders, but found a piece of flesh suddenly fell off Xiao Tianzong's body, one piece after another. At this time, Xiaoyang also knelt down. A piece of flesh fell off his cheek. Ah! Xiaoyang cried out in pain. When I looked closely, the piece of flesh and blood had disappeared. The wound has slowly scabbed over at a strange speed. Gurgle. The third elder couldn't help swallowing. Cut into pieces. Lingqi. They themselves are completely unaware of it. They just felt like they were bitten by a mosquito. What a hard heart. The third elder couldn't help but sigh. The elder patted his shoulder and said, Don't try to persuade others to be good unless you have experienced their suffering. The third elder's heart moved. Then he sighed. If I had experienced all these things, I might not be as good as Xiao Zhe. Parents betrayed by their loved ones. Being plotted against by my father. If this were to be told to others, it would truly be an ethical tragedy. Oh. The president of Eagle Country slapped his head and hurriedly chased after him. Hubby. Lu Qingxue took Xiao Zhe's hand and looked back curiously. What's wrong with those 2 people in front of my parents-in-law's grave? Xiao Zhe smiled faintly. He felt that one layer of shackles on him was removed. The body feels more relaxed. It's nothing. They did something wrong to Mom and Dad back then. Now they're here to repent. They're quite sincere. Lu Qingxue nodded. Have you forgiven them? Xiao Zhe nodded and said, I gave them a chance. Lu Qingxue had no doubts. Xiao Zhe added in his heart, Forgiving them is my parents' business. I'm just sending them to reunite. Lu Xiaoyu held 2 scrolls in her arms. Brother-in-law, where did this come from? Someone gave it to me. Dad, can you hold on? Xiaoyang felt that his shoulders were as heavy as Mount Tai, and his knees kept crackling. If it was just for a moment, he could still accept it. However, this Mount Tai continued to suppress him, making him feel that his leg bones were about to break at any time. I'm fine. Xiao Tianzong gritted his teeth, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and he gritted his teeth tightly. Why are there so many mosquitoes here? They've bitten me several times. Me too. Xiao Yang's eyes became increasingly stern. Manager, all the suffering I've endured will become nutrients on my path to becoming a strong man in the future. You're right to think so. Come on, son. As the two of them chatted like this, time seemed to pass faster. I can't believe that Xiao Zhe has such luck that he becomes the Lord of Starlight. Xiao Tianzong looked unconvinced. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and said, "It's okay if it's me." Xiao Yang, your face. Oh, the president of Eagle Country stomped his feet in anger, watching Xiao Zhe's car gradually go away. He was right in front of me, so why couldn't I catch up with him even with two ordinary people? Isn't it normal that we didn't catch up? The second elder came from behind. The third elder was in a bad mood at this time. I don't want to talk either. There will be opportunities in the future. Oh, right. The Eagle Nation president's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't he getting married? I'll definitely be there. Will they invite you? The third elder couldn't help but retort. Mr. President, let's go. Kyoto Courtyard. The president of Eagle Country has been arranged to rest in the state guest house. But the three of them did not rest. The second elder looked at the information in front of him and said, "We don't even know how many people have been infiltrated and contaminated." The great elder frowned and said, "I'm afraid the world is far from being as peaceful as we see it." The third elder nodded and said, "Why don't you mention the fourth elder's matter today? The timing is wrong." The second elder shook his head. The great elder also nodded. "Let's wait until he holds his wedding ceremony. Then, it will be a double celebration. Perfect." He squatted for a moment and asked, "Second brother, what do you think of his strength?" The second elder was silent for a moment, then said, "Heavenly man. Heavenly being." The third elder murmured, "I'm afraid it's even stronger. It's a realm beyond our comprehension." The three of them were silent for a while. They simply couldn't understand how powerful the other party was. The ability to control objects through the air is almost divine. I'm afraid no one in this world can match him. The second elder avoided the topic. The other party's strength was good for them and the planet. "Actually, we did gain something this time," he said. "Yes, at least for the first time we saw what the alien race looked like," said the great elder. "It's impossible to guard against them." The three of them were silent for a while. "If someone around us is contaminated." The three of them looked at each other. Suddenly, I felt a little apprehensive. If Xiao Weisheng had really been corrupted 10 years ago, that really is. "I'm definitely not infected," the third elder said quickly. "I'm afraid we'll have to look for him on this matter," said the second elder. "We must strengthen our cooperation with the Xinghua army." The great elder nodded in agreement. The Xinghua army's understanding of alien races is something we don't have. The second chief frowned and said, "But have you ever thought about why they never mentioned this matter? They're probably still filled with resentment towards the Jiahue incident." The third elder said matter-of-factly, "Look at those people. Thinking of those remnants of the army. It's true that every one of them is a remnant soldier. It shouldn't be that simple." The second elder thought more deeply. Could it be because this thing is very difficult, or they have no solution? Just ask directly. The great elder rubbed his brows. "But what exactly did Xiao Weisheng do more than 10 years ago?" The second elder was flipping through the pile of materials in front of him. From the records in the report, it seems that this happened just after we discovered the space-time passage. At that time, there was an intentional exploratory mission. It was originally assigned by Xiao Tianzong, but for some reason, Xiao Tianheng and his wife went instead. The mission goal was to explore the 10-kilometer radius of the space-time channel and establish a stronghold. There was nothing wrong with the mission, and the timing was correct. The only strange thing is, the second elder frowned and said, "They died in a car accident." "Car accident? With their strength, it should be," said the third elder. The great elder nodded and said, "With their strength, they shouldn't have died in a car accident, right?" The second elder nodded. The driver wasn't drunk or under the influence of drugs at the time, but his confession stated that he felt a moment of trance. Even so, the couple are both very strong and shouldn't be crushed to death by a large truck. That's the problem. After the mission, the couple were not injured, so they shouldn't have been killed by the car. Based on what Hong Tuning saw at the scene, in addition to the injuries from the car accident, the two men should have other injuries on their bodies. In the end, he was suppressed by Xiao Weisheng. So, after the mission, they actually did something else. No one knows the specific details. It seems that there will be no peace. The courtyard gradually fell silent. "Don't you need to go back to see your family?" Lu Qingxue was sitting on the private plane. "A bit strange. We had clearly arrived in Kyoto, and the last person who came back was my cousin. Don't you need to go home and check it out?" Xiao Zhe smiled and said, "No need. I'm planning to hold a wedding ceremony." "Ah." Lu Qingxue was a little surprised. "Why? My family hasn't participated yet." Xiao Zhe said with a smile, "When the time comes, I will introduce you to my family." Yeah. Lu Qingxue became happy. Brother-in-law, what are these two paintings for? Lu Xiaoyu was holding two scrolls. Just find a place to put it for now. Go back and give it to Uncle Fu. He knows how to collect it. Xiaozhe said indifferently. Can I open it and show it to the fans? Lu Xiaoyu held the cell phone. It's up to you. This thing is useless now except for being valuable. Is it really valuable? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Now he is a big anchor with tens of millions of fans. Start by looking for your brother-in-law's private money. Brother-in-law, is this considered your private money? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly said with a wicked smile. Are you trying to frame me? Xiaozhe also knew what she had been broadcasting live recently. Chapter 122, Bodhisattva Birth Sutra. Honey, do you think this counts as private money? Lu Qingxue also joined in with a smile. Xiaozhe looked at Lu Qingxue speechlessly. What do you think? Not really. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu had already started live streaming. My brother-in-law received a gift today. 2 pieces of calligraphy. Let me show you. What do you think? Does this count as my brother-in-law's private money? As soon as Lu Xiaoyu started the live broadcast, many people entered the live broadcast room. By the time he finished speaking, more than 10,000 people were watching. This would have been completely unimaginable in the past. Not long ago, before she went to her sister and brother-in-law's house to play, she was still just a small anchor with less than 10,000 fans. Who would have thought that in just less than half a month, she has become an anchor on the platform with tens of millions of fans? Holy crap, where were you all day, anchor? I miss you so much after not seeing you for a day. Where's my brother-in-law? Where's my brother-in-law? Lu Xiaoyu said. I'm going with my sister and brother-in-law today. Forget it. Let's take a look at the calligraphy and paintings. Anchor, can you tell me where this is? Is it comfortable for my brother-in-law to live in such a small room? Yeah, wouldn't that be too unfair to my brother-in-law? It looks very narrow. The windows are also very small. Some people asked immediately. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the barrage and explained with a smile. This is my brother-in-law's private plane. The live broadcast room was silent for a moment. Then, holy crap, the clown is actually me? That's hasty. This is a private plane. What the hell? Wait, aren't private jets the same as the plane we're on? Why aren't there even seats? Why is there a sofa? It looks a lot bigger. Brother-in-law is brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu smiled happily and said, we did a live broadcast last time. Although this plane has fewer seats, it is fully functional and even has a cloakroom. Oh my god. Anchor, please show us something more. When did it happen? Why didn't I see the live broadcast? Is this what a private jet looks like? Let's broadcast it live again. Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly asked her brother-in-law, and Xiaozhe nodded. It doesn't matter. Watching Lu Xiaoyu go out to play happily, Lu Qingxue smiled and said, you, don't spoil Xiaoyu so much. Live streaming isn't a long-term solution after all. She needs to have her own career plan too. Xiaozhe nodded. Okay, I'll listen to my wife and everything. What day do you want us to hold our wedding ceremony on? I'll go book a hotel. Lu Qingxue said. Xiaozhe shook his head. You were busy enough with the last wedding. Let me take over this time. Didn't you want to start a business? How are things going now? Lu Qingxue thought for a moment and said, I'm ready to get started. I'll open it when I get back. Are you sure? Of course. Lu Qingxue said angrily. It's all Xiaoyu's fault. Didn't I go back to the company a while ago? Everyone knows I married a rich husband. Xiaozhe laughed. Isn't this a good thing? What? I feel like everyone's become distant from me. Lu Qingxue sighed. Oh, forget it. I won't do live streams with Xiaoyu anymore. Although the internet has memory, it will soon be replaced by people. It will be fine after a while. Xiaozhe nodded. What about the time? I have to see if I have time then. Lu Qingxue looked at Xiaozhe with a smile. The sunlight shone in from the porthole and fell on her face. Her delicate face was intoxicating at this moment. What? You don't have time to get married yet? Xiaozhe joked. Then I'll just have to find someone else. Humph. Lu Qingxue snorted, wrinkled her nose, and turned her head away. Xiaozhe reached out and took her delicate hand. Go back and ask my parents this weekend. Doesn't my mother-in-law believe in those things? Let her help us pick a date. Hearing Xiaozhe taking such good care of her, Lu Qingxue nodded. He knew that his wife might not care much about it, but his father-in-law and mother-in-law still had some thoughts in their minds. When I got married, none of my relatives or friends came. They must have some doubts in their hearts. This time, the wedding was held for the brothers of the Xinghua army, and it was also for them. Untie the knots in their hearts. Then I'll call her and ask her to go and take a look first. Lu Qingxue ran away happily. Xiaozhe sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. Xiao Tianzong's voice rang out in his mind. There is a secret. Why did Xiao Weisheng get involved with those things back then? Moreover, the death of my parents may also be related to this. It's not that he doesn't want to know the secret, but he is the Lord of Starlight, and once he speaks, he cannot go back on his word. If you agree, he will not kill you. If Xiao Weisheng is the mastermind behind the scenes, then Xiao Tianzong is the real villain. After a moment, he took out his cell phone. Star-Lord. Zhu Qiue's voice came excitedly from the other end of the phone. Xiao Zhe said calmly, help me find out where Xiao Tianheng and Duan Qingzhu went after they left the area around the passage. Suzaku immediately straightened his voice. Yes. Tell Baihu and the others that those things have infiltrated. Zhu Kei said. Yes, they have been planning to infiltrate the area. Especially after you, Star Master, disappeared. They must have been searching for you. No. I got the news that they seem to have infiltrated this place more than 10 years ago, before the establishment of Jiehui. What? Zhu Qiue's voice rose. Before Jiehui was established, how could they? I caught one from Xiao Weisheng, and it has been contaminating for at least 10 years. Xiao Zhe said. Suzaku's voice immediately turned serious. I understand. I'll investigate as soon as possible. Thanks for your hard work. Everything is for the human race. Everything is for the human race. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Zhe put down the phone and raised his hand. The two calligraphy and paintings on the table immediately fell into his hands. He felt it slightly. Open a picture. Bodhisattva's Birth Sutra. Good handwriting. Xiao Zhe couldn't help but exclaim in praise. This calligraphy and painting has characters as big as beans. The calligraphy is in the northern style, with free and easy strokes, giving a sense of transcendence. Moreover, the paper is exquisite and the writing is steady. It is a masterpiece amongst sutra writings. However, he saw more than just the words. In the past, countless kalpas have passed, and countless Buddha bodies have been achieved. Now he enters the womb again, wishing to save all living beings. The body is pure and free from evil deeds, and the mouth is free from falsehood. Always be compassionate in your thoughts and actions, and purify the bodhisattva path. Looking at the lines of text above, Xiao Zhe frowned slightly. This calligraphy and painting was created in the 16th year of Datong in the Western Wei dynasty, more than 1,000 years ago. Could it be? He felt a little creepy. He felt an unusual power in this calligraphy and painting. This force has a suppressive effect. He felt that it had a certain effect on those things. Could it be that my guess is wrong? After years of fighting, Xiao Zhe has already gained some understanding of the other world. He has his own views on the origin of the other world. More than 1,000 years ago, how could it be possible? He was somewhat lost in thought as he read the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra. This is a cognitive conflict. If my speculation is correct, it should be a modern thing. But why would it exist more than 1,000 years ago? He stretched out his hand and waved it in the air. Another ping fu tai also fell into his hands. Lu Xiaoyu said, look everyone, my brother-in-law has performed another magic trick for us. Xiao Zhe looked up and saw Lu Xiaoyu holding her cell phone, standing at the corner, staring at him blankly. I was lost in thought just now and didn't notice. The live broadcast room had already exploded by this time. Damn it. I told you my brother-in-law is definitely cultivating immortality. Don't tell me you believe in science. I don't believe it now. Even if Newton came, I would still say I don't believe it. I wouldn't believe it even if Archimedes came. I wouldn't believe it even if Edison came. Einstein wouldn't believe it even if he came. I wouldn't believe it even if Nobel came. I wouldn't believe it even if Galileo came. This move is definitely telekinesis. Brother-in-law is definitely the reincarnation of a great man in the world of immortal cultivation. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Zhe. Brother-in-law, this is magic, right? Xiao Zhe smiled and nodded. Well, this is magic. Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Although I have doubts, if I promote superstition in the live broadcast room, I might be blocked. Okay, let's take a look at these two paintings. Lu Xiaoyu quickly changed the subject. Look everyone, this is the scroll. It should have been mounted later. The words are so big. Lu Xiaoyu pointed the camera at the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra. What era is this from? Is there anyone who can explain it to me? It looks like it's been preserved very well. Wow, that's awesome. This should be worth a lot of money. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at Xiao Zhe and found that Xiao Zhe was sitting aside looking at another calligraphy and painting. She whispered, brother-in-law said that this thing is of no use except for its value. As expected of my brother-in-law. Awesome. Except for the previous point, it's of no use. Ha. To my brother-in-law, valuable things are really useless. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. You are worthy of being my brother-in-law. Awesome. So handsome. Is there any expert in calligraphy and painting who can come out and explain it? I'm a student of ancient history. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra handed down from the Western Wei dynasty. It's the only surviving piece of calligraphy from that period. The value of an authentic copy is inestimable. Hey, what's upstairs mean? Is this fake? How could my brother-in-law possibly have a fake? That's right. How could this be fake? With my brother-in-law's status, who would dare to fool him with fake goods? I'm not saying it's fake. The real thing is in the National Museum of Country Art. How could it be acquired by a private individual? I haven't heard of any thefts from the Museum of Country Art recently. However, this one is really well made. It's absolutely true. Maybe the one in Country Art's National Museum is fake. That is, although I also trust my brother-in-law, compared to a country, it's still. That's true. I'm not an expert, so I can't tell if it's genuine. However, there are 5 copies of the authentic Bodhisattva's Birth Sutra, and they're all over there. If it's true, Lu Xiaoyu looked at the calligraphy and painting in front of her for the first time. She thought it might be fake and couldn't help but said to Xiaozhe, "Brother-in-law, is this the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra?" Xiaozhe nodded, "Yes. Some people say this might be fake, and the real one is in the National Museum of Country Art. Furthermore, this scroll has 5 scrolls in total, and this is the first scroll." Lu Xiaoyu observed Xiaozhe's expression. Sure enough, after hearing this, Xiaozhe frowned slightly, seeming a little unhappy. 5. Yes, this can't be fake, right? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Xiaozhe shook his head. To him, it doesn't matter whether it's true or false. He can feel the effect of this thing. Even if it's fake, the person who lost it is not yours. But 5 posts. Looks like I have to go to Country Art again. However, the pink futai in front of us is also somewhat unusual. Xiaozhe gently stroked the pink futai. Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, can you show this to me?" Xiaozhe handed it over casually. These things can exert different powers for him. But to ordinary people, they are nothing more than antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. This one is also a gift my brother-in-law just received. It's also a calligraphy piece. The camera lens faces the past. This is the Ping Fu Tai, written by Lu Ji over 1,700 years ago. I heard it's now in a museum in Eagle Country. Ping Fu Tai. Isn't this said to be the earliest extant and authentic calligraphy work by a famous calligrapher from the Western Jin dynasty? Is this true? Definitely in the Eagle National Museum. I've seen it on previous trips. It's really in the National Museum's collection. Then this one is fake. Should I? It's impossible that my brother-in-law is really the thief of the century and robbed the museums in Country R and Country Eagle, right? Didn't you hear it was a gift from a friend? Maybe his friend is the thief of the century. Who can say for sure? Nama. Oh my God. Wouldn't that cause? A university in China. Department of History. A young man was watching the live broadcast on his phone when he suddenly approached another person and said, "Okita, I heard your father works at the National Museum. Do you know the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra?" An Asian man nearby looked up and said in awkward Mandarin, "Of course I know. I've seen it countless times. It's a national treasure. Our national treasure. But now in our country, it's ours." The young man couldn't help but want to hit someone. What a shameless guy. But then he chuckled and said, "Who said it's in your country? Look," he took out a screenshot. "Just to disgust you. I don't care whether it's true or not." What? Okatajima couldn't help but look over and suddenly exclaimed, "The Bodhisattva's Birth Sutra? Chapter 123, it's their father." Yes. The young man suddenly became very happy when he saw Okatajima's nervous look, although it's most likely fake. But this incident can make this guy nervous, and he is very happy. Hey, our countrymen, my ancestors have done so many things. Even if I can't kill you, I can beat you up. Seeing you get humiliated once makes me happy. Although it's fake. The young man smiled happily. Okatajima was staring blankly at the phone screen. You can't go wrong. You will definitely not go wrong. This is the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra. This is absolutely true. This is true. Okatajima said blankly. The young man was stunned for a moment. How is that possible? The whole world knows that the original copy of Bodhisattva Birth Sutra is in the National Museum of Country Art. This is true. Then the National Museum of Country Art? So, the things in your National Museum are fake. The young man laughed even more happily. I'm so happy today. I'm so happy. Admit your mistake? Regardless of other things, this guy Okatajima is quite capable. In the history department of school, my grades are always among the top. Moreover, he has a family background in learning. His grandfather and father worked in the National Museum of Country Art for their entire lives. Other things may be wrong, but this one from the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra should not be wrong. So he asked gloatingly, "Doesn't that mean the ones in your National Museum are fake? No matter whether it belongs to your family or the country. I am happy now." No. Okatajima's eyes gradually became sharper. This is real. This is the one in our museum. The young man immediately refused to listen. Hey, this is someone else's stuff. It can't really be all yours, right? Do you have any shame? Don't learn from HGUA. No, this is the one from our museum. Okatajima gritted his teeth. This thief. A thief. He was furious and quickly sent a message on his phone. Thief. Thief. You are breaking the law. This is our country's property. The young man got angry when he saw it. This is my phone, my account. Live broadcast room. As soon as Okatajima sent this message, everyone became lively. Oh my god, he was such a great explainer just now. Why is he suddenly like this now? What do you mean by a thief? A burglar? Explain it clearly. Is this true? This guy is from country R. The devil? What the hell? There are devils lurking among us. I can't stand it the most. Regardless of whether it was stolen or not, your national museum hasn't come out and made any statement. What the hell are you, a Japanese idiot, talking about? I just can't stand you being so arrogant. You are the thieves, the robbers. The Bodhisattva birth sutra originally belonged to our country, and you stole it. Exactly. Just because I stole your things, does that mean they belong to me? Bandit logic. Go back to your own country. Not here. Everyone was suddenly filled with indignation, and an inexplicable emotion burst out from their chests. How much did the invasion of that time do on our soil? Burn, kill, and loot. Whether I forgive you or not, you should ask those predecessors who sacrificed their lives for the country. We have no right to forgive you. But now we can't wait to send you all to. Lu Xiaoyu herself could not have imagined that this piece of calligraphy would cause so many problems. She couldn't help but ask, brother-in-law, is this the original copy of the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra? Xiaozhe was still thinking about something, so he didn't think much about it and nodded, yeah. Isn't it said that the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra is in the National Museum of Country R? Lu Xiaoyu said in shock, brother-in-law, your friend is not the all-powerful thief. Xiaozhe laughed. Whether the president of Eagle Country is considered his friend is another matter. But is he a thief? Those who steal a hook will be executed, and those who steal a country will become princes. By this calculation, he is really a thief. However, after all, they gave me two things, both of which are valuable to me. You can't say that about others. He smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? If we talk about identity, I'm probably their father. Lu Xiaoyu widened her eyes. Whose father? Yes. Xiaozhe glanced at the live broadcast room. It's indeed more lively now. Ha ha, their dad. I suddenly knew what country my brother-in-law's friend was from. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. My brother-in-law is really awesome. It turns out that the father took his son's things. How can this be called stealing? This is taking. If you don't give it to me, I'll beat you up. I'm your father. Ha 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 ha, I'm your dad. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Come on. Son, call me daddy. Baga. Okatajima was furious when he heard Xiaozhe's words. Are you guys so uncultured? The young man immediately refused to listen. What do you mean we have no manners? What did you do when we were teaching you about being gentle, kind, respectful, frugal, and modest? Our ancestors supported and helped you back then. But what did you do later? Now that we know your true nature, we no longer want to talk to you and treat you badly. Oh, are we being uncultured again? The young man looked at him coldly. I saw the barrage again and couldn't help laughing out loud. This is stealing. This is illegal. Okatajima defended. Come on. How do you prove that this is your country's? It can't be someone's ancestral inheritance. We haven't even settled the matter of the past. And now you're doing it again. The young man's eyes widened. This is us. Okatajima wanted to say something else. A punch had landed directly on his face. Shame on you. What the hell are you calling international friends? If it weren't for the teacher's arrangement, who the hell would help you? The young man also risked his life. The worst that can happen is I'll just get punished. I'm going to have a good fight today. One punch. Another punch. The short Okatajima was no match for the young man and was soon pinned to the ground and beaten by him. What are you doing? A classmate immediately came up to help. Don't fight. Don't fight. Do you want to be punished? The young man sat on Okatajima and said, this little devil actually said that our antiques are from their country R. What? Damn it. Do you have any shame? Beat him. I hate the Japs the most. Damn it. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I really didn't mean to. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know my hands were here. I'm sorry. I didn't see your face under my feet. Okatajima didn't know how much time had passed. My whole body aches. I felt like I was in some action movie. If he moves, he'll show his teeth. He lay in his dorm room. Liaosin was originally a very good person. How did he become like that? Why did he hit me? His mind was a little confused. Suddenly remembered something. That's right. Bodhisattva's Birth Sutra. I have to talk to my dad about this. The overseas call was dialed. Oh, Xiao Okita, how have you been doing in China recently? Do you miss me? A cheerful laughter came from the other side. Father, Okatajima said hurriedly, is the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra still in the museum? A Bodhisattva Birth Sutra has appeared in China. I think it's very likely the original. Okita Shunichiro smiled and said, oh, you're talking about this matter. The Bodhisattva Birth Sutra has been taken away. Ah, was it really stolen? I immediately. Okatajima said nervously. No, it was taken away, not stolen. It's our honor. Okita Shunichiro really felt very honored. Honored? Okatajima felt unwell. The things were taken away? Or is it our honor? Mayo Doubta-san. Did someone hit your head too? Of course. Do you know who took it? The president of Eagle Country. They say he gave it away as a gift. Okita Shunichiro laughed heartily. I even had the honor of taking a photo with the president. By the way, I'll send you the photo. It's indeed an honor. Okatajima didn't expect that his father would be so lucky. Then, Mr. President, do you know who it was given to? Okita Shunichiro immediately said, is that something we can ask? It's already a great honor for him to take our things. 2. Looking at the photos sent by his father, Okatajima showed an envious expression. Why isn't it me? If only I could. The corners of his mouth twitched, just when he was about to smile. A wave of pain came. What on earth was the reason for my beating? I'm so sorry, a Japanese soldier just stole my phone, but I beat him up. Holy crap, a filthy friend. Wait, is someone driving upstairs? I seriously doubt you're driving. This is definitely not a car for kindergarten. Please be sure to take me with you. At this time, Lu Qingxue came back and said, I told my mother. She said she would go and take a look. Xiaozhe nodded. Okay, but my family may not be particularly good looking. Lu Qingxue held Xiaozhe's hand and said, your family is my family, isn't it? We are together now. Thank you. Xiaozhe felt very relaxed at this moment. These 5 years of ordinary life have given him a deeper understanding. See the extraordinary in the ordinary. By the way, I may have to go abroad later. Xiaozhe said. Don't you have to go to work? Lu Qingxue couldn't help but ask. Lu Xiaoyu laughed. Sister, brother-in-law is so rich. Does he still need to work? Brother-in-law, what do you usually do at work? Xiaozhe smiled and said, of course I'm going to work, but I resigned last week. Anyway, I've made my move, and I'm almost done experiencing life. So, you said last time that the person who cheated you of your money was Dama Xiaoma? Lu Qingxue asked. Yes. Then why do they seem to be afraid of you? A cooperative relationship shouldn't be like this, right? Lu Qingxue asked. Because. Xiaozhe thought for a moment. Because my identity is not simple. Don't worry if you're not ready yet. Lu Qingxue said considerately when she saw Xiaozhe hesitated slightly. Xiaozhe gently scratched her nose and said, well, wait a little longer. But just know that your husband is awesome. Don't let yourself get hurt outside. Lu Qingxue smiled sweetly. Chapter 124 Lingqi Execution. Beauty Prescription. By the way, when are you going abroad? Lu Qingxue asked. Tomorrow, I'll try to come back early. Xiaozhe said. There is no rush, and besides, it's not like last time where we have to kill people, right? So there was no need to hide it from Lu Qingxue. Tomorrow is the weekend. Sister, I have never been abroad. Lu Xiaoyu secretly hinted to her sister. Lu Qingxue smiled and said, is it convenient for us to go? You can take care of your own things, and we can just go shopping. Don't you want to start a business? Xiaozhe said with a smile. Didn't I just resign? It's okay for me to take a weekend off, right? Lu Qingxue said coquettishly. Of course, it's not a big deal anyway. Why don't we just transfer now? Xiaozhe said. May I? Maybe there's not enough fuel. Tell the captain. Xiaozhe talked to the captain over the phone. Just leave the rest to them. Change route. They can do things like changing routes and refueling. Xiaoyu, you should go to bed early. Xiaozhe hugged Lu Qingxue and left. Lu Xiaoyu's face turned a little red. This private jet has been modified and is divided into 2 floors. It has everything you need, including a master bedroom, guest rooms, bathroom, etc. Somewhere. Over in China, a brother's presence has disappeared. What? Were we discovered? We've been hiding for over 10 years, and now we've been discovered? This shouldn't be the case. I don't know the specific circumstances, and besides, that brother's family has been wiped out. It doesn't matter. Even if we all die now, it doesn't matter. The bridge between heaven and earth has been connected. As time goes by, the gate between heaven and earth will finally open. Long live, long live, long live. Everyone, since we're at risk of being exposed, let's get active. Although the bridge between heaven and earth has been connected and is about to open. However, we should punish this so-called main world a little. Yes, if it weren't for them, we can't be born either. Ha ha. Now, we must accelerate the collapse of this world. Let our world be officially invaded. Good. Long live. Long live. State guest house. What? The Lord of Starlight went to country R. The president of Eagle Country expressed his discomfort. I didn't talk to him much today. What a failure. How many days do we have left in China? Asked the president of Eagle Country. It will end tomorrow afternoon. Let's try to get up early tomorrow. Don't go back to China for now. Let's go to country R first. Good. Several Malaysians were in the hotel. By this time, I was a little dazed. Why didn't Mr. Xiao show up today? I don't know. Later, General Xiao and the others left. Hey, let's go back first. Mr. Xiao has left, so there's no point in us staying here. Right? Bibayashan Mausoleum. Dad, your face. And your hands. Xiao Yang and Xiao Tianzong knelt in front of the grave. After Xiao Zhe left, the two tried to struggle to stand up several times, but an invisible force completely suppressed them. I can't even move. However, what is even more terrifying is, the flesh and blood on their bodies actually fell off and disappeared piece by piece. The scene is so horrifying that it almost makes people collapse. At this time, half of Xiao Tianzong's face had revealed a skull. Now, there is no flesh on one of the hands at all. Xiao Yang himself is not much different. What should I do? What should I do? Dad, we're going to be dead soon. We're going to be dead. Xiao Yang screamed in horror. It's only been half a day. They have to kneel here for 7 days and 7 nights. Judging from the situation, they can't wait for 7 days and 7 nights. Dad, no matter how Xiao Yang called out, Xiao Tianzong lowered his head, remained motionless, and no longer answered. Xiao Zhe, my brother, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Xiao Yang shouted loudly, but no one came around. A shrill cry was heard in the silent and dark cemetery. 2 days later, Kyoto courtyard. Xiao Tianzong and Xiao Yang are dead. When the news got back here, the 3 elders were stunned. Cut into pieces, tortured to death. There is not a piece of flesh and blood on the body, only 2 skeletons left. The second elder couldn't help but gasp. Fear. So now I can't move. Even if they're just 2 skeletons, they can't move an inch. They can only kneel where they are. The second elder said. The great elder nodded and said, let's wait until they kneel for 7 days and 7 nights before we talk. Seal off Treasure Mountain first and don't let anyone in. I heard he has gone to Country R? Yes, he went to Country R. He seemed to be traveling around with his wife. I don't know what he wanted to do. There seems to be something wrong recently. The second elder looked through the information sent back from all over the world. What's wrong? Local conflicts have increased. However, I don't see any obvious problems. Analyze more. These are turbulent times. Tokyo Metropolitan Star International Hotel. In the luxury suite, Lu Qingxue sat down on the soft sofa. Hubby, I didn't expect you to have property in Country R. These past 2 days have been like a dream. No, this period of time seems like a dream. My husband is a billionaire. She had just accepted the news, but when she arrived in Country R, she discovered that he actually had property in Country R. As soon as you get off the plane, a luxury car will pick you up, delivered directly to top 5-star hotels. Stay in the most luxurious suite. She had never dared to think about this before. Although the couple has a good income, it's just a little business. Xiao Zhe smiled and changed the subject. By the way, what are you planning to start this business? I have 2 options. I'm still considering them, Lu Qingxue said with embarrassment. One is to become a cosmetics agent, and the other is to stick with my old profession, interior decoration. I heard that being a cosmetics agent is very lucrative, but I'm just an outsider. As for interior decoration, I've always been an interior designer, so I have connections in all kinds of things. Lu Qingxue was starting a business for the first time and was very hesitant. Then what do you want to do? Xiao Zhe asked. I don't know. Lu Qingxue lay on the sofa, feeling very embarrassed. Then we've done both. Xiao Zhe said with a smile. By the way, I have a beauty recipe here that you can make into a flagship product. Beauty prescription? Lu Qingxue looked at her husband in shock. You even know this? Xiao Zhe smiled and said, the effect is quite good. It removes scars without leaving any trace. Speaking of this, he thought of his brothers. There are countless such people in the Xinhua army. Unfortunately, they were injured too badly. Moreover, after this thing was developed, they had no idea how many more scars on their bodies. If it weren't for this thing, Suzaku would probably go crazy. After this thing was discovered, she was the happiest person. Others don't really care. Something like scars are a man's medal. However, most people still use it. Zhuke uses this thing as a beauty product. I found it by chance. Xiaozhe took off his clothes. Do you believe I'm a soldier? His body was as clean as new, with hardly any scars visible. Have you been injured before? After 5 years of marriage, Lu Qingxue has never found any scars on his body. Certainly, after returning from hell, he had more than 100 scars on his body. It was only by using that product that he looked like a young and handsome guy. Didn't you ask me about the mark on my hand? That was a scar, and it completely disappeared later. Xiaozhe said lightly. He left the battlefield injured. Although it took a long time to heal, the skin and flesh on both hands were almost completely cut, so deep that you can see the bone. No, the bones are exposed. It's unbelievable. Is it really okay for me to use this? Lu Qingxue said in surprise. It doesn't matter, but I need to take away 49% of the shares. This thing doesn't belong to me alone. Xiaozhe said. He has a lot of assets now. However, he used most of it to support the families of the Starlight Army. They may never see their families again in their lifetime. When everyone joined Jiehue, it was equivalent to death. The family members all have a new life, and they are short on limbs, so they really feel inferior. This is what Xiaozhe has been doing in recent years. He also hopes that everyone can return to normal life in the future. I am the Lord of Starlight and the parent of all of them. He has to shoulder this responsibility. Of course, Lu Qingxue said excitedly. I'll do it when I get back. Then I won't do interior design anymore. Why not? Xiaozhe said with a smile. Interior decoration, you will make a profit very quickly. Why? Lu Qingxue asked curiously. Yes. Xiaozhe smiled. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, someone knocked on the door and then rang the doorbell. Xiaozhe put on his clothes and opened the door. A middle-aged man stood at the door with a respectful expression on his face. Mr. Xiao. What's the matter? Xiaozhe asked. The person who came was the one in charge of Xiaozhe's industry and country R. He had a respectful expression on his face and said, Mr. Xiao, the president of the Baishui Club is hosting a banquet tomorrow and would like to invite you. Xiaozhe waved his hand and said, no. Yes. He bowed deeply. These people are not the Star Army. He can only be regarded as a professional manager hired by Xiaozhe to be in charge of the industry. But he knew how terrifying the man in front of him was. In Country R, apart from the 4 major conglomerates, Xiaozhe's industry is the largest and most terrifying. In fact, it is not much inferior to the 4 major conglomerates. What's the matter? Lu Qingxue asked. Nothing. Xiaozhe said, go to bed early. Someone invited me to dinner, but I refused. Hubby, aren't you here to do something? Why are you always with me? My work won't go away, but when I get back, you'll have to start your own business. Xiaozhe sat next to her. The two leaned against each other tightly. Chapter 125, Make an Appointment in Advance. Wow, that feels so good. Lu Xiaoyu really had a great time these days. First we went to Sensoji Temple, then to Tokyo Tower and Disneyland. Sister, brother-in-law, let's go to Akihabara tomorrow, Lu Xiaoyu said excitedly. I heard it's a holy place for the second dimension. She took her sister's hand and acted coquettishly. Do you also like the two-dimensional world? Xiaozhe joked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu snorted. Why can't I like the 2D world? I've also played cosplay, okay? Lu Qingxue smiled and nodded. Sure, husband, you should go and do your own thing tomorrow. Xiaozhe shook his head and said, the day after tomorrow, let's go to the National Museum and get things done while we're there. Okay. Lu Qingxue was also very happy to hear that she didn't have to be separated from her husband. Being in a foreign country, I feel safer with my husband. Then sister, where are we going to eat dinner? Lu Xiaoyu was a little tired after playing all day. Xiaozhe also looked at Lu Qingxue. He doesn't care about strategies or anything like that. Being rich means he has plenty of free time. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether there is a strategy or not, because you can go anywhere and do anything. It would be nice to be with Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue took a look at the map in her hand and finally took out her phone. I remember there should be a very famous restaurant nearby. After comparing, she pointed in a direction and said, it should be right here. Honey, I want you to bleed a lot today. If you can make me bankrupt, I lose. Xiaozhe laughed. Oh, we have a delicious meal. Lu Xiaoyu smiled happily. The three of them walked all the way and finally saw it in an alley. It's right here. Lu Qingxue pointed at a signboard. It looks quite dazzling under the night sky. There is a road paved with bluestone bricks at the entrance, with welcoming pines planted on both sides. The gate is also antique, with flying eaves and brackets. Hello. I'm very sorry. We need to make an appointment in advance to enter. The waiter stopped them at the door. Before the waiter finished speaking, he heard a voice. Qingxue. Are you Qingxue? The voice was filled with a hint of surprise. Did you receive an invitation today as well? Shuya. It's Shuya. Long time no see. Lu Qingxue didn't expect that she would meet an old classmate whom she hadn't seen for many years here. Shuya is Lu Qingxue's college classmate. Shuya is good-looking. She is wearing a red tight skirt with a leather jacket on top, holding a middle-aged man affectionately. I heard you're doing well. You're worthy of being our school beauty and top student back then. Shuya came over and took Lu Qingxue's hand affectionately. then said with some regret, I can't do that anymore. If you have no ability, you can only marry a rich husband. Um, Although there seemed to be no problem throughout the process. But why does it feel like you are showing off your husband? Rich husband. Xiaozhe looked at her male companion, who did seem quite rich. A large gold necklace was hanging from her neck, and a leather bag was tucked under her armpit. He has a big head and a thick neck. He must be either a boss or a cook. That's great. Lu Qingxue smiled and said, just show off. Anyway, my husband is so good. Why should I let the whole world know? Is this your husband? Shuya looked at Xiaozhe and looked him up and down. I felt a little disdainful in my heart. After the disdain, there was some excitement. I was no match for Lu Qingxue in anything back then, but now, I live better than her. You look quite handsome. Where do you work? The feeling of being oppressed for a lifetime and suddenly being able to hold her head high made her say this. I just resigned and now I'm unemployed. Xiaozhe smiled. Oh, do you want to come to my husband's company? He is in foreign trade and has a lot of business in country R. After all, we are classmates, so we can help each other. Shuya felt more comfortable. No, I'm going to take a break. Shuya exaggeratedly said, young people should strive for success while they are young. Housing prices in China are changing every day. It's so worrying, especially for school district housing. Do you have children? Let me tell you, we bought a house of less than 10 square meters for over 10 million yuan. Isn't that infuriating? And you can only pay in full, and you can't even live here. Although they were complaining openly, they were actually showing off that they had just bought a house in a top school district. And it was paid in full, more than 10 million. I can't live there, which means I have another house. Xiaozhe couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Lu Qingxue also found it a little funny, but she didn't say it out loud. Indeed, the current housing prices are really too outrageous. Lu Xiaoyu opened her mouth. Damn it. Do you know how awesome my brother-in-law is? How much money do you have? My sister's room is bigger than yours. But he was stopped by Xiaozhe. Seeing that Lu Qingxue didn't respond, Shuya thought she definitely didn't buy a house. She smiled and said, now, it's better to buy a house as soon as possible. If you delay any longer, you may not be able to buy one. Shuya, won't you introduce them to me? Zhou Qi stood aside and looked at Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Qingxue for a while. They are all beauties. My wife usually looks okay, but compared to these two, he immediately came out to make his presence felt. This is my husband Zhou Qi. He now has assets worth over 100 million. Shuya said proudly. This is my classmate, Qingxue. This. Xiaozhe introduced himself. This kind of small person can't reach his level. As long as he doesn't act rashly, Xiaozhe is not a bloodthirsty person. Zhou Qi looked at Xiaozhe and suddenly asked, are you also invited to the banquet here today? Invited? Lu Qingxue asked curiously. Yes, this is the best restaurant in the entire our country. You can't even afford a whole meal here with a year's salary. Zhou Qi laughed. Besides, you can't eat here just because you have money. This restaurant needs to be booked a month in advance, but today is not possible because a big shot has reserved the entire place. It is said that he is entertaining another top boss. Zhou Qi patted his belly and said, it just so happens that I was invited to serve as a foil because the other big boss seems to be Chinese. Have you heard of the Baishui Society? Zhou Qi talked incessantly, wishing to tell him everything he knew. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The Baishui Association is the actual controller of one of the 4 major financial groups in country R. Today is the day when the president of the Baishui Association is hosting a banquet. Lu Qingxue felt it was a shame when she heard this. I should have made an appointment earlier. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but said, sister, you decided to come to country R on the way. Forget it. It seems I can only come back later. Lu Qingxue said regretfully. Shuya's smile grew even more smug, but she said, that's just a pity. Who would have thought that at this moment, Zhou Qi suddenly said, this invitation of mine can bring 3 people. How about? The meaning is very clear. 3 people. Who to bring? Of course it's 3 women. Are we going to bring Xiaozhe in as well? This is impossible. Besides, brother, you can't bring your wife in if you don't have the ability. Hey buddy, let me help you. Forget it. It's the same if we eat something else. Lu Qingxue quickly refused. She was not stupid, and this guy was obviously coming for her and her sister. She is very beautiful, so she knew how to protect herself since she was a child. Shuya didn't expect that her husband would suddenly invite Lu Qingxue. I understood his idea instantly. This damned bastard in front of me. But what could she do? I rely entirely on my husband for support. If I leave him, now I have finished pretending. I won't even if I compared myself with others. Why don't you leave quickly? If Lu Qingxue was really captured by her husband and entangled with him, I may not be her opponent. You lose because of your innate appearance. If Qingxue doesn't want to, forget it. Let's go in first. Zhou Qi looked at Lu Qingxue and her sister a few times with reluctance, and finally left. Would you like to try it? Xiaozhe said after seeing the two of them leave. Whitewater Club. Isn't it the family that invited me? Brother-in-law, you don't want us to go in with that pig-headed guy, do you? Lu Xiaoyu made a gesture to protect herself. No. No. I want to eat pig's head meat for dinner tonight. Lu Qingxue smiled and asked. Yes, you should be qualified to go in, right? Xiaozhe shrugged. You invited me yesterday, but I refused. Now forget it. This is a bit embarrassing. Lu Qingxue said. Maybe someone is waiting for me. Xiaozhe took a look inside, and a smile appeared on his lips. I'll make a phone call. Xiaozhe quickly made a phone call. Inform them that you are going in. Inside the restaurant. Small bridges, flowing water, pavilions and terraces. Elegant music was playing throughout the restaurant. In a relatively secluded room. Outside were bodyguards in black, and several people in kimonos were kneeling. How could he be so good? The boss behind the rising group wouldn't even come to our party. Someone said angrily. Are you sure he came to Country R? It's confirmed. A few nights ago, the general manager of Ruixing went to the airport to pick someone up in person. Moreover, when we told the general manager of Ruixing, he didn't say he wasn't there. Now that he's here, let's find out. Rising has taken away too much of our business in the past few years. The business overlap between our two groups is too high. Our Baishui Club is going to show off its muscles this time. Even if it's a dragon crossing the river, once it reaches Tokyo, it has to coil for me. Send someone to check immediately. How is the business taking over from the Matsui group? Did Miyamoto Dozo really ascend to heaven? He must have been possessed and died. Matsui was also killed. Everyone, be careful. However, we can take this opportunity to do things more conveniently. At this moment, someone at the door reported, Gentlemen, Mr. Ono Ming, the chairman of the Ruixing group, said that their boss is at the door. What? That guy is really here. The people in the room were surprised. Let someone prepare first. Now that he's revealed, we need to act decisively. However, there's an old Chinese saying, openly repairing the plank road, secretly attacking Chinsong. We should still be polite on the surface. Let's go and welcome them. Okay, let's go. Chapter 126, The Real Boss's Face. Shuya followed her husband through the crowd. I am holding a glass of wine in my hand. Although I don't understand what others are saying, I feel really good today. The school beauty who was famous throughout the school back then is now married to an ordinary man. And he's unemployed. He lives an ordinary life. But I, on the other hand, now drive luxury cars, wear luxury watches, and a set of clothes costs over 10,000. Own several properties. In an instant, she overshadowed the former school beauty. Even if there is no slap in the face or ridicule. But I feel very comfortable in my heart. He showed off in front of Lu Qingxue. She follows her husband to high indications. Although she doesn't understand what they laugh at or what they say, raising a glass of red wine and clinking glasses with them. Isn't this her life? Isn't this the life of a rich wife? The once popular school beauty could only stand at the door and watch. Can't even get through the door. She felt more refreshed. The only regret is that there is no one I know who can witness my glory at this moment. Why? Just when she was daydreaming. The man over there is said to be the protagonist of this banquet. He is the professional manager of our Chinese boss, Mr. Ono Ming. Zhou Qi pointed at a man. Shuya looked over immediately and saw a middle-aged man who looked ordinary, but he stood out from the crowd. Let's go get to know each other, so we can build a bridge later. Zhou Qi pulled Shuya over. Just as the two were about to walk over to say hello, they heard Ono Ming answer a phone call. Sir? Yes. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Ono Ming respectfully bowed 90 degrees to the air. Everyone was shocked, but they also understood that the person on the other end of the phone was definitely the real boss. He found a waiter, gave him a few instructions, and left quickly. I guess that big boss is here. Zhou Qi said enviously. Husband, you're not bad either. Shuya said. Zhou Qi smiled bitterly and said, compared to him, there's a huge gap. His annual turnover is over 100 times my net worth. So awesome. Shuya was shocked. She thought her husband was awesome enough. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the originally noisy conference hall suddenly became quiet. It looked like someone had hit the mute button. Several people came quickly from behind, and everyone bowed their heads and made way wherever they passed. After they passed by, the sound came out again. See? Those are the real top brass of the Whitewater Society. They're among the best in the entire our country. Her husband's voice rang out, and Shuya looked over in shock. No wonder. These people are the leaders of the Whitewater Society. No wonder it's so imposing. Everyone make way for them. Not only in Country R, but also in the world. Zhou Qi explained in a low voice. Shuya looked at the backs of those people with admiration. Why are they rushing out? Zhou Qi said. It seems that the real boss has arrived. He was a little excited. We must take this opportunity to get to know each other. This is a rare and good opportunity. Shuya nodded repeatedly, full of expectations. This time, if he gets to know a big shot in China, maybe his husband's business will be further developed and his assets will be even greater. Just leave the school beauty far behind. She was secretly calculating in her mind. After returning, should we hold a class reunion? Gather a group of classmates. Wealth and honor never return home, like fine clothes walking at night. At the entrance of the restaurant. Brother-in-law, is it really okay? Lu Xiaoyu was a little excited. Afraid? That doesn't exist. Lu Qingxue took Xiao Zhe's arm and said, Don't worry, Xiaoyu. The richest man in China has seen it. Your brother-in-law's strength is definitely more than this. That's right. Lu Xiaoyu nodded. She can easily play with those second-generation ones. They also implicitly flatter themselves. The Prince of Lai was also very respectful to him. What is this? Just a small scene. Xiao Zhe glanced at his wife, and Lu Qingxue happened to look over there too. They smiled at each other. It's really relaxing to be with smart people. As expected of me, the Lord of Starlight. This look just now. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yiming ran out quickly with a trace of sweat on his forehead. Xiao Zhe originally said he would not participate. Now that he had come at the last minute, he was not well prepared. Xiao Yiming ran to Xiao Zhe and bowed deeply. I'm very sorry for not welcoming you in advance. Xiao Zhe waved his hand and said, I was abrupt. I didn't want to come originally, but my wife said the food here is delicious and she wanted to try it. Greetings, Madam Xiao. Ono Ming quickly bowed to Lu Qingxue again. Lu Qingxue hurriedly said no. Mr. Xiao, I have already informed President Qingshan Jiangjian, and they will come to greet Mr. Xiao soon. Ono Ming said. Xiao Zhe nodded. A moment's effort. A large group of people appeared at the door. When Qingshan Jiangjian saw Ono Ming standing in front of a young man with his waist bowed respectfully, his eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the person behind Ono Ming? Still, he was shocked by Xiao Zhe's youth. Mr. Ono, this is... Qingshan Jiangjian walked over quickly. Ono Ming quickly introduced. This is Mr. Xiao, the boss of our Ruation group. Sir, this is Mr. Qingshan Jiangjian, the president of the Baishui Society and the head of the Sumitomo Group. In Country R, consortium and group are different concepts. There will be multiple group companies under one consortium, covering all areas. However, to Xiao Zhe, all this was like playing house. Hello, Mr. Qingshan. Sorry to bother you. Xiao Zhe nodded lightly, naturally exuding the aura of a superior. No. Qingshan Jiangjian waved his hands repeatedly and said, Mr. Xiao, it is truly an honor for our Baishui club that you can take the time out of your busy schedule to come here. Please come in, Mr. Qingshan. Xiao Zhe was not polite. He pulled Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu inside. Lu Qingxue was a little nervous. Before, she was just a wage earner. I feel bad every time I stay in a 5-star hotel. Now the change is a bit big. On the contrary, Lu Xiaoyu felt a little more relaxed. Big heart. Lu Qingxue held Xiao Zhe's hand tightly. Xiao Zhe whispered to her, Don't be nervous. You have even met the richest man in China. In terms of personal assets, they are not as good as Malaysia. After hearing this, Lu Qingxue relaxed a little. Yes, I've also seen the world. Big and small horses are all very respectful to me. Even the consul of Eagle Country has met him. There's nothing to be afraid of. As they walked up the steps, they saw a brand new red carpet already laid out at the entrance. On both sides of the carpet, beautiful young girls in kimonos knelt down on the ground when they saw them coming. Greet them with utmost respect. Inside the restaurant. Look, this is the real attitude to welcome the boss. Zhou Qi looked at many people busy. They had already cleared a passage in the middle. A new red carpet was laid, leading directly to the highest main seat. The waiters were already standing on both sides waiting. Even the food and drinks originally placed at the banquet for them to use have been replaced with a brand new batch. Isn't this a huge scene? Shuya was shocked. Zhou Qi shook his head. That's the face of a big boss, especially in Country R. You have to know that Rising Group's annual turnover exceeds $10 billion. Over $10 billion. US dollars? Oh my god, Shuya said in surprise. She couldn't even imagine it. Although her husband has assets exceeding 100 million, the company's turnover is barely over 100 million. If you count the profits, it's only tens of millions. There's no comparison. At this moment, the sound of the music changed. Here I come. When Shuya heard her husband speak, she quickly looked towards the door. Several girls in kimonos held cherry blossom petals in their hands and gently sprinkled them on the red carpet. It seems like the red carpet isn't enough. What treatment? I simply can't compare. In comparison, when they came in, they were brought here by just any random person. No one cares. And look at others. The head of the consortium personally welcomed them, with a red carpet laid out and cherry blossoms paving the way. Everyone present was a wealthy man, but they could only stand on two sides. This. If only I could be treated like this one day. Then I must be the happiest woman in the world. The gap is too big. Why are they here? Zhou Qi's voice brought Shuya back to reality. Honey, what's wrong? Shuya looked at her husband. Yes, it's your classmate. Zhou Qi's face turned pale, and the fat on his body was trembling at this moment. My classmate. Shuya looked up quickly. Lu Qingxue? They saw a group of senior executives from the Baishui Club who had just left surrounding them, hunched over, with only one person walking side by side with them. The rest of the people followed them very respectfully. Lu Qingxue's unemployed husband said this lightly to the people next to him, holding Lu Qingxue's hand and walking in the middle of the red carpet. Like a perfect pair, the golden boy and the jade girl walked towards each other. Even if he was wearing only ordinary clothes, there is still an irresistible aura in them. Turn out to be. The clown is actually me. I just showed off. It's not that they don't have it. But I'm used to it. It's completely not on the same level. Shuya felt a sense of loss in her heart. I thought I had surpassed the school belle. I didn't expect it was just my own delusion. She is a school beauty. But that's true. She was better than me before and lived a better life than me. Isn't that normal? It's over. It's over. Zhou Qi was trembling all over and sweat was pouring down. Hubby. Shuya quickly helped her husband up. What's wrong? It's over. Zhou Qi was scared to death. I was so rude just now. It's okay. Qingxue isn't that kind of person. You didn't do anything. No, you don't understand. What you just did was a huge offense, regardless of whether Shuya realized what she had done or not. But I just said I would bring them in. This must have offended the big boss. How could it be that simple? It's not that serious, right? Qingxue used to be easy to get along with in school. Shuya didn't care. You don't understand. You must apologize later. Chapter 127. I pay 1 yen. Who is this person? Such a young man. Yet he actually needs to be greeted by Mr. Qingshan himself. I'm afraid this is today's protagonist. I wonder where this rich second generation came from. Who knows? But we must fawn over them while later. That's right. With people like this, if we just give us a little bit of our money through the cracks in our fingers, we can make a fortune. The two women beside him are also very beautiful. That's what I said. Shut up. Do you know where this is? Don't overdo it, or you'll die without knowing how. Yes, I understand. What a powerful aura. It's rare for a young man to be so rich and a woman to be so stunningly beautiful. They are truly a perfect match. Everyone was talking about it, and Lu Qingxue was still a little embarrassed. This kind of scene is the first time. She tightened Xiao Zhe's hand, and Xiao Zhe squeezed it in response. Feeling the warmth from Xiao Zhe's hand, she felt inexplicably at ease. Mr. Xiao, I can't believe that the boss behind Rising Group is so young, Qingshan Jiangjian said. Xiao Zhe smiled. He would not take such flattery seriously. Don't think he really doesn't know about their conspiracy inside the restaurant. Mr. Qingshan inherited the Baishui society, so his methods and intelligence must be first class. Xiao Zhe pulled Lu Qingxue. Walking all the way to the center of the courtyard, there is a Japanese-style house with a platform. Mr. Xiao, please. Qingshan Jiangjian gestured to Xiao Zhe to go first. Xiao Zhe didn't hesitate and walked forward. Everyone in the Baishui society frowned slightly. This is not Rising's home ground. However, Qingshan Jiangjian remained calm, then walked up and said loudly, Dear guests. As soon as he spoke, everyone fell silent and looked in this direction. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Mr. Xiao Zhe, the boss behind the Rising Group. He's also the star of our banquet today. Xiao Zhe smiled and nodded. It mainly wanted to bring his wife and sister-in-law in for a meal. As for other things, he was in no mood. After a brief introduction, the banquet officially began. Qingshan Jiangjian smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, I wonder if I would have the honor to talk to you alone? Xiao Zhe glanced at Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu and nodded. Wife, go find something to eat first. It's free anyway, and we can save some money. Lu Qingxue was a little embarrassed and nodded. Then come back early. Okay. Xiao Zhe let Lu Qingxue and the others play by themselves. Mr. Qingshan, please. Qingshan Jiangjian winked at everyone and led the way. Mr. Xiao, please. He took Xiao Zhe through many twists and turns and came to a room. It was exactly where they had just plotted. Mr. Xiao, I wonder what you think about the future development of Rising. Qingshan Jiangjian went straight to the point. Xiao Zhe said calmly, I don't care much about Ruixing. I'll just do whatever Mr. Ono plans. Qingshan Jiangjian was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect him to delegate so much power. Then, does Mr. Xiao know the scope of our Baishui Club's business? I don't know. Xiao Zhe shook his head. He really doesn't know. Ano Ming is in charge of all these matters. He is only responsible for taking the money. Qingshan Jiangjian didn't know what to say for a moment. Does this guy really not care about anything? But it doesn't matter. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Mr. Xiao, do you know that your company's business scope overlaps with our Baishui clubs? Hasn't our competition been too fierce in recent years? Xiao Zhe understood. This is Rising squeezing out the other party's market. The other party has come to our door. I think Rising's earnings in recent years have been pretty good. Qingshan Jiangjian's face turned black. Damn, it's because your business is pretty good. It will be bad for our profits. Damn it. Don't you understand what I'm saying to you? Mr. Xiao, Rising Group has taken up too much market share. If we compete with each other, neither of us will benefit. Why don't you withdraw? Qingshan Jiangjian's eyes flickered. Do you mean to swallow up our Rising? Xiao Zhe looked at Qingshan Jiangjian. If Mr. Xiao is willing, that would be great. Qingshan Jiangjian smiled. Talking to smart people is easy. He didn't care how powerful Xiao Zhe was in China. In Tokyo, and even in Country R, any dragon must be coiled up for me. Xiao Zhe played with the teacup in his hand, looked at his reflection in it, and said softly, what if I refuse? Qingshan Jiangjian still had a smile on his face. In his opinion, Xiao Zhe was negotiating terms. Now is the time to show off your muscles. Mr. Xiao is Chinese, right? Yes, what's wrong? Qingshan Jiangjian said with a smile. However, this is Country R. I believe Mr. Xiao doesn't want to get into trouble while traveling in Country R. After all, he is traveling with two beautiful women, isn't he? The smile on his face did not fade at all. What was said was frightening. Just the 28 ninjas that Mr. Qingshan has ambushed outside this room. Xiao Zhe took a sip of tea. I'm afraid that's not enough. Qingshan Jiangjian frowned slightly. Impossible. Could it be that there is a traitor in Baishui? 28 ninjas are lying in ambush outside this hut. Their hiding skills are so advanced that there is no way he can detect them. Could it be that there really is a traitor within the Baishui society? He could understand anyone who bought out the company. After all, they have limited prices. But the Baishui society is their community of shared interests. There is no one who would betray himself if there is no interest higher than Baishui. However, if you only found 28 ninjas, I'm afraid. When Qingshan Jiangjian does things, he will not trust the people around him in everything. Isn't that enough? He picked up the small kettle on the table and poured himself a cup. This is my land. I control it all. Xiao Zhe drank his tea in small sips, motionless, as calm as a mountain. Mr. Qingshan, confidence is a good thing, but sometimes it's not. Rising Group won't give up, but if Baishui is willing to sell, I'd be very interested. The rage in Qingshan Jiangjian's eyes was instantly suppressed, and he said with a smile, before, I thought Mr. Xiao must have inherited some family property when he was young. Now it seems that it is not surprising that Mr. Xiao has achieved such success. However, he changed the subject. Mr. Xiao, you are in a foreign country, so I'm afraid you should pay more attention to your safety. You never know when a part might be missing. Thank you, Mr. Qingshan, for your reminder. Xiao Zhe put down the cup. Since I'm not afraid of the 28 people outside the door, I have nothing to fear from the people you're hiding in the house. Qingshan Jiangjian's face changed. Impossible. The person he had hidden in the house was a top expert. I can't even find it with my own eyes. So when did this person discover it? IGA Ryu. Xiao Zhe smiled. This hiding skill is quite good. Snap. A figure suddenly appeared on the beam that was originally empty. The man fell directly from the beam. He fell to the ground, motionless. This. Qingshan Jiangjian himself doesn't know where he is hiding. It has actually been solved by Xiao Zhe. When did he start? Or did he bring someone in too? Where? Mr. Qingshan, how about we talk about Ruixing Group acquiring Baishui Club? I'll offer 1 yen a day. What do you think? Sister, the food here is really delicious. Come and try it. Lu Xiaoyu said excitedly, holding the plate with a piece of sushi in her mouth. When he turned around, he found that his sister had been surrounded by a group of people. These bright and beautiful guys seem to be. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a sister-in-law. All I need is to eat and drink enough. She continued to look for something to eat. Lu Qingxue was a little embarrassed. These people are really too enthusiastic. Mrs. Xiao, I'm from the Dongying Company. Mrs. Xiao, I am. Lu Qingxue felt helpless because she didn't understand our language at all. Xiao Zhe was the translator all along the way. Now, it's embarrassing. Moreover, these people are so enthusiastic, and I don't know how to deal with them. I'm sorry, I don't speak R. Lu Qingxue waved her hand. Qingxue. At this time, Shuya pulled Zhou Qi in and squeezed in. Qingxue, I didn't expect you to be the boss lady of Ruixing Group. This incident really shocked her, even though I was just shown off at the door for a while. Looking back, there's nothing much to it except showing off. Lu Qingxue smiled and nodded. Seeing an acquaintance, she breathed a sigh of relief. Shaya, I'm sorry. Actually, I want to say that I didn't know it before. But saying that was awkward. So he said, isn't it all the same? 1,000 acres of fertile land only yield 3 meals a day, and 1,000 mansions only a 3-foot bed to sleep on. Shuya gave a thumbs up, as expected of a top student. More educated than us. Zhou Qi nodded repeatedly and smiled. Yes. Yes. He gently pulled Shuya. Shuya smiled and took Lu Qingshue's hand, saying, Qingxue, my husband was tactless just now and offended you. Talk to your husband and don't take it to heart. Lu Qingxue nodded. I'll talk to him about it, but he's the one who makes the final decision. She really didn't like Zhou Qi's look and the words he said just now. I feel angry. Zhou Qi nodded quickly and said, Thank you, Mrs. Xiao. As long as Mrs. Xiao speaks, it will be fine. At times like this, don't say you must. When doing things, it is important to stop at the right time. He nudged Shuya again, and Shuya understood and smiled. Qingxue, we haven't seen each other for so many years. It's a rare opportunity to meet each other this time, but we're in a foreign country. When we return home, we can get together as classmates from back then. This is to build closer relationships. It's also to add a layer of insurance. It's impossible that your husband would have sex with my husband while we are having a class reunion, right? This doesn't make sense, right? Lu Qingshue's thoughts were not so complicated. She nodded and said, Okay. Class reunion is a rare event in itself. Especially after everyone graduates from college, they each work and start their own families. It's hard to get together again. Then let's leave our contact information and I'll organize a party. Shuya said excitedly. Good. Both parties exchanged contact information. Then contact me then. Zhou Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mrs. Xiao, Mr. Xiao is in the back and asked us to take you and this young lady over. Chapter 128. Does Newton no longer care about this world? When Zhou Qi saw that it was someone from the Baishui Society coming over, he quickly said, Mrs. Xiao, please go ahead and do your work. We won't disturb you. Shuya also waved and said, Qingxue, let's keep in touch. Lu Qingxue nodded with a smile and looked at Lu Xiaoyu. She was eating happily, but there was someone next to her. The other party spoke Mandarin. She asked, Didn't my husband say he was coming to see me? The other party smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, Mr. Xiao originally said he would come over himself, but it's such a small matter, how can I trouble Mr. Xiao? Mr. Xiao is currently discussing cooperation with Mr. Qingshan and can't leave right away. Let me call my husband first. Lu Qingxue smiled. The other party smiled at her. Of course. Lu Qingxue quickly dialed the number. However, no one answered the phone. Maybe Mr. Xiao is busy now. The young man said with a smile. Lu Qingxue nodded. Can you wait for me for a moment? I haven't eaten yet. I'm a little hungry. I'll eat something and then make a call. Is that okay? The young man did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Of course, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao are the most important guests today. He is not worried. They have just hacked into the communications company. Temporarily cut off Lu Qingshue's call. No matter how much she called, no one would answer. Moreover, Xiao Zhe is now trapped in a jar. The Baishui Society had already arranged everything, just waiting to close the net. There is no rush for this moment. Moreover, with so many people here now, Baishui Club still needs to do some superficial work. Lu Qingxue didn't suspect anything and picked out a few of her favorite foods, chewing them slowly. Sister, someone just said to take me to see my brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu said while eating. Lu Qingxue nodded. Someone told me the same thing. Let's eat first. Then we'll go find your brother-in-law. Good. This is all normal. They don't think there is anything wrong with it. The Baishui Society's methods are very sophisticated. Neither woman noticed. What's more, they were invited. Is there really someone being kidnapped here? Sister, I'm full. Lu Xiaoyu held a freshly squeezed juice in her hand, looking very satisfied. The food here is really delicious. Well, there are just a few too many people. Next time we will make an appointment ourselves. Lu Qingxue was also very satisfied. She made another call. Still no one answered. After eating, I took another one, and the same thing happened. Mrs. Xiao, Mr. Xiao might be discussing important business with Mr. Qingshan and didn't hear it. Why don't I take you there? Now, Lu Qingxue no longer had any doubts. The last bit of my guard was dropped, and I nodded politely. Okay, let's go. This is a public place. She had no doubt that someone would do something bad. So I let down my guard. The young man had a warm smile on his face, without a trace of flaws. This way, please. The two women followed. They walked in a winding way, going deeper and deeper. Gradually, Lu Qingxue felt something was wrong. Hello, where are we going? At this time, he had already moved away from the crowd. Outside the corridor is a small courtyard paved with white, fine sand and gravel, rockery, and flowing water. There are also thin bamboos planted there, which gives a refreshing feeling. Of course, I'll go find Mr. Xiao, said the young man. Lu Qingxue frowned, shook her head, and said, please tell my husband that I'm going to chat with my classmate. When he's done, come find me in the front yard. As she spoke, she pulled Lu Xiaoyu's hand and prepared to turn and leave. However, the way out has been blocked from behind. What do you want to do? Lu Qingxue's face changed, knowing that something was wrong. Mrs. Xiao, we are very sincere, the young man said with a smile. Please come with us. Mr. Xiao will come to pick you up soon. As for where to go, it's hard to say. Bai Shuhui has done such things before. I called the police. Lu Qingxue took out her cell phone. She had checked it before going abroad. The emergency number in country R is also 110. In case. Mrs. Xiao, please believe our sincerity. Mr. Xiao is the boss of Rising Group. How could we? The young man explained with a smile. However, the next moment, an overwhelming force descended from the sky. Boom. It felt like there was a huge mountain pressing down on my back. Plop. He was completely unable to withstand such force and fell to his knees. Mr. Nishimura. The people behind were surprised. Why did Mr. Nishimura suddenly kneel down to the two women? What is going on? They were just about to step forward. I felt the immense strength coming from my shoulders. Oh. With a cry of surprise, he fell to his knees with a thud. It felt like there was something weighing tens of millions of pounds pressing down on me. Not even able to look up. No matter how they struggled, there was no way out. Sister, Lu Xiaoyu looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. Why did you kneel down? Do you want to recognize me as your godmother? She couldn't help but snicker. No way. I don't know. Lu Qingxue felt increasingly strange. Xiaoyu, let's go back to the front yard first. Oh, okay. Lu Xiaoyu withdrew his wild thoughts and was about to leave. Then I heard a voice next to my ear. Don't run around. Just wait for me here. I'll pick you up later. It's my brother-in-law's voice. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Sister, did you hear that? What? Lu Qingxue asked curiously. It's a bit weird here. There won't be any ghosts, right? She received an atheist education for more than 20 years. But at this moment, I still feel uneasy. That's the voice of my brother-in-law speaking. Lu Xiaoyu said. Are you hallucinating? Lu Qingxue said speechlessly. You haven't even seen anyone. How could they possibly be talking to you? This isn't a TV show. I clearly heard it. My brother-in-law told us to wait for him here, and he will be here soon. Lu Xiaoyu said hurriedly. How is that possible? Lu Qingxue didn't believe it at all. At this time, Xiao Zhe's helpless voice also came to her ears. Wife, it's me. You guys wait for me here first. I'll be there in a while. I don't believe it. How is that possible? Talking to me from a distance, transmitting sound over 1,000 miles. This is the real world. How could something like what is shown on TV appear? Honey, it really was me. My phone has been hacked, so I can't call you to confirm. I'll explain it to you later. If no one comes, you can just wait for me there. How about that? Forehead. Lu Qingxue felt that all her 3 views were shattered. Did Newton really stop caring about the world? Wrong. Who is in charge of this? Okay, let's wait here for a while. If anything happens, run immediately. Lu Qingxue observed the surroundings nervously, afraid of any disturbance. Sister, do you think my brother-in-law is an immortal? Lu Xiaoyu asked when she saw that her sister didn't leave. Don't talk nonsense, believe in science. Lu Qingxue couldn't help but knock on her sister's head. Lu Xiaoyu said aggrievedly, but this doesn't make sense at all. And my brother-in-law can even telekinetically retrieve objects. Remember in the private terminal? I saw him wave his hand, and a cup fell into his hand. With another wave, the water in the kettle flew out and landed in the cup. She danced with joy. Lu Qingxue smiled and shook her head. Didn't I explain it last time? It's magic. If he has that ability, wouldn't it be better for him to just summon water into his mouth? Lu Xiaoyu was speechless. That's true. Also, that time you were about to fall into the river, he was by your side in an instant. Maybe he's already here. Then on the plane, I saw him wave his hand, and the calligraphy and painting appeared in his hand. Magic. What about this today? How do you explain it? Lu Qingxue was stunned. Yes. How do you explain this? Whether it's someone suddenly kneeling on the ground or a message being passed through the air. This is really hard to explain. I didn't expect there was someone hiding here. Qingshan Jiangjian calmed down and said with a smile, Mr. Zhao's ability to pierce the surface is very sharp. I admire him. He saw that the top ninja of Aijiru whom he had invited was motionless. Qingshan Jiangjian remained calm in the face of danger and maintained his composure. I thought Mr. Qingshan had arranged for me to be killed, Xiao Zhe said calmly. Now it seems that it might have been arranged by the enemy to kill Mr. Qingshan. Qingshan Jiangjian's expression froze. This is really hard to explain. Thank you so much, Mr. Xiao. for saving my life. The other party was obviously well prepared. My current arrangement cannot affect the other party at all. It would be better to shake hands and make peace temporarily. There are other means waiting for him later. Qingshan Jiangjian quickly adjusted his tactics. Since this is a life-saving favor, Mr. Qingshan, how can I thank me? How about the money for saving your life? I believe that Mr. Qingshan's life is worth 5 billion US dollars. Xiaozhe said this in the most indifferent tone. What Qingshan Jiangjian heard was the sound of iron horses and swords, and murderous aura. Mr. Xiao is joking. Qingshan Jiangjian covered it up by drinking tea. So what are you planning to do by kidnapping my wife? How did he know? Qingshan Jiangjian was a little uneasy. He sat here, clearly having no way of knowing what was happening outside. Did he bring someone else with him? Sure enough, it is definitely not that simple for a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions to go out. There's not even a bodyguard. He laughed dryly. When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? Our Baishui Club has always been just a profit group. How could we possibly do something like this? Since Mr. Qingshan isn't telling the truth, does that mean the talks are broken? Xiaozhe smiled and stood up. Then there's nothing more to talk about. Actually, Mr. Qingshan, is money really that important sometimes? Qingshan Jiangjian's expression suddenly turned cold. Mr. Xiao, I believe you can find the Baishui Society. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Xiaozhe smiled and nodded. Of course, goodbye then. He turned and left. Qingshan Jiangjian frowned deeply. I don't know what I'm thinking. Chapter 129, Kidnapping My Wife, is asking for death. Qingshan Jiangjian's eyes gradually became cold. What the hell just happened? His gaze fell to the ground, where the ninja was lying prone, not moving at all. Someone come. He shouted loudly. Someone came running in immediately. Seeing the ninja on the ground, he was stunned. Drag this body out and do an autopsy to find out what happened. Qingshan Jiangjian knew very well that he had failed this time. This young man Xiaozhe has superb skills and mysterious power. He simply found it unimaginable. What kind of force could capture the top ninja of the Ijiru without anyone noticing? From the beginning to the end, this person was confident. It seemed that nothing could change his expression. Mr. Qingshan, why did you let him go? Someone from the Baishui Society walked in immediately. There was tension on his face. In fact, Sumitomo Group's current assets have begun to shrink seriously, and the one that took over most of their business was rising. This time, it can be said that they are ready to fight a do-or-die battle. And now, this person is very skilled, and there must be a very powerful force behind him. Qingshan Jiangjian's eyes were cold. The Ijiu ninja was killed by their people without anyone noticing. What? Someone exclaimed. All the Ijiru ninjas were killed. Mr. Aoyama, what's going on with the Ijiru ninja? Qingshan Jiangjian said, just in case, I hired a top ninja from Ijiru to ambush in this room. But he died inexplicably. Oh my god, who is this person? Is he some important person from China? I don't know. Qingshan Jiangjian shook his head. How is his wife doing? I don't know. We didn't show up. Let's take a look. Qingshan Jiangjian walked out. When he walked out of the door, his expression turned into a smile again. It seemed as if the conflict just now had not happened at all. A fly buzzed over. Qingshan Jiangjian frowned and waved his hand to swat the fly aside. How could there be such a thing here? He said coldly. The restaurant also belongs to Baishui, a top catering group. Unexpectedly, flies appeared. Maybe it was mist. Someone said quickly, let the manager here get out. Replace him with someone else. Qingshan Jiangjian had a smile on his face, but he could easily decide a person's life or death. The fly fell to the side and then flew up again. Sister, do you really think your brother-in-law is an ordinary person? Lu Xiaoyu sat in the corridor, her long, beautiful legs shaking. It looks very pleasing to the eyes, isn't it? Lu Qingxue smiled. Whether he is or not, he is still my husband, isn't he? Lu Xiaoyu nodded. That's true. Having said that, Lu Qingxue was a little worried. Really an ordinary person? I'm not marrying a god, am I? Wife, Xiaoyu, let's go. As the two women were talking, a voice came calmly. The two women turned around. They saw Xiaozhe standing at the end of the corridor watching them. The warm smile on her face is like the spring breeze blowing through the willows, making people feel relaxed and happy. Husband, brother-in-law. The two women looked delighted and ran over quickly. What did you talk about with Mr. Qingshan? Why did it take so long? Lu Qingxue asked. Xiaozhe held her hand and said, he wants to acquire Rising, and I want to acquire his Sumitomo. We had a discussion around this. Can you sell it? Lu Qingxue asked. No. Chickens lay eggs, eggs hatch chickens. Why should I sell the chicken that lays golden eggs to others? Isn't it better to keep it for my own development? Xiaozhe said lightly and told the confrontation between him and Qingshan Jiangjian. That's true. Lu Qingxue smiled and nodded. Let's go? This place doesn't seem very clean, Lu Qingxue said with lingering fear. Good. There are always some dirty things somewhere. It's okay. Are you scaring me? No. How could I dare to scare you? Aren't you trying to scare me? Ah, you two stop talking. What's there to be afraid of when you two sleep together? I'm the one who's afraid, okay. The three of them walked away. Only a few people were left pinned to the ground. Can't move at all. They continued to struggle, but they felt the force on their backs became more and more terrifying. Bang! As the weight grew heavier, one of them was like a watermelon hitting the ground and suddenly exploded. Minced meat and blood were all over the floor. Ah! Others had no time to pay attention to this because they also felt such heavy pressure. I can't breathe at all. Pa pa pa. Everyone was blown to pieces. After a while, a swarm of flies swarmed over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dying lavishly around this place. What's going on? Didn't we ask them to bring people over? Why haven't they brought them here yet? Someone walked over. The sound of footsteps suddenly startled a flock of flies. These flies are so dense that they won't fly away even when they see people. What's going on? How could there be flies in a restaurant? The man couldn't help but exclaimed. Besides, this is too much, right? It was as if the army of flies had found a place to vent. He pounced on me all of a sudden. Delicious meat. Fresh meat. Be my offering. Countless voices rang in his ears. Ah! The man wanted to run away in terror, waving his arms wildly. However, no one knows how many flies flew into his mouth and how many flies bit his body. He ran a few steps and didn't know what was happening to his legs. He went limp and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. But there are more and more flies on his body. Mr. Qingshan, thank you for your hospitality this time. Xiaozhe met Qingshan Jiangjian again in the front yard. Seeing the two women beside Xiaozhe, Qingshan Jiangjian was startled, but remained calm. It is my honor to have Mr. Xiao here. I hope I will have the opportunity to talk to Mr. Xiao again in the future. The two greeted each other with a smile. Of course, I'm also very happy to talk with Mr. Qingshan. Sorry to bother you, goodbye. Xiaozhe took Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu away. Looking at his leaving back, Qingshan Jiangjian's expression gradually became gloomy. Why? I don't know. I'll go check it out now. Mr. Xiao, Mrs. Xiao. As soon as they walked out of the restaurant, two people appeared in front of them. Xiaozhe took a look. Isn't this Lu Qingxue's classmate? I'm very sorry, Mr. Xiao. I, Zhou Qi, was blind and didn't recognize you. I just offended you. I sincerely apologize to you here. Zhou Qi tried hard to hide her big belly and bowed deeply. At this moment, he wished he was a yoga practitioner so he could put his head on the ground, holding a jewelry box high in both hands. Mr. Xiao, this is a small gift from me. Looking at the jewelry box, Xiaozhe looked indifferent. Lu Qingxue stood aside and said, Hubby, Shuya and Zhou Qi have already apologized to me. Xiaozhe looked at Lu Qingxue. Don't look at me. I'm just expressing my own will. Lu Qingxue responded to him with a smile. Ha! Xiaozhe suddenly felt in a good mood. Generous and decent. And there is a reason for advancing and retreating. What else is he dissatisfied with? You're feeling better now. You're a smart guy. Xiaozhe said, let it go this time. Don't let it happen again. I definitely wouldn't dare. I definitely wouldn't dare. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Zhou Qi quickly straightened up. He handed the jewelry box to Shuya, who quickly gave it to Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue looked at the jewelry box. It was obvious that the jewelry was of great value. I saw Shuya's pleading look again. Knowing that your status is no longer the same. If I don't accept it, it will seem like I'm going to cause trouble for them. Since my husband said to spare them, I'll take it. She took the jewelry box. Zhou Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only after the three people left did he breathe a sigh of relief. Husband, why do we still need to give each other gifts? Shuya felt a little distressed. This jewelry was just delivered by Zhou Qi. Worth $1 million. It's so easy to give it to others. How could she not feel bad? I haven't received such a valuable gift. We just asked for Mrs. Zhao's forgiveness. But what about Mr. Xiao? If we follow Mrs. Zhao's path and let her decide, then we don't even have Mr. Xiao in our eyes. Zhou Qi wiped the sweat off his face and said, don't try to guess what Mr. Xiao is thinking. If you guess wrong, you'll be doomed. Shuya was startled by Zhou Qi's tone, and her eyes became more respectful. Remember, don't cut off contact with Mrs. Xiao, and don't arouse her disgust. Be close, but keep your distance. We are not worthy of being their friends. Shuya nodded. The school beauty who once looked down on me is still a huge mountain above my head now. Let's go. Brother-in-law, if you are not going to let them go, what are you going to do? On the way, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask curiously. Beat him up, Xiaozhe said. What else can we do? Kill him? That's illegal. Lu Xiaoyu nodded. That's right. I thought you were going to bankrupt him. Xiaozhe smiled and said. After Lu Qingxue fell asleep, Xiaozhe put on his clothes. Jump out of the hotel window. He took a few light steps in the air, just like chasing stars and the moon. After a while, we arrived at the restaurant entrance. It was already late at night. There were still a few drunks scattered on the street. Xiaoze's appearance did not attract anyone's attention. Will Baishui do it? It would be bad enough if he just attacked himself, but he even wanted to kidnap his wife. Court death. He walked towards the restaurant, and suddenly his eyes focused slightly. The next moment, the person disappeared from the spot. A drunk man lay on the ground nearby, wiping his eyes. I clearly saw someone just now. Where did they go? At this time, Xiaoze had already entered the restaurant. An indescribable smell filled the air, but there was no one. At this moment, this huge restaurant is filled with weirdness everywhere. The place where he appeared was the place where he killed and kidnapped Lu Qingxue and the other woman. A foul odor hit my nose. He frowned. Chapter 130. Go and invite the master. There was a dark shadow on the ground, like a mark, and the air was filled with the stench of a corpse. The human-shaped shadow lay on the ground. All the flesh and blood disappeared. Moreover, there are several such shadows. I killed these people, and they are right here. Xiaoze frowned slightly. It shouldn't be that tragic. He continued to move forward, and now only his shadow remained at the place where he had killed people. However, the further we went, the more shadows like this appeared. It seems that this world is no longer safe. Xiaoze muttered to himself. The originally clean restaurant was filled with a foul smell. White tiger. He called Baihu and said, have someone thoroughly check the area around the passage to see if there's anything missing. He has been back for 5 years and has never encountered a situation like this before. And in recent times, there have been 3 invasions. Xiao Weisheng's matter made him even more confused. When exactly did the invasion take place? 10 years ago? Or now? Star-Lord, what happened? Baihu asked. I discovered an invasion in Country R. Xiaoze said. Another invasion. Normally, we should conduct a cleaning patrol near the passage every week, said Baihu. Well, it could be from 10 years ago, or it could be more recent. Xiaoze left the restaurant. What I'm most worried about is the new passage. A new passage? Baihu exclaimed over there. A channel. Their Xinghua army has tried their best in the past few years. If a new channel appears, everyone knows what this means. Get ready and prepare for the worst. We may have to split our forces, Xiaoze said. Yes, Star-Lord. Baihu hung up the phone in a hurry. Start making arrangements. Standing in front of the hotel window, Xiaoze looked at the bustling night scene. I don't know what I'm thinking. In front of him, there were bright lights and neon lights. Behind him, a woman was lying on the bed with a happy smile on her face. Is this what it means to protect? Early this morning, police received reports of several missing people in Tokyo, some of whom were last seen at a restaurant. The police searched the restaurant, only to discover that the once upscale club had a foul odor that was unbearable. There are still some on the ground. In the morning, Lu Qingxue didn't understand what the news was saying. But I saw the scenes in the news. Honey, what are they talking about? This is the restaurant we went to yesterday, right? It looks dirty. Xiaoze came over and smiled. It seems that some people are missing. It has nothing to do with us. He sat next to his wife and hugged Lu Qingxue. It seems a bit supernatural. He was now ready to let Lu Qingxue slowly accept some of the truth of the world. This is an inevitable stage. Supernatural? Lu Qingxue shuddered, thinking of what happened yesterday. Is there really a ghost? Xiaoze laughed. It's not a ghost, but how do you explain it? Should it be considered a species mutation? Species mutation? Sci-fi. Lu Qingxue asked curiously. Like Godzilla? Xiaoze nodded. Almost. Some are like Godzilla, and some are like zombie infections. There are many types. I'll give you a list later. You can take your time to look at it. Hubby, how do you know so much? Lu Qingxue looked at Xiaoze. She knew that Xiaoze was not ordinary. Was it really you who sent the message yesterday? Xiaoze nodded. Yes, it's like a martial art. Martial arts. Lu Qingxue was extremely curious. Xiaoze waved his hand lightly, and a grape on the table flew over. In midair, the grape skin had been torn into pieces. After it was torn open, it shook in midair, the grape skin disappeared, and the crystal pulp flew to Lu Qingxue's lips. This. Lu Qingxue ate the grape in one gulp, her face full of excitement, and suddenly threw herself on Xiaoze. And you still say you are not cultivating immortality. It's not about cultivating immortality. Xiaoze hugged her. It's about the use of qi. How to use qi. Lu Qingxue hugged Xiaoze's neck. I didn't expect my husband to be so powerful. Don't you know how powerful it is? Xiaoze said with a wicked smile. Lu Qingxue blushed. That's not what I'm talking about. Which one? Xiaoze continued to grin evilly. Oh, Lu Qingxue was extremely shy and quickly changed the subject. So you were a soldier before. It's a secret force that specializes in dealing with this kind of things. Xiaozhe said. Oh, Lu Qingxue hugged Xiaozhe distressedly. Is it dangerous? Well, it's okay, at least I survived. At least I survived. Let Lu Qingxue understand that he must have endured many dangers that ordinary people could not bear. Husband. She hugged Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe wanted to say something, but hesitated, not knowing how to start. There were certain things that Lu Qingxue would have to shoulder one day if she became his wife, but he also. Wait a little longer. Xiaozhe sighed. On the streets of Tokyo, a man, swollen all over, was walking stiffly on the street. There was a foul odor on him that made people around him stay away from him immediately. There were a dozen flies flying around. Buzzing. He kept walking on the street, and walking. This is the Tokyo Metropolitan Museum. Lu Xiaoyu jumped up and shouted excitedly. Xiaozhe and Lu Qingxue held hands. Hubby, go ahead and do your work. Xiaoyu and I will go shopping. Lu Qingxue said considerately. Xiaozhe nodded. Then I'll leave. He came here, just for the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra. One of the prescriptions has already arrived in my hands, and there are still 4 left. Call me then. As he walked into the Tokyo National Museum, he was greeted by a familiar atmosphere. Sure enough, there are more here. Xiaozhe walked in slowly. He was not in a hurry. There are many collections here, and he wants to see if there is anything useful. Walk from exhibition hall to exhibition hall. There are many antiques and cultural relics from various countries collected here. Not just China's. And there are other countries in Asia and Africa. Xiaozhe frowned, feeling a little unhappy. However, he still walked impatiently. After a while, sure enough, I felt a familiar breath. Bodhisattva's Birth Sutra. There is more here. He walked over quickly. He wasn't very interested in the rest. But the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra is really special. In addition, I also saw Wang Shiji's Songwan Tai. A faint breath was also felt above it. Because the things were hidden in the glass cabinet, Xiaozhe could not feel them deeply. Reach out your hand. Hey, don't reach out. This is a cultural relic. You can only look at it. Someone reminded him from the side. However, Xiaozhe pretended not to hear and put his hand on the glass cabinet, wanting to feel it more deeply. There wasn't much effect. A security guard had already noticed Xiaozhe's behavior and hurried over. Sir, please hold your hand. Sugar palm. Kachacha. Before he could finish his words, the bulletproof glass cabinet shattered instantly, turning into pieces of glass that scattered all over the floor. Sanguinity has been taken into Xiaozhe's hands. You? What are you doing? The security guards were stunned. He is just a small security guard. 50 or 60 years old. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Someone robbed me, and the bulletproof glass shattered right in my hand. This? Holy crap. Robbery. The tourists were startled and began to distance themselves from Xiaozhe. I want to film it. That's awesome. They actually robbed a museum. Isn't this person too lawless? I heard this glass is bulletproof. How did he manage to shatter it with just one blow? Since they dare to rob, they must have made some preparations. Tourists took out their mobile phones and cameras and started taking pictures. However, as they were filming, they realized that their phones and cameras were useless. Hey, why can't I take pictures with my phone? What happened? Is my camera broken too? How is that possible? Really? When Xiaozhe held this sanguinity in his hand, he felt it. Although it is relatively weak, it clearly has this effect. Damn, why didn't I notice it before? Xiaozhe frowned deeply. This volume of Songwan Tai is not the original, but a copy from the Tang dynasty. But it still works. Does this mean that it actually existed thousands of years ago? Why was the channel only open recently? Is there something else I'm missing? This shouldn't happen. Put it down. Put it down quickly. The security guards have surrounded him, holding electric batons and pointing them at Xiaozhe. They all took horse stances and pointed their sticks at Xiaozhe. Even more nervous than Xiaozhe, Xiaozhe ignored them and waved his hand lightly, and the cabinets containing the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra broke into pieces. All these things flew into his hands. Oh my god, what is this? What did I see? Is this a spell? I've heard that some of the monks in the shrine possess extraordinary abilities. So it's true. Isn't that amazing? Dead dog. There was a burst of exclamations all around. The security guards were so scared that their legs were shaking. Is this a human? It can't be something. We are just security guards, maintaining order. Go and ask the master. Xiaozhe turned around, trying to find something more. Wherever he turned, the security guards would be so scared that they would crawl out of his way. He walked slowly, looking for anything special. The alarm bell that had just sounded was crushed by him. Noisy. Okita Shunichiro has been feeling refreshed these past 2 days. Even if I bend over so hard every day that I can't stand up straight, I still feel satisfied. Why? Because of Eagle Country Dad. No. The president of Eagle Country comes here every day. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Okita Shunichiro looked forward to it. I wonder when he will come today. He stood by the office window, looking towards the door. As soon as someone comes, I will run to greet them as fast as I can. Director, director, something terrible has happened. A staff member came running over, crawling. What's going on? You are delaying us, the father from Eagle Country. Something's happened. Something big has happened, the staff member exclaimed. Someone's robbing. Our glass covers are bulletproof. How could they be broken? Your brain. Yes, it's been broken into pieces. It's still in the museum now. What? Where's the security guard? What does a security guard do? No, not a human. We'd better ask the master. You're crazy. Chapter 131. I stole it. So it's mine, right? Looking for a master? Even Shunichiro Okita was stunned. When doing things in a museum, there are bound to be some weird things. Of course, most of them are just rumors. However, the museum would occasionally invite some masters to visit just to reassure people. And now, a robber actually asked a master for help. Are you crazy? Is there something wrong with your brain? A robber? You call me master? He couldn't help but want to hit someone. No, that's not the case. The staff member said anxiously. That guy just now was very strange. Our bulletproof glass exploded with just one press of his hand. Okita Shunichiro's eyes widened. Have you been drinking? Director, seriously. This is truly a ghost. He is not a human. Okita Shunichiro frowned. What the hell? How is that possible? Have you called the police? Okita Shunichiro no longer cared about his father from Eagle Country. Put on your clothes and run down quickly. I didn't dare go to the scene. Is there something wrong with my brain? Go straight to the monitoring room. What? All the surveillance cameras are broken. Did they capture that person? Okita Shunichiro said angrily. No, the entire monitoring system broke down for unknown reasons, and the storage hard drives were burned out. The monitoring room was also very busy at this time. What's going on? Did someone destroy the surveillance? I didn't see it. I didn't see anything. No one should show up. Why am I so unlucky today? This is too unlucky. Okita Shunichiro said with a dark face. This is definitely not that simple. Maybe it was arranged long ago. Where are the police? It's already outside the door, just waiting to rush in. Is the surveillance at the door okay? Asked Shunichiro Okita. No, all our surveillance systems are broken. How can I repair it? Mr. Director, what should we do now? Someone asked. I'll go down and take a look. Okita Shunichiro really couldn't bear it anymore. He felt very uncomfortable. Should he really go out? He was a little scared. The things belong to the museum, but your life is your own. Okita Shunichiro hurried downstairs. After a while, we arrived at the museum gate. The entrance is already cordoned off. Director Okita. Suddenly, someone shouted outside the cordon. When Okita Shunichiro saw this, he immediately smiled respectfully, bent over, and walked over to speak. Mr. President, there was a robbery today, so we. Okita Shunichiro said respectfully. The Eagle Country president's expression changed. Someone is robbing. Damn it. I'm waiting for the Star-Lord here. The Star-Lord flew to Country R. He guessed that it was related to the Bodhisattva birth sutra. So, come and have a look from time to time. Now, I see. The Eagle Nation president shook his head. Then I'll come back tomorrow. By the way, I'm looking for someone. Here's his photo. If you see him, contact me immediately. He finally spent a lot of money to get the photo of Xiaozhe. After all, Xiaozhe was not hiding from the camera. However, he still put in a lot of effort. Yes, I will definitely help you with this matter. Okita Shunichiro said quickly. Director, who is this foreigner? Someone asked. What are you asking? This is the president. Don't you even recognize him? Okita Shunichiro's face turned cold. The president. He looks so friendly and familiar. What does he want? The head of security department bent his waist even deeper. He's looking for someone. Take a look and see if you recognize him. Okita Shunichiro handed him the photo. This. The head of the security department looked familiar and was suddenly startled. Isn't this the robber? What? Okita Shunichiro never thought of it. He could never have imagined that the person Eagle Country's father was looking for was actually a robber. Mr. President. Mr. President. Okita Shunichiro shouted hurriedly. I found this person. The president of Eagle Country had already lost hope and was about to leave. It's a mess here. What if something goes wrong? Hearing Okita Shunichiro's voice, he quickly turned around. You said you found it. The entire security team stopped. Okita Shunichiro ran over and said, Yes, Mr. President. This person is in the museum today. Really? The Eagle Country president's eyes lit up. Quick, take me there. This time, we must build good relationships. But, Okita Shunichiro was embarrassed. Although I have to comply with the president's order, but it's very dangerous in there. But what but? I want to see him now. No, I want to visit him. The president's eyes were shining. But he is a robber. Okita Shunichiro looked unhappy. Robbers. The president was stunned. A dignified Star Lord actually needs to be a robber? Yes, he's the robber in there today. The police have already gone in. Maybe there's already been a shootout. Okita Shunichiro heard a gunshot. Already. Damn it. The president was shocked. Engaging in a firefight with the Star Lord? Isn't this courting death? Go in quickly. He hurried over. Please don't let anything happen. If something happens to the star, then country will be destroyed. The key issue is, if it is really because of the Bodhisattva birth sutra, then you will inevitably be implicated. Pay attention later. Anyone who shoots will be shot. His eyes turned cold. This is country R, yes. But Eagle Country is their father. The robber inside. Put down what you are holding and come out with your hands covering your head. Go. Get out. You're surrounded. Voices kept ringing around. Xiaozhe strolled in the museum with a serious expression. Most of the exhibits in this museum are cultural relics obtained during invasions. Many of them are from China. It made him think of many things. The Star Army has no borders. But he, the Lord of Starlight, it has a nationality. We are all witnesses to the countless crimes that country are committed in China back then. His eyes were cold, and several scrolls were flying behind him. Every artifact here is stained with blood. His eyes were cold and stern. He was surrounded by heavily armed police. Damn it. What is this? Magic. It's magic. Ignore it. This is fucking. Hurry up. Put everything down. Stop playing tricks. You are robbing me. Let me go now. There is still a chance. Quick. Hearing the voices of the police, Xiaozhe suddenly turned around and asked, didn't you also rob these things? Lay down. These are cultural relics from our country R. They are national treasures. Xiaozhe laughed. Are these your national treasures? Didn't you steal them? Since you stole them, what's the problem with me taking them back now? The sound is rolling and majestic. He reached out and pressed his hand on a glass case. You killed a lot of people back then. Xiaozhe smiled faintly. Instead, it made the police feel uneasy. This is too. With so many guns pointed at him, he remained unmoved. Don't you believe in the law of the jungle? Now I am strong and you are weak, so it is only natural for me to take it. Xiaozhe smiled even more. Put it down. I'm telling you, put it down now. Put it down quickly. Bang. I don't know whose hand shook. The gun went off accidentally. A bullet whizzed towards Xiaozhe. Bite. The bullet spun and stopped in front of Xiaozhe. Then it fell to the ground with a ding. Make a crisp sound. This sound seemed to fall directly into the hearts of all of them. Is this still a human being? Ghost. Is this a ghost? Every policeman was terrified. No guns. If it's not a ghost, then what is it? Da-da-da? Da-da-da? It was so terrifying. The gun in his hand kept firing and bullets whizzed out. However, all the bullets stopped in front of Xiaozhe. Just like making a movie. Master, please. Master, please now. The police couldn't handle it anymore. How terrifying. The bullets are useless. The royal family of country R. Oh no. Did the Eagle Country president just enter the National Museum? Di Huang is anxiously following the affairs of the National Museum. Who knew that a piece of news would come that scared him so much that he almost died? What? How did the president of Eagle Country get in? He was stunned. I don't know. He broke through the blockade with his bodyguards and broke in. Now there are gunshots coming from inside. Damn it. Get the car ready. Get the car ready now. Let's go now. If something happens to the Eagle Country president on their territory, then things will be really serious. He ran out the door in a hurry. Royal brother, where are you going in such a hurry? A girl with bright eyes and white teeth, wearing a black and white kimono. The president of Eagle Country went to the National Museum. There were robbers in the museum today, Di Huang said while running. The girl followed him. Mr. President, why would he go there? No, he's been going there a lot lately. Could it be that the person he's looking for has come? After all, Country R is a tiny country and has no right to know about the affairs of the Lord of Starlight. No matter what, we can't let anything happen to Mr. President, said Emperor Amaterasu Makihito. The car has already been prepared. As soon as the two got in the car, it started driving very fast. Brother Emperor, do you know who the president is looking for? Asked Amaterasu Keiko. Amaterasu Makihito shook his head. I don't know either, but he must be a very important person, otherwise the president wouldn't have waited so long. To be able to make the president wait for so long, he must be a very powerful person, right? Amaterasu Keiko's eyes showed admiration. Country R is a country that worships the strong. The whole country is like this. Amaterasu Keiko is already 26 years old this year and still not married. That's because she hopes that the husband she marries should be a hero. Only an unparalleled hero can match myself. I don't know either, but Mr. President, nothing can happen. Chapter 132, Star-Lord is trapped. Who is that? Oh my god. It's His Majesty the Emperor of Earth. And Princess Keiko. Why did His Majesty come here in person? What the hell happened at the museum? Outside the museum, it was a mess. Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu were standing in the crowd, feeling a little anxious. Sister, what should I do? My brother-in-law is still in the museum. Why is there such a sudden chaos? We should have found a translator. What happened? It's definitely not a small matter. Lu Qingxue calmed down a bit. The police have set up a cordon. Something must have happened inside. Lu Xiaoyu nodded. I know, but sister, why hasn't my brother-in-law come out yet? I called him, but there was no signal. Lu Qingxue took a deep breath and tried desperately to think of a solution. What should I do next? Xiaoyu, go call the consulate and I'll ask someone about it. Lu Qingxue forced herself to calm down. You must stay calm. At this time, you must not panic. Something must have happened inside the museum. Just heard gunshots. And there is a cordon. With my husband's skills, nothing should happen, right? But how could she not worry? That's my husband. She quickly grabbed someone and asked in English, hello, what's going on in there? Don't you know? I heard there are robbers inside and they've already started a shootout. What? Lu Qingxue was shocked. My husband is still in there. She quickly ran to the edge of the cordon and found a policeman. Hello, my husband is still in the museum. The situation inside is very dangerous now. We will verify the situation. She was a little anxious. I want to cry, but I hold it back. I have to find a way now. Sister, I've already called the consulate and reported my brother-in-law's information. Tears streamed down Lu Xiaoyu's face as she held her sister's hand tightly. I heard a firefight has already begun inside. Lu Qingxue nodded. We must trust the country now. The power of an individual is too small, especially when you are in a foreign country. Kyoto Courtyard. News just came back from country, a firefight broke out at the National Museum. According to statistics, there are currently 18 Chinese citizens inside the museum. Negotiate with country immediately. The Great Elder's face was gloomy. This kind of thing happens every year. Very troublesome. Also, send the consul over. We must ensure the safety of our citizens. The second elder nodded. Through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, have them begin operations. Understood. The staff member straightened up. Here's a list of the trapped people. Do you need to prepare to contact your family? If something happens overseas, it is necessary to contact family members. Wait a moment. It would be good if everyone is fine. The second elder took the list. 18 names. Not much. I finished it in one glance. However, he seemed to be completely stunned. He stared at the list blankly, motionless. Second elder, what's wrong? The third elder looked at the second elder in a daze. It is rare to see a second elder like this. He reached out and pushed the second elder. You said, there should be many people with the same name in the world, right? This should be a homonym, right? The second elder said blankly. Ah. The third elder looked at him strangely. The great elder took the list and said, there are many people with the same name in the world. In our country, if it's just a common name, we can find hundreds of them. He was also stunned. What are you doing? The third elder was puzzled. Of course there are many people with the same name. But even my wife and sister-in-law have the same name. The great elder showed a wry smile on his face. He did go to country R, right? The second elder took a deep breath. Yes. The third elder stared blankly at the list, on which Xiao Zhe's name was clearly written. There are also the names of Lu Qingxue and Lu Xiaoyu. The registration address is very detailed. Hey, with him here, things will be simple, right? The third elder quickly relaxed. The Lord of Starlight is here. Isn't it simple? With the power of the Lord of Starlight, no matter how many robbers there are, they are not enough to give him a slap. Leave this matter to him. There is no danger at all, said the third elder easily. No, the second elder suddenly said. Third elder, you must go to country R immediately. We need to make a statement. The president of Eagle Country is in country R right now, and they want to implicate the Starlight Army. This is very important. The great elder nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Yes, we need to make a show of force. Third brother, you must rush there immediately. Also, have our consul rush to the scene immediately and send someone to protect his family. The third elder nodded. The situation was chaotic and Xiao Zhe's wife must not be allowed to get into trouble. The second elder thought for a moment, then suddenly said, notify the 4 heavenly kings. If the Xinghua army is informed of this, the problem will be serious, said the third elder. Those people in the Xinghua army don't care about the impact. The great elder nodded in agreement. Notify them and show our stance. Anyway, we are not the ones causing the chaos. The second elder laughed. I'm going to. The 3 elders were speechless. These 2 old guys are so bad. I'll let Liao Yongfeng notify them. The third elder left quickly. He strode away. There's no problem with his safety. It's mainly his wife's, said the second elder. That's true. Snow-capped mountains. What? Someone kidnapped the Star Lord. Qinglong thought he must be crazy. Who would you say is not good to kidnap? Kidnapping the Star Lord? Did he feel his life was too long? Or do you think your head is too hard? How unlucky it is to be able to. It's not the kidnapping of the Star Lord. Someone is robbing the museum, and the Star Lord happens to be inside. Zhuke was speechless. This shouldn't happen. Only a fool would rob a museum. The items inside are too easily recognizable. Qinglong said. Star Lord. Xuanwu said 2 words. I know it's the Star Lord. Qinglong was even more helpless. Xuanwu's words are concise. Anyway, it seems like speaking costs money, and words come out one by one. Suzaka suddenly had an idea. You mean the Star Lord wasn't accidentally intercepted, but he was a robber? Qinglong shook his head and said, How is that possible? What is the Star Lord missing? It's unlikely that ordinary people would rob a museum. The Star Lord mentioned to us in his last phone call that some ancient calligraphy and paintings have special effects. Zhuke said. Damn. Qinglong was stunned for a moment. Then, the Star Lord doesn't need to rob, right? So this is where the problem lies. Zhu Qiue's eyes narrowed. Something might have happened to the Star Lord. Let's go. Xuanwu stood up. What about Baihu? Qinglong asked. Don't wait for him. Go there immediately. Let the 108 constellations fully arm themselves. Go. The 3 of them stood up. Above the snow-capped mountains, a peak suddenly shook. The snow on the mountain slid down layer by layer, revealing a huge square inside. There are fighter jets parked in the square. Set off. In an instant, all the fighter planes took off into the air. Streams of light quickly glided across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. After all the fighter planes took off, the mountain gradually closed in. It seemed as if it hadn't moved at all. Kyoto Courtyard. The Starlight Army has been dispatched. The second elder said slowly. This. The great elder was stunned for a moment. This commotion seemed a bit too loud. It doesn't matter. It's not our country anyway. The second elder laughed. That's true. A military base in the Pacific. What's going on? What are these things? 57 UFOs just flew over the Pacific Ocean. Damn it. Is China trying to start a war? That shouldn't be the case. There's no movement at the Chinese military base. Where's the target? It should be heading to Country R. Damn it. Mr. President is still in Country R. Country R? Amaterasu Makihito sat in the command vehicle. What's the situation now? How many people are inside? A total of 189 people are trapped inside. Evacuation arrangements have already begun. What about foreign countries? The Chinese consul has arrived here, and they have formed their own rescue team. Don't worry about it. Amaterasu Keiko stood aside and said, Brother, I don't think this is right. It's not normal for a consul to participate in this kind of rescue. Moreover, they brought out the garrison troops. This is unreasonable. Amaterasu Makihito also frowned. Is there a list? From China. Are there any important people? I've seen the list, and I don't see anything special. Amaterasu Keiko looked from afar. My royal brother, the Chinese consul has always been centered around those 2 women, and the guards are also around them. It seems. Amaterasu Makihito nodded. There's a very important person in here. Damn it. Why did this happen today? At this time, a general hurried over and said, Your Majesty, there are 57 fighter planes flying towards our country. They have crossed our coastline and are heading towards Tokyo. What? Do you know which country it is? Or which organization? Amaterasu Makihito exclaimed. I don't know. They didn't show the flag. Knock them down. Knock them down directly. Amaterasu Makihito said with a gloomy face. Do you still need me to teach you? Your Majesty, I can't hit you. The enemy is very fast. On the other side, the foreign minister also came running over. Your Majesty, I just received news that the 3rd elder of the Chinese state is on his way here and is expected to arrive in 20 minutes. Depend on. At this time, Amaterasu Makihito was very troubled. The Eagle Country president's father is still in there. Another fighter jet from an unknown organization is invading. Now, the 3rd elder of the Hua Kingdom has arrived in person. How come everything is happening at the same time? Can't you just be nice? The 3rd elder of the Hua state invites you to speak. Amaterasu Makihito picked up the phone. Hello. The personal safety of Chinese citizens must be guaranteed. Moreover, what we need is, if anything happens to you, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Chapter 133, We Want to Raise the Museum. Amaterasu Makihito almost threw his phone away. Damn it, you'll have to bear the consequences at your own risk. China's diplomatic vocabulary has always been one of condemnation. Strong condemnation. Is this a threat to me? Fuck you. Brother Emperor, What's wrong? Asked Amaterasu Keiko. Let the special forces prepare. We must ensure everyone's safety. Amaterasu Makahito said with a cold face, especially the Chinese. Although you can talk big, but China is still much stronger than them. China changes every year and has now become a country that can compete with the United States. They can't be messed with. Find a way to intercept those fighter planes. Find a way to communicate. As orders came down one after another, Amaterasu Makahito felt overwhelmed. After a while, they didn't even understand the situation inside the museum. There has been news from over there. The other party said they were here to protect the Star Lord. Amaterasu Makahito was speechless. What Star Lord? What the hell? Will they stop? Asked Amaterasu Makahito. They have broken through the blockade, and 3 of our fighters have been shot down. How? Amaterasu Keiko kept frowning and muttering 2 words, Star Lord. Keiko, do you know what it means? Amaterasu Makahito couldn't help but ask. I heard about it at a banquet when I was studying abroad. The Star Lord is said to be the leader of an army. He is very powerful, and some European countries dare not offend him, said Amaterasu Keiko. European countries are generally controlled by ancient families, they. Amaterasu Makahito nodded, and his expression became serious. Yes, it shouldn't be a big problem. Amaterasu Yoshiko said. Is there Star Master among the crowd? This. Inside the museum. Xiaoze walked slowly. There was no one behind him. With one step forward, it seems as if you have crossed layers of space and reached the other end. There were simply no police to keep up. But sometimes he walks very slowly, as if he is waiting for someone. His condition was very strange at this time. Sometimes his expression was calm, and sometimes it became extremely ferocious. It seemed as if 2 people were controlling this body at the same time. Stop struggling. Stop struggling. I will take care of everything for you. Your army, your wife, everything. Break into me. Give up resistance. Don't resist in vain. Come into my arms. You won't have to work so hard. Don't resist. When he has an extremely ferocious expression, various languages always come out of his mouth. When he is calm, his expression is relaxed. How about you integrate into me? He had a calm expression, as if he was discussing something. In an instant, his expression became ferocious. No, you don't deserve it. You're just a lowly ant. Come into the arms of God. Only when you come into God's arms can you. His expression became calm again. Okay. The ferocious expression appeared again. Come on, release the desire in your heart. Let desire control everything in you. Let desire rule the world. Xiaoze's indifferent expression appeared again. Sure. Ha 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 ha. You're worthy of being the one I chose. Your desire is so inflated. So delicious. I will definitely take you to the top. Ha ha. He laughed wildly with a ferocious expression. However, the next moment, the ferocious expression instantly lost control. What? Why? Impossible. You can't do that. You clearly have a strong desire. What? What is this power? The ferocious expression became crazy. Immediately, his expression instantly changed to indifferent, with a hint of smile on his lips. This is my desire. Don't you call yourself the king of desire? The stronger the desire, the stronger the strength. What? Can't you swallow this power of desire? Then, sorry, you're mine. There was no more ferocious expression. Xiaoze breathed a sigh of relief. Walking leisurely, slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling just now. The invasion of foreign demons came unexpectedly, so suddenly. In Kyoto, he cast off all the shackles and washed away all the worldly desires. The whole person's spirit has been sublimated. At that time, he already had the ability to reach a higher level. In just a few years, he was able to go from an ordinary person to the Lord of Starlight. Because of them, Xinghui has taken a completely different path. They don't have time to train their bodies and practice martial arts step by step. As soon as you open your eyes, countless foreign demons will fight you. I'm going to kill you. Melt you. Every day is full of fear. Every day is like walking on thin ice. Countless people die every day. 3 years of disaster. Expand their fear infinitely. Amplify their madness infinitely. They are all struggling on the brink of life and death. During the 3 years, Xiaoze was absorbed by 2 foreign demons during a battle. When he thought he was going to die or become a puppet, the accident happened at this time. He gained the abilities of 2 outer demons. According to his guess, the 2 foreign demons accidentally destroyed their respective consciousness. At this moment, the unconscious foreign demon was perfectly absorbed by him, became his nourishment, make his strength even better. From now on, he found a way out for the robbers. He led the Jiehui to just resist from the beginning, continuously improve overall strength. Later on, you will be able to resist the entire dark world. Jiahui built a city at the entrance of the dark world, suppressed the whole world. The ashes of robbery turned into starlight from then on. From cannon fodder to catastrophe, become the star of hundreds of millions of human beings. He made a great name for himself. He saved the calamity. But he also discovered that as more and more foreign demons entered his body, there was actually a conflict. But in order to become stronger, in order to protect Xinghui, he had to keep absorbing more foreign demons. Make yourself stronger. The crisis is even greater. The external demon is poison after all, but they know it is poison and have to swallow it. Because if they don't take the poison, they will die now. If you eat it, you can become stronger, although you don't know when you will die. In just 10 years, the people around him changed wave after wave. Some people died in the war. Some people died while absorbing external demons. Qinglong, the first person to follow him, also died 6 years ago. At that time, his strength was so great that it was equivalent to nuclear deterrence. However, 5 years ago, when he fought against a top master from the dark world, the demonic poison in his body exploded and he was seriously injured. The opponent was probably also seriously injured and dying. He took the opportunity to return to the planet where he was born and raised, hiding his identity. It was the beginning of 5 years of recuperation, but also a happy life. In 5 years of ordinary life, he learned a lot and gained a lot. Finally, he left Baoshan in Kyoto and got rid of all the shackles. Not only did the injuries on my body heal, but I also took the next step. But what he didn't expect was, King Linglong fled with serious injuries, but the King of Desire did not leave. Instead, it secretly hides in one's own consciousness, taking advantage of the moment when one is about to take the next step. Suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It has affected myself. Otherwise, with his financial resources, strength, and influence, he would want things like the Bodhisattva Birth Sutra. Thus country are still dare not hand it over. There's no need to snatch it yourself. The external demon's methods are indeed hard to guard against. Thank you, Lord of Desire. A smile appeared on Xiaozhe's lips. In the end, I won. The King of Desire turns into nutrients to enable you to take the next step. At this moment, his aura became even more extraordinary. Things here are a bit troublesome. Xiaozhe frowned. When the King of Desire took advantage of the situation, many civilians were killed. This is hard to explain. Here they come. Your Majesty, they are coming. Amaterasu Makihito was still trying to figure out a solution when he suddenly heard someone calling out. What's coming? The next moment, a strong roar reached their ears, and the huge wind and waves almost blew away the tent. Amaterasu Makihito hurried out to take a look. At this moment, the entire square was in chaos. People were running everywhere. Fighter planes were suspended in the air. The muzzle of the gun is aimed downwards. More than 50. Brother Emperor, why can their fighter planes hover? Amaterasu Keiko asked curiously. How the hell would I know? Amaterasu Makihito frowned and looked for a nearby soldier. Quick, go get our troops over here. Damn it, they're already here to attack us. Where's our army? Yes. Yes. No. No. An anxious voice came, and a strong old man came up in a few steps. Your Majesty, absolutely not. Third Elder, Amaterasu Makihito frowned. This was too fast. What's going on? Are these your Chinese troops? The Third Elder shook his head. No, don't offend them. We can't afford to offend them. We can't afford to offend them. Amaterasu Keiko asked curiously. Country R is a small country with few troops, but its technological development is good. China is a vast country with abundant resources and a long history. How could it be? You'll understand later. Withdraw your police force first, said the Third Elder. I'll go talk to them. I've met the 4 heavenly kings. I never thought I'd be able to see them again in just a few days. The Third Elder stood on the ground, and his voice traveled far away. On top of the 3 fighter planes, the cabins opened and 3 people jumped down from them. Bang! 2 of them landed lightly on the ground, but one of them fell like a bomb, creating a deep hole in the ground. Where is the Star Lord? Zhuke asked coldly. Where is the mistress? Qinglong asked. Xuanwu brushed off the dust on his body and walked out of the pit. The 3 of them stood in front of the 3 elders with great momentum. The Third Elder quickly said, the Star Lord should be in the museum now. It's not like. Why not? Qinglong said, this is our Xinghui army's business. Leave the mistress to us for protection. Also, we are going to raise the entire museum. Check the situation. Amaterasu Makihito was stunned. Why are we going to raise our museum? Do you know how much this museum is worth? Amaterasu Makihito couldn't help asking. Which country are you from? Which unit? Just by attacking our defense line, you can. Shut up. The Third Elder couldn't help it anymore. If the Xinghui army gets angry, I won't worry about you. Chapter 134. meeting the mistress. If you don't want to die, get out.